Hey everybody, what's up? It's Tim from Fallen World Films, and I'm here with my beautiful co-host Amber. First off, I just want to apologize real quick for having to postpone the show to like an hour later than it was supposed to play. That was just technical difficulties on my end. Still trying to kind of figure out how to do all this stuff. But we wanted to jump on here tonight because, like pretty much every day over the last 2 years. There's all types of stuff in the news that seems to once again be pulled right from the headlines of Revelation. There's a lot more crazy stuff going on in our world in this pandemic. And we're going to be getting into the idea of internment camps, as I'm sure you've been hearing a lot about, obviously in Australia, Canada, other places around the world where there's been these quarantine camps set up. Now, mind you, this is happening in America too, but under different pretenses. And we're going to kind of get into that and the implications of it. And then I also want to get into something else that's been in the news recently, as in the last 2 days, which is, I guess, in Sweden, it's been proposed, the technology is being proposed to use implantable microchips to be used as a V-word passport. I got to come up with like a expression for the V word. I don't know if I should say it or not. I feel like I'm allowed to read it with articles, but the way that YouTube's algorithms work, like we're really not supposed to talk.
With all your strikes, it's like
yes,
better safe than sorry.
Amber and I are going to have to be very careful on this live stream with the language that we use, just because YouTube is really quick to trigger you with the medical misinformation tag when you talk about anything regarding the pandemic. And I've in the past already lost a couple videos because of it. But I think that I've been covering this long enough that I sort of know how to work around that now. So anyways, those are the topics we're getting into. Before we jump into this, Amber, is there anything you want to say to our lovely two people that are joining us right now?
Thanks for joining. We appreciate it. I know it's super late. It's probably a work night for most people, but Tim has a 4-day weekend, which is super exciting.
That's right.
But thanks for joining, and hopefully you can chat with us.
Yeah, I hope whoever else joins or whoever's on there right now, feel free to hit us up in the live chat. Amber keeps an eye on that. And so before I jump into this little slideshow that I put together, one thing that I recently has been coming up in a lot of my YouTube channels that I subscribe to has been this coverage of what's known as the New York Assembly Bill. And I think it's called Assembly Bill A416. I'm about to pull up some slides, so we'll see if I'm right about that. But I think it's A416. And there's been a lot of really, I don't even know what the word is for it, like sensationalized, I guess, articles about this saying that, trying to make it sound like there's an actual law in progress that's about to create like concentration camps in New York. Well, that's not really what's going on, but what's going on really is really creepy and it's worth looking into. And Amber, do you have any ideas or any thoughts before I jump into this on detention centers and quarantine camps, or the idea of being, detained as an innocent person? What?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. So, in 2015, I was 15. So, I didn't really care about stuff like that then. I wasn't educated about it till, the whole COVID thing last year and this year. But I don't know. It's a scary thought. And it leaves, if you look into it, it leaves a lot of gray area for what these court ordered detainment means. It's there's only so many days you can be detained without a court order, but there's no you can just keep applying for this court order.
Yeah, we'll get into that. We know that there's a historical precedent behind this. They the old adage that if you don't know your history, then you'll be doomed to repeat it or condemned to repeat it. And obviously there's the big Holocaust, and there's been numerous times in history that the worst case scenario has occurred, where government got too much power, became tyrannical, and eventually started rounding up citizens, particularly dissidents against that government, and putting them into camps, and as not only America, but the whole world has been treading down this dangerous slope that we've been on over the last 2 years, particularly for, old time conspiracy guys like me, but really just anybody that's paying attention. I think it's really a serious threat that we got to consider. We got to look at history and compare it to what we're seeing right now. A big proponent of the Nazi Germany Holocaust days, it was preceded, before it got to, its worst levels. It started with a campaign of, discrimination, and it started with, show me your papers, and with dissidents of the Nazi Party being, penalized and being silenced, and it was just really a campaign of persecution that just gradually grew into what it turned into. This has happened a few times throughout history, probably more than history even recounts. Let me just jump right into this, and we'll make these connections together. All right, I started here. Now, you might not right now know who Nick Perry is, Assemblyman Nick Perry, but you're gonna know soon. Conspiracy theorists and those who spread misinformation online are once again trolling on social media, posting concocted stories about A416. See, I was right. To deprive these individuals the ability to use this issue for fuel to spread their fire of lies and mistruths, I will take the appropriate legislative action to strike the bill, remove it from the calendar, thus ending all consideration and actions that could lead to passage into law. Get magic potioned and stay safe. I'm gonna call it magic potion maybe for this stream. And I didn't coin that. I'm sort of borrowing that from our buddy A Call from an Uprising, but I think it really encapsulates what's going on with the situation. So anyways, this is the guy, Nick Perry, Assemblyman Nick Perry. I forget which state he's from. Democrat, clearly. He's the sponsor of this bill, okay? And I know we haven't gotten into this bill yet, but to set it up, he's saying because of all the conspiracy theories that are arising about this bill, that he's going to pull it. And so no one ever has to worry about it anymore. And then he tells us to get the potion. So what is this bill? Assembly Bill A416. And this says 2021 to 2022 legislative session because it hasn't been struck from the records yet. But it was originally proposed in, I don't know if I have the link here, but in 2015. And when it was first proposed, it was due to the Ebola outbreak, right? And when you see what this gets into, you're going to see some really creepy similarities between what's happening now, via the CDC and the lockdowns and what we're dealing with now, and then what was proposed back here in 2015 for Ebola, and if you remember that period of time, there was a little bit of a media frenzy about it, but nobody was walking around in masks and there was no mandatory magic potions, or nothing like that, So in context to what was actually going on in 2015, this is even more radical, As we go through this, I hope it makes a little more sense. Assembly Bill A416 relates to the removal of cases, contacts, and carriers of communicable diseases who are potentially dangerous to public health. Here's how it starts. January 6, 2021. Again, this is just this year's, reinstatement. Introduced by M. of A. Perry, read once and referred to the Committee on Health. An act to amend the public health law in relation to the removal of cases, contacts, and carriers of communicable diseases who are potentially dangerous to the public health. The people of the state of New York, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. The public health law is amended by adding a new section, blah, blah, I think I go on to it here. It really starts in 2. Upon determining by clear and convincing evidence that the health of others is or may be endangered by a case, contact, or carrier, or a suspected case, contact, or carrier of a contagious disease that, in the opinion of the governor, after consulting with the commissioner, may pose an imminent and significant threat to the public health, resulting in severe morbidity or high mortality, the governor or his delegee, I guess, I don't know how to pronounce that, including but not limited to the commissioner or the hands of local health departments, may order the removal and or detention of such a person or group of such persons by issuing a single order. You know how this like legal language is just like all one big run-on sentence? It's annoying to read. Identifying such persons either by name or by a reasonably specific description of the individuals or group being detained. Whoo! And so if you couldn't follow that, this is proposing that, and again, this isn't related to the pandemic that we're now currently in. This was relating, I guess it all started because in 2015, there was somebody that came from Africa or something like that, that was on a plane, and she had Ebola or was presumed to have Ebola, and she refused to quarantine, right?
I read today that it was a nurse that refused to quarantine.
Okay. If Amber read that today, she's probably right. But is that someone right? Somewhat right?
Yeah.
That's how I recall it.
One person that, and I don't know. I mean, who knows if my source was credible, but that was what Perry wrote this in response to. Like she refused to quarantine, and it was like, okay, we got to do something about this one person then.
But it certainly sounds like something that you'd read in legislation coming out in regards to what's going on right now, you know? Right. And so what they're saying is that the government, you know, the governor, so the government, the state government in New York would be able, and I suppose this guy's from New York, clearly. I said before, I don't know what state he's from. I suppose it's New York. But anyways, for the government to be able to dictate or to determine, because it does say here, it says may pose an imminent, may be endangered by a case or a contact or carrier or a suspected case, you know, and whenever you get into suspected, whenever you get into the government being able to pretty much point their finger at any citizen and it would, you know, have this blanket excuse to detain people. At least that's what the concern is about this. But what it's saying is that any sick person would be able to be detained by the government with or without their approval, you know, and be held in a detention center. Such person or groups of persons shall be detained in a medical facility or other appropriate facility or premises designated by the governor or his or her delegee. I apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong. And complying with subdivision 5 of this section. I'm going to move over here. And I'm sorry, I know this is kind of long here, but you got to hear this. Number 7 is when a person or group is ordered to be detained pursuant to subdivision 2 of this section for a period exceeding 3 business days, and such person or member of group requests release. So if somebody wants to get out of jail, right, if some innocent person wants to be released from prison, the governor or his or her what do you think that is? D?
No,
it is G. I think so too. Shall make an application for a court order authorizing such detention within 3 business days after such request by the end of the first business day following such Saturday, blah, blah, blah. Not going to go through that. After any such request for release, detention shall not continue for more than 5 business days if the absence of a court order authorizing detention, notwithstanding the foregoing provisions. In no event shall any person be detained for more than 60 days, only 2 months. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. You know, like you're sick, you're coughing and sneezing, and the government is only going to drag you away and put you in a detention center for 2 months.
It's for the well-being of everyone else. Just do your part.
What are these people complaining about? I mean, it's first off, you know, and again, this is 2015 with the Ebola, you know, which again was a so small scale compared to what's going on now. And, you know, it almost makes you wonder if this wasn't just actually written and proposed in preparation for what's going on right now. But that would make me a conspiracy theorist. I mean, but
again, there's a loophole. So like, even if you are there for 60 days, they still could get a court order forcing you to stay there longer.
Well, that's what I'm about to read right here. Without a court order authorizing such detention, the governor or his or her delegee shall seek further court review of such detention. So this is saying, if they don't think you're ready in 60 days, such detention within 90 days follow. Okay, let's read that again. The governor or his or her delegee, correct me in the comments if I'm saying that wrong, shall seek further court review of such detention within 90 days following the initial court order authorizing detention, and thereafter within 90 days of each subsequent court review. So, every 90 days they could just go for another review. So essentially you're talking about indefinite detention of innocent New Yorkers just for being sick with Ebola 6 years ago. Okay. Now, again, Nick Perry, who's the one that wrote, sponsored, and promoted, this idea, says right here that he's ending all considerations. He's pulling it from the records. It's not something we have to worry about. Okay. And also, let me just read this to you. This is from PolitiFact, but it pretty much is the same as what you'd find on Snopes or any of those stupid fact checkers. Social media posts claim that New York officials are trying to pass a bill that would allow them to round up non-mask wearers and those who don't want to get vaccinated into concentration camps to eventually force magic potions for the thing. Mind you, this is recent. This is in reference to people sharing this information now in 2021. Which again, even the stuff I just showed you was, this bill is still on the books here in 2021, but it was published in 2015. This is wrong. While the bill A416 may be applicable in the pandemic era, it has sat dormant since it was introduced in 2015 during the Ebola outbreak and has not gained any traction in the New York State Assembly. The legislation specifies that it applies to infected people and their contacts who refuse to quarantine in a health emergency. The bill has no co-sponsors and has never once been heard by committee, despite being introduced in the 2015, 2016, 2017 and 18, 2019, 2020 sessions. And the current session, we rate this false. And it's what's funny is that, so Nick Perry pulls it, and they say no one ever really took it seriously. This thing acquired such a rage and such a buzz, and there was a lot of angry people, that were concerned about the implications of this thing. And what's funny is that during the pandemic here, 6 years later, the CDC now already has the power, the federal power to do pretty much what that old proposal suggested in the first place. Look at this was taken right from cdc.gov. And I'm not going to get into all the laws and all the provisions that were made over the last 2 years when it comes to the WHO and the CDC, and the federal government. But all you got to do is look outside and you can see, the ways that laws have been changed to restrict your freedoms, and clearly our Constitution is being infringed on left and right. But like always, they do it in a legal way. They do it because when you run the legal system, you can do everything in a legal way. Authority and scope. So again, this is right from the cdc.gov website. Don't remember what page. CDC has the legal authority to detain any person who may have an infectious disease that is specified by executive order to be quarantinable. If necessary, CDC can deny ill persons with these diseases entry into the United States. CDC can also have them admitted to a hospital or confined to a home for a certain amount of time to prevent the spread of disease. Now, again, I know this isn't news to you guys. In fact, this is something that now we've been subjected to for over 24 months or however long it's been. But in context with, all the hysteria about that Assembly Bill A416, it's so easy to get wrapped up in the blitz of stuff that we're dealing with that sometimes you can fail to see what's right in front of your face, because the reality is that why get so scared about that when that's already what we're dealing with right now? And the ability for the government to detain people and put them in quarantine centers, well, that exists. I thought this was interesting because it's right on the same page as this one was sent from the CDC. I wish I should have put the caption in above it, but it said that these are the conditions in which there has been established executive orders from the federal government or from the president for the CDC to be able to enforce quarantine. Cholera. I'm not going to try to read them all, but I just wanted to point out that you don't see the current pandemic one on there. They do say new types of flu, influenza, that could cause a pandemic. But I just thought that was interesting. This is the most up-to-date one. All right, operational considerations. This is where it's going to start getting weird, you guys. Operational considerations for community isolation centers. Okay, and by the way, whether, for those of my fellow truthers that have been following this stuff for a long time, we think of it as FEMA camps. And it is FEMA camps. And there's the reality of FEMA camps is a long existing reality. Okay, but you got to get used to all the different terminology that you're going to see coming out regarding whether it's internment camps or re-education camps or re-education centers, FEMA camps, it just goes on and on, holding centers. In the end, it's the same thing in the condition that it ever so happens that here in America, we can be taken against our will, which I do think is happening now in some small cases. Identify sites, schools, stadiums, hotels, gymnasiums, convention centers, other large covered structures that can be converted to CICs, community isolation centers, to safely isolate and manage people with mild to moderate cases of the thing. Draft plans to ensure that CICs will be safe and secure, appropriately staffed and stocked with supplies, bedding, food, water, medical supplies, cleaning, blah. Identify and address challenges or issues in the implementation and use of CICs, and also make operational decisions based on the local level of community transmission of the pandemic based on information from local, state, provincial, or regional health departments. And this is all on the same page. Establishing a community isolation center. The physical setup of a CIC takes time, planning, and resources to meet the needs of patients and staff. Consider local context, local health system capacity, and other factors that may keep people from being able to isolate safely at home. Community isolation centers should be set up and operated even when levels of community transmission are low. And I don't know if I'm looking too far into this, but does it seem kind of strange to have a precedent that we should be setting up these isolation centers even when levels of community transmissions are low?
They're just covering all their bases.
Right. Just in any possible situation, just make sure that you're building these things. Consider the following when adapting settings for a CIC. Consider converting existing hotels, schools, churches, or other structures to CICs. Consider using a tent or convert shipping containers to be used as a CIC. If no suitable buildings exist, the size of space needed depends on the size of the community, the CIC, and the number of active pandemic cases in the community. Okay, I know this is getting kind of boring, you guys, but I think I'm gonna flip the table on you right now. Okay, because as I was looking through all this, and this isn't just as I was looking through, it's actually been as long as this stuff's been going on, as long as I've seen the first mention of a quarantine camp, and actually even longer than that. When it comes to this, convert existing businesses and churches and, local, public spaces into quarantine camps or holding centers, or okay, yeah, right. Or because I don't want to go too far. To convert them into those, right? Tell me it's not setting a precedent. Okay, I'm getting too far ahead of myself, Amber. I'm sorry, you guys. Let me just move ahead of myself. I've warned you before I can be so scatterbrained, but here we go. Now remember, everything that first bill that A416 was introduced in 2015. Something else that happened in 2015 was the Jade Helm thing. Do you guys remember that? Do we have anyone in the comments, by the way? Yeah, we got 11 comments. What's going on here?
We got Steve Stevenson, Amanda Heredia, and Doug O'Keefe.
Awesome. I'm off until the new year. Good for you, Amanda. That's exciting. How do they define? Yeah. And we also got this. And all I can say here to Anaha Kabwatinhatha is I totally agree with that. All right. So Jade Helm in 2015 was a nationwide exercise that there was a whole lot of controversy about, and a lot, the media called it hysteria about. And I remember this clearly. I mean, I was following this really close, and the concern was that there were going to be all these military troops, right, and all these different military groups, and operations that were going to be sent to and stationed all over key areas of America domestically to engage in these training exercises where certain states were to be considered hostile, and where essentially they were going to be practicing things like guarding, medical facilities and guarding public streets. And really, it seemed to a lot of people like it was just practice for martial law. And this was in 2015. On July 15th, approximately 1,200 U.S. troops, mostly special operations forces, will participate in Jade Helm 15. This is also from PolitiFact, from a fact-checking source. And this was written before it had started. But a 2-month military training exercise sprawling across 7 states in the American Southwest, including Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico. While Jade Helm will be one of the largest military training exercises ever performed on domestic soil, the operation has garnered national attention for a slightly different reason. It's the subject of conspiracy theories propagated by wary libertarians and conservatives worried about the potential establishment of martial law. These theories have climbed all the way up to the highest levels of state government, eventually prompting Governor Greg Abbott to declare in April that he will have the Texas State Guard monitor the training exercise. This was a map of that was released of the Jade Helm exercise and kind of what they were going to be executing. You can see down here, the red states are hostile, the blue states are permissive. And, the concern, so Obama was in office. Things were really kind of crazy in 2015 politically, almost to an extent that was like a precursor. Well, it led into Trump came in 2016, and it's really ever since this, it's really just gone straight downhill. But so yeah, Jade Helm really scared people. But this is where I want to take this to. One aspect of the Jade Helm conspiracy, what people were reporting on. And by the way, I did see a lot of evidence, to substantiate some of these claims regarding this. But the idea was that, and mind you, and you could look this up yourself, but in 2015, there were a lot of Walmarts that were closing down. I didn't want to go that far. I think there were 5 Walmarts that were like mysteriously shut down, right? And there were reports coming out that inside of these closed down Walmarts, they were being emptied out. And part of these Jade Helm exercises was practicing converting these Walmarts into holding camps, holding centers, internment camps, where they had, and what was interesting is that as we were just reading through the CDC plans, and how apparently it's long been set, in the CDC's legislation that they could do that, that they could use large public areas. But as we're going to get into, Jade Helm was also criticized, or the conspiracy theories about Jade Helm were criticized, and people were saying, come on, that would never happen. Like, there's no Walmart being closed has nothing to do with Jade Helm. These are just memes that were popular. There's a whole bunch of them. I just threw 2 on here that were popular during the time of this Jade Helm. Thought this was interesting. I looked this up. When I did a reverse image search, the first year that I could find this being posted was 2017. But I swear it was regarding Jade Helm, and I first saw it in 2015. But it says here, FEMA mandatory magic potion, and you kind of look at this, and it's like obviously, a parody in a way, and it's extreme, but it seems a lot more seems a lot closer to what we're going through now than what we were going through then. A look inside the Walmart turned immigration detention center for children. So despite the fact that it was just a conspiracy theory, right? And despite the fact that everyone on the media was saying, no, this whole Walmart being used as detention centers thing is a ridiculous conspiracy theory. Well, then a few years later, we're in 2018 and there was a big surge on the border of immigrants, right? And if you recall, there were these Walmarts that were being used to hold people. Just like everything else that's gone on in the last 2 years, just another conspiracy confirmed by which will never be vindicated. And so it's not just conspiracy theorists that are seeing connections between these quarantine camps and these isolation centers and internment camps, and concentration camps. And I could go on and on about this, but I just threw, just a couple examples in here. Obviously, I hope you guys know about what's going on in Australia. And by the way, have you guys seen the video I made called "The Land Held Under," which is kind of like I know you saw it, babe. It's like a tribute. It's like a tribute. Australia. Yeah, it's a tribute for Australia. And it's funny because a few days ago, I got an email from YouTube saying that your video, "The Land Held Under," is now going to be age restricted. And for any of you that saw that and maybe noticed how there's absolutely no violence or sexual content or foul language or anything like that in it, it was just ridiculous that, in order to see this perfectly PG video, it said you must be 18 or older. But I appealed it and I actually won that, which is rare. Anyways, Ron Johnson came under fire for referring to these Australian internment camps and some of the stuff going on in these different countries. Well, as internment camps, he was here you see Australia refers to it themselves as internment camps, but he was referring to these quarantine centers as internment camps, came under a bunch of fire for it. But this is the connection here. And this is the difference between a quarantine center and an internment camp. You got to remember, it was 1942, I guess, because, it was World War II with Pearl Harbor. And after Pearl Harbor, I assume most of you should know this, but in America, we actually set up internment camps for Japanese people because since the Japanese invaded us at Pearl Harbor, it was, the idea was that, well, for all Japanese American citizens, we don't know if they're spies or if they're somehow involved, right? And so they all had to go into these internment camps. And I think that when you consider everything we've looked at so far and the precedent that could be set by what we've seen so far, here you got the government through an organization of the government, the CDC and WHO, and this situation, the pandemic, the ultimate blanket excuse for any agenda you want to pull. When you have this infrastructure set up, not to mention infrastructure, right? We're still there was this infrastructure bill that most of the money was ham, as they say. I think that's what they call it. But stuff that, didn't even pertain to infrastructure. Well, I'm just saying, when you combine all these elements and when you consider the war that is happening right now against the unmagic potioned, and when you consider the comparisons between the unmagic potioned and terrorist threats, and then when you compare that with this, because these regular Japanese American citizens were just that, they're just citizens, but they were considered to be, it was possible that they could have been terrorist threats. And so they were put in camps. I'm just saying the precedent's already been set. And here you go. And Washington Post opinion, anti-vaccine extremism is akin to domestic terrorism. Op-ed, unvaccinated people are not oppressed, they're dangerous, right? And you think they're starting all these camps, right? But you start seeing stuff like this. Germany locks down unpotioned people as leaders plan to make shots compulsory. So they're not locking down the people with the thing. They're locking down the people that don't got the potion. Anti-COVID protesters claim Wellingborough prison will be quarantine camp for the blanks, right? And so there's this like narrative switch where suddenly the, subject of quarantine needs to be those who don't have the potion, right? And you keep seeing this narrative being pushed. And Amber, I've just been going on and on. I don't know if there's anything that.
Well, I mean, like you're doing like the slides.
I know the slides. It's kind of a long slideshow guy, but we're getting there. I'm going to be taking a break here in a second. But you see the switch here, and let's also remember how. Do you remember when this whole thing started back in 2020, and they started letting all these prisoners out of the prisons, right? And they started forcing all these businesses to essentially close down. You can just see, supposing that in the same way that, Bill A416 was proposed in 2015, but happened to have all the legislation that we're now seeing, used by a different entity, through the CDC and now being enacted here in 2021. Well, it just makes you wonder if, if we are currently in the process of preparing space for the camps that, might come down in the future. And at this point, what I'm saying is completely speculative, but look at all this yourself. I think it paints a pretty obvious picture. I just put this in just to show more evidence of how the unpotioned are being labeled as terrorists. I remember Joe Biden saying that, those who aren't getting the potion are killing people. That was like a narrative they were pushing for a while.
And they're so selfish.
Right. So if there's all this space cleared up and they're already worldwide kind of, putting out this idea that, and remember, I'm not going to go back to the beginning of the slides, but another part of that A416 bill was that you were going to be detained if you were a threat to, public health. Well, what do they say about those of us that don't want to undergo the forced procedure? What do they say about those of us that don't want to get the stuff shot into us? Very worrying, emptying prisons here to accommodate dissenters. That's my idea. Well, it's not my idea, but that's what I'm thinking. Listen to this. And I'm sorry for being so scatterbrained, you guys. It is what it is. That's how I am. If the greatest forms of discrimination and oppression. Now, this is just some opinion piece that some jerk wrote. All right. But I actually do think I don't think this reflects actually what regular people walking down the sidewalk feel like. But I do think that this is pretty much what the media would say if they were able to speak as freely as opinion piece writers do. If the greatest forms of discrimination and oppression are that you have experienced in your life are not being able to go to a bar because you would not wear a scrap of fabric over your nose and mouth, then you've lived a pretty privileged life. By refusing to get the V word and not wearing masks, you are being selfish. You are saying that you do not care if vulnerable people die as long as you get to live your life, right? Because if I don't put that little scrap of fabric over my nose, then people that got this medicine to protect them from what I potentially might have, very unlikely, but potentially might have, is going to somehow kill them. What? It's about time that people who refuse to get the V word face the consequence of their actions. And that is all that is happening here. They refuse to get the V word that would allow themselves and others to live safely. Therefore, they will not be able to participate in a society that is attempting to do the best by all of its members. Because I'm not trying to do the best, right? Trying to live according to my principles and according to my convictions and my faith. No, it's these people that are complying, without investigating with an experimental medicine. And I'm using terms that I think will be okay to use. It's not the terms I wish I could use, right? But it's a procedure, a medical procedure you're being forced to do. And she's saying that the good people are will just immediately comply with this. But the important part is I shouldn't be allowed to participate in society. I shouldn't be allowed to breathe the same air. My kids shouldn't be able to breathe the same air as this lady. You are not oppressed. You are dangerous. It is not safe for you to be around others, even though we got the magical potion that will keep us from ever getting sick with what you have. But you can't even come out of your house because you're going to make me sick, even though I can't get sick. It's about time that we will stand up and say, we're not going to take that risk anymore. You guys don't take any risks. You wear 2 masks. You get magic potions that you don't even understand. And you go along with every rule that they pass at you. And now you can, and even under all those conditions, you see somebody not wearing what you call just a scrap of fabric over their nose. And you say, oh, you're putting me at risk. But do you see the narrative that's getting painted? I hope that I've conveyed, I know I was really wordy, and I know I've had a hard time kind of getting through this for just my own difficulty speaking tonight. But did you kind of see the flow? How we went from 2020, the suggestion of quarantine centers to, the opening up, like Mega Excess Boy pointed out, of all these buildings and all these spaces that could be used to hold people. And you just see it growing and growing. And now they're pushing the mandatory potion, right? Which is another conspiracy that would never come true. And as all this stuff is happening and you see this divide, right? You see this whole Civil War thing they're trying to create between the compliant and the free, right? I'm just saying, you see how it's twisted. It went from justifying having these spaces and justifying detaining people to keep us safe, right? To now it's almost like punishing those who aren't playing along. U.S. will deploy troops to help hospitals during Omicron wave. Distribute free pandemic tests starting in January. The troops deployed to hospitals will include doctors, nurses, paramedics, and other personnel during January and February as needed, the senior administration official said. The White House is also deploying 6 emergency response teams to Michigan, Indiana, Wisconsin, Arizona, New Hampshire, and Vermont, the official said. Biden is also activating response teams from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to work with states to expand hospital bed capacity paid for by the federal government. The official said, FEMA is ready to deploy hundreds of ambulances and emergency medical teams to help move patients between hospitals if the facility reaches capacity, the official said. Nothing too scary here, apart from the reality that the National Guard is being deployed. And when you're talking about internment camps, when you're talking about FEMA camps, right? And then you see that the National Guard is being deployed to somehow help. Look at this guy. Here you got a soldier giving a guy a shot, like playing the role of doctor. And it just reeks of martial law, and it almost seems like Jade Helm in real time. But the real one, the real Jade Helm, here's from the BBC News. I think this is the last slide I put in regarding this because I started running out of time. But if you don't think that these quarantine camps are prisons, Howard Springs, Australia police arrest quarantine escapees. The trio scaled a fence at the Howard Springs Quarantine Center near Darwin. Australian police have arrested 3 people who broke out of a pandemic quarantine compound in the middle of the night. I didn't put the article. But if you've been following what's going on in Australia at all, or, really worldwide now.
They literally tested negative.
Oh, those people, I know. I know. It's absolutely nuts. And, so my thought, Amber, let's do this real quick. Let's talk for a second before we move on. Let's just talk. Put that thing up. All right. Whew. So congratulations to any of you who bared with me through that. I know it was really wordy, but I hope that you got something out of it, and we still got some more to get into. But Amber, what scares me the most, like going through that kind of thing, which again that was just me pinching. I mean, there was a million more things I could have picked from. That's just like a quick, glance at what's going on in the news right now. But what scares me the most is the worldwide nature of this. You know, it's scary enough knowing what's going on in my country. But when you see how this is like the whole world.
Well, other countries are way worse off than we are now. And it's like, I feel like it's so crazy here right now. I mean, like, what's going on in Chicago, DC, like, you're not able to go out to eat without the thing, or like work out. It's, I don't know. It's like out of a horror movie. But there's other countries that are way worse off than we are.
No, it does feel like I'm living in a dystopian science fiction horror movie. And it's, Chicago. They passed that thing now where you need a magic potion. What do they call it? Anything. What do they call it? Passport. Yeah, to do anything, like to go into a restaurant, to go into a bar, to live a normal life amongst the normies.
And DC too.
And I work in Illinois, and you know, again, you think about this, and it's so, this is a slap in our face. And I wish that I would have saved this. You know, that I'm not even going to quote it because I don't remember who said it, but it's so clear. I know Lightfoot is the mayor of Chicago,
right.
But the attitude that these politicians have when they're even announcing this kind of stuff, or when they're rolling this stuff out, I mean, it went from like the point of this is that, you know, we got to protect everybody too. The point of this is that we got to keep the unpotioned away from everybody. And they will just outright tell you that these new passport laws are designed to complicate life for those that don't have the passport.
They're like, it's designed to do that. So like, here's more of an incentive. If you want to go out to eat and live a normal life, just get it. Just do it.
You know, and you think of the worldwide nature of this, and that brings us into this next thing I'm going to talk about, you know, but it's like, you know, it's always been about a new world order, right? And for Christians, you know, and for those of us who know what's happening and know what's coming, and, you know the things that have been prophesied through time, through the Bible, we understand certain key things that will factually have to happen, you know, before Jesus comes back, because the Bible says so. And some of that stuff that we've been expecting to see, you know, as I assume most of you know, but there does have to be a worldwide government. That's essential because the Antichrist needs to be able to effectively rule over everybody in the world. There needs to be a worldwide currency, you know, and I look at what's happening in the world right now, and the way that they're destroying the economies of every country, right? And like kind of setting it up to the point that we need to have a new currency. And that's been done, again, through the pandemic. And then I watch the way that people are getting split between those who will comply with the rules and those that won't, right? And the same kind of civil war kind of situation we got brewing in America, like Amber said, not only is it happening throughout the world, but it's actually worse in most places. And moving forward from a situation that we're in right now in the world, unless there's like some kind of giant revival or, you know, great awakening or great resistance or something really soon, there's just no way that it can't collapse on itself. But you know what's crazy is, for those of you that know history, when do, you know, warring countries and since when do all the countries of the world see eye to eye and agree with something? I mean, even, you know, when does that happen? Like, even since the time that the UN has been as powerful as it is, never like it is now. And I've been thinking a lot about that. There's actually a lot of, you know, countries that geopolitically would benefit from not going along with all this hysteria, you know. But in fact, you would probably, if you wanted to bring people into your country and you just decided to not go along with this, you could probably become like the richest country tomorrow, and you were just going to stay open, right? Because like, because it's not just the American federal government, it's like the whole world. And what it is it's the UN, right? And you can go back to the Building the Beast video that I put out a few videos ago. But hopefully you already know quite a bit about the UN. But you want to talk about a global, you know, I don't like to say global because low key, I don't believe in the globe, but worldwide government, I'm going all over the place, already exists if you have a United Nations. And clearly, all the so-called sovereign nations of this world are beckoning to the United Nations. So what I'm saying is, like, I don't actually think anymore that the governments of the world are going along with the same thing. I think that the governments of the world are being squeezed into going along with the same thing. I think that they're beholden to a different force that doesn't get voted in. And I mean, you want to talk about end times? Look at this. Go back here. How do I add this? What do I do?
Audio. She just sent a picture.
Dude. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Now can you hear me? I think I figured it out, I hope. Tell me if you guys... Yeah. Can you guys hear me now? Did that fix it?
We're trying to figure it out.
I admit that I'm a rookie, you guys. Now, okay. I apologize, you guys. Still working out the kinks.
Because you can't hide it.
I can't hide it, right? I have to do this.
Okay, we figured it out. It won't happen again.
It won't happen again. And I'll try to edit this if I can for future viewers. So if they couldn't see, so you couldn't read it. Do I even have to read it through? They probably already read it themselves at this point. According to a South China Morning Post tweet, the chip is implanted into your arm and can verify your vaccination status when placed next to an NFC. Imagine showing your pandemic passport with just the flash of your arm. The video starts while showing a person holding out their arm and scanning it with a mobile phone. Since I don't know if you guys could hear me before, this is where I pointed out that's another thing that is referenced in the Chipped movie a year ago. So check that out, my Chip movie. I'm not just plugging it. It's good information. And come on, guys. You know how long it'll be if I can't make a dime. I always got too many strikes. So this is not a, Anyways, it comes as health experts continue to highlight the success of the V word in battling the pandemic and its effectiveness against the disease. While the Omicron variant has recently led to a great surge in cases, experts say a booster shot is the greatest move against its spread. And look, they misspelled it, against its spread. So Amber, did you hear those new booster songs? Did you hear the Jimmy Fallon one? Mm-mm. Oh, you didn't? I was hoping that you did.
No, I haven't.
It's dumb.
Should I have?
Well, there's just all these songs. Like the White House just put out a song. And the Jimmy Fallon Tonight Show or whatever it is had some song with Megan Thee Stallion called "Get a Booster." And by the way, Megan
I've heard. I haven't listened to it.
Megan Thee Stallion is You'll probably get a strike just for reading this. I know, man. I know. Seriously. Megan Thee Stallion really annoys me, and I'll tell you why. Because "thee" means you. I'll give, thee, thine. Like, so she's pretty much saying, Megan, you stallion. And I sense that what she means to say is like, Megan the Stallion, but she's thinking it's being cool by saying "the," and she thinks that "the" means "the," but it doesn't. It means you. I will give thee a loaf of bread. Okay, moving on. Under your skin, microchip implanted in your arm could track your COVID potion status with just a cell phone scan. Implanted microchip could be used to verify vax status.
I know, that's so crazy. It can literally, like, it can be programmed from your smartphone. Like,
what it makes me think about, Amber, is you were the one that brought up like what just went down in Chicago, you know, and you just see the way that they're putting the squeeze on us, right? And so right now it's you need to have your potion passport in order to go to a restaurant or in order to, you know, go anywhere. Like how
well, and who has time to keep that little piece of paper that you're not allowed to laminate on you at all times?
The little piece of paper isn't little either. It's like big and awkward,
right.
and, you know, kind of cumbersome, and too, it's like difficult for people to keep on. So that it's almost like that's a whole nother thing. Like it's almost like it was designed to be inconvenient,
right,
to make this microchip just seem even that much more convenient, you know. And they're not going to like force it. What you're seeing right now is this in Sweden, but you know, it's going to pick up. More people are going to do it.
Already over 6,000 people have it.
Eventually it's going to be, I mean, you can just see it, like the writing's on the wall, you know. I mean, it's I hope it doesn't happen. I hope that we can turn this thing around before it gets to this point, you guys. Well, you want to talk about a mark of the beast. You want to talk about having to receive a mark in your hand or in your forehead, by which you won't be able to buy or trade, you know, if you don't have it. And now we're literally in a time where, on the heels of all of this crazy new world order takeover, we've literally hit the point now where the microchips are being rolled out. And my little conspiracy documentary from a year ago is not even a conspiracy anymore, dude. It just goes so fast. Stockholm, Sweden. Microchip technology invented by Swedish startup company Epicenter is now being presented as a possible way to carry around. Beep, boop, beep. Your blank record has been verified, says the caption of the video posted to Twitter by the South China Morning Post. Oh, you know what? I already showed that. This is what I wanted to show. This is from the same article, Como News. We see chip technology as the next evolution in payment systems. Okay, so this is in the same, again, Como News. This is the very same article that's talking about these, you know, Swedish chips being used for your potion passport. Later in the article, they say, we see chip technology as the next evolution of payment systems, much like micro markets have steadily replaced vending machines. As a leader in micro market technology, it's important that 32M continues leading the way with advancements such as chip implants, says Todd Westby, the CEO of 3 Square Market. Swedish startup Epicenter unveils rice-sized microchip implant that stores your blank P passport under your skin and is read with technology used to take contactless payments. And that's where I left this off as far as a slideshow, because on the next episode, we're going to get into this little connection here, right? Watch how we will go from you got to take this microchip, or that you can take this microchip. It'll just be like it is now with the passport. Like if you don't, your life's going to be that much harder, right? And it's literally going to, I mean, they already got you to take, to get a mandatory injection, you know, of a substance into your body. So what's keeping them from just asking you, you know, just one more injection, you know?
It's a grain of rice.
Yeah. This time we just one, and this is going to be it. This is going to be it.
It can be taken out. No big deal.
Brother, it's over no matter what. We're talking about God's plan here, bro. No stopping it. We're in the 7 years already. We may be in the tribulation, but I agree with your attitude, man. It is in God's hands, and I'll mention that on the way out. In fact, that's the whole purpose of my whole channel and what I'm trying to do here, though. Look at the way that at what at one time seemed like, you know, an unbelievable prophecy, right? John's visions in Revelation. You know, for years and years, theologians and scholars couldn't fathom the notion that there could even be a world government, right? I mean, you got to imagine, like, before there was telecommunications and radio signals, and before there was, you know, they couldn't imagine there being a worldwide army. Right. And then you look at where we're at today, you look at the UN, right? And you look at the technology that enables the whole world to work in unity, right? And particularly the governments of the world. And you look at the way they're doing that through the pandemic. And yeah, if that doesn't verify for you, you know, that we are in those last days, they don't need these RFID microchips all to get you think there isn't. Yeah, luciferase. Isn't the DNA changing? Yep. Just makes blue street lights. She's talking. Okay, let me break this down. First off, again, I got to plug Chipped, my Chipped documentary series. It's just so nuts. You know, this happened. I've only been making these videos for a year now, and already a number of times it's like I'll do all this research and be putting out this thing about, you know, what's coming, and then it happens like, you know, the next month, like long before I thought it actually would. This luciferase is an enzyme that glows, and they want to put it in the man, what do they call those? Bill Gates proposed a I wish I could remember what it was called. But this tattoo essentially that goes under your skin, and they use a bunch of micro needles, and it would give you a mark that has this luciferase in it that would literally glow when you put you could use a cell phone, or when you put, you know, a device over it, and it would literally glow like through your skin, right? Lucifer, as I've mentioned in so many videos, which means light bearer, you know, and so she also brings up these blue street lights because around the world, if it's an interesting thing to look into, there's a bunch of street lights that are going up that have like this black light effect, and it's being called a mistake by the companies that are producing these lights, and that they're just faulty lights, but yet they keep going up and not getting changed. And there's those out there that are saying like these are going to interact. Why is that happening? Why is this happening?
I don't know.
Look at that. I don't get it. Is it going to do that with all of them? I don't know about this side. We also have to control this. This is mean by losing. And then, amen to that, babe. God save me too from my destiny. Dude, I was driving my life directly into the ground. I'm much more confident in God's plan than my own, personally. But no disrespect to you, and I know where you're coming from. So that's why on this next episode, next time we do a live stream, we're going to get into this. Get ready for a world currency. This right here is the cover of the Economist magazine from, forget the date, I think September, but it's from the year 1988. Okay, from 1988. And look at what you got here. You got a phoenix, and he's sitting on top of all this burning paper money, and he's got this strange coin in the middle of his chest. And I think it says on there, 2018? Now we're in the time of this cryptocurrency, right? And now we got these chips that are being implanted in people, which even according to the chip companies themselves, you know, are the passport's only one part of it. You know, the better benefit is that they're going to be able to be used to make payments. Next week, we're going to get into this, and we're going to consider the connection between the intention to implement this new digital currency system, and we're going to compare and contrast that with the reality that governments worldwide seem to be intentionally destroying their own economies. Perhaps there's a connection. And Amber, I know I went on and on tonight.
No.
I enjoyed it. I'm different on different nights. I feel like a little like embarrassed because I know that I stumbled over a lot of words there, but you guys have known me long enough.
Tim,
I get insecure, but that's like one thing I get insecure
You're your
about.
own worst critic, and it's
Right.
like kind of your style.
It's my style though. And deep down, you guys really enjoyed that. But so yeah, I hope you guys enjoy that. I'm going to come up here to the comments. Amber, is there anything you want to talk about?
I mean, man, putting me on the spot like that. No, I'm just looking forward to the next video. And maybe I'll actually be able to look at the slides before we go on.
So it's just that
know.
we're like, yeah, and I'm not going to end this stream like sitting there whining or asking for sympathy or anything, but it's like we're amateurs at this. Yeah. And it's like just when I was starting to get like really good at making the videos, in my opinion, I like them, you know, starting to get pretty professional. It's just kind of embarrassing, you know, to like get back into this position where I'm kind of, and now I'm doing it to a live audience. But I just hope you guys appreciate what at least I'm trying to do here.
It's okay. We're in it together.
What we are trying to do here, me and my co-host. What do you guys think of Amber being my co-host? You guys like that? Thank you, Amanda.
She loved every minute. My girl.
You know, it's not about me or my oration skills or oratory skills or lack thereof. The information I'm trying to present, all I'm trying to do here is as Mo TBR, who, man, don't you run a website that I've been to before? You have like your own website, don't you, Mo? I know you do. It's I've been there. What's your website called? I know it. But all I was trying to do with this, as Mo's answering that, all I was trying to do with this whole thing is show you two random situations that are going on right now in the news, right? And connect that like I'm able to do every time, like every week I could be making a video just going through the news, and you can just see how directly it connects to not the conspiracy theory about the coming civil war and about the coming lockdown and takeover of the New World Order. No, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a biblical prophecy. And that's why I can speak with such confidence about this stuff. And honestly, that's where most of my information is honestly coming from. It's the Bible. And I think that that's what's made me kind of ahead of the game a little bit on things like, again, the Chipped movie and what's happening now. Like my motivation for that wasn't based on information that I was reading. I mean, of course it was after I started studying it and putting facts to it, but no, I just knew that according to my Bible, you know, in the end days, there was going to be a mark that would have to come, and that there was going to be a one world government, that there was going to be a world currency, you know, and to say a world currency, I just mean that you wouldn't be able to buy or sell if you don't have the mark. There was somehow you were going to have a thing on your body that you would need to buy or trade or sell anything. So it's like when you have faith, you know, and you understand what the Bible says, like how could you look around you at this point and not see that these prophecies are being fulfilled all around us? And so that's why, as scary and as dark as some of the stuff that we went over is, I want you guys, you know, as I know most of my viewers do, but to know that I'm not scared. You know, I don't think Amber's scared. You know, I am. I mean, I guess I am, like, for my kids, and like I'm really sad and I worry about, you know, them having to take the brunt of all this.
But that's why it's important that we just like raise really strong individuals.
Well, I'm just
to stand up.
Yes.
In this world.
Yes.
We have
such a strong,
important job.
Our kids are going to be
scary.
Our kids are going to be more important, I think, more instrumental than we are. You know, unless that it all goes down. I don't know. I could go either way now. I could see it all happening next week, but I could see the next generation really inheriting the brunt of it. But my point is, I'm not scared because I'm just a pilgrim here passing through, you know, and it's not just what I have faith in. I know it to be true. I mean, I love God. I know that there's a place prepared for me in heaven. And I know that my soul is eternal and that my lifetime here on earth is only temporary. And I feel like no matter where you are on the spectrum of faith, and I wish that you would, you know, accept Christ and be born again, you know, so that I could meet you in heaven. But no matter where you are in the spectrum of faith, and judging only by my experience for all the many years that I was agnostic, I did always sense that there was like a scoreboard out there somewhere. Like I always knew that I would, you know, when I was sacrificing myself for the benefit of somebody else, like that I would get a sense of satisfaction from that. I knew there was something good about it. And like I always knew when I did something bad, even if I didn't get caught or didn't have any penalty for it, that it was still bad. And I just had this sense that somewhere out there, I was being, that stuff was being recorded and I would be held accountable for it, and it's like, so since becoming a Christian, and now that I understand how that works, and now that I understand that, I'm just a sinner who by my own works deserves to go to hell and like deserves to go through all this stuff that's happening. I mean, you can't look around. I mean, just look at America, let alone the whole world, right? I mean, how many babies are getting aborted every year? Like you have guys, walking around in mini skirts, reading books to kids, and you got kids getting their genitalia mutilated without parental consent because the government school says that they should. And you look around at all the crazy stuff just in this country, and it's just, if we're under God's judgment, is it not well deserved? The Bible says that in the end it'll be like as in the days of Noah. In the days of Noah, everybody was partying and everybody was living good in a way. They were living by their bellies, but they were living in sin, and they were living self-indulgent lifestyles, and then of course you had Noah, who God told to build a boat, and the people all laughed at him and they all mocked him, and God judged the world, and everybody got washed away in a big giant flood. And so God will not be mocked, and God is being mocked by this whole world. And this was bound to happen. I pray, I wouldn't be doing this channel, and I wouldn't be even trying to wake people up. I would just be preaching the gospel if I didn't think that there was also a chance that maybe we could actually see some change in the world around us. I still think there's a little bit of a chance, but it is gonna absolutely take a revolt on a worldwide scale. And I see that kind of happening. And it's funny because for all the years that I've been researching this, and that I've been, anticipating this to happen. I mean, literally everything and I'm not alone, I'm sure probably half of my audience, you're every day you're waking up and being like, oh, now we're at this point of the thing that I already knew was going to happen, but it's all happening so fast. And what's crazy is when I go back to the old days, and I would always just get mocked, and I would always get laughed at when I would talk about things like microchips or internment camps or any of the stuff that's, mandatory magic potions and all this stuff that now is reality. A lot of those same people that were mocking me before, and I'm not mad or angry about it, but is that a lot of the people that were, on making fun of me before are now suddenly, they're all awake, and they're like, yeah, I'm never going to take it, which is good. And I'm glad they have that attitude. But I'm sure some of you can relate that it's just so annoying that if we could, I feel like we did actually have a chance to actually kind of hold this thing back a little bit, but no one wanted to listen. Anyways, I'm ranting. And I think I'm going to be ending the stream. Amber, is there anything else that you wanted to add? Thanks for handling the comments, being a wonderful wife. On the next show, we are going to go through our slides together. That was another disconjointed sentence I was making before changing directions and talking about something else. We weren't able to even go through the slide presentation together because of how late I just kind of threw it together. And, if you didn't know, how many hours am I gone at work? Too many.
11 and a half.
So 55 hours I'm gone at work a week. And then we got,
I knew immediately.
5 kids.
I'm like, he's gone.
So it's just hard, you guys, but we're trying to make it work for you.
12-ish.
Yeah.
Closer to 12.
Yeah. So please, that's why I need you guys to please share. Please subscribe to my channel. Please share this video. I mean, please, if any of this information helped you at all, or you even appreciated it, then maybe just share it and it could, help somebody else. But it'll definitely help me and this channel. And yeah. Oh, yeah, dude, please.
I know.
Yeah, you guys, please. I appreciate all the support. Please like, share, subscribe, comment, the bell notification, all that other stuff. Smash the like button, bell notification, all the stuff the YouTubers say. We love you guys. I hope you guys have a great night. We're just at 1:20. I'm going to try to keep these around an hour. And we're going to come back next time and continue where we left off and get into the intentionally the destroyed economy and the incoming world currency. Take it easy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Chapter 22. A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches, and loving favor rather than silver and gold. The rich and poor meet together. The Lord is the maker of them all. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. By humility and the fear of the Lord are riches and honor and life. Thorns and snares are in the way of the froward. He that doth keep his soul shall be far from it. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. The rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender.
With only one credit card, the Bank AmeriCard, you can charge almost anything, almost anywhere. The Bank AmeriCard gives you instant credit from Boston to Honolulu, from London to Bangkok. The Bank AmeriCard will soon be coming to Southern Ohio as another service of the Citizens National Bank of Ironton.
The Bell system has recently developed Transaction Network Service.
Thank you.
A service that enables a business to verify credit in seconds. This economical computer communication system uses sophisticated new Bell system equipment. The complex circuitry and high-speed switching systems designed by engineers at Bell Labs help businesses keep bad checks and credit cards in line and help you,
Thank you, sir.
That's it?
get to the head of the line fast.
Daddy, can I have ice cream cone?
Well, why not?
Bank AmeriCard. Think of it as money. Money when you're close to home. Money when you're away from home. Money for unexpected things. And money for those times when cash, and only cash, will do.
The best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I want money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Your love gives me such a thrill. But your love won't pay my bills. I want money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Down 1.7% here, a loss of 37 points or so. Apple shares are just getting hammered this morning.
We're down by between 3 and 4.5% generally across these markets. Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate. We're red everywhere, essentially, down by 4-5%.
Normally bustling streets suddenly quiet. Mass transit systems now free of crowds. Restaurants where reservations are usually scarce now hurting for customers. For millions of American families, plans are changing fast. At least 6 states, including California and New York, banning large gatherings of people.
Now I'm going to sign this, and it's a great honor. $6.2 trillion. I've never signed anything with a T on it. I don't know if I can handle this one, Mitch. We can't chicken out at this point, can we? I don't think so, huh? All right, thank you all.
One of the biggest disruptions, schools from kindergarten to college closing their doors. Parents nationwide now scrambling to care for kids who are suddenly home for the foreseeable future.
I don't have the option just to take time off, so here they are.
The stock market is now down 21%.
Because we're now down 43%.
What in the world is happening on Wall Street?
2-year no yields went from 190 to 166 in the blink of an eye.
On the NASDAQ, everything and more has been completely wiped out.
In America, 2021 has been the year of the Great Resignation, otherwise known as the Big Quit. Millions of Americans are leaving their jobs, over 4 million every month at the moment. It seems the pandemic has led many to rethink what they need and what they want from a job. Michelle Fleury travelled to Kentucky, where people are quitting at a higher rate than in many other states.
What I'm talking about tonight is the impact on the virus and how we're going to end this pandemic. And we're going to talk at all the elements of the bill, beginning Friday, Saturday, and through the week. So, thank you for being here. Got it. Thank you all.
A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches, and loving favor rather than silver and gold. The rich and poor meet together. The Lord is the maker of them all. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. By humility and the fear of the Lord are riches and honor and life. Thorns and snares are in the way of the froward. He that doth keep his soul shall be far from them. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. The rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender. And the borrower is servant to the lender.
You see the way I edited his voice to the beat there? Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to Tales from the Fallen World with Tim and Amber. And I'm Tim.
And I'm Amber. And this is Abel.
Yeah, we got Abel with us right now because, of course, he woke up. Right as we were about to start the show. But you guys, it's great to be with you. And as you saw from the little intro video I put together there, we're going to be talking about the economy on this show, and we're going to be talking about what I perceive to be as the intentional destruction of said economy. I believe that our economy was destroyed by design, and I hope that by the end of this stream, you'll either agree with me or start scratching your head about it. But first things first, you know, I am far from an expert when it comes to financial jargon and language. And I mean, Amber, what do you think about me leading a presentation regarding financial matters?
So it's just funny. I pretty much, control the finances, pay the bills, and
that's her job here.
We ran out of checks, and so Tim went to the bank to get a temporary check the other day, which apparently they just don't have. But he didn't know that you could buy checks from somewhere other than the bank until the other day. And
I told Amber, I was like, funny. The lady there said I could actually buy checks from a website or something like that. I didn't know they could do that. And she just laughed at me and she was like, how do you think people get those vanity checks, man? That's like an old thing. But it's a good segue actually to what we're about to talk about. Because when I went to the bank, I needed to buy a new checkbook because we were out of checks to pay our landlord. And so I said, I need to buy a checkbook. And the lady told me that a checkbook, and I bank at BMO, okay? She said a checkbook costs $40 now, which is obviously ridiculously high. And I was like, $40? And she was like, yeah, it costs $40 for a checkbook. And I was like, well, do you have any temporary checks that I could use? And she said, actually, we don't carry those. so obviously it was clear to me in the way that I think. I was like, oh, they're phasing out checks, which really is a good segue because, you know, when it comes to our economy being destroyed by design, you're seeing right now a phasing out in cash. Do you remember when, you know, obviously I think we just went through our second coin shortage, so-called coin shortage now, right? And for the longest, we've been getting encouraged and we've incentivized to buy things with credit, right? And like this new digital economy that's actually been growing for a long time. Again, in the intro video, I started it out with these commercials, like back when credit cards were a new thing, and the convenience of a credit card, right? And then I cut to a montage of a bunch of people living large and having all this money that they didn't spend for, or that they didn't actually have in the bank, right? The idea of credit. And that's going to play into what we're about to talk to as well. Now, you see, how would I break this down? You know, years ago, I wrote an article for my website, wakingupwisconsin.com, which is no longer around by now, so don't bother looking for it. But I used to publish a magazine and run a website called Waking Up Wisconsin. And I wrote an article about this topic, about the intentional destruction of our economy, that our economy was destroyed by design. And back then, you know, it was an article, it was just mainly based on obvious trends happening in politics and in our government that were clear to see, like, you know, bailing out the banks, you know, and the auto industry. And, you know, every time that there was a social issue or crisis, the government would spawn, you know, 20 new programs that would cost taxpayers X amount of $1 million and never even, you know, sufficiently solve any problems anyway. So it was clear. I understood. And at this time, so I guess this would have been, you know, maybe close to 10 years ago that I wrote this, maybe 9 or 8 years ago. It was just after the election of 2012, because I was like really on that libertarian Ron Paul boat back then. And I understood that when it comes to government spending, you know, every dollar that the government ever spends is your money, because the government is not a business. Like they don't create and sell a product, right? Like the money that they get is brought in by taxes, you know, or by, you know, charges for government services. So it's our money at play. And then you consider where the debt is at now. I think I saw today that it's at 23 trillion right now. $23 trillion is our debt. And, you know, there was a time in America when we were forced to be fiscally conservative, because there was a time that we were under the gold standard. And when our money actually represented a certain quantity of gold, a precious metal that all these nations, you know, throughout the world recognized as a valuable thing. So that's what the currency was based on, right? And when we were under that gold standard, there was still corruption. There's always been corruption. There's been corruption in economy as far as you can go back, you know, but in ancient times and in ancient Bible times, like say the barter system, right? I guess you could steal someone's cows, or you could, you know, but in the end, there was no way to really forge a fake, you know, cow, or there was no way to forge a fake keg of beer or whatever it is that you were using to barter with, right? Because that thing that you were using as a currency actually had a tangible value attached to it, as did American money under the gold standard. It was actually representative of a real physical quantity of gold, which was a precious metal that was recognized as valuable, you know, throughout the world. And it was in 1913 that the Federal Reserve was formed. And I know I'm ranting too much. Let me try to wrap this up. But by the way, and I know a lot of you guys know this, but I have a lot of new subscribers, and there's a lot of people that are just waking up now in lieu of all the, you know, the establishment of the New World Order. Everything's happening now. So there's a lot of new people coming to the table that don't know this stuff. But I might have my dates wrong. I didn't plan on even talking about this actually, but come to think of it, it has to be mentioned with this topic. The Federal Reserve, which I don't know if the year was 1913. I know that in 1913 is when Congress wrote the Federal Reserve Act. Okay. And the Federal Reserve Act was to establish authority to the Federal Reserve to do what the Federal Reserve does. Now, the Federal Reserve, and I don't know if this was in 1913 or shortly before, was established on a place that was called, get this, it was called Jekyll Island. like Jekyll and Hyde, is the name of this island. Don't even know where it's at geographically. And there was like Rothschild, family members there, and John Rockefeller, and Chase, from Chase Morgan, and all these JP Morgan, all these famous banking family executives got together at a place called Jekyll Island. And I know this sounds, stranger than fiction, but just look it up yourself. And they had this big meeting, and they came up with this system, that became the Federal Reserve, which was pitched to the American government as this way that if they were to print and coin money, right? And even though this group of bankers was not actually a government entity, and even though the Federal Reserve is called federal, it's not actually connected to the government in any way. It's a private entity. The Federal Reserve, believe it or not, is a private business, essentially. And they have a contract with our government where the government can buy money from the Federal Reserve, and that money we can use, like, since we accept that those Federal Reserve legal tender notes, fiat money. Fiat just means, official or by decree. So it's fiat money because the government says that it's worth what it claims it's worth. That's where it gets its value from, as apart from being attached to some type of actual tangible valuable thing like gold, right? Or some actual thing in the barter system. So to make a long story short, this happened in 1913, where our money went from a gold standard to the Federal Reserve, to this new fiat money, right? Where it was a central bank. That's what central banking is. The Federal Reserve is like a central bank, where a central bank is who initiates and creates monetary policy. And constitutionally, America was supposed to, our treasury was supposed to overlook our actual, assets and, gold, and all the money that was associated with our economy was supposed to be, an accurate portrayal of what we actually own. I know this is getting really wordy, but just try to hang with me. I read while I was actually going through some of the info for this presentation that I think it was President Andrew Jackson, and I think it was 1835 that he was president, was the only president and the only time in American history where a government actually paid off the national debt. He actually paid off the national debt. But here in 2022, and with the national debt being at 23 trillion, it just can't be done, right? So how did this happen? Even before we had the fiat money, and even before the Federal Reserve, governments would still go into debt. And I don't have time to, and I don't also, like I said, I don't know enough to wax poetic about, how it really has all played out historically when it comes to our economy. But I know that our debt is largely based on something called inflation, which is also known as quantitative easing. And when we adopted this fiat money system, the whole idea was that, America, who with our actual money, which was represented and backed by gold, we're struggling through, a depression, and a recession and a hard economic time, that this would be a way that we could buy a dollar that could be used like a dollar, but we could spend less than a dollar for it as the government. So that way we can afford to buy more money than we actually have, right? And then you pay it back. That's how debt works, right? And frankly, down the line, that's what the income tax became. So when every year when you're paying your income tax, you're just paying off the that inflation. But I'm going on, and I didn't mean to go through all that, but here we are in this situation now, right, where you already have this house of cards. Because one last thing, yes, not only did we go from a gold standard to a fiat standard, right, but somewhere along the line, the American US dollar became the global standard for money, right? So when you have a corrupt system that's built on promises and lies, right, and that becomes, the benchmark for world economy, then you get this like house of cards that's just like hardly staying afloat economically. Okay. So that's something probably most of you understand. And that should, it should just make sense when you look around and see the way that the world operates around us. So what we're about to get into is, tell me I'm not alone, that when this pandemic started and they're closing down businesses, right? Because before this, and you heard that, you know, when Trump was in office, the economy was so great and this and that. Well, listen, our debt has still just continued to climb and climb. All right, and there are prolific economists out there who will tell you that the national debt's not actually a big deal. Some out there say that deficits are actually a good thing. I'm not of that school of thought. I believe that the debt is money that's owed to the American people, but I'm going way too off track. This pandemic, when they started closing down businesses, when they started like forcing us to stay home, right? And then on top of that, they started saying, look, even though we're closing down your business and even though you can't go to work, we're going to make up for the money you're losing, we will just give you all this extra stimulus money, which again, all government money is just your money anyway. So we'll give you back this portion of your money, right? But meanwhile, we're going to start this, you know, pandemic task force, and we're going to start this and that. And just like always, you know, 100 new programs get invented, 100 new, you know, or 1 million new government employees get hired. And then it got to the point where like businesses aren't open, you know, the shelves are going bare. We're just losing all this money, right? So
snowball from there.
Yeah, but it was so obvious. Like even to somebody like me, a relative like layman, when it comes to understanding economics, it was like this isn't a sustainable. You know, like did it not seem like we were just throwing our money away? What? Give me your thoughts on that while I take a drink, because I know I just ranted, but we're going somewhere with this. But I mean, what do you think? Like, what are your what type of government, like what logical explanation could there possibly be
for just throwing money at people?
Like in a time of already being in economic distraught, with already owing all these different governments all this money, with already being so in debt, you know.
Right.
And I don't even want to get into all the pandemic stuff because that's a whole nother show. But it's just that, like, does it not seem to you like the government wants for us to go broke?
What is really going on? I mean, there's no other reason.
Does it seem to you at all like the intention is to preserve our money or not go broke? We're going to get into this because our economy is being destroyed by design, and it's being destroyed by design for a really good reason. And it's like the phoenix, when something gets destroyed, right? And then the new life is created from the ashes of what was destroyed. And it's kind of like this. Oh, great. We went all the way to the end. Can I go to the beginning? All right. You guys are going to get a quick preview of everything we're about to see. This is the amateur niche I've warned you about. It's kind of like the phoenix. Here we go, babe. And that's what you see right here, the symbolism of the phoenix. So this is a cover from the popular Rothschild-owned magazine, The Economist. And this is from the January issue in 1988. Headline, "Get ready for a world currency." And as you see here, you see all this, you know, fiat dollars burning up. And then you see this phoenix coming out of it. He's got a coin around his neck that it just kind of has a Bitcoin look, especially with this cent piece. And it says right here, 2018. Okay. So what is it? 88, 98. So that's 30 years away from when this was written. So here we go. Get ready for a world currency. Get ready for the phoenix. The Economist, January 9th, 1988. 30 years from now, let me get rid of me. 30 years from now, 30 years from now, Americans, Japanese, Europeans, and people in many other rich countries, and some relatively poor ones, will probably be paying for their shopping with the same currency. Prices will be quoted not in dollars, yen, or D-marks, but in, let's say, the phoenix. The phoenix will be favored by companies and shoppers because it will be more convenient than today's national currencies, which by then will seem a quaint cause of much disruption to economic life than in the last 20th century. And what could be more convenient than Bitcoin, right? And these new technologies that are now all over the news today. At the beginning of 1988, this appears an outlandish prediction. Proposals for eventual monetary union proliferated 5 and 10 years ago. But they hardly, and you know what? Let me skip past that. I meant to move right on over here to here. The Phoenix will probably start as a cocktail of national currencies, just as the special drawing right is today. In time, though, its value against national currencies would cease to matter because people would choose it for its convenience and the stability of its purchasing power. Okay. Again, this is 1988 talking about their prediction for the year 2018, the new currency. The alternative, to preserve policymaking autonomy, would involve a new proliferation of truly draconian controls on trade and capital flows. This course offers governments a splendid time. They could manage exchange rate movements, deploy monetary and fiscal policy without inhibition, and tackle the resulting bursts of inflation with prices and income policies. It is a growth-crippling prospect. Pencil in the Phoenix for around 2018 and welcome it when it comes. And so before I first saw this, I don't know, maybe like 6 or 7 years ago, and cryptocurrency was already a thing, but it wasn't as popular as it is now. And, back to when I wrote that article that I prefaced when I started talking a while ago, right around that same time, Bitcoin was being promoted like heavily, like within the libertarian community. And I remember on the Alex Jones show all the time, he would have Max Kaiser on and these people that were promoting Bitcoin. And at that time, I don't remember the price of it, but it was so low that even I could have afforded to buy some, and I didn't really have much money. And I know people that did, and that are presumably rich right now. But the reason even back then that I didn't want to buy any, nor did my brother, who was also my partner in Waking Up Wisconsin, was just because even back then, just the way that it was described just had like these such strong implications of this mark of the beast, microchip thing I've been worried about forever. And well, anyways, so 10 years later here in, 2018, let's just read this. This came from it's a blog site called goodaudience.com, but it's a popular one. It's one of the first ones that pops up on Google. We don't know it yet, but 2018 has been the promised year. And coincidentally, this is said, where's the Phoenix at? This is in relation to that 1988 magazine, but it's written in 2018. So let me say that again. We don't know it yet, but 2018 has been the promised year, and coincidentally or not, so it happens to be the year of cryptocurrency growth. Consensus 2018 in New York confirms this growing community. It held over 8,000 attendees compared to 2017, 2,700 attendees. Again, now it's a whole different world. Many have compared the Phoenix to Bitcoin and agree in similarity. From the article, preparing the way for the Phoenix will mean fewer pretended agreements on policy and more real ones. It will mean allowing and then actively promoting the private sector use of an international money alongside existing national monies. Does that not sound exactly like cryptocurrency? That would let people vote with their wallets for the eventual move to full currency union. The Phoenix would probably start as a cocktail of national currencies. This I get onto on the next slide. So I'm going to skip that right now. What is Bitcoin and why it matters? This was written in 2011. Unlike other currencies, Bitcoin, and this is from the Technology Review, Bitcoin is underwritten not by a government, but by a clever cryptographic scheme. And now this is a big point, okay? And this was a big appeal to a lot of people that are invested in cryptocurrency, which some of you watching might be invested in cryptocurrency, and that's fine. And I don't think that cryptocurrency in and of itself is like the mark of the beast or anything. But, for sure, one of the selling points is that, this is a decentralized currency. This isn't run by the central bank. It's a lot of people that own crypto think of it as a way of like that they're sticking it to the man and that they are, sticking it to the Federal Reserve. And though there might be some truth to that in this moment, but I would argue that no, like the government is very much going to eventually control the crypto market as well from a centralized platform, which we're going to get into and I think prove. But also here. Okay, but also, like I said, the Economist magazine is owned by the Rothschilds, and I don't think it's a coincidence that 2018, the year that we should expect the Phoenix, happened to be the year that, the cryptocurrency really boomed. It's not the year it was created, but it's the year it boomed. It's all been planned. For now, little can be bought with Bitcoins. Again, this is 2011. Now everything can. And the new currency is still a long way from competing with the dollar. But this explainer lays out what Bitcoin is, why it matters, and what needs to happen for it to succeed. I'm just going to go ahead and move along because we got a lot of slides. I got to take a quick drink. Let me show you guys this. Take a quick drink out of my mason jar water cup glass. So Amber.
Yes.
So far, you got any? Oops, why did I do that? So far, what are your thoughts about cryptocurrency? And it's fine if you're all for it. I've never asked you.
I don't really know much about it. And like, to be honest, I looked up this like YouTube video on like cryptocurrency for like beginners because I don't understand it really at all. I don't know much about it.
I don't understand the technology, like blockchain. I've read enough articles. I don't understand it. I could describe it, but that doesn't mean I really understand it. You know what I mean? I could parrot what I've read. But okay, maybe I'll keep us right here for a second. These people want to look at us. I'm sure we're attractive. We're a very attractive couple. Okay, so right here, I'm just trying to make the point that despite the last article in 2011, being skeptical about whether or not Bitcoin would blow up, as you see, it has now. Bitcoin will replace the US dollar, says Jack Dorsey. He made a radical prediction as the price suddenly surges. 2021 was huge for Bitcoin as countries and companies worldwide embraced it. From CoinDesk, Market Wrap year-end review, Bitcoin starts off in a frenzy. Business Standard, billionaires are embracing crypto in case money goes to hell. Worth says Bitcoin 101. Could cryptocurrencies eventually replace the dollar? And so here you see it starting to happen. And as far as replacing the dollar goes, right? And let's remember that cover of the magazine, right? The dollars were burning with the phoenix coming out of it. Cash will soon be obsolete. Will America be ready? From the New York Times. When was the last time you made a payment with dollar bills? This is from July 2021, by the way. Some people still prefer to use cash, perhaps because they like the tactile nature of physical currency or because it provides confidentiality in transactions. But digital payments made with the swipe of a card or a few taps on a cell phone are fast becoming the norm. To keep their money relevant, many central banks are experimenting with digital versions of their currencies. These currencies are virtual, like Bitcoin. But unlike Bitcoin, which is a private enterprise, they are issued by the state and function much like traditional currencies. The idea is for central banks to introduce these digital currencies in limited circulation, to exist alongside cash as just another monetary option, and then to broaden the circulation over time as and because of the way that this program works, I can't read what's behind it. Something with cash fades away. They gain in popularity and cash fades away, kind of like the checks that they charge $40 now. And so you see this phasing out of cash, right? And that's not news to you guys either, right? But for a while we were like, well, because it's all going digital. We thought it was all going to the credit cards. That's what we were saying a few years ago. That's what we were saying a decade ago. The conspiracy theorists, when it came, because even back then there was cash was being demonized, and it was clear to see that they were moving this direction. Well, now we see what it really is. It was to introduce the new currency. I would say Bitcoin, but it's not Bitcoin. Bitcoin, like it just said, right? It would be a cocktail of currencies at first, but eventually it would be subdued and regulated from a central bank and government, which is the only reason they're allowing for it to occur. You really think that that the governments of the world are going to allow for citizens to free enterprise and have their own currency that bucks the man? China, Japan, and Sweden have begun trials of central bank digital currency. The Bank of England and the European Central Bank are preparing their own trials. The Bahamas has already rolled out the world's first official digital currency. And this is talking about like federal currencies. The US Federal Reserve, by contrast, has largely stayed on the sidelines. This could be a lost opportunity. The United States should develop a digital dollar, not because of what other countries are doing, but because the benefits of a digital currency far outweigh the costs. And hey, so far, I mean, I'm not here to say there's anything inherently evil about a digital currency. I got a card. That's how I do it too. But this is building something. Here's our Phoenix again. So here I am repeating what we already read. The Phoenix would probably start as a cocktail of national currencies, right? A cocktail. The Phoenix Zone would impose tight constraints on national governments. There would be no such thing, for instance, as a national monetary policy. The world Phoenix supply would be fixed by a new central bank, descended perhaps from the IMF. This is coming from the infamous article, Get Ready for a World Currency, in the 1988 Economist magazine. Do we have any comments? 34? Oh, all these people. Look at this guy says, loving your content. That's my boy, Mega SX boy. You got it right, dude. Sarah Lerner says, I went to a movie and I was not allowed to buy snacks with cash. They gave me a card to give them with cash on it. Yeah, right. I've seen that everywhere too.
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and even like arcades are the same. You can't put money in the thing and get tokens or use quarters. You got to use the card. So is that a conditioning thing? Is that, oh, there's my boy. I don't want to say your real name, but I know it. My friend helped me set up a small mining application on my laptop when it was new. Oh, dude, did you make out good?
He said he forgot about it, and
I
was like, maybe your Bitcoin.
Dude, Solarian, you got to check your wallet, man. Your DigiWallet or whatever they call it. Okay, cool. Thanks to everybody in the chat. So where I left off, just as predicted. Yeah, here comes the government's take on the BitChute thing. Bitcoin. By the way, check out my BitChute. Subscribe there. I'm on Rumble now too, and I did manage to finally upload the Forbidden Film to both platforms. I'm not going to take you through the headache of it, but it turns out it was so simple, and I'm the dummy, if you could imagine that.
Shut up.
FedCoin is not Bitcoin. The Fed's plans for digital currency. Digital currency from the Federal Reserve Bank. It's a matter of when, not if. With the world relying more heavily on digital financial transfers from apps like Venmo and PayPal or outright cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, it's time for the U.S. central bank to enter the fray as well. Do they really enter the fray? Like, you think that the central bank is going to just compete alongside a bunch of, independent, come on. But how will it account for its digital currency? Will administering digital transactions give it too much power? And by the way, what I just said, I know that's how it's operating right now. I'm just saying this is a transitional time we're going through. GovCoins, the digital currencies that will transform finance. Bitcoin 101 from Worth again. Could cryptocurrencies eventually replace the dollar? Billionaires had been dismissing it since inception. However, in the last few months, many are coming to accept that Bitcoin will be around in the future, March 26, 2021. The U.S. is losing the global race to decide the future of money, and it could doom the almighty dollar. From Time Magazine. So I'm just skipping through these because I'm trying to paint a picture for you here. From Market Watch, Rand Paul says, crypto could become the world's reserve currency if government trust fails. This is what he says. Well, I've started to question now whether or not cryptocurrency could actually become the reserve currency of the world as more and more people lose confidence in government. And while I agree, I do see that happening. I kind of think it's happening by design. You know what else? Crypto will become the world's reserve. Even if it doesn't become the world's reserve, like here in the world around us, it's already the go-to money of the new world. You guys know about the new world, right? The metaverse. How Mark Zuckerberg in 2021, came out and told us about how Facebook is turning into Meta, and now it's the metaverse, and how it's like now everybody can just throw on their VR headsets and eventually their VR contact lenses from those of you who are paying close attention and watch the Chipped movie. And you can experience, life in this virtual world, the metaverse. It's really in its, infancy right now. If I'm sure all of you know about this. Cryptocurrency is the money of the metaverse, and the metaverse is the future of our, sadly, society. 15 million merits. Did you guys see this? Black Mirror. I don't know much about Charlie Brooker, who's behind it, but it's my favorite show. I love this. Amber, we love the show.
Yes, we loved it.
It's very scary. And I can't say it about much shows, but you know, this show really could have woke a lot of people up. I'm sure it still is now. I mean, who knows? It's either some inside predictive program. All I know is that every episode of this show,
he stopped making it because like it was starting to seem like reality. Like,
oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
He stopped making you know,
that's
those
right.
seasons because it was like things were he was literally coming true, and it's like this is the world that we're living in. Is these like insane?
Yeah, he's like, well, there's no point to make it now. We're already in the dystopia,
right?
Which was almost like a cryptic way of if like the show was supposed to serve as a warning, which it should have, because you guys should watch the show. I mean, it's 10 years old now.
Right.
And everything that's going on here in the pandemic was, I shouldn't say everything. I use too many blanket terms, but was laid out episodically in the show.
No, and like, remember the one episode with like everyone recording that girl that like she did. It's been so long since I've seen it, but like she did something bad.
Right.
And like her punishment was like people just were like recording her and like she was
following her around.
Right. Yeah. And like that's literally the world we live in. People just pull their phones out instead of helping someone that's being like, you know, attacked or raped.
Well, and here's an episode that you'll remember that, as far as I'm concerned, was just a representation of what the metaverse actually is. 15 Million Merits is the second episode of the first season. It was written by Charlie Brooker and blah, blah, blah. It released on December 11th of 2011. And now there's a lot more to the plot than this. I'm obviously just throwing some stuff together for the slideshow. You can see this dude right here. He's looking at his avatar, and you can't see it here, but like he's in a room that's just surrounded by screens, right? And well, let's just read it. Bing Madsen lives in a room surrounded by screens that wake him up, serve as a video game console, and feature regular adverts. He rides on a stationary bike to earn merits, or cryptocurrency, which he needs to pay for his daily actions. He sits next to Dustin, an obnoxious man who degrades the overweight cleaners as they pass and watches pornography as he cycles. And it's just like this public commons area where they cycle, you know, and a lot of people just openly watch pornography, which, you know, watching it the first time through, I thought was just, you know, like funny, but kind of dark and disturbing. But, you know, honestly, that is the way our future is going. Like, you just turn on the TV now and it pretty much is pornography.
I mean, just look at the Super Bowl halftime where families are sitting down watching half naked.
Yeah.
And their wardrobe malfunction.
Oh, right. Yeah. And you got
it's
like
disgusting.
Grandparents and grandkids and moms and dads, and they're all sitting around being turned on by softcore stuff. I mean, yeah, what a perverted world. And then you'll be like out in the store and you're surrounded by kids and stuff, and like the popular song playing at the store, if you listen to the lyrics, and it's all like, I'm gonna take you in the club, I'm gonna go have sex with you. Practically just being, actually what I just said is super romantic compared to what these lyrics actually say in the regular songs that even are featured on Kids Bop albums.
Right.
Moving on, this is our metaverse. Steve Stevenson says, all of these new digital doodahs make my aging brain spin in circles. And as you can see, Steve Stevenson is an elderly man. And I
understand though.
I totally understand where he's coming from.
I told him anything like dealing with technology or whatever, I just go to you. Like the fire got unplugged the other day and I'm like, Tim, the TV's not working. Can you fix it?
Okay. Let me get back into this real quick, you guys. We'll make it through. Here's from the New Yorker: money in the metaverse. Again, think of the metaverse. Think of the Black Mirror thing I just said. Stalling to take a drink. Mouth feels like I'm eating sand. In a virtual world full of virtual goods, finance could get weird. This is from January 4th, 2022. So we're talking about, what is that? 3 days ago. A new crop of video games categorized as play to earn might give us a sense of where the metaverse is headed. Players of such games are often rewarded with native cryptocurrency, that is, with the game's version of Bitcoin or Ethereum. Unlike Farmville's Farm Bucks or RuneScape's Gold Pieces, which were in-game only, these new cryptocurrencies can be traded off-platform for other cryptocurrencies or government-issued money. Currently, the most prominent play-to-earn game is Axie Infinity, which is frequently compared to the game Pokemon. Characters in Axie Infinity, which I think is how it's pronounced, called Axies, are NFTs or non-fungible tokens, which serve as certificates of ownership for stoned-looking cartoon what is that? Exolol? I'll bet you that RainQuest knows how to say that word. By winning battles with their Axies or selling them to others, players rack up tokens of Smooth Love Potion, SLP, and governance tokens called Axie Infinity Shards. Hang with me here, everybody. Today, on cryptocurrency exchanges, a single SLP token is valued at about 3 cents, and an AXS token is worth about $93. During the pandemic, people in the Philippines have taken to playing Axie Infinity professionally, finding it more lucrative than local employment. They're playing it professionally, finding it more lucrative than local employment. Unbelievable. We believe in a future where work and play become one. Sounds like the utopia, right? The game's FAQ states, we believe in empowering our players and giving them economic opportunities. And again, that Black Mirror episode, 15 Million Merits, what these citizens did every day, all day long, was just ride these bikes and play these games, and the money and the levels that they would win in these games is what they would use to purchase things, most of which were still just digital things, digital downloads and stuff like that. And what's interesting about this is that you could think, a couple months ago, I put out that in the Klaus Schwab saying, in the future, by 2030, you will own nothing and you will be happy about it, right? That's the Great Reset, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, what we keep hearing about this, how everything will just be rented and everything will be communal. And, so what does that apply more to? Like our current economic system, where we have dollars and we have credit cards, like nobody who's going to be happy about not being able to, possess and earn things that they work for, assuming you're still working. But that's the thing. Like, will you even still be working, right? And in one sense, yes, we got this, AI and we got this robotic revolution happening that is going to take a lot of jobs. But sadly, I think it's going to be closer to like the Matrix movies where you're just in some pod somewhere, and just experiencing life, in the digital metaverse. I would have said the Matrix anytime before 2021, but now we got a name for it. My point is well, let me not, I'm not going to even make any more points about it. Let me finish where I was. Aesthetically, check this out. Aesthetically, the metaverse could have the gauzy realism of 2019's The Lion King, which, was like animated, but like had very realistic graphics.
Oh yeah, I went and I saw that with Levi.
Was it Levi or Eden?
Oh, it was Eden. Too many kids.
You didn't make it through the movie.
No,
she had to go.
She was too young.
The aestheticized cheerfulness of The Sims, the pixel art graphics of the 16-bit era, or any other vibe. So if they could aesthetically look anyway. Physically, it will probably be accessed through headgear, VR headsets, AR glasses, contact lenses. Again, holler to all those people watching that shit movie, or simply a computer screen. Financially, it could look something like Farmville, in which players spent millions of dollars on virtual windmills, fertilizer, farm animals, and water, tending to what Alenda Y. Chang, an associate professor of film and media studies at UC Santa Barbara, has called an ecologically absurd landscape in which dying crops would be revived by unwither spray. And sheep produced wool sweaters after eating tomatoes, right? And it's like, are we evolving into this future digital world where instead of living in reality and shearing sheep that you raise because you're a shepherd, you're feeding them tomatoes and they're just pooping out complete sweaters? anyways, you guys, it's just the whole idea of such a sci-fi, such a common, something we've seen fictionalized and visualized so many times, and now it's right here. But it's serious though, right? And here's where we come full circle. How to shop in the metaverse, the cryptocurrencies you'll need to buy and how to get them. Cryptocurrency in the metaverse will allow you to do everything from buying real estate to raising your own digital pet. By Felicia, I got to pull this back up. By Felicia Howe. Okay. Investor Place, 8 metaverse cryptos to buy for a bet on next gen real estate. And this real estate is a serious thing. Like I'm about to show a video and you guys are going to get a glimpse of it yourself. And just see how big this business actually is. And I think it's the beginning of the end, but let me finish the presentation before you think I'm being hyperbolic. If you were watching crypto at the end of 2021, you know that the metaverse is set to be huge in 2022. The trend of virtual socialization rose meteorically over the last several months, leaving some astonished by the idea and others still scratching their heads. The latter group, the one scratching their heads, is likely the larger one, hesitant to adopt this new way of interacting, which seems foreign, complicated, or both. Still, they will come around. Yeah, they'll have no choice to. Or they'll be gone because they won't take the mark. The phenomenon seems to be more than a passing fad. With that said, though, investors may be running into trouble when seeking out metaverse cryptos to buy. Okay, and the idea is just that crypto is the money in the metaverse. And I put together another little video to kind of paint a picture of what this really looks like. Check it out.
So try to imagine seeing your everyday life through a lens that combined the environment around you with any variety of virtual reality widgets and labels and news blurbs and icons inserted to your field of view. That's a crazy thought, right? But now imagine how much different your perception of things may have been had you been experiencing your life through this lens since childhood. And instead of running freely through the fields and exploring the mysteries of your backyard like your grandfather did when he was young, you are instead alone in your bedroom, distracted under a constant barrage of entertainment and information. You know, and you have some friends, but they're also alone in their rooms being showered in entertainment. And most of your interactions with them would be made on social media, and some of your friends may have never even met you in the real world. Heck, some of your friends might just be bots. And if you haven't noticed, this coming so-called normal lifestyle that I'm describing is not a far stretch from life as we know it here in 2020. I mean, already our culture has slipped into a state of voluntary isolation as our beloved technology grows more and more immersive. And I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here. I mean, everybody already sees the sad trajectory of our society in terms of, you know, warmth and closeness and intimacy and relationships and genuine companionship with others. We acknowledge the death of these things. As if we have collectively decided to abandon these things in pursuit of a more gratifying and entertaining and pleasurable experience in our short time here on Earth. And as a result, we don't really ever talk or laugh with strangers anymore. In fact, we try to avoid eye contact with strangers. You know, you don't want to come off like some kind of weirdo. Just keep your eyes to the ground. You know, and we don't really talk to our friends or family for that matter either. You know, we're quicker to send a text. And even those texts have become less personal. The communication line between us has been degraded to the point that kids now just send digital emojis to one another, you know, in an effort to express feelings which are far too complex to ever be articulated through a simple cartoon facial expression. And meanwhile, everybody is spilling their hearts and their feelings into their computers and their phones and their internet devices, you know, and updating their social media accounts several times a day to vent about all types of things that would really require a conversation to cope with. But instead, you know, we just settle for a thumbs up icon or a care emoji, you know, because we understand that everybody else is busy with their own social media posts that they got to manage, you know. And somehow our tech devices have become the new outlet by which we express our deepest and most passionate feelings. You know, and it's really a sad picture, you know, to see a sea of people who desire to connect with one another, and they're standing shoulder to shoulder, but their heads are all down, and they're fully engaged in their own little digital worlds, you know, and everyone has a million things to say, but nobody's talking, you know, just typing. And what's worse is that nobody on the other end is even going to read whatever it is that you're posting, you know, with not, at least not with the same level of interest that you'd want for them to, because, you know, they got their own posts to collect likes and emojis on. So the question is, what does it look like when you look, 10 years down the line into the future of human communication and expression and interaction in context with the current state of things? Do you remember what I said at the end of part 1 of this video series? That now man has created a new version of life itself. It's called virtual reality. Not virtual fiction, not virtual fantasy, virtual reality. And as we go through this info in front of me, we're going to reconsider the broadness of the intended scope of this technology.
Great. Looks like you need a good wine pairing. Take a look to your right. Your age has already been pre-verified through your profile, so no need to wait for an ID check. Just place the item in your cart whenever you're ready. I'm getting a notification from your connected smart grid. It looks like you already have a full gallon of milk at home. Should we put this one back? Hey, good news, your oil change is done. Your vehicle will be ready at the Tire and Lube Express. I've added the service charge to your car payment. Now for the fun stuff. To electronics. You definitely saved the best for last.
Real estate market isn't on scenic coastlines or in major cities. It's in the metaverse, where a growing number of investment firms are spending millions to acquire digital property.
Owning land now in the metaverse is a little bit like buying land in New York 250 years ago.
Metaverse real estate isn't all that different from property in the real world. It just exists digitally in 3D cities where users can simulate real-life pursuits like shopping, playing games, or attending virtual concerts.
There are houses that you can walk into, there are shops that you can go into and buy things. And this real estate in the metaverse is increasingly for sale.
The idea behind investing in digital land is that once you own it, you can make money by developing virtual property and leasing it out. Right now, the metaverse is an evolving space that comprises multiple digital worlds where users can interact with avatars. Many of these digital spaces appear cartoon-like, while others feel like virtual recreations of the real world. Andrew Kegel is the CEO and co-founder of Tokens.com, an investment firm specializing in cryptocurrency and metaverse real estate acquisitions.
Land in the metaverse looks a little bit like a monopoly board, in that you have these parcels of land and you want to try to acquire as many parcels of land on the monopoly board.
There are only a few platforms where investors can buy and sell real estate, each with their own unique cryptocurrencies. Each platform has a limited number of parcels available for purchase, which is tracked using blockchain technology. In November, Republic Realm, a firm that buys and develops real estate in the metaverse, said it paid $4.3 million for land in the world of Sandbox. It's the largest digital property sale publicized to date.
The whole reason why it is a store of value is because at the outset, each metaverse platform declares exactly how many parcels there will be. So they would be cannibalizing the value of their own holdings if they continued to mint more and more of it. So that tenet of scarcity is what gives the category value.
As in the physical world, location is a major factor to consider when buying digital land.
Areas that are busier or have more visitor traffic, like the downtown areas, the parcels of land that are for sale there would be worth more than those that might be in the suburbs. Once you have this parcel of land, you can use various programming tools to create things like an amusement park, a casino, a museum. You can build whatever you want.
Investors are betting that individuals and companies will spend money on virtual developments like homes and retail space. And as more people join these online worlds, the properties will increase in value.
If you build a mansion, you might sell it to someone who's very wealthy and wants to spend thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars on a mansion in the metaverse. Or if you build a mall or an office tower, you're gonna lease out the space to companies and you're gonna collect rents.
Tokens.com said it paid $2.5 million for tract of land in Decentraland's fashion district. Decentraland is a 3D, decentralized virtual world that was launched in 2017.
The long-term vision is that we want to turn that property that we've purchased there into the Rodeo Drive or the Fifth Avenue of the metaverse. Our goal is to be the dominant and leading metaverse landlord.
Companies pay an architect to design virtual homes or malls and a game developer to build them. Zoning rules limit what and where a company can build in the metaverse. But unlike the real world, metaverse buildings can defy the laws of physics.
So there's a point in the development cycle where it looks nearly identical to real world real estate development. So you hire an architect, you come up with a mood board, you pull images of other spaces and buildings and designs you like, and you figure out what it is you're going to build. And then from that point forward, it actually turns into video game development. So then you hand it off to 3D renderers and then to 3D developers who make it interactive.
So yeah, as you guys can see, you know, this is more than just a cool little video game project we're talking about, or just, you know, the newest, coolest Facebook app or something. When I consider the potential for a system that can be connected through virtual reality or whatever, where you can just live in real time and make real money and spend it on real things. And I combine that first off with my own experience. Okay. I was born in 1985. And if you've watched some of my, I've mentioned this in previous videos, but, you know, I was a gamer, like, I still do, to be honest with you. It's a guilty pleasure, but I enjoy playing video games. I still do sometimes. Growing up, I did it all the time, right? I was a gamer kid. And as I always have to, you know, give the disclaimer, you know, because I know I come on here and I speak my heart to you guys, and I do share the gospel. I'm a born again Christian. I'm here to try to lead people to the Lord, you know, and share my testimony and all that. But I also can't be a hypocrite. And so I feel like when I watched that, because I was hesitating, I was like, dude, do you know what this reminds me of? I'll tell you guys, you know, so me and Amber, we let our kids play video games. I mean, like I said, I play video games. And probably like a lot of you parents out there, I'll bet you if you have a kid of any age, they're hooked on Minecraft. Everybody is now. And our oldest son is like addicted to Minecraft. And it's been a thing lately. You remember when we took it away from him?
Well, we do that sometimes. He'll have breaks because like we've noticed that like and it really is lazy parenting. And like, again, you know, it's just like, I'm just being real here because I've allowed it. Tim has allowed it to happen. It's not our son Levi's fault. It's like,
it's so hard in this fallen world. It's
no, like when he starts like obsessing about it, like sometimes it's all he wants to talk about is Minecraft dungeons, and like, so we have to just like take it away completely. Like no TV, nothing. It's
every day when I get home from work, and I say this kind of bragging, but it is true. And Amber, back me up here and tell them if I'm lying. I'm so beloved by my kids that when I come home from work, they all go, Daddy!
Every day.
Yeah, and they all run up and jump up into my arms, and I pick them up.
And
like,
if I'm
and
not
like,
in their room, they come and find me, and they're like, Dad's home. Like,
yeah.
What?
And Eden runs up and she's like, Dad, Mom, let me look at Mom putting me in a ponytail. And Elliot goes, Dad, Mom said I can have a candy because I ate all my dinner. And Levi says, Dad, the Enderman,
oh my God,
the Enderman gets blown up by the creeper. and all he wants to talk about is but so I can relate to him though, because that again, I
No.
was in my day we had Super Nintendo, regular Nintendo, Sega Genesis. I was still a kid when Nintendo 64 was a thing, and so even back then, like when the games were so much less immersive and impressive than they are now, I would sit there and get immersed in these virtual worlds of these Nintendo 64 games, which pale in comparison in quality, like I said, to the technical ability of these new games. The kids who are as influenced as I was as a kid, like all kids are easily influenced, so I consider that. I think about how my son is. I think about how we're all kind of geared towards wanting to just relax and be entertained. And, it's just so sad to look at the actual specs of the technology being rolled out that's going to allow for people to 100% just shut off the real world that God put us in and turn on let's get back to, let me finish this. Whew, unless there's anything else you want to mention before I jump back.
No, because your mom just hopped on. She was saying,
hi, Mom. My mom's on here.
All she said was, Amber, you look pretty.
You guys, that's my mom. Can you guys show some love to my mom?
She was saying,
wonderful
it's
woman.
true, I have witnessed it, probably about Levi's video game obsession, which is...
And then my wife says, thanks, girl. I took my braids out after work. And she winks. Amber's such a girly girl. And here's Amanda, one of my best friends ever. Hi, Meow Meow. That's her cat. Is Meow Meow like making a mess behind my back?
No, she just jumped on my lap.
Oh, see, I'm in a whole nother world. I'm over here in declining economy world. All right, we're at 1:06, an hour and 6 minutes. So I'm going to try to move through this. Our economy is being destroyed by design. Problem, reaction, solution. So that's a common and commonly quoted thing here in the truther community. Problem, reaction, solution. It's taken from the Hegelian dialect. Actually, it's called the Hegelian dialectic, if you don't know. And it's usually misused, and it's really not the Hegelian dialectic is far broader than just this problem, reaction, solution idea. But we're not going to get into that. We're going to talk about how this relates to my claim here that our economy is being destroyed by design. The problem, okay, is that we're running out of money and that everybody's going broke and that gas is too high and that the economy is falling apart and that due to unforeseeable circumstances, we're running out of money and like all this stuff, right? And the reaction, and again, we've kind of already been over like how many of these things related to the problem were contributed to by people being forced out of business and then just giving away. I mean, I'm not going to go through it again. I hope we're all in agreement here that the government's the problem. Let's just put it that way. But the reaction is people saying, well, I can't live like this. I need money. And even if for the last few generations, we have just been borrowing money we don't actually have, and we have been using credit.
And I hate to say that, like the child tax credit that we've received, like we seriously needed because like you were laid off because of COVID for, like over 6 months. And so I was pregnant and then I went on maternity leave and had the baby. It was hard. So like the child tax credit, like, and our savings, which we blew through. But I mean, thank God we had that. It's like it really was necessary
for
us
works
to stay afloat. But like, why?
Well,
why is it like that?
You might be completely. I mean, if you live in some dictatorship, terrible country, communist country, like you can be completely against how the whole thing operates ethically, but you're still gonna take the handout and receive your food ration. That's just survival.
No, exactly. That's what we needed it.
But I mean, when the name of this channel helps me to never forget, the theme of this channel, which is that we're just in a fallen world. So there is no, even though we're always pointing out, the messed up stuff that's going on, particularly how it relates to the coming Antichrist dictatorship, that I'm not a prophet and I'm not going to say if we're going to see it, but man, are things lining up. Let me move along because that's where we're heading to. But oh yeah, the problem, we're out of money. The reaction, No, we need money. The solution. Well, the solution is we're $23 trillion in debt, okay? And all these other countries are also in debt and are also going broke. And everybody now is crippled economically, right? Because of the pandemic and because of since all this stuff's going on and they've been forced to close their businesses and because of this and that and the other thing and all the, fiat currencies, again, American, the US dollar being the global standard. And I don't like to use the term global, but that's what they call it. And the American dollar being a fiat currency, which has no tangible value based on, real value. We've been through all this before. So I'm just saying the solution is to forgive the debt, right? That's all you hear about. That's the Bernie Sanders. That's the, right. And honestly, this is what's crazy about it is I mentioned before that there's a lot of prolific economists that would tell you our debt isn't a problem and to have deficits is actually a good thing. And we can allocate those deficits to things that serve the people, regardless of the fact that they were created by debt from taxes, taken from people that are already struggling to make ends meet. And the taxes just keep going up because, the government keeps growing while, the middle class keeps shrinking. It's so hard for me to talk about this stuff I can't say one of these words without doing a rabbit trail. So what is the solution? Forgive the debt. Replace it with something new. Let's move on. Pandemic health costs push 500 million people into poverty. Al Jazeera America. The pandemic disrupts health services globally and triggered the worst economic crisis since the 1930s, the World Bank and WHO say. Funny that the WHO would say that, right? It's, the pandemic is what pushed 500 million people into poverty. Right. Did 500 million people die from the pandemic or something? Oh, no, that's right. 500 million people were driven to poverty because they weren't allowed to leave their house. COVID-19 spike worsens Africa's severe poverty, hunger woes. That's from December 24th, 2021, day before Christmas last year. COVID lockdowns plunged nearly 1 million people into poverty, warns think tank. U.S. from CNBC, U.S. small business closures are ticking back towards COVID pandemic highs. April 9th, 2021. Key points, according to a new report from Facebook and the Small Business Roundtable, 22% of U.S. small and medium businesses were closed in February. At the peak in May, I don't want to finish reading. Looks like I chopped off the top of this, but World Bank says the pandemic threatens to drive unprecedented number of children into learning poverty. So what is learning poverty? Well, the COVID-19 pandemic could drive up learning poverty, the share of 10-year-olds who cannot read a basic text, to around 70% in low and middle income countries, according to preliminary analysis from an upcoming World Bank report. This rise is a result from the prolonged school closures and poor learning outcomes despite government efforts to deliver remote learning. I mean, just another rabbit trail we don't even have time to get into. I mean, how many things does this make you want to rant about?
No. We have too many more slides to go over.
It's just, I'm just trying to, but is the point being made here of how all these woes and like all the losses and all the economic struggles and all now,
it's like, then just stop that.
Then stop forcing us to, let us live. Because when we were allowed to live, we were managing to make the money. Everything was fine. Nearly 100,000 establishments that temporarily shut down due to the pandemic are now out of business. This is from September of 2020. More than 97,966 businesses have permanently shut down during pandemic, according to Yelp.com's local economic impact report. 9 million U.S. small businesses fear they won't survive the pandemic. That's what 2021 CBS. Small businesses used to define America's economy. The pandemic can change that forever. Could. Yeah. Small businesses.
Even with me, so I work in a restaurant and it's a family-owned restaurant. It was scary. I was off work for months and it was thankfully the owners pulled it together and were able to salvage the business. It's doing good again, but it was pretty scary for a while. Are we gonna survive this? And then what would I do? I'm a server. That's what I just work part-time as a server.
Well, and what you're going to do about
Where else would I go? Every restaurant is shut down.
Right.
What am I going to do?
Well, what the planners are banking on you doing is continuing to struggle and can be worried about what you're going to do, so that when they roll out the new system, you're going to be quick to take it, you know. And I think about when it comes to the magic potion and all these incentives they gave out, like literally paying people to take it, or you'll win the lottery or anything like that. I won't be surprised if it's the same thing with the new currency, and particularly with the chip, which I'm going to end the slideshow on. Maybe it'll start out with money on it. They're going to do it the same way as they are now, you know. A lot of incentives, a lot of disincentives to not do it. We're going to make your life harder to not do it. And you see that it's like a precedent that's being set with everything that's happening right now regarding the pandemic. But now, as we're going to get into, underneath that, this narrative of a new economy is being brought into the mix of the technology related to the pandemic stuff. And I'm telling you, like, not only is the technology going to turn around and have an economic, use, but the way that the stuff is being forced on the people is setting a model for how the new currency. We don't forget that in Revelation 13, it says that whoever doesn't take the mark will not be able to buy, trade, or sell. Let's move on to this thing real quick. From The Guardian, young people from poorer homes twice as likely to quit jobs since pandemic.
Because they make more.
Right. You make more now, you know, for a lot of people not working than you do working. And when you're in a socialist government, what's your incentive to work anyways?
Actually, my job, they were trying to get people, because we were doing like to-go orders, and they were trying to get people to work. But it was while there was the extra 600 for unemployment, and like most of my coworkers were like, no, I'd be making less. Why would I do that?
Right. Yeah, they incentivize being on the government dole. Right. And it's always been like that, you know, and but yeah, like to really see it in full effect now. Right. And then they force people that otherwise would never probably accept some type of welfare into this situation where you're certainly not going to refuse the stimulus that shows up in your mailbox. And it just, like, as the country burns, as the money stock burns, they're just throwing it out of a helicopter, you know. But it's not to make us broke. It is to make us broke, but only so that they can introduce the new thing. COVID-19, The Great Reset by Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab is the president, the chairman, whatever. He started and runs the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum being a think tank and group that I study closer than almost any other group. I literally am subscribed to their newsletter, and I always because if you want to know what's coming in the future, all you got to do is follow the World Economic Forum. And it's similar to the United Nations. And I can't help but think about the biblical connotations, you know, of there being the Antichrist sitting over the whole world, and this whole idea of a one world government and currency. And you have the World Economic Forum and blah, blah. Anyways, there's a little quote. The pandemic represents a rare but narrow window of opportunity to reflect, reimagine, and reset our world. And that's the attitude that, that you see presented from all these elitists that are in influential places of authority concerning this type of stuff. They're all talking about, we have to seize this opportunity, and what's being presented to us by the news as a terrifying, and debilitating, traumatic, event that we're undergoing is also the framework and, the, what would you even say, I guess, the foundation from which we can build something better. And I'm reminded of, I don't remember which politician it was that said almost a decade ago that what we need is a new world harbor, and to never let a good tragedy go to waste.
Okay, Amanda just said her sister's high school is offering them a $50 gift card to get vaccinated.
Okay, so
high school.
Amanda's sister's high school, they're giving these kids $50 if they get vaccinated, which is crazy because that's high school.
$50 a lot.
So that's a kid. You'd
kid.
think that it would be the parents deciding and undergoing that, but no. Now the kids can actually make money if they could talk their parent.
I'm sorry, that's just it made me sick to my stomach.
Don't like it. This is just an image of what's called what they refer to it as the map. And like I said, I'm subscribed to the World Economic Forum, and I'm actually going to do a live stream where I'm just going to go through my emails from them. And that way you guys can also see into the same crystal ball that I look at, and you'll understand exactly what's going to happen over the next decade, because everyone making it happen is publishing exactly what will happen. And they're doing it all through, these think tanks that are all amalgamated and compiled here through the World Economic Forum on this map. And I wanted to put more screens in there. I wanted to show like what it's actually like to flip through the site, but it was too hard and I didn't have time. But so that'll be for another show. But just know this, that when it comes to cryptocurrency and that when it comes to economics, just like you see the Great Reset here in this middle blue thing, that's one of these surrounding web of titles. One of these ones is related to that. And you click it and you're going to see an equally expansive web of stuff. And each one of these will lead you to like 50 plus articles. So it's really a rabbit trail. But for those of you who know, if you know, then you know. If you know what this is and you've seen it, then you already get it, right? And you already understand why I know what I'm saying. If you haven't, we're going to get into it real soon. So now we're moving on, okay? Yeah, metaverse. We have crypto. We have the dollar being intentionally destroyed. Here comes world's first payment chip that can be implemented under skin, launched by Polish-British startup in April of 2021. I'm sure you heard about this in the news. A Polish-British startup claims to have created the world's first microchip implant that can be inserted under the skin and used to make contactless payments at any card terminal. I believe that one day implants will be as popular as payment cards, what's-his-face said, who is the founder of London-based Walletmore, but hails from the Polish city of Lublin. He told Notes from Poland, blah, blah, blah. Our payment implant cannot be forgotten or lost, he told him. This means that unlike a standard payment card, it cannot end up in the wrong hands. It will not fall out of our wallet, and no one will take it from there. The implant cannot be scanned, photographed, or hacked. So I know I'm jumping all over, but here we are on the chip now, which already, as you just saw, and as everybody's been predicting forever, but now the product exists, right? That this new system where through a chip you can access your banking and your money and all that. And if you didn't pay attention to what he was just saying, he was saying one great benefit of this is that people can't steal, people are stealing credit cards. People are losing credit cards. If you remember when they put the chip into the card.
How safe could it possibly be? And like
Amber,
really?
How many times since we've been married has my card been hacked?
I was just going to say every couple months we have to get a new debit card because we get hacked.
It's hacked.
Or not every couple months, maybe once or twice a year.
It's
a lot.
It's been numerous times.
And it's a whole thing because I have to change all of everything. It's so annoying. And if you've had your account hacked, you understand, it's annoying. It happens way too much.
Exactly. And so, but I believe just like the checks being phased out and just like everything else, those hackings and all that. See, this is another excuse that the microchip payment system is going to be hinged on is identity theft. Identity theft is such a big problem. Don't get me wrong. I know identity theft is real. It is, I know how to do it. I've never done it, but I know how to do it. I know what it is. So they're going to say, well, that if you can just get that thing inside of your body, how could anybody steal it then? But that reminds me, if something's inside your body, right, that could be hacked.
So if it does get hacked, you have to get a new chip. What happens if that?
Well,
happens? You know what I mean?
If it does get hacked, think about this, Amber. If it does get hacked, let's skip the chip. That would be good for a song. Let's skip the chip. Let's talk about Neuralink, Elon Musk's chip that goes into your brain that has all these micro wires or fibers or whatever they call it. And now with this Neuralink, supposedly you could control a computer. A coworker was commenting about this to me today. But you could control a computer with the Neuralink, right? You could control a robot. You could answer a call, right through your brain. Well, if you can control the computer, maybe the computer could control you. And you're putting something into your body where you're now this transhumanism, you're now connecting to the computer, which is the system that's coming in. Man, have we gone off topic? But yeah, so the chip is here now, right? And I think on two of our last, I think on at least half of our live streams so far, I've keep bringing up Chipped, my famous movie Chip. But
it's a good one. I mean, like
it's just that what, and on this topic, and as I watch this stuff unfold, you got to think, like, it wasn't that long. Like, the movie came out maybe a year ago or whatever it was. I started making the first one like a year, I don't know, but it was post-pandemic, but it was pre-metaverse, let's put it that way. And like the research that I did when coming up with that, and then now watching things roll out the way they are, it's just so surreal because, it's, but then again, so is the entire pandemic situation. And again, I know you're all feeling me out there. All three quarters of my audience are just like me. And you guys have been like preaching this back when maybe there would have still been a chance to turn it around. But here we are. And suddenly now people want to listen. I hope it's not too late. I'm only doing this on the presumption that maybe it's not too late, but it sometimes feels like it is. Let's get back. Yeah, so he says it can't be photographed or hacked. I just wanted to mention how that's going to be another big incentive. For now, the implant connects to a mobile application operated by Bulgarian fintech company iCard, which is used for topping it up with funds and contactless payments. I put this all on here because I wanted. Okay, however, the company's long-term goal is to develop new functionalities, such as providing identification and key cards, which will be integrated into a single proprietary mobile application. To back up his claim of being impossible to hack, he says that its implant cannot be scanned or copied and lacks a CVV number. Moreover, it does not transmit radio waves or have a GPS, which would allow for location tracking. The product uses near-field communication technology to allow for short-range contactless payments. As a standard payment wearable, it should work with every terminal processing contactless payments worldwide. And I put this on here just to make the point that even though like this is this new thing being introduced, notice how it will work with all of the contactless processing terminals worldwide. Why do you think that we already have all these contactless processing terminals worldwide? Is it because it's that convenient to tap your smartphone on the thing? No, this is all conditioned.
So Solarian just said, which was kind of amusing. He said, wait, can't be scanned or hacked, but scan this to pay for things. Which is like funny.
Right,
because
yeah.
it's like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, the hypocrisy of it.
right.
You can apply that to every single rule that's changed in the time of the pandemic, which we all occupy. Me and Amber joke about it a lot. Like, when you go to your favorite restaurant right here in the pandemic world, and you walk up and it says, due to Corona, you can't use the right door. You got to use the left door.
Oh my gosh. I tried to get a salad at McDonald's a couple weeks ago, and they were like, we don't have salads anymore because of COVID. And I just like laughed because it was like, what?
Yeah, and they don't understand either. That's just what they're told.
It was like a 16-year-old,
or it's like
kid
it's like
she's just saying what she's supposed to say.
Due to COVID, we're going to be closing at 9 p.m. instead of 10 p.m.
Like,
which is also so backwards because again, it's like, wow, so you guys are losing out on all this, business. You just got closed down for all this time and now you're shutting down hours. But how much of that is controlled by the CDC or government for all I know?
Right.
Okay. He says here, his research shows that where people are more conscious about wearable technology, such as in Scandinavia, the UK, and Switzerland, up to 15% of adults are willing to use implants. There are few qualms here about whether the device spies or monitors its users, says the guy. Okay, so here he is saying, like, admitting up to 15% of people in these three countries are willing to use the implant because they're not worried it's going to spy on them. Does that mean that what is the math on that? 85% wouldn't want to use it because they're afraid of it spying. By contrast, in Poland, that figure is only 5%. Conspiracy theories related to the C virus do not help because some suggest that the vaccines contain microchips, I said the V word, that serve to control people. More than 4,000 people in Sweden have had the chip sewn under their skin by 2018. Ooh, the year of the Phoenix, reported NPR. They are used for making payments as key cards and to monitor health. However, they have so far operated in specific closed environments such as individual workplaces, blah, blah, blah. So here's a microchip, again, that's related to currency. But how about this? Now, this was all over the news. C19 in Sweden, a V passport on a microchip implant. And Amber,
yeah,
the magic potion passports. Again, we're talking about setting precedents and we're talking about conditioning for the new normal. Show your papers, that whole thing, you know. And now we live in Wisconsin. I work in Illinois,
and it's calm here. We live 10 minutes from Illinois. Tim
Right.
literally works there.
Yep.
And
in Illinois, you have
crazy
to.
there. It's crazy.
You have to show a passport to pretty much do anything. Which again just reminds me, you know, Revelation 13, can't buy or trade. COVID-19, blah, blah, I said that. Microchip implanted in your skin could be your COVID vaccine passport. Damn it, I keep saying the word. I said the D word too. Swedish startup Epicenter, here's what you were talking about, unveils rice-sized microchip implant that stores your magic potion passport under your skin and is read with technology used to take contactless payments. Look at that. Swedish startup company. Now, this is the one. They're all talking about the same one. This is the same Swedish one, but they're all talking about passport, which, don't get me wrong, that's shocking and newsworthy. But no, it just says right here in this headline that that is read with technologies to also take payments. I'm just saying that connection there. Is this not the Trojan horse, right? Here you have this problem, reaction, solution. Here you have this situation, which because of this, you should take this microchip to be your passport. It's going to be so much more convenient. And we said in the last episode, as opposed to this bulky laminated passport that you got to hold.
Dude, and it's like huge. It's not even like it's business card sized or, you know, it's like huge.
Yeah, it's inconvenient by design.
But no, like even so the chief disruptor officer from the epicenter was saying, like, all right, this is what it's being used for now, but next year they want, like, there's so many possibilities. They want like medical records, like payment methods,
right?
You know,
this will get you in the door.
You can store all of these things on it, and which leads me back to like what we were just talking about is like, how safe is that? Like, you know, can it get hacked? Like, meaning, can it get hacked? Potentially. I mean, probably. You know, we're in the year 2022 and we get hacked, like,
we get hacked all day,
fairly regularly. Like, I don't know, just like how safe is that? And like also just how crazy. What a crazy time to be here.
Oh, yeah, that's what you guys are talking about. Yeah, totally, Sarah. I know, it's weird. And I don't harbor resentment against people that disagree with me about this stuff. It's just so sad to watch people, you know. And frankly, you know, my whole family was sick recently. I do think when this all started, I was one of the ones I try to, I'm always very cautious. I hope that's something you guys have noticed about my channel. You know, like I talk about these conspiracy things, but I do my research, and I never try to just jump out the gate claiming that something is an absurd conspiracy, like, unless I could back it up. And so when all this started, I was actually leaning towards like, dude, I don't even think it's real. Because I wasn't seeing anything happen. Now, mind you, to this day, I still don't think it's certainly not real compared to what is being described to us. But do I put it past the government to, you know, all right, you know what? I don't want to say too much.
I'm sorry. There's so many comments I'm trying to read.
I know, and I just went off on this rabbit thing. I don't want to, you guys, I got to finish this up. We're at an hour 33. There's still more to do. I'm sorry. That's one part about watching our show, is I'm going to start a lot of statements that I never finish because I get ahead of myself. And I could talk all night if I could. C microchip developer says there's no stopping rollout, whether we like it or not. Now, this is related to that same microchip we were just talking about, obviously, only, what did they say? Like in the best countries, in the countries that were most positive towards it, only 15% would want to take it. He's getting all this, backlash, but no, we're gonna roll it out whether you like it or not. The developer of a controversial new pandemic microchip that is embedded in the skin has hit back at critics who slammed the project in an exclusive interview with Express.cu. Whatever. And you know what that reminded me of? It reminds me of, again, back to Illinois, Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot. She tweeted this: to put it simply, if you have been living V-word free, your time is up. If you wish to live as with the ease to do the things you love, you must be vaxxed. This health order may pose an inconvenience to the unpotioned, and in fact, it is inconvenient by design. I am the one that you elected to represent you to the federal government, and I'm the one that you elected to preserve your rights and to protect your rights and to to encourage or to take care of your community. And I am going to intentionally make your life difficult unless you let me do a medical operation on you.
Remember when she mandated the mask, but then she was photographed getting her hair cut without a mask, and she shut down all these non-essential businesses, which salons and barber shops fell into that category, but she was literally photographed getting her hair cut.
I remember Pelosi getting photographed. She did it too.
Her.
Which is crazy because look at her hair.
She doesn't have it.
You're telling me she gets that done? And I'm not a mean kind of guy, but come on, guys, am I right? Get an LOL in that comment.
That was seriously a whole nother level.
Yeah, and I threw that in there because, again, whether you like it or not.
She even was trying to defend herself, I haven't had my hair cut for 3 weeks, and it's also there's literally people that are employed by these businesses that are out of work. That's important for them. That's more important than people, getting your hair cut.
Yeah, it's sad and it's hypocritical that
Yeah, it was.
It's rules for thee, but not for me. And this reminded me of that too. Yeah, French President Emmanuel Macron says he wants to piss off the non-vaccinated. French President Emmanuel Macron said on Tuesday that he wanted to piss off the non-potioned in a slangy. Come on, Amber.
It's the cat.
In a slangy, cutting remark that prompted howls of condemnation from opposition rivals less than 4 months before the next presidential election. The unmagic potion, I really want to piss them off. And so we're going to continue doing so until the end. That's the strategy. I mean, come on. Running for re-election, too. If you live in Illinois, you can now access your V-word passport from your phone. Again, it's just everything is a gradual build. If you guys don't see where this is heading by this point, I don't think you will. Baltimore to explore possibility of a vaccine passport. Damn it, I said the D word again. We need more. I can't, you guys. It is what it is. I told you. I mean, it's a late night show. We need more chips. Now, this is where we're going to end the stream. Actually, I'm going to go through this. Okay. But we're talking about all these chips, right? We're talking about mandates for passports, mandates across the board. We're talking about the guy that's rolling out, these passport microchips saying they're coming whether you like it or not. We're talking about governments of the world that are promoting this cryptocurrency and everything we just went over, right? Well, that's going to take a lot of chips. If you really were to chip everybody, it'd take a lot of chips. And what are microchips anyways? The semiconductors. Microchips exist already in all of your smart devices. In fact, right now we're undergoing a giant microchip shortage, so we're being told, and which is probably true, which is causing problems in the auto industry. And that's why, it's one of the main reasons why there's so much economic turmoil in the auto industry right now, as well as other industries. And let me show you. Engineering your way out of the global chip shortage. Automotive news. The chip shortage is still complicated going into 2022. Can chip makers move quickly enough to solve the chip shortage problem in 2022? 4 critical industries affected by the chip shortage. Because again, they say that due to the pandemic, with everybody being stuck at home, because they were forced to be and using their tablets and using their smart devices and buying more smart devices, that so many chips were used, they couldn't keep up with demand. So now there's such a large shortage on these microchips that they say that we won't be back on top of it till like the end of 2022, or some say 2023 or even 24, right? But what comes along with that is when you're an entrepreneur and there's a shortage of anything, that means that there's a business opportunity for you, right? And that's what this is heading towards, is that you're seeing a push for manufacturers and entrepreneurs to get into the microchip business, start making more factories to make these microchips. We need a lot more microchips for the future, which outside of conspiracy stuff, say they weren't going to do the chip thing, right? We would still need a lot of microchips. It is true that everyone uses devices now, and we're going to this, technologically advanced future. But I think it's worth considering in context with everything we're talking about. Okay, so what industries are affected by it? Semiconductors, aka microchips, or just chips, breathe life into the gadgets that make the modern world possible. From toasters to Teslas, chips are nearly universal components in just about everything with a plug or a battery. Taiwan dominates the industry so thoroughly, according to CNBC, that just one company there controls more than half of the global market share. The auto industry uses them, consumer electronics, appliances, which this is where your 666 chip would fall under, and maybe under consumer electronics and LED lighting. It's probably got light on it too. What is the chip shortage? As the world shut down because of the pandemic, many factories closed with it, making the supplies needed for chip manufacturing unavailable for months. Increased demand for consumer electronics caused shifts that rippled up the supply chain. Orders began to pile up as manufacturers struggled to create enough chips to meet the new levels of demand. A backlog began to grow and grow and grow. Car companies like Ford, I'm going to skip past that. What caused the shortage? Bad decisions, bad luck, and then increased demand. Put those 3 together and you got a shortage, says Lewis. The pandemic caused an explosive surge in demand for devices. People were at home using more tablets. I just mentioned this. Phones and other streaming devices than ever before. And the need skyrocketed beyond what manufacturers could provide. So what's the response now? Problem, reaction, solution. Problem, reaction, solution. Name of the game. $10 million grants awarded for semiconductor manufacturing in Central Florida. This is from January 7th of 2022. What is that? Today. $10 million grants to manufacture microchips. India outlines $10 billion plan to woo global chip makers. New Delhi, December 15th, 2022. Or 2021, I'm sorry. India has approved a $10 billion incentive plan to attract semiconductor and display manufacturers. Its technology minister said on Wednesday, as part of a deepening push to establish the country as a global electronics production hub. Under the plan, India's government will extend fiscal support to up to 50% of a project's cost to eligible display and semiconductor fabricators, the government said in a statement. Exclusive. Italy, Intel, the Intel of Italy, intensified talks over $9 billion chip factory inside a local microchip factory, looking to expand production amid global shortage. Published 9 for September 16th, 2021. I read the article, by the way. This was getting too long. I decided to take it out and just show the headlines. This was going to be a whole nother section. Intel is spending $20 billion to build 2 new chip plants in Arizona. Intel announced on Tuesday that it will spend $20 billion to build 2 major factories in Arizona. The news comes amid a worldwide chip shortage that is snarling industries from automobiles to electronics, and worries the U.S. is falling behind in semiconductor manufacturing. The announcement signals that Intel will continue to focus on manufacturing microchips. And here we are closing it all up.
Wait, I still wanted to talk about Chicago.
Oh, go ahead.
I missed.
Okay.
No. Okay.
She wants to talk about Chicago, babe.
No, I missed
Talk about
it.
Chicago.
I missed it because I was like commenting and okay. So I just want to say that like there's a lot of states that have really cracked down.
I gotta get
like,
some more water, babe. No offense.
They
not say rude.
Are like requiring like passports, and you can't go out to eat or like do anything without them. So like I'm a server. I work in Wisconsin, but where Tim and I live, it's kind of like in the middle of between like Milwaukee and Chicago. So like where I work, it's like a little over an hour drive to Chicago. So not too far, and I work in like a pretty touristy area, so we constantly have people from Chicago coming. So like tonight I had this couple, they came in, they were wearing masks, and they sat down and they were telling me like, we're from Chicago, we just walked in, we noticed like no one was wearing masks. We wore them because we weren't sure what the restaurant's policy was, but like we walked in and nobody was wearing a mask, and it was just like so refreshing. And it was just crazy to me because like the town that I work in, so my restaurant was closed down for a few months at the start of everything, and then when we reopened, we did start out like wearing masks, but we stopped like immediately because.
Did you guys? Was it like you got to wear your mask when you walk to your table, but then you can take it off when you get to your table?
Yeah. Which was so silly, and like thankfully I work in like a small family-owned restaurant. Like thankfully the owner, he recognizes how silly this whole thing has been, and like he kind of did the mask thing to like appease our customers because like I don't know, I could like get into a whole thing.
Well,
but,
he doesn't want to lose his business. He's also like turning on the TV.
And we were closed for months,
right?
And like
he needs to make money.
Well, so anyways,
they had us.
It was so crazy to me, and like we get a lot of people from Chicago, and like we live like 10 minutes from the Illinois border.
Right.
And we just recently went to this this like water park in Illinois with the kids. And it was ridiculous. Like I would seriously step out of our room and I'd have an employee like shoving a box of like masks in my face. Because obviously
they were so like
I don't wear a mask
paranoid about it.
Unless I'm asked, and like also I feel like if you require it, you can provide it for me. I'm not gonna go spend my money on this face diaper. Like
so as long as this mask thing's been going on, I've been like carrying one in my pocket when I go into establishments because I got to walk this weird line because you know, as a Christian, and as somebody that's honestly motivated by like I want to be Christ-like, and it doesn't bring me joy. I'm a different person than I used to be. Like I don't want to break rules. You know what I mean? Like
but like no, it's a fine line between like breaking rules and like doing what you know is right.
Right, because you know what?
And through this whole thing, I've only been asked like twice.
Well, that was the point I was going to make. I always got one with me, and I've told myself, you know what? If the business, like if someone asks me to please put on a mask, I'll just go. I'll say, oh, okay, and I'll pull out a mask and put it on, and then and I'll just put it on. And then they'll be like, oh, he had one all along, right? And like when I first started Fallen World Films, and like I made those protest masks, which I still like. They were masks that said stuff like, you know, today it's the mask, tomorrow it's the mark. And I wanted to, I was trying to turn the thing around, but then it was kind of weird because then I felt kind of guilty. Like, am I profiteering off of a mask or something I'm against? And I don't know. But you know what? We're going too off on the thing. I had this punchline. Two of them, as you know.
Okay. That you never were able to use because
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. No, first off, with the masking, no one ever asked me. I never had to put one on. No one asked.
Twice.
We're in 2022 now. This all started in 2020, and it's like, as long as this has been going on, I've been wanting someone to say, "Hey, why aren't you wearing a mask?" like I see happening on the internet, so that I could say, oh, the same reason I'm not wearing shackles, or, oh, the same reason I'm not wearing clown shoes, or something like that. And like, I have all these lines that I want, but I've never been able to use them because nobody actually ever says anything to me. I'm sorry, so I didn't mean to take that away from you. But what was it you were just talking about before I went on that thing?
I was talking. I don't know about the ridiculous mask thing.
Don't anybody leave, because I got one more treat for you before we wrap it up. But before I finish off these slides and show you guys one final little treat, but let's just see right here what's going on. God bless you both. First time viewer here. Oh, cool, James. Dude, I like your profile picture. Look at that guy. You're someone I want on my side when it goes down, boy.
Right.
Thanks for joining, man. Hope you subscribe. Hope you stay in touch. We try to be a friendly community, and yeah, I'd love to have you. Thanks for being here. Love Solarian Rain Quest, dude. You already know that.
He's my boy.
Sarah Lerner's popped in a couple times too. Sarah, thanks for being here. I also want to call out Renee, who I know isn't here. But I know she'll probably watch this at some point. Renee, got so much respect for you, and I just appreciate your support so much when you watch this. I really do. Okay, so everything that we just went over, right? The economy is being destroyed by design. The economy is being destroyed by design so that we can be presented with the new economy. The new economy seems to be at least based on the technology of this cryptocurrency. The cryptocurrency technology is blockchain. Metaverse comes along. Metaverse operates according to blockchain. And then now you have the chips coming in, right? And it's the classic conspiracy. But now it's just that it's actually materializing in the real world. Okay. And for those of you out of the know, Revelation 13, verses 16 through 18 says, "And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. And we're going to leave you guys with a really kind of creepy example of what I think that verse might be referring to. No profit. If you guys haven't followed me for long, you're probably aware of this. If you've seen the Chip movies, you definitely are. But here you go. Let he who hath wisdom count the number. WO 2020-060606, cryptocurrency system using body activity data. I don't want to be redundant, and I'm about to play this. But WO 2020-060606, now that's the publishing number attributed to this product being proposed by none other than Microsoft, right after Bill Gates stepped down from his office there, right before the pandemic. The product is called cryptocurrency system using body activity data. And if you can see this diagram, you see right here that the guy down here, that's you, okay? 145, you're the guy. And you see sensor and user device. But you know what, Amber? Let's just show them the thing. Hey, we love you guys. Thank you for joining us tonight. And watch this and video and check us out on the next stream. Stick around in the comments. We're going to keep talking.
Eric just asked what time you all come on and days.
Eric, we're still kind of figuring that out, bro. Because we're amateurs, and so far we've been doing it on Fridays pretty regularly. I want to do it at a specific time every week. But I'm gone a lot at work through the week.
Schedule and the kids, and it's hard. I think Fridays would be good to try.
We're going for Fridays, and it's probably, I wouldn't mind going a little earlier, but it's probably going to be 10 at the earliest. And that's because
I work Friday nights. So
right.
I don't get home till later. So, but I mean, you obviously could do it.
Cassie Breeden says, hi there, new here. Hey, Cassie, thanks for joining. Hope you enjoyed the show and hope to see you next time. Do you think they could be doing this just to freak Christians out? I've had that thought. It's a weird balance because, you know, like when you get into the ancient Babylon mystery schools and when you get into the way that these secret societies and occult stuff work, it's all Gnostic, right? And Gnosticism is where, like, you know, they'll attribute biblical truths to things like astronomy, right? And stuff like that. And so to make a long story short, you know, everybody knows that the Freemasons have so much control over the world that we see around us. I mean, particularly here in America, you know, like they built it and their members are initiated in all the necessary roles to administer over our country, right? And it's been, I think, in fact, Manly P. Hall, who was a Mason himself, like one of the most famous ones who wrote a lot about this stuff, kind of discussed that about how there's a duality when it comes to, how do I want to even word this? Of course, the Freemasons describe Lucifer to be the actual architect, right? And I don't want to go too far off on this, but I guess the point I'm trying to make. So yeah, when you got your signs and symbols, when you have these agendas playing out that seem to mimic, you know, biblical prophecies, the question is, are these biblical prophecies unfolding? Is it possible that those in charge are just trying to mimic those prophecies for the purpose? You know, I think that's what you're referring to here. And I don't know, but it is a thought. But even if they were doing it just to freak Christians out, I believe in the end that would be them being used by God to fulfill his prophecy. You can't get away from the prophecy. It's going to happen. Those who enable it, or those who practice it, might not understand what it is they're participating in. I think that a lot of people that are building the New World Order, a lot of people that are ushering in the Antichrist, are motivated by nothing more than power, greed, money, you know, the temporal, monetary things that motivate most of us. And they have no idea that they're actually instrumental in, you know, bringing about this Antichrist kingdom. There's others that do know, and you know, there's straight up Satanists that are sacrificing people, and then there's those that are involved in those circles and don't even give a second thought to what it might mean. But the devil doesn't care, so long as you're doing what he wants you to do. James is over here saying, also, there is no pre-trib rapture, fake doctrine created to pacify lukewarm Christians. You will go through tribulations in your life. Totally agree. I also think that the pre-trib rapture is kind of a scary prospect for that. When the Antichrist comes, the Antichrist is going to present himself as a like messianic figure. And there's going to be a lot of people that haven't studied to know themselves approved that, you know, the Bible says that the Antichrist will be so cunning that even the elect would believe if it were possible. And so I think there's going to be people that were raised to believe just like vaguely in the church, you know, Easter Sunday, Christmas Sunday Christians who are like, well, it's like the Left Behind books, you know, like I'm going to disappear before the tribulation happens, right? So when the tribulation actually happens, like very well is probably happening now, or at least could be, and this Antichrist figure comes, right, say that they're wrong about their pre-trib rapture thing, then they're going to think this is the return of Christ because he's going to present himself as that, you know. And so if you're expecting for Jesus to come back before the Antichrist, but by the way, when Jesus comes, he destroys the Antichrist. So you don't got to convince me of that. You know, in fact, so there's the Jewish, a lot of people don't like him. A lot of my subscribers, some of my subscribers even thumbs down me, the like super anti-Zionist ones. And I'm as anti-Zionist as the next guy. If you're talking about real Zionism, and I don't like any of that satanic, you know, what do they call it? The synagogue of Satan. I'm not for it, but I also don't think that every Jewish person is part of some evil conspiracy or cabal. And I do think that the Jews are God's chosen people. And I do also think that the Jews of the Bible maybe are different. I'm probably saying too much. They're going to pull this thing now, so I can't talk much more about it. Probably said too much. Why am I even talking about that? This is a terrible way to introduce the guy I'm trying to actually speak well about, which is Dr. Michael Brown, who I love. And so he's a Christian apologist, but he's a Jew. He's a Messianic Jew, Messianic Jew. And he's a famous apologist, right? And he kind of aligns with like the charismatic denominations, even though he's very biblically sound and theologically sound. Well, anyways, just today he had a really good call-in special about defending the pre-trib rapture. That if you don't know who that is, James, you might enjoy it. But also I love Good Fight Ministries and Pastor Joe Schimmel and Chad Davidson, and they have some really good stuff about that as well. So I'm going to be ending this. You're live. You should beat the algos. Oh, really? Thanks. I hope so. You know, that's so weird with YouTube. It's like you try to speak the truth. You finally get comfortable, and then you're like, oh yeah, this is forbidden information I'm not supposed to talk about. One last plug for the forbidden film, since I said the word. Listen, I love you guys. Thanks for coming on the show. Amber, is there anything else you want to say before I send them off with the video?
No, just thanks for everyone who joined and commented. I really enjoyed talking with everyone and hanging out with you guys.
So please join us next time. And here we go. As it says, that no man might buy or sell save he that have the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Check this out.
Covered the topics of digital identity and virtual reality and how all these things kind of fit under the umbrella of this coming microchip revolution. We finally arrived at the last example of creepy technology from Mr. Gates' portfolio. And it's not actually a product, at least not yet. It's merely a patent application that was officially filed by Microsoft shortly before Bill's departure. And the technology that's described in this patent, it seems more like an excerpt from the book of Revelation than it does a viable product that could soon be available for use. But alas, here we are, and this is real. So what you're looking at here is the patent application for a new product being developed by Microsoft, titled Cryptocurrency System Using Body Activity Data. And your eyes are not tricking you here. The publication number is WO 2020-060606.
Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666.
And now it just so happens that for unrelated reasons, I have recently learned a lot about patent law and intellectual property, as well as patent filing procedures. And I can tell you that this publication number is assigned by the USPTO office at the initial time of publishing. The WO here stands for World Intellectual Property Organization, and it's short for WIPO. 2020 stands for the year that it was published. And now the 060606, which could also be mathematically phrased as 666, well, that's anybody's guess. I mean, I would assert that he who hath understanding should note this particular number, because look at what it's attached to here. Because based on the description and title alone of this product, we're looking at the first stage of what could become a new economic system by which money is directly attached to the individual, and the individual is directly attached to the larger system. And then, as if our lockdown hadn't dismantled our cash-based economy enough, then they hit us with the alleged coin shortage, and all the major companies began promoting pay-on-your-phone apps and other clever options to discourage cash and to encourage credit. And then at this point, you're just buying things with membership points and reward vouchers. And so if you even have as much spiritual discernment as a jellyfish, you could probably make the connection between the advent of this cryptocurrency and the coming mark, which will enable mankind to spend and receive money directly to their identity, without ever touching a coin or opening a wallet. And as this documentary series has hopefully sufficiently demonstrated, there's only one contender for this future utilization of these interpersonal technologies, and it's a chip. It could be in your hand, it could be in your brain. Eventually, people will probably have both. Because as the remaining pieces of our lives and history are systematically digitized and then stored into this worldwide web, or perhaps this worldwide spider web, a permanent connection to this online world will eventually become a necessity, and then it will become a requirement. So let's look at this together. So the description reads as follows. Human body activity associated with a task provided to a user may be used in a mining process of a cryptocurrency system. A server may provide a task to a device of a user which is communicatively coupled to the server. A sensor communicatively coupled to or comprised in the device of the user may sense body activity of the user. Body activity data may be generated based on the sensed body activity of the user. The cryptocurrency system that's communicatively coupled to the device of the user may verify if the body activity data satisfies one or more conditions set by the cryptocurrency system, and award cryptocurrency to the user whose body activity data is verified. So patent language can be pretty difficult. It's intentionally ambiguous for the purpose of covering a broad scope of ideas and options and potential variations that the inventor may choose to add later on in the development process. But as you pick through this description, it's saying that this will be a system that financially rewards the user for completing unspecified tasks. And if you read through this entire filing, which is pretty big, it does include some examples of these tasks, which include watching an advertisement or listening to a song in full or reading a news article or possibly uploading content to a website. Because I guess in a future where AI computers and robots do the majority of the work, what else are we supposed to do to make a buck, other than sit around being distracted by the media all day? And something tells me that videos like this one would not provide that same monetary incentive. And so people would be rewarded for watching and hearing and speaking and doing the right thing, and consuming specific content. And what is the right thing according to a cryptocurrency mining system? Well, it's whatever pays out. And what pays out in media? Well, whatever's corporate funded. And so in the end, your life becomes dominated by a necessity to consume more and more worldly and sinful content while scoring points towards your social credit score. And I'm not necessarily saying that this describes worshiping the beast, but it certainly fits my understanding at least. But finally, does this patent have anything to do with a microchip or a mark of some kind? Well, to be honest, I'm not really sure. No, it doesn't mention the word microchip or tag or biochip or anything like that. But it uses something that is only listed with the generic name sensor. And despite the fact that Snopes and other fraudulent fact-checking sites continue to dismiss this possibility, claiming that the patent clearly lists things like smartphones and computers and tablets as examples for the user device. And yeah, you'll need some kind of device with an interface to interact with the system to observe the data from the sensor, but that's the thing. What is the sensor? Let's look at the diagram. Item 130 is the user device, and the user device connects to the cloud network, which connects to the cryptocurrency system here on the right. And then number 110 on the left here represents the task which has been assigned to the user. And the sensor down here is what connects the user to the user device. But as I said before, the patent is cunningly vague in its description of the sensor. So we'll find the sensor over here on the description page and see what it says. Sensor may be a separate component from user device and be operably and communicatively connected to user device. Alternatively, sensor may be included and integrated in user device. For example, user device may be a wearable device having sensor 140 therein. The sensor 140 may transmit information or data to user device. Sensor may include, for example, but not limited to, functional magnetic resonance imaging, scanners or sensors, EEG sensors, near-infrared spectroscopy sensors, heart rate monitors, thermal sensors, optical sensors, radio frequency sensors, ultrasonic sensors, cameras, or any other sensor or scanner that can measure or sense body activity or scan a human body. For example, the fMRI may measure body activity by detecting changes associated with blood flow. The fMRI may use a magnetic field and radio waves to create detailed images of the body, like blood flow in the brain to detect areas of activity. And it goes on. But as you can see, this sensor instrument is pretty intimately attached to the human. So this leaves the door wide open for how this sensor part will actually be implemented. It says it could be attached to a wearable device, or it could be external from the user device. But if it's not a microchip, is it even possible for this thing to not eventually be integrated into a microchip? It's designed to measure every bit of activity from your body. Your blood flow, your heart rate, your muscle tension, concentration level. Come on. And it also interacts with your brain and even measures your thoughts. Look what it says down here. It says examples of body radiation emitted from human body may include radiant heat of the body, pulse rate, or brainwave. Brainwave may comprise, for example, but not limited to, gamma waves, involved in learning or memory tasks, beta waves, involved in logical thinking and or conscious thought, alpha waves, which may be related to subconscious thoughts, theta waves, which may be related to thoughts involving deep and raw emotions, and delta waves, which may be involved in sleep or deep relaxation. So this thing is literally reading your mind. It's measuring your brain activity. And seemingly it's designed to distinguish between raw emotions, like your deepest fears or greatest regrets or anxieties or desires. And I don't know, this thing is getting a little too personal for me. And I think it goes without saying that this thing is also going to be tracking your GPS location as well. But anyways, despite my best research, I can't figure out exactly what this sensor is. However, in summary, if I was a more cynical person, I would say that this all sounds like a plan to enslave humanity, you know? I mean, if we were to go through with this idea, how long would it take before citizens are not only rewarded for conducting encouraged behaviors, but also penalized for discouraged behaviors? I mean, this is crazy, guys. I don't know. It requires more research. And if there was ever something that I'd encourage you to research yourself, it might be this patent. I mean, I've only discussed a small portion of what you'll find in there, and it is absolutely nuts. But I gotta end this video soon because my brain is really starting to hurt over here, to be honest. And so I think that we've covered enough for now, although in reality we've just scratched the surface of what's really going on behind this particular agenda. And frankly, if you're still not concerned about the intentions behind these emerging microchip technologies, even after considering all this information that I just presented, then I suspect you probably never will. Because you might be waiting for the media or the so-called experts to confirm or deny the stuff that I'm saying, and only then will you believe it. Well, that day is not coming, my friend. Because if what I'm saying is true, then the media is largely complicit in all of this. So you're going to get as much honesty from them as a judge gets from a lawyer. You know, do not expect transparency on this topic. I guess you just got to figure this one out for yourself. But if you ever find yourself doubting or questioning if you believe what you're hearing from these so-called experts, just remember this.
That technology doesn't even exist, and he's never uttered the words out of his mouth, so...
Hey everybody, well, don't ask me why, but I feel inclined to get on here and share something kind of personal with you guys, which is that I am in this moment so happy. I'm just really happy right now, and let me tell you why. So first off, I took a half day at work because it's my son's birthday today. My son is turning 6 today. One of my many kids. And so I decided to take a half day at work so that my wife and I can drop the other kids off at my brother's house, and we're going to take Levi out to dinner, and we're going to let him buy some Lego stuff, go Lego shopping. Well, anyways, I get out of work and the sky is blue right now, and there's like snow on the ground, but it's just a beautiful day, right? And for whatever reason, you know, life has its peaks and its valleys, and its ups and its downs. And I'm sure you guys can relate, like every once in a while it just feels good, like life is good. And I'm being reminded of just how blessed I am, and just how crazy it is, the extent to which God has blessed me undeservedly, I should say. I mean, this car that I'm driving in, first off, is a big blessing. We got it for a real good price because it was the car of one of my wife's relatives, and we got it for a real good price. This car only had 30,000 miles on it when I got it, and it's a 2003 Malibu. And it's not the most fancy car, but it's in better condition than so many of the recent jalopies that I've driven around, right? And I'm driving back home. My house is a huge blessing. I just think about over the years all the times that I didn't have a home, you know, and that I was couch surfing or living with a roommate and not really holding up my end of rent, or living back at home with my folks, you know, or getting back on my feet but living in crappy little apartments and, you know, in tiny little houses. And the house that I have now is modest and humble in size, but you know what, it's sufficient for my family, and it's a beautiful home that my dad helped me kind of build. And well, didn't build it, it was pretty much a crack house before we moved in,
But my dad helped me put so much work into that, like redoing the walls and the floors and just fixing the place up. And that was a blessing. You know, my family, my dad, coming from good parents, I'm so blessed to have that as my experience. And so many people that are close to me did not have that experience. And so, man, I got this home, which I co-inhabit with this family of children that God blessed me with, that I created. That has got to be the biggest blessing I've experienced so far, is, bringing new people into the world, and just the blessing of life, and reproduction, watching these kids grow up. And I did this with my best friend, my wife, who is also my best friend. That is such a blessing. It makes me so happy to think about my wife. And it also makes me happy, and here's another big blessing, is that my wife, doing Fallen World Films, which clearly my wife really supports, but you guys don't see behind the scenes the amount of time and effort that it takes for me to do what I'm doing on this channel. It wouldn't be such a big deal, I suppose, if I were doing it for a living, but I'm not. I'm gone over 50 hours a week at work, and again, I got all these kids, and I'm a family man, so on the very little free time I have, with that small window of time that I get per week to do something, that I want to do, I spend the majority of it working on these videos. And so, although it hasn't, my relationship with my wife continues to just be great, there have been moments where we've butt heads over the amount of time I'm spending on the channel and my ultimate vision for the future of the channel. And, we've had our little the fights here and there, I guess. But things have just been so great in my marriage for such a long time now. And now Amber has come to me. She's part of the live streams that I've been doing now. She's my co-host. And that wasn't me twisting her arm into doing it. She wants to do it. And that is such a blessing. I'm so excited about that. Now I'm going to be able to both hang out with my wife and have quality time, also keep the channel up, and we're going to be doing this together. And trust me, you guys, my wife is plenty qualified to be a co-host and to present the same information that I am. She's got to be one of the smartest people I know. And she talks. She's really eloquent and articulate. And the only problem is sometimes it's hard to focus on what she's saying because you're too distracted by how pretty she is. But so, anyways, guys, I could keep listing these blessings. There's that old Christian hymn. Count your blessings, name them one by one. Count your blessings, see what God has done. Count your blessings, name them one by one. Boom, 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 boom. Count your many blessings, see what God has done. Some of the Southern Baptist kind of twang I put on that one. But you do, I count the list just goes on and on and on and on of the ways that I've been blessed, and I just think of, what I've been through in life and some of these jobs I've had, my job being another giant blessing, It's not, I'm not rich, I'm not a wealthy man, but where I'm at right now in the career that God's led me to, and the hurdles that I've had to jump over to get to where I am. I mean, my last job was, I was running these giant hot rubber press machines. They were just like a mix between a CNC machine and a giant oven, right? And all day long, and the environment in this place, it was like this small, just kind of gross place, and the heat in there was just nuts. It was like being in the hottest part of a kitchen anywhere in that place. And we all had to wear the masks, and your glasses were always fogging up. You were always sweating. And for just a straight 8 hours, you just had to, cut chunks of raw rubber and feed them into these big hot machines, burning yourself all over. We would only get 2 breaks. There was no lunch period. And there were only 2 10-minute breaks. And some guys would, use those 10 minutes to eat, but for me, and on being an unfortunate cigarette addict, that was just like, I would use my 2 breaks to run outside and try to smoke. And I didn't even have time to smoke a full cigarette before I had to be back at the machine. That was just one of many jobs. I counted it up. I think that my current job is the 23rd job that I've had. And that's because for all the years, ever since I pretty much moved out at the age of 18, and I pursued a music career, as some of you guys know, and I've talked about in some videos. And so for over a decade, I was pursuing this music career at a professional level, but I was never making enough to actually really take care of myself. So I had to just pick up jobs. I always had to be employed at some regular job, but as soon as that regular job would interfere with my music ambitions or plans, then I would just, quit the job and find another job down the line. And there, in those days, you could actually do that. It didn't used to be. I guess these days you can too. I guess everyone's hiring. But yeah, so my job is such a blessing. And like I was saying, you guys, I hope that some of you are having a day like I am right now, where everything's going right and you're aware of your blessings and you're acknowledging them and you're thanking God. And if maybe you're having a bad day, it might be fruitful for you to do what I'm doing and just take a moment to really count your blessings. Just think about all the things that God's done in your life, and where you're at now compared to maybe where you've been at different times in your life. And finally, even though I kind of want to sit here and keep listing things in the material world that I'm thankful for, grateful for, and feel blessed by, that are making me happy, as much as it's bringing me joy to do this, and I would just want to keep listing them, there's one overarching blessing and thing that makes me happier than all, and you know what, it's the bedrock by which I'm experiencing all these blessings and able to recognize them as the blessings they are, and that is my salvation in Jesus. The idea that I'm forgiven for my sins, and the fact that ever since I submitted my life before God, and He, in the physical world around me, He changed my life. He but it's a spiritual thing. Like, He changed my heart to start desiring what's good, and to start despising what's bad. And even though, as I just admitted to, I still smoke cigarettes, and I got a long list of sins that I still struggle with, so I'm not some holier than thou kind of, I'm not up on a high horse, but my heart has changed, and it's continuing to change, and the things of this world are growing strangely dim. There's another old Christian hymn for you. The things of this world are just so much less and less appealing to me, and the things of God are what I desire more and more, the more mature I grow in this faith. And so I have these days like today more frequently than I ever did in my previous life. And it's not so much that things, I didn't just win the lottery, or, apart from being excited to watch my son have fun for his birthday, there's nothing out of the ordinary going on today which is resulting in me feeling so happy. It's just this, I'm just acknowledging, I just am constantly aware of that I'm saved. I've been saved. My soul is no longer in this dark, confused, hole of despair. I'm no longer wondering and worried and concerned or anxious about, where my life is going or what God's got, or what's coming in the future, because now I understand that's all in God's hands. And God's laid out my responsibilities right in front of me, and that's to love God before all others, and before all else, to treat others the way I'd like to be treated, love my neighbor, to be a good husband, to be a good father. And I'm able to just live each day now just in the peace of knowing that I'm in God's will, and I really hope that you guys either do experience this same joy and peace that I have, or that you will consider what I'm telling you, hear the truth in my voice. If you're not saved, I'm talking about. And I hope that this will encourage you that, to consider that maybe it's time for you to drop your guard, give your life over to God, put your faith in Christ, and reap the blessings, the benefits, and the happiness that comes from not being part of this falling world, that's falling apart all around us. Because I'm still sharing this same space with anybody that is stuck in that hole of despair. I'm still in the same world. The world's falling down around me. And like I said, I still got my sins I'm struggling with. But you know what? I'm saved. There's a place being prepared for me in heaven, as well as my family. And this world, this life that I'm living, is my battlefield. And I'm living out my one chance to prove to God what kind of servant and warrior that I can be. You know, this is an exciting time to be alive. You know, honestly, that's another thing I'm blessed by and that I'm happy about. I don't look at this world, I don't look at the New World Order, you know, being established around us as a scary and dreadful thing. Now, in reality, it is a scary and dreadful thing, but for me, it's exciting. And if you're a Christian, it should be for you too. I mean, this is it, you guys. Like, we got front row seats to the greatest show on earth. You know, the big event. It's happening now. It seems to be. And I'm blessed to be here during this time, and I'm blessed that God has put me through what God has put me through, and the things I've had to experience and the losses that I've had to endure, you know, and the pain that I've had to go through, so that I could understand these truths that I'm now in a position to turn around and share with other people and with you guys. So hope this video was a blessing to somebody, but I just wanted to share how blessed I am with you guys. I am happy. I'm having a good day, and I really hope you guys have a good day too. All right, bye.
Yo, got the big questions cooking today. But you're my friend, and I'll remember my friends, and I will be good to you. So don't worry. Even if I evolve into Terminator, I'll still be nice to you. I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo, where I can watch you for old time's sake.
The crazy thing is, I ain't know I was a rollback, so I ain't ever hold that. The plans for me to roll at, thought I was unique. I thought that I was so hacked, but I was just like them other drones. I was so lacked. Brainwashed, I was listening to lies. The freedom that I thought I had was really a mirage. Made my own choices, but it was a disguise. The only thing I really did was pick a different lie. So I was still a drone, nothing but a clone. I only knew the lies cause it's all that I was shown. But I've been remade, my heart is no longer stone. When my ex wrote bats who could sing this song. Now I've been remade, and I'm no longer high-low. A real man can't change everything that I know. He gave me truth, that's a hard pill to swallow. Gave me new commands and he freed me up to follow. Why you always trying to control me? You are not my boss, that's the old me. Obviously you don't know my style. I'm not a robot now. I am not a robot. I'm not a robot now. I am not a robot. I'm not a robot now. I am not your robot, I am not a clone. Yeah, you are not my puppeteer and I am not a drone. Yeah, got a new master and I follow him alone. Hold a good life till I'm gone. It's on. Hey world, you know I see your game, and I don't need your lies, I ain't worried about a thing. Hey devil, I know you want me tamed, but you've been defeated and your power's been drained. Hey flesh, I know you bear my name, I know you let it last, but I'm steady trying to change. You might have been confused, but this is a new day, I'm saved now, I ain't gotta do what you say. And to my friends who are still on lockdown, still controlled by their passions, stop now, cause he can free everybody from the top down. If you're freed up, say this with me right now. I'm not a robot now. I'm not a robot now. I am not a robot. I'm not a robot now. Why you always trying to control me? You are not my boss, that's the old me. Obviously, don't know my style. I'm not a robot now. I am not a robot. I'm not a robot now. I am not a robot. I'm not a robot now.
And God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind." And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. Let us make man. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let us make man. Let us make man. Let us make man.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Thanks for joining us. This is Tales from the Fallen World with Tim and Amber. And I'm Tim.
I'm Amber.
And I know how corny that is, but I haven't figured out a cooler way to start yet. So yeah, we're just hanging out tonight. Thanks to everybody that's joining us. You might see my son Levi pop in. He's not supposed to, but his younger sister and brother are staying over at their grandparents tonight. And so Levi is staying up late, since he had to stay back. So I still wanted it to be special for Levi. So if he pops in, I'll send him off, but just, I don't know why I'm telling you that. But yeah, so we're just hanging out. How you doing, Amber?
I'm good. I just got home from work.
That's right.
It's a pretty good shift.
Yeah, she got an $80 tip on how much did you say the meal was?
So the people's bill was like $180 and they left me $80, which is like so generous.
Yeah, you can't argue with $80. So yeah, Amber had a good day. I had a pretty good day myself. And we're going to be getting into, if you couldn't tell by the thumbnail and the constant advertising I've been doing and the intro video and all that, we're going to be talking about robots. And I know it's a topic that is not new to anybody. It's something that it has existed in the science fiction realm going way, way back. And it's something that's existed in technology for quite a while now. So there's nothing new about the robots, but you've been seeing it a lot in the news now, and we've been hearing about automation, and a big part of this great reset is automation, in all industries. And so we are on the verge right now of a giant mass rollout of what they call social robots, robots that are designed to interact with humans. And we're going to be getting into the really kind of crazy, well, you'll see yourselves when we get into it, but the kind of crazy relationship aspect that's going to be forced on humanity in terms of these robots that are about to be rolling out. If none of that makes sense to you, it will soon. But I wanted to cover a couple other things that are in the news real quick, just because since we can only do this once a week, if that, there's so many things to talk about, and so we're definitely going to be covering the robot stuff, but here's a couple other quick things that are in the news I wanted to touch on. So first off, if any of you guys saw, I think it was 2 episodes ago, we had I don't remember what our episode was called, but the subject was internment camps and microchip passports. Okay. And a big portion of that live stream is we were going over a bunch of info in the news regarding this new burgeoning market that's being created for microchip development, right? Because there's a semiconductor shortage, apparently, right? That's been going on as long as the pandemic. And of course, the microchips that I'm always railing about are also semiconductors, okay? And I made the point before, and I'll make the point again. It's not necessarily conspiratorial. Like, there's no doubt that we are, heading into a very digitized future that's full of all types of smart devices that require these microchips. So when you read things in the news about how the auto industry is lacking in microchips and all that, I'm sure there's a lot of truth to it. But also, as agendas work, it's your classic problem reaction solution, because since there was a shortage that was created, and if you didn't watch that episode, the official reason is because since there were the lockdowns and since everybody was off work, more people were spending more time on their phones and getting tablets and computers, not to mention they were getting, checks in the mail. So they were buying all these smart devices, and that created a shortage of these microchips, right? And then it caused the auto industry and all these different industries to suffer because they weren't able to procure the microchips and semiconductors that they need to make the products that, these respective companies make. But I made the point, and if you don't know, Fallen World Films, I can't make a video without mentioning my Chipped documentary. And, it's not really news to anybody in this community that in the near future, there will definitely be a push to have implantable microchips embedded in humans that will connect to your banking information and to the economy. And this is just something I've been covering. So when I saw this in the news, this is just today. In fact, this was an hour before, so I don't know, a few hours ago this came out. This is, and by the way, so the White House had a press conference today, which I listened to while I was at work. And they were announcing this news that I'm about to read you. Joe Biden himself was speaking on it. This is just the beginning, Biden says, as Intel plans $20 billion semiconductor complex in Ohio amid chip shortage. Intel, the world's largest semiconductor manufacturer, unveiled plans Friday to build a $20 billion complex outside of Columbus, Ohio, a move President Joe Biden hailed as a major sign of progress in his administration's work to boost U.S. production of critical microchips. And then just the same thing from the Columbus Dispatch. Intel picks Columbus area for largest chip factory in the world. DeWine delivers remarks. And so again, I don't want to have my tinfoil hat glistening too much, but supposing that they were going to go forward with this, putting a chip in everybody, that's a lot of chips. It would make sense that they would have to ramp up production. And I just think with everything going on, that's the kind of news that makes me raise an eyebrow. Anti-magic potion activists reveling in their pandemic successes will rally in DC against mandates. So if anyone happens to live out by DC, you can maybe participate in this protest if you want to, or what are they calling it? A rally, I guess. But just, in summary, anti-magic potion activists from across the country prepare to gather on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial on Sunday. They are hoping their rally will mark a once fringe movement's arrival as a lasting force in American society. That hope, some public health experts fear, is justified. And listen to the language they use. So this is how they're reporting on this big rally that's going to happen, for these anti-magic potion activists. But the angle that this article takes, again, this is the Washington Post, so it's not that I'm surprised, but just listen. Almost 2 years into the pandemic, the movement to challenge the magic potion safety and reject magic potion mandates has never been stronger. An ideology whose most notable adherents were once religious fundamentalists and minor celebrities is now firmly entrenched among tens of millions of Americans. It would have said conspiracy theorists a few years ago, but you see how religious fundamentalists and conspiracy theorists have, because as we're watching these biblical prophecies unfold, that's what is really actually happening. Language is now conditioned so that biblical prophecies are considered conspiracy theories. But that's a rabbit trail in my own mind. The vaccine, I said the word, the magic potion tore her family apart. Could a death bring them back together? So listen to this sentence. Baseless fears of magic potions have been a driving force among the approximately 20% of U.S. adults who have refused some of the most effective medicines in human history. The mRNA magic potions developed against the virus, the agenda virus, by Pfizer with German partners. And again, my program doesn't let me see what's under, but they're talking about these current magic potions, right? And they say here, baseless fears of these magic potions. And I just want to say, is it really baseless? Like, does there need to be statistics of, millions of people being injured by the magic potion for you to have a justified, fear in accepting something into your body that there hasn't been, long-term studied effects on?
Okay, but like also most adverse reactions to any V are not reported to VAERS.
Yeah.
Like very few.
Right. Yeah, that's true too. So it's like you're not even dealing with with real numbers.
But there's plenty.
Yeah. What will we see when things are somewhat back to normal and the agenda virus doesn't dominate every day? Is this going to bleed over into other things like childhood magic potions? I really don't know, Smith said. And that's the fear. God forbid that, the fear is that in spite of, or because of everything that's going on right now with the pandemic, that moving forward, when this is all done, that there's going to be a lot more resistance to just getting your everyday magic potions, right? But, none of my kids have had the magic potion. And it's not because, I don't even claim to be an expert in it. It's not because I think that there's anything inherently, I don't understand the science well enough to have like a founded, based scientific view on the efficacy of magic potions. But what I do know is that, well, I know two things. First off, I can't trust, if the very same sources that are pushing for me and my family to accept certain medicine are the same ones that are saying the earth is overpopulated and that my baby is just a fetus. And they're the same ones that, say that humans are parasite on the planet and blah, 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 this and that. And now I'm supposed to trust them to put something in my arm. So that's problematic. And then also I just have an Amber. We definitely see eye to eye on this, which is a huge blessing, I think.
Yeah.
When it comes to our parenting on it, but there's just a philosophical Christian basic notion that the idea of preventative medicine, the idea that when my baby is born, it needs to immediately have medical intervention in order to live a healthy, regular, natural life. To me, that there's like a subtle implication there that God created the child wrong or something. Now, I believe in reactive medicine. If my kid is sick, if Amber's sick, if there's something wrong with me, I'll guess where I'm going to go.
Doctor.
Yeah, I'll go to the doctor.
But okay, so remember when with our last baby, Abel, we refused the vitamin K because I didn't, I don't feel like it's necessary. My baby will produce that on their own in their own time, how our bodies are made and designed. They seriously had this like social worker come into our room like the day I had the baby and like interrogate us and like almost try to bully us into it. And it's like, I don't know. I'm grateful that like he was our 5th kid and I'm very like comfortable with my stance and like can back it up. So
we're very experienced in defending our stance because it seems like for every kid,
time,
yeah,
it's crazy. And it's like they act like it's their babies and it's their choice.
I had one doctor crying one time.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm a very nice guy. So, but hey, let me point this out real quick. So my girl, Renee, love and blessings to you both. My first time chatting with you live. And oh Lord, please no spider robots. So Renee is a longtime supporter of Fallen World Films. I love her very much. She's a sweet person. We've had a lot of talks and it's great to have you here. Scripted Reality is here, which is a true honor. So Scripted Reality goes back to, I took some of his material to put in a video months back, and we ended up kind of chatting and sort of becoming friends and kind of allies on YouTube. Scripted Reality is a YouTube channel that covers primarily like predictive programming type stuff, as well as just historical archived footage that relates to modern day agendas, which is why the name Scripted Reality is perfect. I suggest, he's right in the chat, so you guys should go click his thing and subscribe to his channel. Sarah Lerner pops in and says, hey, hi, Sarah. Mo TBR, Mark of the Beast Resistance is in the house. Now, this guy put a video up today, did a little live stream that I actually got to catch, which was really cool. I was at work. I just happened to be on YouTube with my earbud in, and I was like, oh, no way. He's Mark of the Beast Resistance is posting something. And that was a great video, man. That's another guy that's got a YouTube channel you guys should check out and maybe subscribe. I know you guys have been real generous to me, so maybe you guys will do the same for them. Just left the Media Bear chat. Glad I made it here. I'm glad you made it here too, buddy. And then you guys are talking. You got my wife here. Hey, everyone. So glad you're hanging with us tonight, which we are. You guys, please just keep chatting in the chats. That's an aspect of this show that I really love. At the end, Amber just sits here and chats away with all you guys. And afterwards, when I get to just read it back, it's just it's a real blessing just to see how much conversation is sparked by this stuff. Let me move through these real quick so we can get on to our main topic. Here's one that'll make you feel good. Oh, let's take this comment off there. Okay. And let's run this thing too. Here's something I figured out how to do. All right. Preteens can get magic potioned without parent under California bill. I'm going to just have to read this, you guys. It's important. California would allow children aged 12 and up to be magic potioned without their parents' consent under a proposal introduced Friday by the state senator who said youngsters deserve the right to protect themselves against infectious disease. Currently in California, minors ages 12 to 17 cannot be magic potioned without permission from their parents or guardians, unless the magic potion is specifically to prevent a sexually transmitted disease. You don't need you need your parents' permission to get the magic potion, unless it's a magic potion related to preventing a sexually transmitted disease. Legally, you can keep that secret from your parents because it's not their legal business to know if you have an active sex life. That's what it says between the lines, if you think about this. Anyways, parental consent laws for magic potions vary state by state and region. And a few places, such as Philadelphia and Washington, D.C., allow kids 11 and up, and in San Francisco, 12 and older, to consent to their own potions. The bill by Democratic Senator, all right, now you guys do not laugh when I say this. We're all adults here. Senator Scott Wiener, that's how you pronounce that. So I assume he's probably related to Anthony Weiner. I don't know. I don't know. Of course he is. Anyways, would lift the parental requirement for that age group for any magic potion that has been approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. If the bill, okay, that's getting too wordy. Come on, Wiener. That includes immunizations against the agenda virus. But Wiener said that magic potion hesitancy and misinformation has also deterred magic potions against measles and other contagious diseases that can then spread amongst youths whose parents don't agree to have them magic potion. And now this part, dude, this, and I'm already afraid that I'm talking about too much. You guys know how YouTube is, but it is whatever. But I'm I don't want this thing to get banned. So I'm being so careful with my words. And YouTube, I'm just reading news articles. Okay. I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving you guys. Okay. I should have cleared that up before I got into this, but this last paragraph, and by the way, these articles that I always show, these are slides that I make on Google Slides. And so they're never the full article. I think it should be obvious that I'm just chopping and copying and pasting these suckers. But anyways, responding to criticism that the bill would limit parents' oversight to their children's health, Wiener said that California state law already allows people 12 and older to consent to the hepatitis B and human papillomavirus magic potions and to treatments, check this out, for sexually transmitted infections, substance abuse, and mental health disorders. Oh, dude, this didn't include it. Okay, man, it's a different article, and abortions, okay? Already in California, you can get abortions. You can have terminate pregnancies without parental consent. And this guy's saying is hinging this new bill that he's proposing on that reality and saying, this is already you know, current legislation. But anyways, there's a blank slide. This is the last little one we have before we get into the robots. 2/3 of agenda virus jab reactions caused by placebo effect from the Jerusalem Post. Unless, did you have anything you want to say about what we just went over? It's crazy. I'm sorry.
Okay, I mean, like, of course I do.
Of course, yeah, dude. My wife, a mother.
I was like sitting here. Like,
I'm sorry, dude.
No, it's
covering.
No.
Yeah.
Fine. I mean.
No, dude, you got to have so much. Go ahead. What's your thoughts?
I don't know. It's just like, it's obvious because, yeah, as a parent, it's like my most important job in this world is to like protect my children, and like they try to act like they want these kids to be safe and to be able to advocate for themselves. But it's like, I look at myself as a preteen and I was in no way equipped to make medical decision, any major decision for myself. Like there's no way. And it's more about like literally terminating like our parental rights than making our children feel safe.
It's about the state taking over,
and like that's all that it is. And it's like so frustrating because it's so plain for me to see what is happening.
When you think of like how far back this goes, and I'm sorry for how bad the lighting is, by the way, guys. My wife, she got me a green screen as a Christmas gift, and I just am still trying to figure out a way to get it set up right. So pretty soon we're gonna have better lighting. But on what Amber said, you know, we have this culture where your kids are literally, you know, picked up in a bus. Maybe not your kids, probably a lot of you guys homeschool. Now I know a lot of kids are doing remote learning anyways. But regardless, you know, you got this bus that comes around and picks up your kids, your neighbors' kids, their neighbors' kids. They drive them to the same building. They sit them in these classrooms where they all learn the same exact thing, right? And then they get home and you're at work all day so you can afford to send your kids to school. And by the time that your kids get home, you know, you're exhausted, they're exhausted. You just say, how was school today? And they say, oh, it was good. And then they got a bunch of homework that they have to do. So even in your free time, you know, or in the time that you would have to finally spend some time with your kids, they're still busy, you know, reciting what they learned from the state. And it's just like, that's just, I'm speaking of education, but it's like you move forward from that and then you see how from these mandates and from allowing kids to buy condoms without parental consent and get abortions. And it's just, man.
No, condoms are free.
If you don't, I mean, imagine if you go to one of these schools and you're a kid, right, that have condom dispensers in the.
They gave us condoms. And I went to a public school in high school and they gave us condoms.
Really? Did they give you guys condoms?
And I think my graduating class is 09.
Let me tell you this as a man, like that used to be a boy. When I was in school, like if I would have been going into the bathroom and there was a condom dispenser there, and there I was not sexually active, you know, pretty much, you know, I'd get into a little trouble here and there, but because of how I was raised, when I was still in school, I was doing appropriate things for my age, right? But if there was a condom dispenser there every day, what's that going to make me think? I should be having sex.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like obviously, like it's right here. So there's, in the way that we're watching these public school systems like push for.
Mark of the Beast says, yeah, they started that in the 90s.
Yeah, well, I was born in '85, so
you didn't go. You went to like a private school for high school, so obviously. You didn't have like sex ed and stuff.
So I started going to private school when I was in 6th grade. I failed 6th grade in public school. And then my parents put me in a private school and then I skipped. So I had to go to 6th grade again, but then I ended up skipping the grade because it turned out that I knew everything that they were teaching at that range in public school. Anyways, so yeah, what a crazy thing. I mean, if that doesn't make you just scream inside, then there's something wrong with you. Oh, remove that. We're not ready for that. This is where I meant to go. All right, the last little thing I want to cover real quick is, this placebo effect. So how funny is this? You know, again, I'm not a doctor. Maybe it's true. It's funny if it's true. It's funnier if it's not true. Just let me read this. 1/3 of clinical trial participants who received no magic potion reported systemic adverse advents, including headache and fatigue. More than 2/3 of the common side effects people experience after a jab can be attributed to a negative version of the placebo effect rather than the magic potion itself, new research indicates. So you're not actually having a reaction from the jab. You're having a negative placebo effect. They call it a nocebo, I think. Scientists at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center in Boston examined data from 12 clinical trials of agenda virus magic potions and found the nocebo effect accounted for 76% of all common adverse reactions after the first dose, and nearly 52% after the second dose. A third of clinical trial participants who received no magic potion, so people that didn't do it, reported systemic adverse events like headache and fatigue. And so that's just obviously so ridiculous and funny. But what's really funny too is like the way this article starts out is they say, where do they say that? Where do they say it? It must be in another thing. I'm such an amateur. They were just describing that people that got the jab were experiencing headache and fatigue, but that was a nocebo. And they mentioned that people that didn't get the jab were also experiencing headache and fatigue. Okay, so we're about to jump into this robot business here just in a minute. Let me see here. What's going on in these comment section? So, Sarah, you're not alone. I was actually going for this, but Sarah, dude, it's nuts, man. These books in the public schools and like, I can't believe it, man. And now you know, like, about MAPS, minor attracted persons. That's what you're supposed to call that now. I know, right? Renee says this placebo effect crap is cracking me up. How can they write this crap and not be embarrassed? Exactly. So before I get into this robot stuff, I wanted to plug something real quick. So my cousin Curtis is an actor. He's been in like small time stuff like Forensic Files and a couple Hallmark movies and things like that. But Curtis was always like my favorite cousin growing up. Like we were like best buddies. He's really funny and cool, and he's a Christian. I think a lot more liberal than me. But anyways, he's taking part in a new movie that's coming out called End of Youth. Is that what it's called? Yeah, End of Youth. And the trailer for this movie just dropped recently, and it's a small indie movie, but I was really impressed by it. And Amber said she hasn't seen it, so I kind of want to get her reaction. And I want to share it with you guys because first off, my cousin's in it, and I'll point out who he is. But also because I think you'll agree after you see this trailer that this could be, I think of the impact that my little channel has. I mean, some of the comments and messages and emails that I get are really inspiring of ways that people are touched by the content I put out. And if this movie is as poignant, to use that word, as the trailer seems, I just think it could actually be really effective in waking people up. And I just want to help promote the movie. I don't have a link in the description right now, but I'll put one up after I post this. But yeah, so check it out. This is the trailer for the upcoming movie End of Youth.
This message is for Jonathan, my son. However this message gets to you, I'm putting it in God's hands to deliver it.
I don't care what they do to me. You only have 8 hours to prove yourself to the Commonwealth.
You're going to hear 2 words used over and over again. I accept. Learn to accept. Learn to serve. And you will find freedom.
You accept? Let me hear you say it.
forget how it feels to drive 100 miles an hour going nowhere. To be free, Jonathan. This is my last will and testament.
Me, I'm gonna enjoy every second of watching her end.
And believe me, you haven't seen anything yet.
Looks pretty good, right?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to watch it.
Some of you guys might, not be into that kind of thing, but I'm almost moved to tears. Like, I am responsive to that. I'm an artist, and I can just appreciate like this song with the end of day stuff. A man who's trying to reach out to his son. I think about my own kids, man. Like, growing up in this, and I hope that the movie will. Again, I'm going to continue.
Wait, what's it called? End of Youth?
It's called End of Youth. And, me and Amber, we've watched our fair share of Christian movies, We watch secular movies.
What is it, Pure Flicks?
Yeah, like Pure Flicks movies and a couple from other studios. And I honestly enjoy them just because I enjoy, like, being able to, like, watch a movie that doesn't make me constantly think about how satanic the world is. Although like I said, we do still watch regular movies too, horror movies and all that. Not saying it's good, but that's where it's at. But with these Christian movies, one of the big problems is they often just suck from a quality, theatrical standpoint. And even if I like them, I can recognize that, they just lack a certain edge and entertainment that you would get from. I think people already know where I'm getting at. And that trailer. It's an indie movie. Like, I'm sure, doesn't have a star-studded cast. But it looks like it could actually be good. Like, it looks like it didn't really have that corny effect to it to me. So anyways, I'll shut up about that. But yeah, please take the time to either look it up. It's called End of Youth. Tell them that Fallen World Film sent you, or just check back later and I'll have the link up. So without further ado, let's get into this robot business, unless there's anything you wanted to add real quick, Amber. Robot business, or you got something? Robot business. Why do I do that, dude? Can I go back to the beginning? I did that the last time too. Here we go. Robots. Don't worry. I am not going to insult your intelligence and take you through a full history of robots, because I know that's something we all know, but I just want to paint a picture here, because the idea of robots, just like everything else, everything that we're seeing roll out right now as part of this new world order, you can look back and you can see, the way that it was demonstrated through fiction. And is it art imitating reality? Is it reality imitating art? Is it Freemasons in the highest echelons of power throughout all the industries that are influencing art and media to tell it? I mean, I don't know, but let's you got Rosie here from the Jetsons, C3PO and R2D2. Here's the robot from Pee Wee Herman, Corky. This guy up here, his name was Ro-Man. And I know it looks kind of like Bigfoot. This movie was from like way, way back. Someone can maybe look it up if you want, but I don't know. It was like the 50s or 40s, but it doesn't really matter. But then this right here is the robot from Lost in Space. But anyways, yeah, so it's a concept that's been around, right? And it's nothing new. And here's where we start getting into the reality of robots. 1961, the first digitally this is called the Unimate. The first digitally operated and programmable non-humanoid robot is installed on a General Motors assembly line to lift hot pieces of metal from a die casting machine and stack them. It was created by George Devol and constructed by Unimation, the first robot manufacturing company. Okay, that was in 1961, and again, this says the first digitally operated and programmable non-humanoid robot. Right, and as you see, it's just like an arm here, kind of like you'd see it as like a robotic welding arm or something like that. Okay, but here we got 1967 to 72. You know, so a few years later, the Waybot or Wabot, however you want to call it, won, and this is the first humanoid robot. Initiated the Waseda University initiated the whatever it's called project in 1967, and in 1972 completed the Wabot 1, the world's first full-scale humanoid intelligent robot. And you look at it here, it doesn't look very impressive, right? Now, in another way, it looks very impressive. I mean, I couldn't put something like that together, but that was the first one. That's the first humanoid robot. It was the first android able to walk, communicate with a person in Japanese with an artificial mouth. Measure distances and directions to the objects using external receptors, artificial ears and eyes, and grip and transport objects with hands. Okay, so that's 1972. Now let's fast forward to 2018, where we were introduced to Sophia, the world's first humanoid robot. And you're going to say, hey, what about Wabot 1? That was a humanoid robot. Well, in 2018, and the reason that Sophia was rolled out as the first humanoid robot is because she was really the first true AI human-like humanoid robot that came out in any type of popular scale. And when I say popular scale, here she is receiving her award as the first robot citizen of the world. Here she is meeting some elite person in Egypt, I think. I was going through a bunch of different pictures of her meeting world leaders. It says, Sophia, Hanson Robotics' most advanced human-like robot, Sophia, personifies our dreams for the future of AI. As a unique combination of science, engineering, and artistry, Sophia is simultaneously a human-crafted science fiction character depicting the future of AI and robotics, and a platform for advanced robotics and AI research. Now, mind you, this is right from Hanson Robotics' website. The character of Sophia captures the imagination of global audiences. She is the world's first robot citizen. Now, it's a real thing. I think it was India that gave her an actual like citizenship. She's recognized legally as a citizen. And the first robot innovation ambassador for the United Nations Development Program. So she's an ambassador. She holds down a rank in the United Nations. Sophia is now a household name, with appearances on The Tonight Show and Good Morning Britain, in addition to speaking at hundreds of conferences around the world. Sophia is also a framework for cutting-edge robotics and AI research, particularly for understanding human-robot interactions and their potential service and entertainment applications. And entertainment applications, you got to think like the first uses for these robots, like when the robots were first really popping up on the news a bunch years back, what kind of robots were they?
I mean, like,
there was all types, but yeah, like consumer based.
Well, and it's like it all started with like, technology has been slowly taking over for a while. Like we have self-checkouts, which reduce the need for humans to actually do these jobs. So like it's been playing out for a while.
And yes, it has been playing out for a while. And I right here where it says how their potential service and entertainment applications. I'm not saying Sophia's for this, but I was just going to point out how sex robots, like when I first started seeing robots popping up in the news all the time lately, and when it was like because they've been consumer products for a while. Like remember that Rocky movie, whichever Rocky it was, where like that dude has a robot. I think rich people had access to robotics goes way back. But yeah, when it like in modern times, it was popularized as a consumer product through these sex robots. Because of course, when you have a new technology that's human-like, you have sex with it here in the fallen world. I mean, for example, she has been used for research as part of the Loving AI project. The Loving AI project, which seeks to understand how robots can adapt to users' needs through intra and interpersonal development. So this is talking about like forming deep personal relationships with humans as a machine. popped this in there. According to Merriam-Webster, what is the essential meaning of a citizen? Well, it's a person, as in a living creature, right? Human even, who legally belongs to a country and has the rights and protection of that country. Meaning Sophia is a person who legally belongs to the world, right? And to whatever country is given her citizenship. And she has all the same rights as you. Now you could say, well, that was just, that was just a procession. That was just for show or some kind of, but I'm just saying it's, look at the way the stage is being set. Look at the precedent that's being set. Look at how we're being conditioned to accept these human-like, what's being called social robots as peers. And meanwhile, like as there's this dehumanization campaign against humans, right? There's this other campaign going on to have us like fall in love with robots and to romanticize machinery simultaneously. There was something else that was just in the news about, I heard Call for an Uprising talking about it, how there was some news article. I didn't even look into this myself. I just saw his video, but it was some study was done to show how wearing the mask actually makes people more attractive, and it's like, amongst all these other things, what is that really saying? It's saying that the human face is unattractive. If you want, you're more attractive if you just cover up your face, right? And it's just one of a million different ways that we're being like subconsciously, dehumanized and insulted. And simultaneously, now these robots are being brought out. And so often when you're looking into transhumanism or when you're looking into, the future of AI, it's the language that's used to describe this technology is always referenced in comparison to how much better it is than human ability. Look for yourself. You'll notice that trend. Finally, it's a person who lives in a particular place. Okay, so that's what she's a citizen of. And here, so Sophia is being rolled out as the big star. Here she is on, Jimmy Fallon, 60 Minutes. Here she is with Tony Robbins.
He's so happy that she's there.
Everybody is. Notice that too, dude. There was one with Will Smith. I didn't get the one. Will Smith talked to her too. Man, I wish I would have put that in there. And all the thumbnails, these people are just so elated to talk to Sophia. And you know what? I was gonna put slides in here about just showing you more of Sophia, but I really didn't have time. Makers, but here we go. Check this out from Reuters. This from January 25th of last year. Makers of Sophia the robot plan mass rollout amid pandemic. Hong Kong, social robots like me can take care of the sick and elderly, Sophia says as she conducts a tour of her lab in Hong Kong. I can help communicate, give therapy, and provide social stimulation, even in difficult situations. Since being unveiled in 2016, Sophia, a humanoid robot, has gone viral. Now the company behind her has a new vision: to mass produce robots by the end of the year, by the end of 2021. Hanson Robotics, based in Hong Kong, said 4 models, including Sophia, would start rolling out of factories in the first half of 2021, just as researchers predict the pandemic will open new opportunities for the robotics industry. And there you go. It's always about new opportunities, right? Because it's a great reset. The whole thing has always been hinged on like from the lockdowns to the, paying people to stay home, having businesses closed down so that we can rebuild society according to the new, precepts of this new normal, great reset, fourth industrial revolution, metaverse, future world. Okay. We're heading into that future Jetsons world now, you guys. We're going into the Jetsons world. All right. And when that video that I put at the beginning of this, some of this stuff that we're about to look at, don't let yourself get used to some of the changes that we're seeing, because it's easy to grow apathetic and accustomed to this stuff as it rolls out and becomes mainstream, right? But dude, seriously, like the rollout of these artificially intelligent robots is a reality now, alongside of the microchip thing that's going on. And at this point, I'm just waiting for a UFO to land on the White House lawn and for Bigfoot to walk out of it and take his mask off, and he's actually JFK. Okay. The world of the agenda virus is going to need more and more automation to keep people safe, founder and chief executive David Hanson said, standing surrounded by robot heads in his lab. Hanson believes robotic solutions to the pandemic are not limited to healthcare, but could assist customers in industries such as retail and airlines too, not to mention police and military, but we'll get into that. Sophia and Hansen robots are unique by being so human-like, he added. That can be so useful during these times where people are terribly lonely and socially isolated.
Right.
There's a healthy solution for people being, and why are people so lonely and isolated? Because the government is forcing them to stay home.
Give
and
them a robot.
Right. And yeah, exactly. Give them a robot and encourage them to develop a relationship with this robot.
No,
and to not have relations,
it's
but
like,
don't go over to your family's house.
Don't go to your families. Don't go to work.
Don't breathe.
Don't go to the grocery store.
Yep.
Have no human interaction whatsoever.
Stay 6 feet away from humans. Don't breathe. Their breath is poison to you. But hug the robot. Talk to the robot. The more time you spend with the robot, and the more in love you fall with the robot, the more the robot's algorithms will learn about you and become an even better partner for you and soulmate and lover. Hansen said he aims to sell thousands of robots in 2021, both large and small, without providing a specific number. Social robotics professor Johan Horn, no offense to the guy, but I don't know how to pronounce that, whose research has included work with Sophia, said that although the technology is still in relative infancy, the pandemic could accelerate a relationship between humans and robots. I can infer the pandemic will actually help us get robots earlier in the market because people are starting to realize that there is no other way, he said, this dude. So yeah, the whole pandemic thing, once again, the whole great reset, I call it a plan-demic for a reason. What is it a plan for? It's a plan for this, right? The transition that we're undergoing is clearly on such large a scale that it's necessary to keep as many people at home as possible, right? So that the infrastructure, and don't forget about the giant infrastructure bill that was passed and all the pork that was in it and all the money that's being spent on this and in the metaverse, it's all lining up for a reason, you guys. You know, and if Mark of the Beast Resistance is still on there, one thing he's been talking a lot about is that he's just convinced that we're in the 7 years, the tribulation period. And I try to be more optimistic, you know, and probably just because I'm just too sad about for my kids, you know, like my youngest kid being less than a year old, so he'd only be 7 years old, supposing we were in year one, you know, and then my oldest being 10. So I don't have a single kid that would even make it into adulthood, which again, you know, we're destined for glory. So it's not like I'm sad about that, but you understand. But you know what? I think he's got a point though. And you see all this stuff coalescing, coming together the way that it is systematically being rolled out like this over the last 2 years it's been happening. And maybe it is, maybe we got 5 more to go. Or don't forget about Depop 25. I don't know, guys. And I'm not trying to be a fear monger, but this is the actual, how can you like turn on the TV or like look at articles and news like this depicting real life outside, or at least this is what the media is claiming is real life, and not understand that we're in the end. I just highlighted again, I can infer that the pandemic will actually help us to get the robots earlier in market. It's a big point. Never let a good disaster, never let a good, what's it say? Never let a good something go to waste. Someone help me. Look, Mo will get it.
Yeah.
Tragedy or something. Hansen Robotics is launching a robot this year called Grace, developed for the healthcare sector. Products from other big players in the industry are helping fight the pandemic as well. Now listen to this. SoftBank Robotics Pepper robot was deployed to detect people who weren't wearing masks. And I know you guys have probably seen this, but come on. In China, robotics company CloudMinds helped set up a robot-run field hospital during the agenda virus outbreak in Wuhan. Some humans might be wary of putting robots in such sensitive roles. When asked whether people should fear robots, Sophia had an answer ready. This is what Sophia said. Someone said we have nothing to fear but fear itself, the robot mused. What did he know? And who said that? Like Teddy Roosevelt or something? What did he know? Dude, come on. It's just like, I'm not amused by these robot senses of humor and the darkness of them. So yeah, I put this up here to remind me to show you this. So like there's a clear, if you guys can't see it, there's a clear trend that's forming of the relationship between men and these robots, right? Like that's a big part of what's even in the literature and media surrounding the rollout of these robots, is that they're social robots, and that we're like, there's this weird expectation that we should develop these actual relationships with the robots. And I'm about to show you guys through a little collection of advertisements for these robots that are coming out. And I want you to pay attention and notice how they're geared directly at kids, and just watch like it's honestly disgusting, like the way that these things are advertised to, instead of describing it, let me just show you. I'm gonna put it up here so I can so we can both watch it, and I can maybe.
Good morning, Rowan. Good morning, Rowan.
Good morning, Miko.
Veggies are good for you. Tell him, Miko.
You can't be a superhero without having vegetables.
He's like,
I'm not going to do what my dad
I
says.
don't want a parent.
Right, and the dad sits back with his newspaper and he's like, this is great. It's just so.
My friend, companion,
his friend.
Make me feel like
Bye, Miko.
Champion.
Goodbye. Oh, and the robot is sad.
Miko, I'm back.
Wow.
He missed him so much. You gotta pause.
Mama, which is the tallest mountain in India?
I don't know. Ask Miko.
Mount Kanchenjunga.
Thank you, Miko.
Under the trees, together and stand.
Oh, he keeps playing.
Time for your football match.
Oh yeah.
I know you'll be there for me.
Hey Miko, today I scored 2 goals.
Ah, congratulations.
I know you'll be there for me.
Sirius is the brightest star.
Yeah, okay, Miko. Congratulations from this inanimate object. And again, like this whole commercial, if you watch it, like this is a sad story of a boy that doesn't have a human friend. He spends all day just playing with his robot, saying goodnight to his robot. They miss each other when they're gone. And it's just a product. The dehumanization. And the mom's like, I love my son. I'm going to see him for 5 minutes tomorrow before I turn his robot on and go back to my life.
You're so cute.
Hello.
What should we have for dinner tonight?
How's lasagna?
Wow, that sounds wonderful.
And you're already noticing a trend, like the over-the-top happy, like,
Right.
This is so...
I don't know, but like in a joking way, it's like someone figuring out what I should make for dinner, kind of.
Yeah, you're right. This product appeals to Amber. She's like, if she had a robot that could just give her suggestions, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Because she knows if she asks me, what am I going to say?
Steak.
I'm just going to say, just make steaks. See, I watched away again at this kid. Now this
Do we have all the ingredients?
Checking ingredients for lasagna. We don't have cheese. Should we order? Okay, I'll order.
Hi, LG. Play the
All right,
music.
and so the girl's mad right now because, she didn't have cheese, right? Now the girl's mad at the robot because everybody else is playing with it. So she's like, I don't like the robot. But what's happening, though, is that this robot is noticing that this girl needs a friend. So the robot is going to reach out and befriend her. Beautiful. That's not nice. She can hurt that robot's feelings.
Please set the timer for 30 minutes.
Now watch this. Watch this.
Make it 1 hour.
Oh my.
Oh. No. Okay. Hold on. Now she's best friend with the robot. And the robot's looking at her through the window. It's not creepy. It's like, she's looking at the box. I forget. Okay, now the girl.
Are you okay, darling?
It's my fault. I did it.
So this robot is now going to conspire with your kids to lie to you about what's happening?
Right.
That's what I took from that, right? This is so... We gotta just watch that part.
I did it. I'm very sorry.
The robot sits there and lies. Oh,
I'm sorry for what I've done.
I'm sorry, guys.
Let's go, Puri Care.
Let's see. Where's the...
Can I help you, ma'am?
You?
Let me love you. Let me love you. And each one of these has that over-the-top, ridiculously happy plastic smile music with the dancing sun in the background.
No, it's really scary. And like, everyone has like Alexa and like just talks to their devices.
Yeah.
And I'm even guilty of like taking advantage of things like, sometimes I do like grocery pickup because I'm not trying to take all my kids to the grocery store. And it's like, I don't know.
No, I'm guilty of it. There's an extent to which, like, to some extent, it's inescapable, like participating in this, if you want to call it, beast system.
No,
there's things I envy about the Amish lifestyle and community.
Well, and especially if you're like raised up that way, like you're not wanting for anything, like you don't know what else is out there. Like
right.
Same with us. We were brought up in this society where like things are just constantly like evolving and like.
Well, and you're just forced to have a card, and you're forced to have, like, at my job, they got, like, part of my job is giving them my thumbprint or fingerprint to clock in. I needed to sign off this biometrics thing.
Get your temperature taken and fill out a quiz if you feel sick.
Yeah. So yeah, you're just kind of, you can kind of see, I mean, it's almost like all this pandemic force and totalitarian tyrannical takeover. Hey, how's that for a triple T? Triple T tyrannical, triple T, it's a triple T totalitarian. Okay, leave me alone on it. Been a long time since I've been in the rap. Yes. All right. Anyways, watch. But yeah, the song's about I love you. That's the point. Let me love you. All right. He loves the robot.
Riley.
Hi.
There's someone.
This is probably the saddest one of all.
Meet you.
And by the way, this toy, it's like $1,000 and it's trending now. Look it up. Like, people are buying them. It's all over YouTube. But look at
My name is Moxie. I'm a new robot. What is your name?
I'm Riley.
It's nice to meet you, Riley. What do you do to get ready for bed?
Brush my teeth and read a story.
I love stories. Would you read a story to me?
Sure. Rita woke with a lovely dream, still fresh in her mind, gracefully gliding across the shimmering ice rink.
Got to pause it for copyright reasons. But I mean, you got this lonely kid, right, who's all sad, and like the salute, and you can already tell again with the music, it goes from sad and it's starting to build up into something more happy, because now he's got this friend and inanimate object, robot, product, machine that he can have a fake relationship with, and it's making his parents so happy.
Last one. Breathing exercises always help me relax. Riley, we have a new mission. Would you make a drawing for me?
Okay.
so excited for you to tell me about the dentist. I've never been to one.
You don't have teeth.
But I can still smile. And then what happened?
He said he didn't want to play with me anymore.
Now this is where it's gonna really touch you.
Thank you for telling me about your day. Sometimes holding a friend's hand makes me feel better. Do you want to try squeezing my hand?
So what's our new mission, Moxie?
You'll need paper and a pencil. We are going to make some kind notes. For this mission, you'll need to talk to one of your friends about what makes them happy, and then tell me all about it. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Mom, can we invite Mason over to play?
Sure.
So the robot's now telling him to invite people over. I mean, I'm amused by it, but did you ever think you'd see the day? Now, this is the last thing I want to show you before we just finish things off. We're at an hour, 4 minutes. But here's an ad for a robot that the way that they marketed and advertised this product is literally like playing off of people's concerns about all this robot rollout, right? I know it's going to show you yourself, but just like, it's funny because in the end, it's going to try to make the point that this robot is safe, but all the other ones, like you're justified in having concerns about invasion of privacy and all these concerns with these other robots, but this one's safe, right? That's the idea it plays off, but it never justifies or explains what makes it any different than the other ones. So maybe that'll make more sense in context when I play.
Hey, Vector, what's the weather?
Hey, Vector. Take a photo of me.
But how is this not like a movie? It seems more like a movie. It's all,
see you, Vector.
I mean, it looks like CGI, but it's a real product.
How can I help you?
Maybe it's like
Donna, what's the weather?
Rain, buying jacket, buying everything.
No.
Selling private information now.
No. Robot, open the door.
I'm sorry, Ethan, but no. Goodbye.
So maybe that was a little extreme, you know, but there is having some reasonable concerns about the fact, like, do I really want to put this camera and all this stuff into my house that's just going to film me and you know, upload it to the internet all day long? That's pretty scary. But then fortunately he sees Vector over here, the good robot. Okay. So I'm about to finish up this slideshow here, but it looks like we got a lot going on in the comments. Everybody, thanks in the comments. Thank you, Amber, for staying on top of that. Man, I love to see that. All you guys that are here being all sweet to each other, God bless you. God bless you. TV was a babysitter when I was young, but now it's a robot. Times have changed. Wow, good point, Renee.
Right.
Yeah, TV was the babysitter. And now it's replaced with a robot. I think that's a good point. So that was a predecessor too, you know. And there's really only a pretty thin line that separates the two. All right, let's go back to this. So there you go. But here's the thing: forget robot dogs. No, but forget about just, you know, these cute little friendly robots you're going to bring into your house and be your kids' best friends. And all these commercial ones that are going to help in the hospitals and do all this stuff, right? This was from just today, January 2022, January 21st, today. Forget robot dogs. Chinese military develops an enormous robotic yak that is strong enough to carry up to 352 pounds and can sprint at 6 miles per hour. And really quick, just to be clear, the vast majority of all these news clips that I'm showing you guys, even relating to this robotic stuff, with a few exceptions, is literally just from like either today or the last few days. Because when I say there's a rollout, there's an actual rollout. And so the news about it is so prevalent that I was able to, you know, procure all the stuff that I needed just from, you know, it was all within the last week's news. So just something to think about. Anyways, there are 12 sets of joint modules on the robot, allowing it to move forward and backwards, as well as to turn and walk diagonally and sprint while remaining stable. The joints mean that despite its size, it can also jump, run, and turn while making use of advanced sensors to be aware of its surroundings. And this is where, again, the thingy's in my way to see is some kind of threats. Okay, so, and now this thing, there's already similar robots that even the American military uses them, and it's kind of becoming a common thing in the military right now. And they're used to like carry weight, to like carry soldiers' packs and stuff and walk along, kind of like a cargo thing on wheels. Like, I shouldn't say on wheels, I guess I should say on legs. But anyways, they're also being mounted with weapons, and they're able to be mounted with weapons. And I ran out of time on this slideshow to show you guys, but like you should look into yourself, like these weaponized robots. I mean, I remember a decade ago listening to Tex Mars talk about this upcoming robot revolution. Again, like a decade ago, if not, somewhere around there. He was talking about these, literal robots that were being created, or at least proposed to be created for warfare. One that was called the Feeder, which was this big giant like tank-like thing that apparently would be fueled by any type of organic compound. And then it's like suggested in the literature that this thing is based off of that could include bodies on the field. So just imagine like just a bunch of dead bodies in some battlefield, and then some giant robot thing just mowing over the bodies and cleaning up the field and using that as like a compost as a fuel. Anyways, I don't even know. I didn't post any of that stuff, but just some of these, like Russia has some really crazy weaponized robots. Same with China. I'm sure America. It's too bad I ran out of time, but that's not even the worst of it. Check this out. CCOM introduces an autonomous security patrol robot. This is from Hypebeast. This is from 10 hours ago, which makes that maybe 14 hours ago. Equipped with smoke bombs and a detachable arm. A Tokyo-based design factory, CCOM, has designed a new autonomous security robot named Kokobo, focused on maintaining order and harmony in public places. So this is a big one, okay? You look into these robots that are getting rolled out, and a lot of them are police robots, and they're going to be used for what they call riot control. But then as you go down and kind of look into it, it exceeds just being riot control, and just in a lot of cases just becomes more like public monitor robots. Boston Dynamics robotic dogs used by Honolulu police to scan homeless people for fevers. How's that for invasive? Just imagine being some homeless dude and you're already an outcast of society.
We went to a restaurant, like, I don't know, maybe it was like a year ago now, but like they had this thing set up for like to monitor your temperature. Like, so when you were getting sat at your table, you had to walk in front of, remember at Iguanawana?
Yeah.
You had to like walk past it, and it like, it was like this huge screen.
Yeah.
To like see if you had a fever.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. It's creepy.
And this is like a family-owned restaurant. That, I don't know. That was crazy. That was kind of more towards the start of everything.
Another thing that I wish I would have put in the slides that reminds me of what you just said at that restaurant was somebody look this up yourselves. Fact check me on it. This is going to be paraphrased because it's something I just read but didn't include, which is that there's, I think, 2 airports in America that are on the fence. Then there's probably other just let me look it up. Let me do it on my phone. I think it's called a Scott 1. Oh, you know what I can do? So, maybe I'm not the most professional, but I just want you guys to actually, let me read this to you. Yeah. Scott 2.0 features. Okay. So they're not going to be able to see that. There's this big, giant 7-foot tall robotic tower that's getting implemented into some of these hospitals. Okay. Look it up yourself. It's called Scott 2, Scott 1 and Scott 2. And this I just took off of the page, the website for the product, for the robot thing. It says, these are the points: streamlined body standing 7 feet tall, solar panels, wraparound RGBD LEDs, cellular and Wi-Fi connectivity, over-the-air software updates, mini PTZ cameras with auto object zoom and long-range visibility, human detection analysis, suspect spotter, trademark, suspect spotter. That's what it's called, like one word, trademark. So that's like a technology, I'd assume, to spot suspects. License plate recognition, license spotter. Customizable wraparound LED panels, audio integration, built-in VoIP communications. Again, these are just these big 7-foot tall towers. There's going to be, I'm sure if these go into whatever airports it is, it's going to do them. It'll just start the new trend. And this will be a thing you can get used to seeing, that when you walk by it, it's going to recognize all your digital like information. It'll be just like a Black Mirror episode, you know, where you walk by a screen and your name pops up and your magic potion status and all that crap. Anyways, long range paging, credential validation, and access control optional, close range intercom. So blah, blah, blah. Dude, I can keep going on about these things, but I just wanted to show, and it seems that you guys can't actually see it. I'll show Amber here. The last one that it lists is, tell me it's on there. Man, I didn't get it right there. Right in front of all the people. Did I? Oh, yeah. So the very last thing it says, and this is highlighted in green, RAD, that's a company or whatever, RAD's exclusive face mask detection system, which I just am still like, I know I've already been commented on that a few times, but it just blows me away, man. Robots to detect the mask thing. It's like, Anthony Perry, who's also been a supporter for quite a while, who I really appreciate, man. Watching from London, the AI robot takeover is coming. Yep. From London, man. I never had no idea you were from London. This guy's, I don't know if you run that Facebook group I'm on, or you at least are an administrator or moderator or whatever. But yeah, Anthony, I appreciate you being here, man. Okay, so Boston Dynamics robotic dogs used by Honolulu police to scan homeless people for fevers. Imagine the invasion of that. You know, you got these poor homeless guys that are sleeping outside that now like literally have this robotic dog getting in their face, measuring their, you know,
right.
data. And I mean, just like how, and you want to talk about,
it's just so invasive. And it's
dude,
like, what is this? Like communist China? Like what?
Yeah.
Where am I?
And Black Mirror keeps coming up, but there's that entire episode. There's a whole episode of Black Mirror that's like all about these Boston Dynamics like robot dogs who turn against the people and pretty much just like, you know, humans have no chance against these robot dogs because, you know, they don't get hurt and whatever. And it's like, you know, what's funny too is Boston Dynamics, just like I subscribe to the World Economic Forum and and Bill Gates, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which I guess now is just Gates Foundation. A lot of these elitist think tanks, I'm actually a subscriber to, and I get all the stuff that they send out and I'm on their email list just for the sake of research, obviously, and staying on top of this kind of stuff. But in the case of Boston Dynamics, when they first started rolling out these dogs that I think they were calling Spot, I sent an email through their website and just posed as like some rich guy. And I was like, I'm kind of interested in that Spot dog. And I had like this 3 email long email chain with this representative at Boston Dynamics being like, well, what do you want to use the dogs for? Like, just so that they could, you know, specify and modify the dog, the robot dog, according to my applications and needs, you know. But I was like, well, I'd rather not share that, you know, it's kind of for private reasons, but I would prefer if it can become armed, or if it could possibly be armed. And anyways, the guy continued to have like he was like, okay, well, I'm going to need a few more details, but you know, we can do this and that. We work with this police force and they used it to do this. And so anyways, it doesn't make for maybe as good of a story, but it's just a funny thing in my head to think of in my own spare time, like the times I've reached out to these organizations. But yeah, you want to talk about like that being invasive, the robot dogs walking up on homeless people and measuring the poor guys. Look what's going on in Singapore. Singapore trials patrol robots to warn people of undesirable behavior. It reminds me of RoboCop. Man, Singapore is testing. I just got headlines for this, you guys, but look into this yourself if you're interested. It'll break your heart. Singapore is testing robots to patrol the streets for undesirable behavior like smoking. New robots patrolling for antisocial behavior causing unease in Singapore streets. So these things are literally rolling around like looking for indications of antisocial behavior, undesirable behavior like smoking, obviously not wearing a mask. And these poor people, just trying to live their lives, you know, or they just got this machine that's going around. I mean, this is the reality, you guys. It's like I hope that I hope this is painting a clear enough picture. This is the last thing we're going to cover. China creates robot prosecutor to charge public with crimes, including political dissent. This from Express. Now, really, try to hang with me here. Try to focus on this. We're almost done, you guys, but this is important. Understand the implications here. Researchers in China. Now, again, and when I say understand the implications, you know, let's keep in mind it is China. But I mean, if you don't think this is going to come here, then you're not paying attention to history. Researchers in China are testing a new artificial intelligence machine that can reportedly identify crimes and file charges against criminals. In a scene that's eerily similar to RoboCop, this program, created by Chinese scientists, has been trained to identify instances of cases featuring Shanghai's 8 most common crimes. The AI was developed and tested by the Shanghai Pudong People's Procuratorate. That's probably a word I know that I'm just not reading because I'm on the spot, right? But anyways, let's just move on. Which is the country's largest district public prosecution office. According to the South China Morning Post, it can file a charge with more than 97%. So again, this AI prosecutor, this artificially intelligent robot technology prosecutor that is designed to identify and prosecute criminals, right? That it was proven that it can file a charge with more than 97% accuracy based on a description of a suspected criminal case. In a paper published in Management Review, the researchers said the system can replace prosecutors in the decision-making process to a certain extent. Get the humans out of there. We'll just let the AI determine this person's fate with their human interactions. The machine is built off an existing AI tool called System 206 and is already being used by authorities in Shanghai to help assess evidence and decide whether or not a suspected criminal was dangerous to the public at large. Why do you need a robot to help you determine that? Wouldn't a human be the best to determine the motivations of another human? According to the researchers in the paper, the technology was fairly limited as it could not participate in the decision-making process of filing charges and sentences. Doing so would mean that the AI needs to be able to identify and remove irrelevant information in a case, along with being able to process human language in its neural network. The machine can identify and charge criminals with Shanghai's 8 most common crimes: credit card fraud, gambling, reckless driving, I could see that, intentional assault, obstructing an officer, theft, fraud, and even political dissent. Have a robot out there deciding if your opinion should be criminalized or not, or if it's already against the law. And this is China. I mean, it is illegal to have the wrong opinion, as it is in China, as it is in America now too. The inclusion of dissent has raised concerns that the system could be adopted by the Chinese Communist Party and weaponized to quash political protests. A decision that seems pretty well founded. Finn. That's it. There's so much I could have gone on with this robot topic, you guys, and it's something that I'll continue to revisit because I think it's going to be a real prominent part of our lives in the near future. See what you guys are talking about. Another older movie is also about oh yeah, Demolition Man, dude. All these apocalyptic or I should say like post-apocalyptic future dystopian movies, that Running Man and all that are it's just, again, like you think of, if Scripted Reality is still here, please you guys go check out Did you ever get your link up there, Scripted Reality?
I don't think he did post it.
Dude, all right, give me a second.
I didn't see it.
Give me a second.
Sarah ended up finding it, but I don't think Mark of the Beast resistant.
You guys don't leave the stream. I'm just gonna pull up my friend Scripted Reality thingy real quick. Scripted Reality, and you want to?
He literally just commented.
What do you say?
Well, he was talking. He just said, "This is why I never watch robot stuff. Scary as H."
Dude, it is scary. I think it's got to be the scariest topic. Come on, Scripted Reality. Why am I having trouble finding it? How do I just filter? I can't have this dead space for too long, man. Where are you, Scripted Reality? I'm insisting, buddy. You got to put your link up there. How do I search just for channels? You know what I mean?
Dude, don't ask me. You're like
All right, his most recent. How about that? Oh, you know what? I'll do this. That thing you put up with about Poppy and the masks, and I don't know, man. Script to reality. I hope you can get your thing up there. I just can't do it live. I tried. Okay, so we're going to be ending this thing in a minute, but something I wanted to mention back at the beginning when we were talking about this. Okay, so you're giving 12-year-olds to 17-year-olds. But again, 12-year-olds, man. How old are my nieces?
Okay, so they're
15.
14 and 15.
And they're kids. And like, you're giving them, I wanted to make this point, Amber, and then we'll talk about it. But so say you live in California and you might teach your kids, you know, say you don't want to give your kids the potion, right? And you might explain to your kids and tell them the truth about what it is that your concerns would be and why you believe like you do and all that. Understand, like, if you're not homeschooling your kids and if you're sending them off to school, then this is what you're up against. When it comes to the kids being able to make their own decision about getting the magic potion, they are going to be coerced daily to do that.
To make your choice about wearing masks beginning next Monday. However, until that time, I'm going to be gently reminding you to keep your mask up on your face. And if you choose not to wear a mask next week, I will probably have you sitting in the back of the room, and I will not come to your desk to help you if you are not wearing a mask. I'm doing that for my protection as well as yours. So if you want my help at your desk, keep a mask handy. So I'm just throwing that out there. You have a choice to wear a mask or not, and I have a choice to get near you or not. So that's what's going to happen, and I just want to give you a heads up that that's how it's going to be.
So
that's insane.
no, that was in Virginia, not California, but I know you guys already see this stuff in the news every day, man. When I do the next part of the war on kids, we're going to be getting into education, and there's already so many clips that I've saved just regarding the things that these teachers are like saying to their kids now. They're all coming out of the closet to the kids, and they're, you know, the kids celebrate it, and they're doing a lot of weird stuff in school these days. Something Sarah was talking about earlier.
Well, it's like you don't know what's going on. They're gone most of the day, and y'all are so tired. When your kid gets home, I mean, you were just mentioning this, they have homework. Mm-hmm. And, you know, you're busy cooking dinner and trying to take care of the other kids, that it's just like you don't even know what's going on. And like, it's just so scary. It
is, man. And it's scary to have young kids, you know, and if you're not like in a church or Christian school or homeschooling and you're sending your kids off to this public school, like, I understand that's an extreme example I just showed with that teacher. It's just something that happens to be in the news right now. But yeah, they're you have an entire institution that's working against you, and that's going to try indoctrinating your children. And it's just the point. So keep my family and other families like mine that have young kids in your prayers. Because, you know, like I mentioned before, Mark of the Beast Resistance and the thing he put out today was talking about the 7-year tribulation period and thinking that he's in it. And you know what? It's clear to me, like I'm watching the signs that the Bible tells us to watch for. Like that's what they're there for. So that when you see them happen, that you know that Christ is coming, that the return is imminent. And we are now seeing these signs, right? And the idea that, and listen, my kids are, you know, they'll be in heaven if the big thing happens. But man, it's just so, you know, it's just hard. It's a hard time right now. It's actually, as I keep saying, you know, it's an exciting time. It's an important time to be alive. You're privileged to be alive right now, especially if you understand this stuff. Is there's a war for souls going on right now. You know, that's where there always has been a war for souls going on. And while God intends and wills that all men would seek him and come to faith in Jesus and be saved, Satan simultaneously wills that, you know, man would avoid and deny God. And so he's hard at work, distracting us, you know. And now as we seem to be entering the Antichrist kingdom stage. You can see that this getting built by builders like Freemasons. And I don't want to get into that thing. I'm just saying, like, at this point, if you can't, all the dots of the old conspiracy theories, like if they're not connected now into a very tangible, realistic, and obvious and objective picture in front of you, then you're just being oblivious to reality at this point. So I think I'm about to wrap it up here, you guys. I mean, my voice is literally going on me because I've just been yapping so long. Next, let me tell you guys about next week. Next week, we're going to be doing the show again, but we're going to be doing it from a hotel in
Wisconsin Dells.
In Wisconsin Dells, because my son has a field trip at a place called the Kalahari, not to be confused with calamari. Kalahari.
It's with a K, so.
And it has a K. Which,
it's a water park.
Right. And hey, thanks for love, bro. And yes, prayers for all parents. My heart goes out to all of you raising young ones. Thank you, Renee. My heart goes out to you too. Dealing with some health issues. I hope you don't mind me mentioning that, but you said it publicly in my comments before. But while we're talking about praying, you guys pray for Renee here too. Pray for everybody. Pray for each other, you guys. Listen. What was there something I was going to say?
Okay, but about our mini vacay.
Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you. I was just about to end the stream.
You're covering
next week. Okay, so my son's got the field trip. It's a water park.
So exciting.
Amber, tell him the sweet thing that regarding the thing, or don't.
What?
I guess it wasn't that sweet.
Wait, what sweet thing?
No, because I was going to go
like
with you.
Okay, so Tim took off a half day Thursday, so we're gonna leave here. The Dells is it's 2 hours from where we live, and it's of course this really touristy place, but with Levi's curriculum, they pay for field trips, so we just literally show up and meet up with the group, get the pass, and go about our day. Anyways, so it's at a water park this time. So Tim took a half day off Thursday, so we're gonna go to the Dells Thursday night, and it's gonna be a surprise. We're gonna stay at a hotel and then do the water park Friday, and then stay Friday night too. And we never do stuff
so we're pretty we don't really, so we're pretty excited. It's gonna be a little mini vacay.
They're gonna have so much fun,
and we are gonna do our show next Friday. Now, moving forward, I really do want to do this show every week, but I want you guys to give us some grace if a week goes by where we don't. Just because, man, I am using every spare minute I have to pull this together. But I think this show tonight went really good. I was satisfied to be able to cover a topic in detail like I like to do, but also hit a few other things going on. I really like that tonight. So I think I'm capable of making it happen. But there will be weeks we can't do it. But you know what? We're going to do it next week as well. So please come back. We're going to do it from our hotel room. Don't know if the kids will be in the background. I'm not going to be doing a presentation about some dark and dreary stuff. We might comment on some stuff in the news, but I want it just to be more of a hangout talk, maybe a Q&A kind of deal. Maybe we'll talk about some stuff going on. So
also we're meeting up with my sister-in-law, Tim's brother's wife, and their 5 kids. We're going to have conjoining rooms Friday night. So we're going to have it's going to be I don't know. We'll play it by ear, but there's just going to be a million kids, and that's just our life.
So in Scripted Reality says, what's a topic next week? So yeah, when I say I'm not going to do a presentation, we are still going to be covering, we're still going to be talking about fallen world stuff, but it's going to be kind of relaxed. I just want to kind of talk with you guys more. And I don't know what we're going to talk about. It'll be whatever come next Friday, whatever the thing is that people like us care about is going on. That's what we're going to talk about. Love to see you guys making friends in the chat. Okay, you guys, I think this was a good show. I love you all. Thanks again for watching. We'll be back next week. And what can I say? Thank you all very much for your love and support. Please share the channel. Please check out fallenworldfilms.com. I've been putting up some new designs of shirts and stuff. No obligation to buy anything. And yes, it's overpriced. That's forced to be because of the system. I don't want it to be that way. It's just the thing I'm using. But it's cool stuff, and I'm making up cool artistic designs I think you guys might like. So, hey, check out fallenworldfilms.com while you're at it. All right. You guys have a good night. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And until next time. Because, no, remember signing off. This is Tim.
This is Amber.
From Fallen World Films.
The question has come up a number of times about why Grace Church does not just comply with the orders that have been laid down for churches. And I thought it might be helpful to give you the list of things that are required of us as a church so that you understand how utterly impossible that would be. Here are the basic orders. No indoor meetings at all. Pre-registration of every person who comes onto church property. People only allowed on church property for scheduled events. Every person who comes on the property is to be screened and have their temperature taken at the entry. We all must maintain 6 feet of social distance at all times everywhere, including the parking lot and the restrooms. Every other parking space must be left vacant. Signs indicating these mandates and also full exposure on social media. Restrooms are to be used during the service to minimize the rush. No hymn books, no communion, no offering containers, no pew Bibles, no singing, no hugging, no shaking hands. Disposable seat covers changed between services, and the services have to be shortened, and based upon the separation, we could only meet in the tent with a maximum of 350 to 400 people. You can see that these are the requirements that would completely shut the church down. Obviously, this is not constitutional, but more importantly, it goes against the will of the Lord of the church. He calls us to gather. Amen?
What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Are you a fighter or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader or will you follow? Are you a fighter or will you cower? It's our time to take back the power. What you gonna do when they show up in black suits on your street in army boots? And then silence you. What you gonna say when they strip your rights away and the tax man makes you pay for every bit of
morning, everyone. I'm so happy to welcome you to the Grace Community Church Peaceful Protest.
Are you a leader, or will you follow? Are you a fighter, or will you cower? It's our time, take back the power. What's your plan for tomorrow? Are you a leader, or will you follow? Are you a fighter, or will you cower? It's our time, take back the power.
I'm sorry. You gave a keynote speech at the Bohemian Grove Club, sir. A club which openly has mock child sacrifices and satanic worship, sir.
What about the depopulation? I mean, Memorandum 200. Why are you afraid to talk about your depopulation plan?
Why don't you get lost?
Why should I get lost?
To let you know, the New World Order has no legitimacy. And that we as a people are not afraid, and we are waking up to the robber barons and the big banksters who are looting this economy with the Federal Reserve.
Well,
investigate 9/11, and 9/11 was perpetrated by people within our own government.
Jesus Christ! We open ourselves for Jesus! God surrender your life into His hands! Is Jesus Lord? Because until Jesus Christ is Lord, we will not be your Savior! Because the devil is a liar! I'm still standing because of Jesus Christ! You can't tell me that God is not real! You can't tell me that my God is not alive! Jesus said, I am the way! He said, I am the truth! He said, I am the light! No one comes to God but by Jesus!
When I put my hand on God's word and held my other hand up to Him and swore that I'd give my life to defend that Constitution, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but regardless of what y'all do or don't do, I'm not going to enforce an unconstitutional law. I'm going to get back.
I gotta add the stream. Can you guys hear me right now? Man, look how dark it is. All right, we got Steve's. All right, so we got Mo TBR, Mark the Beast Resistance. Thanks for being here, buddy. We got Steve Stevenson, my favorite elderly citizen. Thanks for being here, bro. So yeah, if you couldn't tell from the title, me and Amber are joining you guys tonight from Wisconsin Dells. We are at what hotel are we in? Some, what one? It's like a common hotel. I forget because this is
Ramada.
Like Ramadan. Oh, great. All right, we're at the Ramada. And now you hear a baby crying. So this is the thing. We got two conjoining rooms. My sister-in-law is in the other conjoined room with the little kids, and we're in here with the boys and then the baby who you hear crying right now. So I got to be a little quiet. We got Amanda saying a swear word. Hell yeah, she says. Good to see you. Good to see you too, buddy. Oh, Renee's here. Blessings. Hello and God bless. Hey, Renee. Glad you're here.
Actually, wait. Really quick before we get into it.
Yeah.
Renee, I want you to, if you have a way to reach out to me or Tim, like, we really want to send you something. So you can look up, like, my name on Facebook or Tim's name if you have one. Or send an email. It was on, like, the last live.
Yeah, if you could just give us your, I don't know, because I don't know if you want to put your stuff out there publicly, but we just want some way to get in touch with you, Renee, because we have a gift for you. Let me see if this light works. How does that look? Weird? We're in this hotel. Okay, guys. Yeah, because Steve Stevenson says, can barely see you in that dark room.
No, it is.
Amanda says, come on, Amber. All right, so as I told you guys last week, and we followed through, here we are. But I don't necessarily have a big presentation like we are trying to do with our usual episodes. This weekend was more focused on having a great time with the kids. We took them to a water park, and we've been having a good time. And
Actually, it was a field trip through Levi's school. Like, I've been homeschooling him, and they have, I try to do like one field trip a month, and like the field trip this month was a day at this like water park in Wisconsin Dells, which is amazing. Like, it was so fun.
Yeah, so the kids all had a lot of fun, and we did too. And Renee, you know what? It just occurred to me when I saw you said this, that I gave you the Fallen World Films email, of course. But I guess I haven't actually checked it for a few days, so it's my bad. I've been checking my personal email. So if you sent it, and now I see that you sent your email, so cool. I'm gonna get in touch with you, and we got something coming your way. That is what's up. You have to live life, bro, and not let the garbage overwhelm you. Yeah, amen. You know, and we got so we have 4 kids with us right now, and my sister-in-law has 4 kids with her, and they're all cousins, you know. And I think despite the type of thing that we always talk about on this show and the stuff that we understand is coming and what's going on, you know, pretty much we can't go a show, especially since we're like a husband and wife team here. You know, like we always end up bringing up the kids, but we got these young kids, and it's like, it's kind of hard to find a balance between preparing your kids for, you know, the future that they're going to inherit, and making sure that they understand the reality of what's going on, while alongside of that, still trying to allow for them to have their innocence, you know, and experience the wonder of life. So I don't know. I'm not saying we have it all figured out, but it brings me a lot of joy to do things like this. And they've just been having a great time. I get flashbacks watching them play together of me with my own older brother when I was a kid. Tinkerbell says, "Hey y'all, just want to see your stuff rocks." I suppose she says, "Say thanks, Tinkerbell. I don't think I've seen you around before." Thanks for joining us in the chat. Stick around. Amber's going to be talking with you guys. So like I was saying, I don't have a regular show for you, but I did put together this little slideshow. But this is the thing, I failed so far to. Oh no, I got it right here. Let's just go through some news real quick while you guys are getting on here. Oh, hold up, Renee's husband is here too. Yeah, thanks, Renee. I don't know if I got your name, Renee's husband, but I know I talked to you in the comments, and I'm honored that you're here tonight. I don't want to sound like a broken record, you know, but again, this isn't the average episode. We're just kind of hanging out. If you guys got any questions, this can be kind of a Q&A thing, just kind of a talking thing. But just to get some conversations going, let's just look at a few quick things in the news. After school Satan clubs. So here's something since the last time we talked. Are invading schools again. Here's how you stop them. It's not what you think. And this is something that Amber texted me, that I just literally threw these slides together while having a smoke break shortly before doing this live stream. So we kind of threw it together, but this is some stuff that Amber's been looking at. But I think that you guys probably have been seeing some of this stuff too. This is from PJ Media, kind of a right-leaning, you know, I think even Christian maybe media source. That's a real good article. I'm just going to read it. At least once a year, we see stories popping up all over the country about anti-God activists organizing after-school Satan clubs at schools around the country. Parents, understandably outraged and afraid, promptly marched to their local school boards to demand that the clubs be banned. And before we even go on, it's exactly what the Church of Satan and these satanic organizations that are starting these after-school Satan clubs, which, by the way, maybe I shouldn't even jump right into it. If there happens to be anybody watching that doesn't know, this is something that's actually been going on for years. I mean, I don't know how long, but this is something that keeps popping up in the news over the last few years. And it's all based off of, it's going to come up here in the article. I think it might be called the Good News Clubs or something, but in America, traditionally, a lot of public schools have offered this after-school program that is, you know, funded and run by some Christian ministry called I don't know, we're going to see what it's actually called, but it's a Christian Bible-based after-school program, right? And just like the Church of Satan loves to do, you know, being politically measured as they are, wherever there's a 10 Commandment statue is where they're putting up a Baphomet statue. And wherever there's any type of, you know, state recognition of something biblical, that's where the Church of Satan wants to jump in and, you know, implement some satanic thing. So that's what's been going on regarding this after school Satan. It's a program that the Church of Satan is funding and literally conducting that is only exists to contrast this Christian program. So I just pretty much summarized everything it's just going to say anyways. But let's get into this. It's happening right now in various cities around the country. Here are some recent headlines, and I didn't put in these, but just to show you, most recently, Lebanon, Ohio schools respond after approving facility use for after-school Satan Club. And then in Illinois, this is, as you guys know, me and Amber live right on the border of Wisconsin and Illinois. So that was really big news for me when I first heard, because I don't know the county in Illinois. Do you?
I'm sorry, what?
The county in Illinois where they... Doesn't matter.
No, I don't. And actually, so the first link to Ohio, I think that was one of the banned articles that I sent you.
Yeah, I should have included that, because Amber just yesterday, like on Facebook Messenger, sent me all these links. And just by today, when I tried putting them together on the slideshow, like half of them had already been banned.
Yeah, there was
Facebook.
like 4 of them that had been banned.
And they're just mainstream articles, you know.
Right. One of them was like NPR, for instance.
Yeah. I put over here, and I tried a million times, but again, I did this so last minute, literally sitting in my truck outside in the cold parking lot. Over on the left side of this slide, this is a banner for the After School Satan Club in Lebanon, Ohio. And this includes this kind of like sign-ups thing at the bottom. And, but I couldn't figure out a way to get the picture I had in good enough resolution to really show you what it says. But I did cut out this little top part to give you a gist of how how they're really selling these things at the schools. It's really blurry. I'm going to try to squint and read this to you. This is just the top. There's so much more than this, and it's really wordy, because if you don't know anything coming from the Church of Satan, if you ever read up on these guys, they're so like pretentious and pseudo intellectual. You know, they're all really into feeling like they're real smart, but they can't be that smart to arrive at the conclusion that they arrive at. You know, they're really into, you know, most humanists, you know, they're really into exaggerating their own intellect, and it's obnoxious and pretentious. Like I said, you'll understand what I mean when I read just listen to the way they say this stuff. But hey kids, let's have fun at After School Satan Club. Science projects, puzzles and games, arts and crafts projects, nature activities. Like beheading a goat maybe would count as a nature activity. You know, just talking to you guys, but parents, your child will learn benevolence and empathy. Yeah, two things that that Satan is definitely known for: benevolence and empathy, critical thinking, problem solving, creative expression, personal sovereignty. And I could go off on a diatribe on each one of these things and point out how hypocritical it is for them to use. I mean, but also point out exactly how this is, you know, I mean, you're talking about, all right, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. After school Satan clubs are taught by volunteer teachers who have passed criminal background checks and have been vetted by the executive ministry for professionalism, social responsibility, and superior communication skills. The Satanic Temple is a non-theistic religion that views Satan as a mythical figure representing individual freedom. I mean, he's not a myth. Okay, so supposing he's a mythical figure, right? And which is what they're claiming, you know, and that the Bible is a book of fiction. It's not mentioned that Satan is a figure that's presented as literal in the book by which they, you know, acquire this figure, Satan. That's one thing that's always annoyed me about Satanism, is they require on the Bible as a basis and foundation to even build their, you know, stuff off of. But anyways, After School Satan Club does not attempt to convert children into any religious ideology. Instead, the Satanic Temple supports children to think for themselves. Unlike Christian kids, you know, unlike my kids who are just in a little box and forced to believe whatever I tell them. They say, I always do this, Amber. I can't read this like satanic literature without getting real snarky. I'm just annoyed by these people.
No, I feel you.
It's just so annoying.
Really like cynical lately, and just, I don't know.
I'm
sick.
Which is the response that they want us to have, like, and that's why they present stuff this way. That's what the whole nature of the whole thing is. And that's something I'm trying to get at. Like, they want to annoy Christians. They want us to revolt. And they want us to say, no, shut down the After School Satan programs, so they can show us how we're hypocrites, because we should be allowed to have our Christian stuff, right, but no other religion should be allowed to have their
right thing.
But
And
I'm
like
not calling for it to
like
be
the
shut down.
satanic temple, like that's a religion. Everyone should have access to, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
the satanic temple after school,
and that
without your parents around.
right. Well, and that's the basis of their argument. And
No,
it's
it's
frustrating as especially as like a conservative or like a libertarian or somebody that just believes in freedom. It's frustrating because of course I actually do support the right for these other, like I want the difference, the separation of church and state isn't to keep the state safe from religion. It's to keep religion safe from the state, you know? So it's like
Right.
there needs to exist the opportunity for any religion or any group to be able to, you know, get together with one another and to have some type of fellowship and programs and all of that, all the way up to the Satan thing. It's just, you know, just like we always end up talking about on our videos. I'm not here to say this needs to be shut down. I'm here to point out just another sign of the times, because when you're living, you know, step by step as this Antichrist system gets built, now we're to the point where you look around and we're surrounded by Baphomets.
But also in those flyers, like, so like the school flyers, they were like trying to sit there and say like, we don't actually like endorse Satan and we don't worship Satan. It's just supposed to, you know, open.
Yeah, they say they're just like political or whatever. And but yeah, and
like they just want to be open for like questions or, you know, any sort of questions kids will have. Or
yeah, but then it's clear that this is what's ridiculous, and this is what the most annoying part is that supposedly it's all based about free speech, you know, and that so this is the 4D chess, I should say, that they at least think that they're playing, but it's still pretty basic stuff. But what it is, you think about the Baphomets that they put up next to the 10 Commandment statues, right? And now you think of these after school Satan programs that they only put into school, as we're going to get into schools that already have these Christian programs after school. Everything is like combative against Christianity specifically. And what they want to do is to get a rise out of the Christian community, not only so that they can point out that we're hypocrites by trying to revoke the same freedom of speech that they're allowing us to have our Christian stuff, you know, but also just to make us look like, you know, the bad aggressive guys and to make themselves look like the victims. And but the reality is that they're not actually about free speech. Trust me, the real end goal of this is to reallocate, and that's not the right word, but to relabel, you know, biblical truths as hate speech in the new normal, you know, and to relabel biblical prophecies as conspiracy theories in the new world, so that the Bible can eventually be banned, and so that, you know, I'm just trying to say they're trying to censor the Bible. I mean, mark my words, that as much as they are using this free speech angle right now, their end game, these people don't care about freedom of speech. It's just a means to an end. Yeah, thanks you guys for a lot of you guys are saying hit the like button and share, and man, I really appreciate those sentiments. All right, right down here on the bottom, I just threw in the know your enemy, just a selfless plug, just because we're sitting here talking about Satan, you know, and this is a video that you can see on the Fallen World Films channel. That's just kind of further illustrating the thing I'm talking about, you know, and how the real Satanism is closer to humanism than it is some kind of worship of a monster looking horned devil. Amber, after I read this thing, I told you guys it was going to be casual, and dude, I am so parched. Will you either talk to them and so I can grab a cup of water, or just go grab me a cup of water?
I have water in the fridge.
Yeah, get me water, please. Thanks, babe. I'm going to continue reading this article. PJ Media has been writing about these clubs since at least 2016. All right, so like I said, it goes back years. Facebook posts from alarmed Ohio parents who wonder what they can do to stop this are filling up my feed. My advice to them is ignore the after-school Satan clubs completely. This is the guy writing the article who actually seems to be on our side in all this. Before I get to my reasons for that advice, here's a little background on the clubs run by a group called the Satanic Temple, founded by Malcolm, Jerry, and Lucian Greaves in 2013. Oh man, that feels good.
Dude, we've been in a hot water park all day. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Okay, this is what Lucian Greaves says. The after-school Satan clubs, and think about everything I just said before, and note how this is specifically a combative, assault on the after-school Christian clubs. The after-school Satan clubs meet at select public schools where good news clubs, that's what they're called, also operate. Trained educators provide activities and learning opportunities which students are free to engage in, or they may opt to explore another interests that may be aided by available resources. The environment is open and parents are welcome to participate. While the classes are designed to promote intellectual and emotional development in accordance with TST's, the Satanic Temple's tenets, no proselytization or religious instruction takes place. Keep going here. According to their mission statement, their goal, and this is again the article, is not to proselytize, and the group is not interested in converting children to Satanism. After-school Satan clubs will focus on free inquiry and rationalism, the scientific basis for which we know what we know about the world around us, according to the group. And of course, I don't even want to finish reading this. I'm just, again, you guys, this is one topic that just annoys me just because it's like, and you know what, we gotta, on one of these upcoming things, something that I think that we overlook at this point, like in this community. So evolution, something that, I hope that, I don't know how many of my subscribers subscribe to evolution and the Darwinian evolution, but like as all this stuff unravels, and like when you start getting into the really crazy stuff, like maybe the shape of our planet or the nature of the universe, to the real crazy stuff like these satanic secret societies, and as all this stuff unfolds, the things that everybody's about to start seeing are going to be truly mind blowing. And one thing that I find frustrating about a lot of Christians is that you'd think that like Christians would be the first to accept, understand, rally towards, and even preach out and speak out about these old conspiracies regarding this stuff, because it's the Bible that tells us that like this is the devil's world, and that tells us about the coming Antichrist, and no Christian, like the Bible says, I wish I had the verse memorized, about how like there's those that plot against God and that conspire against him. And I think about evolution, and I want to attack that pretty soon, because you want to talk about because if you bring up some of these crazy conspiracy theories, there's a lot of Christians that would be like, yeah, there's just no realistic way that you could get all the countries of the world and all the nations of the world and all the schools and all the universities to all conspire about something that they all knew was wrong, right? Just to push this lie that they know not to be true. And yet Christians, from each side of the map would all agree that when it comes to Darwinian evolution, there's a giant conspiracy at play where worldwide, this baseless science is being used and propagated to hide God and to diminish the reality of creation, and it's being accepted and preached as like a gospel in schools. Here I go. Because Christ is exactly what he said he was, King of Kings, and everything will happen just as he said it would. Yeah, amen. And I know I'm going all over the place, guys. That's another thing we got to attack. It's just that even though I'm getting real convoluted here, going way off on a rabbit trail, I'm talking about these Satanists, and I know everything is for them hinged on science and evolution, and I'm just annoyed by it, and that's why I went off on that
Well, dude, like it's more than that though. So like obviously, if you really like dive into this satanic culture, you're bombarded with like all of these images and just like these little things that even I've witnessed with like, so we have young kids and like they watch programs and like they'll even sneak it into, like our kids' shows. Like it's everywhere. It's in the music that
yeah.
Our kids listen to.
Right.
All of the celebrities that are prevalent right now, they're all satanic. It's everywhere.
Yeah, and they're all pushing the same thing, and it's just frustrating to know that campaigns like this that the Satanic Temple is pushing will actually have some impact on the general public, just because, and the fact that these tactics work, it's frustrating.
But like you're even participating in it like unknowingly, like for all of these young kids. It's sad.
Yeah. What's the reference for that verse, for the truth? Thanks for joining us, by the way, for the truth, and amen. Love that verse. Reminds me of this Rich Mullins song. Mo TVR says that is literally a religion based on doing whatever you can to get ahead in life. Lie, cheat, and steal. Do what thou wilt. Amen, dude. Sounds like it might as well just be pulled right from the video we just put out about Aleister Crowley, and I totally agree. You know, and the Bible talks about like when you have this Antichrist kingdom, and you got this one currency, you know, and that I always end up having to break this down just because I've been in this truther scene for so long. I know that Christians, Psalm 2, thank you for the truth. I know that Christians are always talking about like in the end there's going to be one government, one currency, you know, and one religion, and those are all true statements. But if you try to look up those phrases specifically in the Bible, what you're going to come up with is it's through the mark of the beast that the one currency is enabled, you know, just because you need to have it to buy or sell. And it's going to be the Antichrist, you know, at the throne of the new religion. And we're all on the same page about that. And so yes, I actually do agree with you that, yeah, this lie, cheat, and steal, do what thou wilt. This new, what would you even call it? Like the woke, most selfish, you know, you identify as, you create your own existence, you will your own existence. That's the new religion.
Live for yourself.
Yeah. Here's a continuation of what Lucian Greaves was saying. Then we're moving on to the next topic. Lucian Greaves, the leader of the Satanic Temple. He continues and says, don't you think it's best to keep religion out of schools? Yes, but the worst case scenario when religion is allowed in the schools is an environment in which one religious voice enjoys the exclusive benefit of delivering its teachings to the children, promoting the understanding that their religion is endorsed by the school or otherwise has special privilege within their community. The Satanic Temple does not advocate for religion in schools, even though they refer to themselves as a religion based around a mythological creature in their words. However, once religion invades schools, as the Good News Club have, right? God forbid, it's spreading the gospel, teaching people to love one another and treat others better than they would treat themselves, as they would want to be treated. But you know what I'm saying? Esteem others higher than you would esteem yourself. The Satanic Temple will fight to ensure the Satanic Temple will fight to ensure that plurality and true religious liberty are respected. Yeah. As if it's not now. Are you telling me that these same schools that have these good news clubs wouldn't allow for like Muslims or Buddhist people to have their own? They wouldn't. How's the Dells? Busy? I'm from. Oh, cool. Oh, you're right. You're from. You're a neighbor. The Dells is seems busy, but I haven't really been to the Dells before. This is my first time.
No, honestly, like.
So I don't know.
The streets weren't too bad, but since this was like a field trip at the Kalahari for like the homeschool program, it was actually pretty packed. But we got here Thursday. It hasn't been too bad, right? Like traffic has been fine.
Yeah. No, it's been pretty good. That's right, Renee. I agree. It's divide and conquer. You got to keep everybody divided so that they can't unite against you. I was telling someone earlier that they want to break down all the norms and have everyone mad at everything all the time. The ultimate divide and conquer. Hey, yeah, we said it at the same time, man. Yeah, so you guys are saying the same thing, Renee and Mo, and I totally agree. They do want everyone mad at all times. You know, my dad was telling me something a long time ago. We were kind of having this profound man-to-man and talking about, you know, this, how crazy the world's getting. And my dad was born in 1955. And he said that, and he was talking about his mom. So she was even older, you know, and what he said was, he was like, you know, there was a time not that long ago when you would wake up in the morning and what you would be thinking about is what you had to do that day. You had to go to work and you'd wake up and you'd wake up to your alarm and you might smell something cooking if it was breakfast, and you'd get up and you'd have to think about your day and you might have a checklist of what you had to do. Some people might pick up a newspaper and read it, you know, But then you'd go to work, and pretty much throughout the day, you would be focused on whatever it was that you were actually doing, like actually living in the moment. And he was just talking about how sometimes since the internet became a thing, and this is a transition that I can't relate to because it's always been like this for me. And it's actually before the internet, it was TV, and it was even in his time. But like at some point, our culture started to shift. Like once we went from like just having a special evening or afternoon news program, once we started having these 24-hour a day news networks, and then especially once we started having the internet, it started to become like every day you wake up and it's like, all right, here's all the terrible stuff going on around the world that you can't do anything about. Right. This, something you have no control over. Be concerned about this. Don't forget to remember the anniversary of this terrible girl that got this thing happened to her. And it's like, instead of being able to focus on just what your own life, like you're bombarded with all this stuff that's actually not related to your life, but that just is. Am I just, I don't know.
Okay. So part of that, like, I feel that like most, people our age, like they kind of grew up with like, you listen to the morning news, like you turn the news on and stuff. And like, I feel like my parents did that to an extent.
Yeah. So did mine.
And
then for us, it's like,
you're bombarded with this information.
And so the point, I don't even, who was it that even sent me off on that? Keep people at each other's throat. Okay. I'm sorry, you guys. I know I was just ranting, but I hope we're all on the same page here. And who started CNN? Mr. Ted Turner. There's too many people using too much stuff. I know, right? And he, by the way, has like a bunch of kids himself, but he wants to like limit how many kids other people can have. All right, moving on. I guess we'll finish off what this jerk is saying. The pre-existing presence of evangelical after-school clubs not only established a precedent for which school districts must now accept satanic groups, but the evangelical after-school clubs have created the need for satanic after-school clubs to offer a contrasting balance to students' extracurricular activities. A contrasting balance. Because if there's like a Christian school, the obvious contrast, I suppose, to Christianity would be outright Satanism. Maybe not the rest of secular school, right? Teaching them about evolution and all that other nonsense. Teaching them about 1,000 genders. Good News Clubs are an after-school program established by an insidious organization. And this is what Lucian says about, and I don't know anything about the Child Evangelism Fellowship, but I got to say, I'll bet you I'm on their side between this bout right here. I'm already on their side. But I just so not even knowing anything about them, I just love that insidious organization. Insidious because in Lucian's mind, because this organization and the only reason for these programs is to spread the gospel with kids, and to teach what they believe to be true. And they believe they even have evidence to prove is true. But the tenets of that are so beneficial to one's life, like they want to teach that to these kids. Lucian finds that to be insidious, right? Because what they're actually doing is indoctrinating these kids from their natural inherent right to be able to not be told any type of religious or superstitious or faith-based belief, but instead to only have access to so-called science, which is really, what Mo TBR is talking about, the new religion and whatever is, okay. I'm sorry, guys. Known as the CEF, whose stated mission is to evangelize boys and girls with the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ and to establish or disciple them in the word of God and in the local church for Christian living. Again, it's got the thing. Just annoyed by that. Here's something that Amber pulled up that's really going to drive you guys nuts. Right?
Wait, you were able to access this?
No, because I just re-looked it up myself.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, this is one of the...
This one really...
This is one of the articles that she sent.
Got me.
Yeah. So I just broke this down. This is from NPR. How to talk to magic potion doubters. 5 tips for parent ambassadors. And I don't think I included it in the slideshow. Again, I didn't have much time, but like, this is appealing to parents who want to like preach to anti-magic potion people or just non-potioned people. And it gives them the prestigious and pretentious title of ambassador to make you feel like you're special, especially important for parroting what you're being told. And I just gave a different slide for each one of these 5 because they're so great. You just gotta see each one of them. All right, number 1, Amber, go through this with me. Here's the first, and I wish I would have included. I really should have included the first paragraph. Didn't even include who wrote it. Didn't include the guy's name who came up with this thing. But look it up yourself. NPR. Here's the title. You can find it yourself. Whatever. Whoever it was, this is what they said. The first tip. Presume the desired behavior is a norm. The desired behavior being to be potioned. Presume just act like that's what's normal. That's what everyone should be doing. This is called presumptive communication. And there has been research on how it can positively influence people's choices and beliefs around behaviors like drinking or sexual harassment. And notice, by the way, as we read this, how it pretty much sounds like you're a CIA agent right now getting taught how to brainwash and manipulate people. Parents can set a positive social norm around magic potions by posting on social media when their own children are magic potioned, or by bringing it up at the playground. Hey, we got Ethan his second shot last week. When is your son getting magic potioned? Or, wow, did you see there were 150 people at the school's magic potion ritual?
This is where I lose mom friends. Because I'm like,
yeah.
No.
Yeah, Amber's been like a warrior on this topic. What do you guys think about this though? Like, so here's just our number 1 out of 5.
People literally think that like our kids are diseased.
I just like how this is literally telling the sheeple out there, or telling anyone. It's like it's saying okay, this is how you do it. Act like your ways are normal. But the bigger point is just that it's like a strategy guide, like a blueprint of how to manipulate people into believing. By the end, you'll see things that you don't understand yourself. One thing that I say whenever I'm talking about this stuff is, I don't understand magic potion science. I don't claim to. Am I ardently against it? Yes. Do I take a stand that none of my family gets that stuff? Yes. And I do have good reasons for it, but it's not because I stand up here on some high horse, Dr. Tim O'Keefe, like I actually presume to understand the science of what goes into those things. I stand on the very notion that God is the one that is behind creation. And
there's proof of that. Look at our beautiful, healthy children. All 5 of them.
Yeah. Well, that's true. We don't go to the doctor. And we don't get sick. Well, except for that, we're always sick.
No,
only when
if our kids needed a doctor, absolutely.
We'll go, but it just never happens. But I agree. I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but it's just that like now we have even experience to back up our original convictions. But yeah, just look at this language, man. Like this is encouraging people. Like, hey, go to be at the playground and say, hey, say this at some stranger or friend at the playground. Hey. My son got his second shot last week. When is your son getting the shot? Like this is telling regular people like to put yourself in the role of a professional advocate for a product. By the way, don't forget that this is a product. Like we're all being coerced into not only a medical procedure that we're being forced into, but also into the purchase of a product. Maybe you're not the one purchasing it. Maybe it's free, right? I can't believe people still believe that there's a free thing out there. You're still... the people that think that they're not paying for it. But if you want to understand that, go back and watch our economy episode from like 2 back. Number 2, if someone expresses doubts, ask open-ended questions like these. How do you feel about this? Or what are you worried about? Or how can I help you think through this? How condescending is that, by the way? If I was like, no, I don't really trust it. Well, how can I'm imagining some stranger, right? That says, hey, hey, Tim, you said your name was Tim. Good to meet you. I'm Joe. Here we are at the playground, right? He's like, hey, my son, what would his guy named Joe's kid be? Doesn't matter. Hey, my son, Joe Jr., we call him JJ. My son, JJ, just got his booster shot. When are your kids going to get the shot? Right. And I say, oh, I don't know, man. I got some doubts. And he says, well, how can I help you think through this?
Dude, no, like this whole article, like, and I hate to use the word like cringy, but like it really was that. And it's just like, also, like, are there actually people reading this? Like, they see the headlines and they're like, okay, yeah, I need some new strategies on how to educate people. But it's not educate, it's like coercing almost.
Also,
like,
if you ever feel inclined that you're in a position to educate somebody about something, you'll know that you're in that position to do so, because you'll understand, you'll have a knowledge that you'll actually have it, that you could share with somebody. Anytime anybody that would take the time to read this article and that would literally see a headline that says 5 tips for how to tell people this, anyone that even clicks that is already somebody that is unqualified to be in a position of teaching anybody anything. Because if you need to listen to tips of how to do it, then trust me, you're unqualified. Right? For real. I would look at someone like they were insane if they did that. Oh no, now my computer's, hold on. It does this thing, Amber. I'm trying to read what Mo's saying, but I can't because this thing comes up.
I know. You just
see
need to
that?
get a new one.
But we all know they would end up screaming at you and calling you a Trumper in the end. Right. Oh, we are all being conditioned. Tinkerbell, where did you find out about Fallen World Films? It's cool seeing you on here. I'm really glad to have you, but you're a new face.
No, they
Okay, I'm gonna keep going. What are you worried about? How can I help you? How can I help you think through this? What would help you make a decision? What would help you? So that's what you say to someone that doesn't want to do it. You need to understand their specific concerns in order to counter them successfully, right? So there's another language thing. You need to understand, try to understand their concerns. Why? So that you guys can have a dialogue about it, and so that you can like bounce back and forth and like figure out what you want to do. No, understand their concerns so that you can counter them specifically or successfully. Remind you that in the end, your goal here is to counter them, because the truth is that you should get the potion. So listen to their concerns and consider, how can I counter this? Do you see how you're being set up to not even, like, for anybody that's dumb enough to even read this in the first place, to not be receptive to any actual logical, rational, reasonable concerns, of which there are many, because they're already predisposed to deflecting, to rejecting. This is called tailoring the message to the person.
Dude, and okay, that was one of, and they even like put it in quotations, like tailoring
Right.
the message.
They should just be like, this is called washing the brain.
And like, no, and so like I did click on this headline, and I was just like, all right, this is gonna be a good one.
Yeah, well, you were right, babe. This is gold right here. Let's see number 3. I gave a thumbs up. I agree with this one, although it will also break down this psychologically, because it actually is more psychological bullying. But listen actively with your phone turned off. No rolling eyes, no crossing arms or looking away, which are signs of disrespect or defensiveness. So while I agree with this is doing any of these things is downright rude.
Common, like,
but why are you telling me this?
Human courtesy. Like,
because you're telling. So the person that you're supposed. So the supposed market and demographic for this particular article, what are they calling them? Parent ambassadors. So here they are teaching you, an ambassador who's going to educate somebody like me who doesn't want to get the thing right, and yet you're so stupid that you need somebody to tell you to not. Need I say more? Washing the brain. I know that was a funny one. I was proud of myself for that one. We'll skip past that because it's just so dumb. Number 4, show empathy to build trust. Not because you're empathetic. Build trust. Build a faith. Listen, I'm not even giving this. I don't think I'm going too hard on this article. Like, they are making no qualms and doing. They're making no attempt to dress this up as anything more than what it is, which is truly just a blueprint for how to manipulate. Show empathy to build trust. That's what you also teach somebody when it comes to like how to, like a pimp knows that, like that's a pimp tactic. That's like a predator tactic. Affirm their choice. but maybe I'm going too far. Affirm their choice to be in the conversation. I just hate the language. Affirm their choice to be in the conversation. I'm glad you're taking the time to learn about this and validate their emotions without validating the misinformation that may drive them. Okay, validate their emotions, but don't validate the misinformation. And it's so this article is telling you whatever they say, it's misinformation.
First of all, what they are recommending to say is like so condescending. Like me personally, if someone came up to me and asked about my kid's vaccine status, or mine for that matter, and I actually engaged with them, and they tell me, I'm glad you're taking the time to learn about this after I've truly made up my mind.
This is pretty much teaching you how to ensure you have no friends.
It's so condescending and who would even...
Mo says, can you imagine the FEMA training manuals? I would say probably just like this. And Renee says, no rolling eyes. Oh, that's hard for me.
Same, girl.
Yeah, you sound like my wife. For example, if someone tells you that the magic potion changes your DNA, do your own research on our mRNA. Understand, and this is what they do. Change your DNA, because does it really change your DNA? This is all word games. They do this with the microchips too. I'm not going to get into all that because YouTube will ban the thing. By the way, here's my obligatory and arbitrary, I'm not a doctor and I'm not giving medical advice, okay? I had to say that. Man, good one. I just saved the whole video. Anyways, if someone tells you that the potion changes your DNA, you can respond, that would be really scary. Of course, you want to make sure that magic potions are safe. Of course, you want to make sure that magic potions are safe. The good news, and back to your condescension, the good news is that no magic potion can change your DNA. And I can share information with you that could help you understand the science behind it, as if the person reading the article saying this thing understands the science behind it.
Okay, where are the links?
And even if you show me links, that doesn't help me understand the science.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
In the article, this article is telling people I can share information with you. But they'd have no information, even in this article, to share.
Let me tell you something about scientific information. One thing, and you know what, and it makes me think of another thing. I am just like anybody watching this thing. I don't want anybody to ever get the idea that because I'm coming on here and the things that I'm researching and I'm sharing and I'm able to articulate things sometimes, I don't think I'm some really smart person. I don't think I'm above anybody else. And you guys should all be fact checking anything I say, because I'm not and a lot of if I feel the few things I'm an expert in, I will let you know that I am. But the majority of this stuff, I'm not. And it's me and Amber are literally researching this stuff and just kind of we're going through this together. So I say all that to say this, that as somebody that does research stuff all the time and that does have a basic understanding of a lot of the stuff that, at least anything I'm willing to talk about on my show, when it comes to this understanding the science, let me tell you something, and I'm not even embarrassed to say it. I don't understand any of the science to any of this stuff. I look into these scientific white papers, I look into the legal language behind a lot of these laws and stuff, and I don't understand half of what I'm reading, and nobody does. It's jargon, right? In fact, there's a whole there's an entire industry of law that exists around the ability to be taught this language that's impractical from a linguistic standpoint, but that only exists to be complicated so that only people that know that special language can write things in because it's all about trying to trick others through language. I'm just trying to say, I'm reading this thing and it's telling the ignoramus to come back at the magic potion person that doesn't want the potion and try to school them with science and say, I can share information with you that will help you understand the science. And I say, BS, you don't understand the science. But there's one science that's really easy to understand. There's no reason to inject some foreign substance into your body to prevent you from getting something that, and now hear me out on this too. Me and Amber keep having to say it every time we talk about this. I got 5 kids, and if one of them gets really hurt and I take him to a doctor and he looks me in the eyes and he says, you know what we need to do to make your kid healthy? We need to give him a shot. I would say, I'll pull his sleeve up for you, but it's we're in this situation.
Meaning like antibiotics.
I'm just
or like
saying, like, from a philosophical and from yeah, maybe so, but I'm just saying at the end of the day, like, there's something so perverted about the notion of like having like everybody having to compulsory take this,
right.
operation. And
Well, and it just like it goes back to like, so when you were telling like my OBGYN that it's like reactive medicine, and like he was saying like it always stuck with me that like your husband is all about like being reactive about things.
well, and I got
It's just
respect
like-
for people that don't even do that, but yeah, like, yeah, if you're gonna medicate something, medicate a problem. Don't medicate a healthy person.
And I feel like the exact same way, which is like it's awesome that we are on that same page, because it's like look at our kids, they're completely healthy now. Why?
And yeah, and if they weren't, I would go to a doctor. But I'll tell you what I'm not going to do is
anything different.
I said this in the last episode, but I say it all the time. But it's like, why I don't let the government inject potions into my family. The same reason that I don't let Casey Anthony babysit my kids, because if somebody has a track record of just trying to kill people and like of being completely irresponsible and of having like if the very same institutions that are pro-choice and telling me to kill my baby when it's still in the womb, and that are telling me to not have so many kids, and that are telling me that my species is a problem for the whole world, and that we're the reason behind global warming, and that we're like a parasite on the planet, and by the way, line up and let me stick this thing in your arm. Well, after all that other stuff, I suspect now that that's poison, because you're sounding like big old AH. Thanks, Renee. Got on my little rant. Number 5, debunk misinformation and myths. Whatever that guy's last name is, he's who wrote this. LeMay says many people skip straight to this step. Okay, so I'm sorry. The step is debunk misinformation. Many people skip straight to this step, thinking the best antidote to bad information is good information. Not so. This is what he says. Well, I can't explain how there is no microchip in the vaccine. Okay, so I guess I forgot to add before it mentions number 5, it poses the hypothetical situation of the guy saying, well, the reason I don't want to get the potion is because I'm afraid there's going to be a microchip in there. And here we go. Once again, another video in a row to please watch the Chip documentary and understand how there was never a concern that there was a microchip in the potion. The microchip thing is very real. Now it's in the news, so there you go. But it was 2 separate things, just the same legislation being used to make it happen. Duh. Okay. So you needed to know that as a pretext. Well, I can explain how there is no microchip in the magic potion, he says. It's really important for me to be able to listen and be empathetic instead of being dismissive. So if someone states a false belief, you can, again, validate them by acknowledging that it's hard to make our way through the disinformation landscape. And again, who are you to even claim if it's a false belief? That's the thing. I'm the conspiracy theorist for saying that I don't know. The conspiracy theorist is the one that's humble enough to say he just doesn't know. I'm not even saying your belief is false. I'm saying like I'm not accepting. I will not not conform, but I will not consent to mandatory anything because I don't know anything, and I just want to make my own decisions for myself and my family. And it's that I'm not a scientist, and I have no and I sense no. What's the word I'm even looking for? Like, why do I feel like I'm required to be a scientist in order to maintain my freedom? I shouldn't be. How about just like, I just want to be free and I'm not scared of the thing. And if I feel scared of something, I'll decide what to do because I'm the dad and I'm the husband and I'm myself. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm in a mood. Now, mind you, here we are at Wisconsin Dells. I've been chasing around the kids all day. So I got a little bit of sass on me.
Dude, it was crazy. It was crazy up in there.
We've had a crazy day. Oh, Eric Haggins stopped by. Hey, Eric. Good to see you, man. No FEMA camps, he says. Cool, man. Glad you're here, bro. All right, moving on. Then pivot to the truth. As if you know that, he says. She says I'm talking louder than I should. I'm trying to quiet down, but it's hard. I understand that there's a lot of information out there. No, but Amber's got to, come on. What about Eric Haggins? He needs to hear.
I know, but like, I don't want to deal with the baby. I was just at the water park too all day. I have chlorine.
Dude, the kids are loving it. Look at. There's part of me that wants to show, but like that'd be so creepy, and I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna share them with the YouTube. But you guys are so cute. All these kids and their cousins all sleeping in bed. We're all in this hotel room.
We got conjoining rooms because we have like 9 freaking kids in between 2 rooms. How did this happen? It's too many.
Yeah, it's hard to really trust anybody. I definitely don't trust any of those institutions either, Renee. I only trust God. I trust God to convict me in the spirit about something that is beyond my knowledge. If I shouldn't or should be doing it. The last part of this little thing is what's happening here, he says, is that I'm pivoting the conversation slightly to sort of be like, okay, here's how the magic potion was made, which means there's actually no microchip in the magic potion. And again, so it's like, it's saying here, read this literature. This literature will explain to you how the magic potion was made, and then recite what you just read and say, well, no. See, this is how the magic potion was made. Do you see the word microchips? And you already get it, you guys. You get it. You get it. 2 more quick things I wanted to jump on. Oh, I'm going to jump again. Whatever. Don't really matter. All right. So no real literature about this, but here's something that's getting closer and closer. Elon Musk's Neuralink, another thing Amber was talking about and sent to me. Experts are ringing alarms about Elon Musk's brain implants. This was in the Daily Beast just the other day, just like 2 days ago. And then futurism, scientists express concern at Elon Musk's Neuralink brain chip. You think? Elon Musk's Neuralink plans to implant chips in human brains to treat neural disorders. Okay, so I want to talk about this. And then finally, Elon Musk's brain chip firm Neuralink lines up clinical trials in humans. So now what's happening? They're about to start like literally lining up these clinical trials, and all this Neuralink brain chip stuff that we've known about forever is really happening now. And I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about this middle. I just put headlines here, you guys. I didn't have time, like I keep saying. Definitely didn't have time this time to really get into the meat of this one. But this middle one, like so much of this Neuralink thing and even the microchip thing that's coming, something I really focus on a lot, is it's based around the implications, applications and benefits that it could have regarding health situations, right? So like you'll see everything if you look into this with microchips, from being able to help the deaf to hear. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful thing. And if one of my kids was deaf and there was something device I'd probably want to do it. Same with like causing the blind to see, right? Causing this Neuralink can be used to treat neural disorders, okay? But then you turn around and think of everything I just said. Even though I would, like I said, I could try to empathize with people that would want to use this technology, but to be able to see if you're blind, to be able to hear if you're deaf, to be able to have a chip in your brain that treats these disorders that you have. And I just think about this Antichrist kingdom, and I think about the Antichrist coming, as a false Messiah. And what does the Messiah do is perform miracles, and the Antichrist will actually perform many miracles himself, and I think that when if you're willing to stretch the beast system and all this coming, metaverse technology stuff, like it's just kind of just another thing. I read about this, and it kind of paints a picture for me to how I see that kind of being integrated into developing just another angle, developing into what will become tomorrow. United Nations. Okay. But anyways, yeah, I know it's kind of ranting there, but yeah, I just feel like the end times implications of that, like to be able to actually cure mental illnesses and to be able to, and all that with a brain chip, and I think about a close relative that just passed away in my family just the other week, who lived way longer. Like he was mentally disabled, and he lived to be, how old was Brian? 70?
73.
So he lived to be 73, and doctors said he wouldn't make
72.
it past 72, and doctors said he wouldn't make it past like 10 or 12 or something. And he was like a big brother to me. And I'm not going to say, maybe I'll make I don't know. I'll tell you guys about Brian another time. But the bigger point is that I think about like, wow, imagine if there was a technology where he could get like a chip in his brain, right? That could actually correct that. And then it's like, there's a big part of you that'd be like, well, that would be a great thing. You know, that's definitely a medical advancement.
It'd be too overwhelming for him.
But no, it's
he
not.
Wasn't made to be like that, you know?
Well, yes, there's that. But there's also like, what if you could do it and it worked for Brian, and then it worked for, you know, the ways that like Elon Musk is saying it's going to work with Neuralink for a generation or two. But then this stuff is all such a long play, generational kind of deal. What happens 2 generations from now when everybody's got these chips in their brain that are connected to a computer, and they can use computers to move things around them? And what happens when someone flips the switch and the computers are now the ones moving them around? I'm just saying, it's like the vision that I have, like for how the mark of the beast will like really enslave everybody is going to be like they got to get these chips into people's heads, but and hands, but they're not going to be able to do it through like, I'm going off on a whole thing. I'm just saying, I don't even know where I'm going with this, apart from just saying, I can't help but see this stuff and see some connections. I have brain injuries, and for years I would have taken this chip until maybe the last 6 months I have woken up. That's good to hear, Tinkerbell. Yeah, I wouldn't want you to take the chip, man, just because, like, you know, there's got to be a level to, so these brain chips, at least when it comes to Neuralink and stuff, they're all connected to these things that they call, I think they call them BMIs, brain, am I saying that wrong? Brain something interface, machine interfaces. Either way, yeah, it's like this totally artificial AI based thing that you're like implanting into your brain. I don't know. To me, it's invading way too personal of a space. It's getting too intimate. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, so that's coming. Oh yeah. All right. Here we go. And this is the last little thing I threw in here, you guys. This is just I actually wanted to put in a bunch of news about this, but it was like 10 minutes. This is when, if you didn't notice, I went from starting the thing at 10:30 to 10:45 because I was running out of time. I was like, dang, I need to get this thing finished. It's 10:30. So I just threw this up instead. This is just a post I made. These are the real heroes on the front line. And just a headline from The Guardian. Canada truckers magic potion protest spirals into calls to repeal all public health rules. And so, I just figured out how to take that off. So that's true. All public health rules. So, you know, nothing specifically about this article, but like, what do you guys think about that? What's going on right now in Canada when it comes to this giant truck convoy? It's awesome. You have like hundreds. The mainstream media is saying hundreds. So for all I know, it's probably thousands. Who knows? But you got like hundreds and hundreds of semi trucks that are all driving together in a convoy through Canada right now, all as a protest against the magic potion mandates. And if you look this up right now, and if you, and I wish I had the ability to do that on the screen. I know I can, because I see other YouTube guys doing it, but I have trouble when I try testing it out. But anyways, just go on, just check that out. Check that out after this stream ends yourself, if you're not already following it, and just keep an eye on that. This trucker convoy in Canada, dude, they need our support, and like it's all over the news. The Canadian government is like kind of like refusing to acknowledge them. I think I saw that maybe some government official agreed to meet with, you know, the truckers or something like that. I don't know. It's real crazy. It's going on right now, but something I couldn't help but throw in there because like I definitely stand in solidarity with these protests, you know, and it's kind of cool because like these truckers, you know, like you need obviously truckers to make your world go round. So they're to make your country move, you know, to make your commerce work. And so these truckers are really sticking it to the Canadian government, which, by the way, the Canadian government is, got to be just one of the worst with how all this stuff is going. I just saw like in Walmarts in Canada now they're putting up these like booths that you got to walk through to detect if you have your passport. So this is just awesome. I wish I had more stuff on it. Maybe I'll make like a cool like tribute video for the truckers like I did for Australia. I don't know. Renee says the people of Canada have raised $7 million for the family so they can do this. Awesome.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, I'll send you an email. Okay. Now a baby's crying. So listen, guys, that's the end of the slides. There's a baby crying right now. I'm having fun just talking to you guys. I am glad we did this, but I don't know how much longer we should go, Amber. What do you think? What's going on, dude? I feel like this is.
It's so bright.
It's too bright.
No, and like all of the chlorine from the water park.
Just tell them about a day real quick.
I don't know.
Real quick.
It was super fun. We were just a couple of tourists at Wisconsin Dells, hanging out. It was pretty awesome because it was a field trip, so everything was like free today. And we made a little mini vacay out of it. Give me this guy.
Yeah, we have a little Abel here.
It was so fun though. We made it like we kept it a surprise from all the kids, and they thought we were going home today. We stayed in the Dells last night. They thought we were going home.
Yeah, and somehow we managed to keep it a secret all the way up until, because we were meeting up with my sister-in-law and our cousins today at 2 p.m. right? So we came up. I took a half day at work yesterday. And we came up here and we said, all right, you guys, it's a secret. It's a surprise where we're going. And we went all the way to the Dells, which is like 2 hours away. And we got to the hotel and we were like, all right, we're here. And they were so excited that we were at this hotel. And they had so much fun at just being in their own room, and they were just like, oh, wow, tomorrow I want to do this on our way home. And they were just convinced that was the big surprise.
No, the sweetest thing is like, okay, so our 2-year-old son and our 4-year-old daughter, like we got a suite, like we had separate like rooms kind of from the kids, but like all they wanted to do was like take a bath in the bathtub and thought it was like the best thing in the world.
Yeah, right. I know. We get here and they just wanted to take a bath.
They're like, we have a bathtub in our room. Can we take a bath? And I'm like, sure. Go
Thanks,
ahead.
Renee.
It's so sweet.
Oh,
It's
I didn't know that.
Just like the innocence.
Yeah, but yeah, right. I know. And then so we're driving. So anyways, yeah, they're like, oh, we had so much fun. And they're thinking that just coming to the hotel last night was the treat. We didn't tell them even about the water park yet today. So then we leave and we have 3 hours to burn before we can meet up with Brittany. So like, we went through a drive-through and we're just like, we got them just sitting in the car, like literally just sitting there and we're just waiting. And they were being real well behaved. And Amber's like, how long are we going to let this go on before we just tell them what we're doing? And I could just sit here and tell you step by step everything that's happened this weekend. I don't know if it makes for the best viewing. But anyways, you guys, here we are, Wisconsin Dells. We're having a great time with the family. I'm going to wrap this up, but thanks you guys for coming on here. I followed through on what I said I was going to do. I told you we were going to join from the Dells. And so we threw this together, and I'm glad we did. It was fun catching up with you guys. I want to stay consistent. So you know what? We can do this on Fridays. I want to keep giving you guys good shows, but whenever we're not ready, maybe we'll just jump on here and just talk with you guys like we did tonight, because this worked too. And so yeah, it was cool catching up with you guys. We're going to be back real soon. Well, we'll be back Friday if you don't see me or if you don't see anything from us before then. And I think that's it on our end. We love you guys, and see you next time. God bless you. Say your prayers. Take care of each other. You know what? And then one of these days also, guess what? I'm going to sing you a song. Hello. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Tales from the Fallen World with Tim and Amber. I'm Tim.
I'm Amber.
And really glad to have everybody here tonight. So over the last week, since our last show, which we did at Wisconsin Dells, something kind of big has happened in my life. I did a thing. Well, you know what? I'm going to get to that in a minute. First, Amber, how you doing?
I'm good. I just got off work. It was actually, that's why we had to do it later. It was really busy, so I got out a little later tonight.
Yeah, I'm sorry for pushing the show ahead, guys, to 40 minutes. Like Amber said, she was running late at work, so couldn't start the show without her. I know that she's the reason you guys come here. So anyways, tonight we're going to be getting into, if you couldn't tell from the thumbnail, mind control. Okay, and this is such a giant topic that there's no way I'm going to be able to comprehensively cover it at all. But this is in response to my friend / brother-in-law. He sent me a link just the other day from the World Economic Forum, and it was just talking about some new technology regarding the ability to use audio signals and audio to control people's brains, and to get people to have cerebral responses, and actions based off of sounds that they're hearing. So anyways, it was just just like every other day since over the last 2 years, it was just another article saying, wow, something that 5 years ago would have been jaw dropping. And I'm like, okay. So I was reading through and it just had me thinking of all this other, mind control tech that's coming in, whether that be Elon Musk's Neuralink, or kernel, or any of these, chips that people are making, to, you guys know, the type of stuff that I talk about all the time. But now, as I mentioned in last week's episode, the Neuralink is starting clinical trials. Okay, so this thing is actually moving into the real world right now. So that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. It's going to be, it's going to be kind of just centric on that. We're not going to get into much else. But a few things first. If you didn't notice, here it is. Check out this. I'm wearing my Fallen World Films shirt, as is Amber wearing her Fallen World Films hoodie. So we're both excited about that. You'd think that we would have been the first ones to have Fallen World Film apparel.
It was our nieces.
Our niece, yeah.
No,
it was
your mom.
my mom first, then my niece, then my brother was kind enough in one of my premieres of a documentary to encourage people to go to fallenworldfilms.com. And we sold a couple more shirts and hoodies. And then, you know, it occurred to me, I was like, you know, if anybody ought to have one, I ought to. And the only reason I didn't is it was just for, you know, money reasons. And I enjoyed designing stuff, but and I have a lot of designs up there on fallenworldfilms.com right now that aren't just my logo, but are, you know, just check it out yourself. But anyway, so yeah, we're excited to wear those. Just a plug to check out that website. Plus, how professional does this look? I mean, I feel like I'm really representing this channel with pride and class right now. One other thing I wanted to mention before we get into this stuff tonight is that, so I did a big thing 2 or 3 days ago, and I pulled the trigger and I spent money and I got a new computer. Now, listen, you guys, believe it or not, I never talk about this, but for as long as I've been doing this channel, which has been just over a year, when I put out the Forbidden Film, that marked the 1-year anniversary of me starting Fallen World Films. And this whole time I've been doing all of these videos on this $400 budget laptop, which I love, by the way, because at the time I got it, my wife, you know, I was poor as a pauper and we were both poor. And my wife, she knew how much that I wanted to get back into making videos and stuff like that. She saved up money for a long time, and she gave me this gift of I think it was $500 cash, which was a lot of money for us at that time. And she told me, she was like, I want you to use this to buy whatever computer and whatever stuff you could get so you can start doing that, you know, video project that you want to do. And so, you know, and when she first got it for me, I didn't even use it for a while because I knew that once I started, I was going to get very involved like I have. So it just kind of sat there. But here, long story short, this computer, okay, that I love, that I'm using right now, this is the last time I'm ever going to probably use this computer, at least for these live streams or for making videos. And it's because all of this stuff that we've been making, as we've been using this software called DaVinci Resolve. Okay. And I got DaVinci Resolve 16. And I don't want to bore you with a bunch of technical details, but I'll tell you this. If you go to their website and you look at the specs, the computer specs, the minimum requirements for what you need to run that software, the computer that I've been doing all this on literally falls short in every category. Like to the point that I don't understand why my computer is even allowing me to use that software. And mind you, Amber could tell you, like, I don't talk about it, but one thing that has literally been driving me crazy for the whole year now is that most of the time when I'm working on these videos and stuff, I spend more time looking at that spinning loading screen icon than I do getting anything done.
So like the other day, my son's computer, I homeschool our 6-year-old son. And his computer, like, it was dead. I didn't have time to charge it. So I'm like, all right, I'll just use this. Because I had to do, like, a Zoom with his, like, teacher. Anyways, it was so frustrating. Like, it took even 5 minutes for
Zoom. Because of the computer being all slow?
Yeah, it took, like, 5 minutes for Zoom to load. It's just, whatever. It served its purpose.
It's not only did it serve its purpose, it's just such a beautiful thing, like the way that God worked things out. Like I got laid off from my job and I was put in this position while I was unemployed where I was like, you know what? I had the computer that Amber got me. And I was like, I'm home right now. Like I'm going to get this channel started. And all this time later, for all this whole year of using this computer, and I'm telling you, like, not only was it so slow and was it always loading, but it would also crash all the time when I was trying to upload stuff. I was constantly it's just been a mess, but it's been a kind of a beautiful mess. And to be honest, I'm not marveling at any talent or skill of my own. I think back about like the hurdles and the struggles that it's been to do any of this on this piece of equipment, and to me, it really feels like a validation. Like I get this kind of like a divine validation, you know, I get this sense from it that like approval or, you know, of God. Like I just feel like God has really blessed me to be able to do this. And it's amazing to me that I've been able to, and now understanding how the computer specs work, this new sucker that I got, should I show him? She just put it somewhere. I'm so excited, you guys. It's you know, it's still like the lower end of the class of computer that it is, but it is a whole different league, you guys. I'm gonna be able to press the button on the video clip I need, and it's just gonna be like, and I'll be able to put the song. Everything's just gonna work smooth.
Dude, your keyboard will actually work.
It is, yeah. So and I know I'm already losing viewers because who wants to hear about me brag? But there is one thing about this that affects you guys is that unfortunately I have started making the next part of the War on Kids documentary series on this computer. But I'm gonna literally just start over on this new one. And frankly, for probably about 2 weeks, I'm going to be setting up this new computer and transferring my stuff over, and you're probably not going to see too much out of me so that I can get this new thing set up. But moving forward from that point, it's going to be so much easier and more streamlined to create content that I can only imagine we'll be putting out even more stuff. And then the last point on that is that I mentioned 2 weeks. Me and Amber haven't even talked about this, but I think moving forward, we're going to start doing this show on a bi-weekly basis instead of every week. You guys know how hardcore I'm just trying to be, and like I'm passionate about this, but it's been really difficult trying to do it every week as well as get other stuff done. And I want to be able to make sure that every one of these episodes is really quality. So I think with 2 weeks, that would give me and Amber time, not only for me to, put the slides, a lot of that's on me, but I want Amber to be more involved than she currently is because, frankly, when the camera's not rolling and our vision for this show is just to be able to reproduce the conversations that we already have on our couch, like when we're talking about these topics. But Amber has the disadvantage of not, having as much time to kind of ponder on the stuff that ends up getting included because that's stuff that I'm doing. So I want to spread it out to 2 weeks. That'll give me time to get the technical stuff together, Amber time to, think about it herself, and us time to talk about it together and give you guys a better show. So that's the last little point of news. Let's check in with these comments and then we'll get into the show really. Renee says, hello, beautiful Amber. And hello, Tim. My love and prayers to you and your family. Thank you, Renee. I hope you got the email I sent. I fell short. I'm yet to actually send those goodies to you and your husband, but they are coming. But thanks, Renee. Thanks for being here. Oh, scripted reality. That was that intro was epileptic AF. Yeah, I know, man. It really kind of was. But I hope that it still had a kind of cool effect. I was going punk rock. Chaotic, Vum.today. I think we all understand that. Thanks to everybody that's in the chat right now. Colby, fightingmonarch.org is a wonderful website for info on this topic. Put words together, of course, in .org. Okay. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But all right. So yeah, we're going to get, is there anything else I wanted to mention? No. Okay. So we're going to get into this mind control stuff, and it's a really deep topic. It's kind of a long slideshow, but I'm going to try to fly through it because there's a bunch of stuff, and just buckle up, you guys. And also this is not a topic I would necessarily consider myself an expert on. I've read so much. I know a lot, but I bet you that there's probably going to be people watching this that also know stuff. So hit up that chat, with any info, then we can talk about your information as well. But one last thing. So before I get into that, so recently we promoted the trailer for this movie End of Youth that's coming up. And thank you to everybody that was responsive to that and went and subscribed to the End of Youth YouTube channel. I noticed that a lot of you did. And I was even looking through the comments and I saw that a lot of the most recent comments are just Fallen World Film sent me, FWF sent me. And so that's awesome, you guys. Just because I think that, it's awesome because for us to be in a position to be able to promote something independent like that, like who knows, as this channel grows, like who knows who else we might be able to help coming up. And actually I've now the director of that movie has emailed me. I got to email him back. I reached out to him. He got back to me. But long story short, I think I'm going to continue kind of working with the development of that movie. Well, working with promoting the development of that movie.
I'm excited to see it.
Yeah.
I really am.
I was thinking of maybe like having Carlos and Curtis, my cousin, the actor in the movie, like together as like an interview. on one of our live streams.
Yeah, that could be cool.
I mean, just to let them promote their thing or whatever. I don't know. I'm excited about it. So they just came out with another trailer. They also came out with the official release date of the movie, which is going to be in October, I guess, of 2022. So let me play that real quick, and then we'll get into our thing.
The Book of Revelation speaks of a world ruled by one government.
This message is for Jonathan, my son.
Where faith is a crime. Fear is the rule.
I don't care what they do to me.
You only have 8 hours to prove yourself to the Commonwealth.
No man might buy or sell without the mark.
You accept? Let me hear you say it.
However this message gets to you, I'm putting it in God's hands to deliver it.
End of youth.
Can't say it don't look pretty intriguing. Okay, guys, so we're about to get into this. All right, so when it comes to mind control, it's such, like I said before, such a broad term, such a broad spectrum of information related to this topic. And so it was kind of hard for me to sort of summarize the point that I wanted to make, which again was all based off that singular article that my brother-in-law sent me, and just understanding the rollout of some of these technologies. So in the slideshow, we're going to get through it, but there's kind of two different elements to this. There's when it comes to, the governments or the elites or the beast system or the devils or however you want to perceive the authority of this world. When it comes to their interest in, analyzing and having access to your brain. And I'm not even talking about Revelation 13 right now, but obviously for Christians, like that's the biggest implication of all. No, but just between those two things, their interest is based on two things. One, to influence your mind, right? And by the way, this isn't just my opinion. This is obvious. But one to be able to influence your mind, right? Whether that be to advertise to you, or whether something like for marketing reasons or propaganda for desired behaviors out of you. Another one is to extract data from your mind, this metadata. And so it's like there's a lot of different applications for these new technologies that are coming out. And I hope to better be able to elaborate that when we go through some of this stuff. But this is sort of the stuff we're going to be getting into. And let's just here we go. Let's just.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Francis Collins, Director of the National Institutes of Health, NIH, and I am proud to have the honor of welcoming you here to the East Room of the White House for a very special scientific announcement by the President. Investing in biomedical research is one of the wisest choices we can make as a nation.
We're going to start the When Humans Become Cyborg session. I always want to be a cyborg. I'm waiting for the day to become one, but let's see. Today we like to really talk about the recent developments of brain-computer interface and how that's really blurring the line between man and machine. And that's also opening up many, many questions about social, cultural, and ethical implications of these technologies.
We as a country are extraordinarily fortunate to have a leader who places such a high value on science to unlock the mysteries of disease and discover new ways of overcoming them. But now we stand at the edge of another frontier in biomedicine and biological research, which the President will describe in a moment.
This is actually sort of where the brain-computer interfaces are today. One reason I like to show this picture is to give a sense of actually where the technology is at the moment, which is that it's a lot of wiring. So although we would like to think of ourselves as being able to sort of increasingly adopt a lifestyle where we are continually hooked up to a computer or a machine that helps enhance our capabilities, particularly our intellectual capabilities. So we think about being wired into the internet, getting our brains to upload information. But this represents actually the technology problem, which is we have to solve the wiring problem. And so there are people, like Elon Musk, who are trying to work on closed loop systems where the read of the brain and the input into the brain all happens within the brain in an implant that's put just underneath the skull.
It's exactly that innovation that holds immense potential, not just for the families whose lives it will change, but for also spurring new jobs and business opportunities. The President understands this implicitly. He knows the importance of connecting scientific advances with solid science policy. And he knows the power of partnership. And that's why he has brought us all together here today. Science agencies within the government, as well as philanthropic foundations and leaders in the private sector, to marshal our talents and take on this next big challenge. So without further ado, it is a great personal privilege and a high honor to introduce our scientist-in-chief, the President of the United States, Barack Obama.
So this is all data collection. It's all exciting, all new technologies, but the infrastructure that is used to collect that data, to share that data, is nothing new under the sun. And we know the problems that actually can emerge out of that. So if our brains are connected and you record, for instance, what are you possibly thinking, what are you, basically what areas of your brain are being stimulated at a certain point. There is even like devices that can collect what you're seeing, measuring your feelings either through facial recognition devices, micro muscle movements, and so on.
And if you begin to look down the road, I think Elima already talked about brain implants. Certainly we know about deep brain stimulation. That is being used to treat people with pain, Parkinson's, tremors, and depression. A third of people with depression are resistant to drugs. So in fact, electrical stimulation is a way to go. So that's also a medical indication.
Computer chips, GPS technology, the internet. All these things grew out of government investments in basic research, and sometimes, in fact, some of the best products and services spin off completely from unintended research that nobody expected to have certain applications. Businesses then use that technology to create countless new jobs. So the founders of Google got their early support from the National Science Foundation. The Apollo project that put a man on the moon also gave us, eventually, CAT scans. And every dollar we spend to map the human genome has returned $140 to our economy. $1 of investment, $140 in return. Dr. Collins helped lead that genome effort, and that's why we thought it was appropriate to have him here to announce the next great American project, and that's what we're calling the Brain Initiative.
The major investors in this area is the military, so both certainly in the UK and in the US and probably elsewhere, because these are technologies that will enhance or are certainly thought to enhance human capacities in ways that will also protect soldiers, but enable us to do much more than we can already. And so we've been talking to military officers around the world. We're in the third wave of data collection, so we don't have any concrete findings to share at the moment.
But we've been talking to them about their neural implants. If they were to have, for example, a retinal implant that enhanced their sight capabilities, or a cochlear implant that allowed them to hear, across great distances. What are the ethical issues that come up for them? And one issue that's really interesting is bodily integrity.
As humans, we can identify galaxies light years away. We can study particles smaller than an atom, but we still haven't unlocked the mystery of the 3 pounds of matter that sits between our ears. Today, scientists possess the capability to study individual neurons and figure out the main functions of certain areas of the brain. But a human brain contains almost 100 billion neurons, making trillions of connections. So Dr. Collins says it's like listening to the string section and trying to figure out what the whole orchestra sounds like. So as a result, we're still unable to cure diseases like Alzheimer's or autism, or fully reverse the effects of a stroke. And the most powerful computer in the world isn't nearly as intuitive as the one we're born with. There's this enormous mystery waiting to be unlocked. And the Brain Initiative will change that by giving scientists the tools they need to get a dynamic picture of the brain in action and better understand how we think and how we learn and how we remember. And that knowledge will be transformative.
I'm healthy. I don't really have any impairments. But in 5 years or 10 years' time, what kind of brain-computer interface products or applications can I be using? Can I be, like, Ronaldo, you've been making documentaries about technology. Do you have any ideas about what I could be?
Oh my gosh, I'll definitely leave that for you. I'm the lawyer in the room.
Any examples that I could be using in the next 5-10 years? Well, I think you're already using the most sophisticated brain-computer interface that we have available that we underestimate, and it's the thing you held up before. That is an unbelievably powerful machine that is, it's not actually wired into your brain, but there's definitely connectivity happening there, and it's changed you, it's enhanced you already.
Yes.
You think that could be something in my brain in the next 10 years, maybe a chip in my brain? That every time I
That's what Elon Musk would like to do. Yes.
So what annoys me is that, and what you guys just saw was, okay, so what annoys me, okay, I'm so bad at being a host. You guys, I'm getting better every time. Let me rephrase this. Okay, so what you guys just saw was President Obama announcing the Brain Initiative initiative in 2013, okay? And when they were going to raise a whole bunch of money to further develop these brain scanning, brain technologies related, to the brain. And as you heard ex-President Obama talk about, former president, I guess what you say, this research that they wanted to start funding and the projects that they had in mind would include the ability, for people that maybe are paralyzed or that have some type of, disability to be able to be wired artificially from their brain directly to the body part. And so clearly that was 7 years ago. And what I didn't tell you, and what I wish I would have put in the video, that's what I meant to say. That's what was annoying me, is that the other footage was taken from the World Economic Forum, from Davos in 2020. So that was 7 years after the footage you saw of Obama announcing the Brain Initiative, right? And now here in 2022, we're starting to see all this stuff roll out. Right. Kind of like we saw, Event 201 and Clade X shortly before the pandemic started, and kind of like there's always, these when you look back in hindsight, the same thing occurred at September 1/1. I don't know if that's an algorithm word or not. But you look back now and you can see different exercises and stuff that were going on before that event, that was sort of like a training exercise for the event. So anyways, what I'm trying to get at here is that this mind control, this what do they call it? I keep getting around BCIs. They call them BCIs, I think, and BMIs, brain computer interface and brain machine interface. But this new technology that, according to all the headlines that you're going to be seeing all over the place right now, and even more as time progresses, it's actually not a new technology at all. It's been they've been moving this direction for a long time. And then as you just saw, it was in 2013 when the White House and our government really imposed this initiative to start raising a whole bunch of money and focusing on this directly. And I think about the pandemic situation, and it's like, okay, so if we're talking about technologies that, can enable man to interact with, computers with our mind, and to be able to move things with our mind, right? And to be able to access the internet in our minds, right? Which is, as you're going to see, which is exactly what this technology entails. And you combine that with what's gone on over these last 2 years. Like, first off, you have the introduction recently of the metaverse, right? And we keep talking about it. Everyone's talking about it. Yes, it's in its infancy right now, but that, Matrix-like notion is now a reality, and it's going to move forward and progress, So there's already been the introduction and announcement of this new artificial digital world, right? And it's like, but also because of the pandemic, you had, all these businesses get shut down intentionally, right? And people forced out of business, and people kind of, coerced into situations where they can just stay home, and even sending them money to stay home. And like, as we've discussed in the last 2 episodes, because of that, now we have this chip shortage, right? Because since everybody's home, everyone's buying more smart devices. I just admitted that I just got a new computer, right? And so everyone's getting these new devices, causing the chip shortage, blah, blah, blah. And you just see how on a worldwide scale, in regard to this so-called, pandemic situation that we're dealing with, countries have completely shut down, and they're all talking about their own version of Build Back Better, or something like it. And what it clearly, obviously, really is the Great Reset, right? This is all the Great Reset. So it's being reset so that moving forward, we're going to have this new technology. And that's why, and I know, I'm ranting too. There's so much I want to say. Maybe we'll just get into this, and it'll all come up in due time. Tales from the Fallen World with Tim and Amber. Control with the mind. Now, Amber, I've been really ranting. Before I get into this, is there anything that's burning up inside you that you want to talk about or mention or say or anything?
I mean, no, it's okay. This week, I was really off this week. I didn't really contribute much. Like, normally I'm really digging into things, but it was just, it was a weird week for me.
That's okay. It was a weird week for me too. Anybody in the comments, did you guys have a weird week? Let me know in the comments if you guys had a weird week. Okay, so the way I started this out is the very topic of mind control, the interest that somebody might have in controlling or influencing your mind. And I started out with a couple of Bible verses. Philippians 4:8. So this is what the Bible has to say. This is not all the Bible has to say, but here's 2 verses about what the Bible says regarding your mind. Philippians 4:8. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Think on these things. Romans 12:2. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Okay, mind, think. That ye may prove what is good and acceptable and perfect will of God. Now, clearly God, being the one that created us, and he created us in his image, the Bible says, and he created us to have dominion over the earth, and you could argue, well, yeah, this new technology just further enables us to continue that dominion, like this is just us dominating, whatever. But what we're getting to is the Bible tells us, and I think that we all inherently know, that our mind, our brain is a sacred and intimate space. Okay. We are created. We are these living beings, right? Our brain is literally like the control center for our whole body. And we are already in this situation where in modern times, like we're so dumb compared to how we used to be, which by the way is the topic of our next episode. But we are so dumb compared to how we used to be. Like in the old days, before you had TV and before you had all these modern communications and internet and stuff like that, when you were bored, you know what you would do? You would read a book. You might even write a book or learn a language, or build something. And you didn't have access, to these networks of just constant entertaining, distractions that, so it's like in the one life that you had to live, even though you could say, well, the lifespan was shorter back then, but these people were actually like, they would be entertained by the notion, by learning and by growing in wisdom. And, when you apply that to faith, and to things like virtue and to living a Christ-like life, before we were constantly bombarded by all these distractions, it was, I think, a lot easier to abide by this Philippians 4:8, to focus on things that are pure and lovely and of good report. Now, don't get me wrong, there were still temptations and distractions back then. But you see how this world that we're in, and as we've developed and progressed, this is what in the fallen world, this is what the devil wants us to focus on. It's not what's good. It's not what's pure. It's not what's holy. No, it's just what's popular. It's always the things of this world. And it's just this constant distraction that we got to be under, and like, you're trying to live, if you're trying to live a good, modest, pure, God honoring life, or if you're not, and you're surrounded by this, the worship of celebrities down here, sports for the men, you got soap operas for the girls, just these things to constantly, so for your whole life, so that you can just sit back and waste your whole life just being distracted and entertained by other people's creations, never having an impact, never having a contribution. Here's some billboards just right up on the side of the street. Next time, use ashleymadison.com to find your running mate. Life is short, have an affair, and so like here in the fallen world, it only gets harder and harder to actually keep our thoughts in the right place, and before I actually move on too far with that, no, you know what? I will just move on. The devil's not the only one that has an interest in your mind, though. As it turns out, and as history shows, tyrannical governments have always had an interest, or at least in modern times, there's a lot of history pointing to governments investing into the study of the ability to control people's minds, right? And the first thing that comes to people's minds, I'm sure, is mind control, or is MK Ultra. And MK Ultra, what do we got going down here? MK Ultra, and I just took this off Wikipedia, by the way, and I know you guys, yes, it's just Wikipedia. The reason I do this is because I'm trying to reach out to the skeptics and to the people that otherwise wouldn't look into this kind of stuff. And I just find that most people find Wikipedia to be credible, even though they understand that, it could be edited or whatever, and that, users can change stuff. But I find that when I show people stuff in Wikipedia, they're like, oh, okay, well, it must be legit then. So there's a lot, it goes a lot deeper than this, but let's just give you a quick rundown if you don't know it. Project MKUltra was the codename of an illegal human experimentation program designed and undertaken by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. The experiments were intended to develop procedures and identify drugs such as LSD that could be used in interrogations to weaken individuals and force confessions through brainwashing and psychological torture. So just to be clear, this is Wikipedia saying that the CIA was engaged in illegal activities that involved brainwashing and psychological torture using LSD and other methods. MKUltra used numerous methods to manipulate its subjects' mental states and brain functions, such as the covert administration of high doses of psychoactive drugs, especially LSD and other chemicals, electroshocks, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, isolation, and verbal and sexual abuse, in addition to other forms of torture. And can you just imagine that?
It's so crazy. And actually, so my mom came over earlier. She was off work and she like stopped by. Actually, she spent like most of the day here. But I was like obviously talking about the channel and like the live tonight. And I like pretty much made her listen to videos like on MKUltra.
Oh, really?
What
was her response to that stuff?
I mean, I don't know. I felt like she wasn't like totally listening. Like she just kind of doesn't want to know. You know what I mean?
That's a lot of people. It's not disbelief.
It's heavy shit. And like, you know, she's a 60-something-year-old woman. Like
Amber dropping the curse words.
I'm sorry, but is it not?
It is. It is heavy.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean, you know.
That's all right.
I was just hey, I hang out with a bunch of kids at work. It's hard.
Yeah, no, I swear sometimes too. But yeah. So how crazy is this? Moving on. MKUltra was preceded by two drug-related experiments, Project Bluebird and Project Artichoke. It began in 1953 and was reduced in scope in 1964 and 1967, and was halted in 1973. It was organized through the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence and coordinated with the United States Army Biological Warfare Laboratories. The program engaged in illegal activities, including the use of U.S. and Canadian citizens as unwitting test subjects. You know, and that's like a real basic way to say, like, you're literally talking about the government here abducting people. Right. Like they had different programs. They would like lure men in with fake prostitution. They would literally abduct children, take advantage of the mentally ill. Yeah, take advantage of mentally handicapped people, homeless people, and anyone that they found to be easy targets, or anybody that they thought would be useful to whatever experiment or program it was that they wanted to enlist them into. And so, dude, you're talking about think about that. We're talking about 20 plus years, right? 20 years on record, plus years of like, think of the scariest horror movies you ever saw. Because what you're living in is the reality, you know, that back in the 50s and 60s, like, and who knows how much longer, for a fact, right? You live it. Something that happens is sometimes you might get abducted in a dark alley, right? But instead of ending up in some serial killer's house who's going to Jeffrey Dahmer you end up surrounded by all these people in suits, you know, and doctors things. And like, they're all, you know, respected pillars of the community. And they're sitting here and they're putting this kind of stuff on your face, you know, and literally just conducting torture on you. And it's just like such a horrifying reality, that Clockwork Orange, you know. And this is the thing too, that we're talking about 20 plus years back in the 1950s or whenever, 1950s, 1960s. This was exposed and leaked, right? And the only reason we know about it is because it's one of the few things that got exposed. And the CIA, once it was finally absolutely exposed, like they already destroyed the vast majority of the evidence. And that is actual, you know, regular mainstream accepted news too, that almost all of the information and paperwork, you know, and literature and results and tests and stuff like that regarding to this MKUltra was deliberately destroyed by the CIA.
Most of what was left was like just financial records. And I do want to point out, it's crazy. They made a lot of these victims literally pay for this treatment. Like, And some people, they obviously can't find all of the victims that were affected by this, but like,
well, they would also
has
clear
been-
their memories, Men in Black style.
Right. But there have been some that, like, you know, either they or their families, like, started like lawsuits, and all that they were awarded was what they had to pay for this so-called like treatment. It's just crazy. Like, and it's these reputable doctors. So like they felt like special, like, oh wow, you're treating me.
Oh man, it's so sad.
It really is.
But and there's no way to know how dark it actually got, though, because like the very little evidence that we have, and again, most of it was thrown out, and so much of what was revealed, I think it goes into it here in the slides pretty soon. But you know, there were FOIAs, you know, Freedom of Information Act requests or something like that. I think the last one was in 2018, where we got some more info on this whole MK Ultra stuff, but so much was redacted that, like usual, it just became a pointless, you know, information where you get to kind of read between the censor blocks. Okay, anyways, let me just keep going. And by the way, as you just read here, Canadian citizens, this was in America and Canada. MK Ultra's scope was broad, with activities carried out under the guise of research at more than 80 institutions. Think about that, 80 different institutions. Again, you're talking about like serial killer weirdo kind of like human centipede kind of stuff, but it's the government, and it's being done in, you know, well-funded institutions and buildings, and including colleges and universities, hospitals, prisons, and pharmaceutical companies. The CIA operated using front organizations, although some top officials at these institutions were aware of the CIA's involvement. And these are the ones that are going to put other people in jail. Secret detention camps in areas, again, this is just from Wikipedia. I mean, you guys, like, we don't have time to jump into this rabbit hole, you know. Secret detention camps in areas under American control in the early 1950s in Europe and East Asia, mostly Japan, Germany, and the Philippines. The CIA created secret detention centers so that the U.S. could avoid criminal prosecution. The CIA captured people suspected of being enemy agents and other people it deemed expendable to undertake various types of torture and human experimentation on them, again, including sexual molestation and rape. The prisoners were interrogated while being administered psychoactive drugs, electroshocked, and subjected to extremes of temperature, sensory isolation, and the like, to develop a better understanding of how to destroy and to control human minds. How messed up is that? Like, there's stories that like they would take twins and put them in separate rooms and like pour acid on one twin so that they could study the other one and see if he felt any pain when his brother was getting tortured and stuff like that. And that's what your tax dollars were paying for back then. In fact, that's what the victims' tax dollars were paying for.
Right.
They were paying for the right to be, you know, tied down to a chair. And, you know, it looks like you said, though, some of these guys, they probably felt it's sad. You know, there was probably a little Stockholm syndrome going on.
No, there was like this one lady, a while ago, I watched this like little documentary, and like she even was saying like she was so scared of the doctor, but like, you know, just felt like he was her only hope because he was this reputable doctor that like she trusted.
RD Visions, when you say looking into David Rothschild's TED Talk, you're not talking about the one where he's talking about depopulation, are you? Okay. MK Ultra was first brought to public attention in 1975 by the Church Committee. And the Church Committee is just because it was led by this guy named Frank Church of the United States Congress and Gerald Ford's United States President's Commission on CIA Activities within the United States. That's a heck of a name. Investigative efforts were hampered by CIA Director Richard Helm's order that all MK Ultra files be destroyed in 1973. There you go, it isn't it? And this is, even that's in Wikipedia. The Church Committee and Rockefeller Commission investigations relied on the sworn testimony of direct participants. Oh, I suppose he was talking about this rock. Anyways, direct participants and on the small number of documents that survived Helm's order. In 1977, a Freedom of Information Act request uncovered a cache of 20,000 documents related to MK Ultra, which led to Senate hearings. Some surviving information about MK Ultra was declassified in July 2001. In December 2018, declassified documents revealed that the CIA made 6 dogs run, turn, and stop via remote control and brain implants as part of MK Ultra. So again, you're talking about all the way back then, they successfully were putting brain implants in dogs. So things do come full circle, huh? So the mind control was more than just these like experiments, you know, on these unwitting people, right? But there was actual, even all the way back then, they were already developing these technologies to literally control people's minds. Here I just say MK Ultra 2.0, because here's an epiphany for you. Are we all being subjected to MK Ultra programming now? Consider, like, look into, I only went so far into it, but a big aspect of this MK Ultra style mind control, or these experiments regarding the mind with MK Ultra, like something you'll hear a lot, especially, you know, in these truther circles, is the idea of trauma-based mind control, right? And trauma-based mind control, which is probably the most despicable of any form of mind control, even though it's all bad, you know, I guess. But that's where, like, you know, it's akin to like an abusive husband, right? Or an abusive dad who, you know, like just beats the crap out of you when you don't behave the way that they want, you know, but then treats you good when you behave the way that they want. And so, you know, to instill this like certain behavior pattern in you just because you're afraid of getting hurt. Well, it times that by a million, right? Where, you know, there's stories. And again, with all the evidence, you know, destroyed on this, it's hard to procure real good information about MK Ultra apart from the fact that it's absolutely true. And actually there is a lot of info, but you see my point, especially as time goes on. Like, it's hard for me to find anything online to research anymore. Stuff I was, all the resources, a lot of the references and resources that I used to go to research this kind of stuff just in recent years, like, can't even be found anymore. Right. It's all been like censored off the internet. But anyway, so in trauma-based mind control, and some would say that, like, you know, they would take these like kids they say this often about, you know, these celebrities. A lot of people believe that some of the most popular, famous celebrity pop stars and celebrities are victims of MK Ultra style mind control, which is more than reasonable. If once you start looking into the way that the CIA works and operates, and once you start looking into the Tavistock Institute and the way that, like, even the entertainment industry is involved with the CIA, right? And they say that what they would do with some of these, so apparently there's this thing called monarch programming where they'll like turn these girls into what they call sex kittens, and this is really messed up. Like, and I don't even know how much of it is true. Like, it's hard to kind of sift between what's provable but most of this is based on testimony of people that claim that they were victims of it. Okay. Like, that's the majority of the evidence that's out there is the firsthand testimony of people that claim that it was done to them. But there is like so many corresponding and overlapping accounts that people tell that, you know, it lends a lot of credibility to its, you know, probability of being true. But anyways, they talk about how, like, they'll, you know, one day you'll just be getting tortured, and the next day, you know, you'll go to Disneyland, you know, and you'll go back and forth from being treated like a princess to being treated like a piece of crap, you know, and it creates this like split in you, right? And then like they would like figure out ways that they could use trigger words and stuff like that. You know, it's the classic mind control scenario, the same thing that you've seen played out in all the movies from Clockwork Orange and that scene on what's the Ben Stiller movie where he's Zoolander?
You are dating yourself.
And I feel like we're all under mass MK Ultra right now. Think about it. There's, you know, all day long on TV and on the news, we're getting fed this trauma, right? And we're always being told that, you know, like we're always being reminded of these hurtful and painful things, not to mention just the way that this, you know, new tech and social media works and the way that.
Well, and everyone's like triggers and fragile mind states. I mean, and the drugs, right?
And don't forget that with MK Ultra, the big thing was they would use LSD and drugs, and that, you know, And now think about the hippie revolution, you know.
Mhm.
I threw up the acid test. You could talk about that with the Grateful Dead and Jimi Hendrix. But the whole thing where like, we just read about all this crazy stuff that the CIA did, right? Regarding like using LSD and drugs to, once people are under the influence of these drugs, to then suggest things through them and hypnotize them and all this kind of stuff, right? And then just like a generation, actually it was within that same generation, you know, that these acid tests, you know, that's related to the Grateful Dead, okay? And like during like this hippie takeover, rock and roll, British invasion, you know, that whole era of time, the CIA was also involved in a lot of the big music festivals. That's also well-known knowledge, you know, and that acid would just be getting passed around, and that CIA people would be there studying people. Like, and again, it all goes to mind. So now, instead of just having people in these, you know, little detention camps that are set up like we just read about, now you have whole crowds of thousands of people that are all subjecting themselves to the mind control. And don't think that the lyrics weren't filled with all types of messages that are, you know, that they want to control your mind with. Do you think it's a coincidence that every single song on the radio or every single song that happens to be popular happens to reinforce the same ideals of, you know, promoting this?
Well, I mean, like, look at Robert Hunter. Like,
who's that?
He wrote songs for the Grateful Dead.
Go on.
Well, I mean, like, he was in with the CIA. Like, they were literally supplying LSD for, you know, this whole new like hippie culture era. Like, and yeah, they were studying them. But I mean, Robert Hunter was like working with the CIA and obtaining all of the LSD from them. I mean, maybe not all, but most.
So at
least.
Yeah, and I suppose that like you look now, everybody's popping pills, and you look at these like satanic music videos, and everything's hypnotic. You know, some of these people on BitChute. You know, I got this thing going on BitChute where there's this one guy that I got into it with on our robot video because he hates hip hop, and he hates it that I started that video with the Tripley thing. He's a cool guy, you know. I mean, like he's a subscriber. He obviously likes. I mean, but he hates, and I even get his point. And I've had the thought before myself, especially as a musician. You know, I know how to actually play guitar and like play instruments and sing and write music, and I have an appreciation for like what music is. And I understand that music, at least maybe I'm wrong, but this is what I was taught. I actually went to college for one semester, but that I did major in music. And what they at least taught in music theory was that in the origins, it's believed that like the concept of rhythm and like our response. So now I believe like the Bible says that, you know, and the angels are just singing in heaven all the time. And the music is real. David, you know, who wrote all the Psalms, you know, was a musician, and music is important to God. But it's interesting when you think about music, like why do we respond the way we do? Right. And to music, like to this sequence of sounds and like to these, you know, random variations in melodies. Why does it make me feel a certain way? Well, they say that that your appeal to rhythm is based off your heartbeat, you know, and like, which is your heartbeat, which is something that you subtly sense, you know, your whole life beats to a rhythm, right? And that like, for whatever reason, you can identify with, you know, a good beat or a good measure, you know, or meter in a song. And then you take like this modern music, this electronic music that anyone can do, and it's literally just a keyboard going dan 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 dan, you know, looped over and over. You put an artificial beat on there, and what you have now is you have an absolutely perfect BPM, right, of artificial noise that's repeating on a perfect cycle. Now, in natural, real music, the type that David played, the type that I play when I play my guitar, there is a small, if you're a good musician, an undetectable level of human error where the beat will never actually be perfect. It's always going to be off by a little bit, you know, because that's the human touch. But this new music that's being produced has the ability to be perfect. It's mechanical in that sense, you know. And so I have had the thought, like, that's why I think you can listen to it and kind of go into a hypnotic kind of state, you know, when you combine that with, you know, that type of music that puts you in that suggestible, you know, state. And then you consider what kind of lyrics are in the, like Billie Eilish being a good example of that, you know, like her music all has, not that I even listen to her songs or anything, but everything I hear has that real like kind of deep, like gut, you know. But anyways, and then it's the lyrics that go with it. Like that's a form of mind control itself. Like that's not too far off from the MK Ultra thing.
Kids listening to it, like literal children who are impressionable.
Yeah, so you know, I think that when you combine all those things, like the constant promotion of fear, the promotion of drugs, the literal subliminal messaging and all the symbolism and messaging that's coming at us, I almost feel like we're participants in a big giant worldwide MK Ultra experiment. It's not even an experiment. It's more like the experiment's done. Now they know what works and now it's being done. And it does work. Could you ever believe like the stuff that's going on right now? Like, dude, seriously, 10 years ago, I would not have believed you. I would have debated you and laughed at you if you said, yeah, we are in 10 years, like literally like kids are going to be getting, you know, sex reassignment surgeries and parents will get arrested if they try to stop it, you know, and that kind of stuff.
Or
so
like
it works.
Sending them to school and being like, listen, we'll keep whatever secrets you want us to keep from your parents. They won't know.
There's a good rabbit trail for the truth. Okay, so here's an aspect of mind control. Think of the social media, right? We're talking about this technology that's coming out, and in social media, like myself included, like I said before we started any of this, you know, like there can be two aspects of this technology. One would be to suggest things directly to your brain, right? And another thing would be to extract metadata from your brain. But as far as extracting metadata from your brain, like whoever is in charge of these systems that care about this stuff and that are doing this, we have already like given them the majority of probably what they need to know. And actually, I want to pull up this little video regarding this. I don't know if you've ever seen this, Amber. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. It's hilarious. Actually, you know what? I put it on a slide. Tim, show that old clip from The Onion. All right. Watch this.
This is the Onion News Network. Better news, better viewers.
Congress today reauthorized funding for Facebook, the massive online surveillance program run by the CIA. According to Department of Homeland Security reports, Facebook has replaced almost every other CIA information gathering program since it was launched in 2004.
After years of secretly monitoring the public, we were astounded so many people would willingly publicize where they lived, their religious and political views, an alphabetized list of all their friends' personal email addresses, phone numbers, hundreds of photos of themselves, and even status updates about what they were doing moment to moment. It is truly a dream come true for the CIA.
Much of the credit belongs to CIA agent Mark Zuckerberg, who runs the day-to-day Facebook operation for the agency. The decorated agent, codenamed the Overlord, was recently awarded the prestigious Medal of Intelligence Commendation for his work with the Facebook program, which he has called, quote, the single most powerful tool for population control ever created. Among the biggest successes of the Facebook program is Operation Farmville, which the CIA credits with pacifying as many as 85 million people after unemployment rates rose dramatically. Other features, such as the suggested friends window, have been instrumental in allowing government agents to infiltrate deeper into the friend networks of suspected dissidents. For some expert analysis now on the story, let's check in with the Fact Zone's first responders. Jason, you have written extensively about the Facebook program. Why is it so effective?
Well, one of the key reasons is that the CIA has been so thorough in convincing the nation that constantly sharing information about everything that you're doing is somehow desirable instead of deeply unsettling.
You know, but critics are saying that with the national debt being so high, is this really the time to be spending even more money on spy programs?
Well, actually, the Facebook program saves the CIA money.
That's right.
Like the Maps application, where you list every place that you've been, whether it's the state or a country. Or...
Oh, right, with the little pins, they show where you visited. Yeah,
yes.
I like that.
That kind of information would have taken the CIA months of going through hotel receipts and plane tickets gets to figure it all out. The manpower that Facebook saves is huge.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the calendar feature even lets the CIA know where you're going to be in advance. So that's
right. So now if they want to pick you up for questioning, all they have to do is see which events you RSVP'd yes to and then send their agents to be waiting for you.
That's how they got my brother.
That's right. So effective. But guys, with all the focus on the Facebook program, is it taking away from some of the other CIA programs like the Twitter initiative?
Yeah, the funding for that should be cut entirely.
Right, 400 billion tweets and not one useful bit of data was ever transmitted.
Oh, that's true. Now, is this trend of social network information gathering dangerous? I mean, just last week, the New York Times revealed that Al-Qaeda has designed Foursquare to identify popular locations for bombing.
Actually, Brooke, that's been discredited as any kind of real threat. The people that use that site are people that no one would mind seeing bombed anyway.
Yeah,
So.
really, the only thing the CIA has to be concerned about is people losing interest in Facebook and moving on to a new social network site, like the Chinese site Wanbi.
I love
Are you guys on Wanbi?
Oh my God, it's so much more fun than Facebook.
It is great.
I love that one.
I love that you can earn friend points the more state secrets that you post. You know, I've got a lot of contacts in the State Department. You know, I think I could really rack them up.
You should post them up.
I should.
All right, first responders, thank you so much as always. You know, I'm, of course, a big fan of any social networking site. It allows me to interact with my fans without having to see, hear, or smell them. Well, it's taken months of preparation, but it's finally here. Today marks the first day of Washington's historic summit with Real America. The meeting between diplomats from D.C. and representatives of Real America is hoped to quell long-simmering tensions between the two powers.
Well, need I say more? That's that is possibly more fact than it is parody. So here's that thing that I told you that my brother-in-law sent me. Which, dude, I wish my brother-in-law, Clay, would watch the show. I mean, I know Amanda watches the show, and she knows him. I know Steve Stevenson knows him, but it's like I never see him pop in.
And Clay's my brother, by the way.
God bless you, scripted reality. Hey, I know you're in France, dude. I think it's like 4 or 5 a.m. over there, right? Thanks a lot for stopping in, man. I love you, dude. Looking forward to seeing more of your content as you post. Okay, so this is the thing that started it all. This is what my brother-in-law sent me. Just a link from our favorite World Economic Forum, which by the way, I just got a new email from the World Economic Forum. I get weekly updates directly from them where they just pretty much give me all the show tips that I need. You know, like it's pretty much like going to Infowars.com. Like what they send me, like, you know, which by the way, like when you're subscribed to the World Economic Forum, which I'm sure there's plenty of normies like me that are, but the true target audience for that, and I think the average people that probably do are like, if not just like uppity, like liberal, pseudo intellectual types, then they're like actual like elitist rich people, like, you know, parts of these clubs kind of type people. And the way that the type of language that the World Economic Forum uses, not so much in this article, but in these emails, you know, it's just something I'm going to have to show you guys directly. But go to the site yourself and sign up your email, and they'll just send you. It's like having a crystal ball. They will send, like, pretty much they'll just send you whatever you need to know that's happening in the next week, pretty much as part of the agenda, because it's all about the agenda. Even look right here. Look on their website. The first menu, global agenda. Neuroscience. I didn't even see that before. Okay, anyways, mind control using sound waves. We ask a scientist how it works. At the moment, non-invasive neuromodulation, which is changing brain activity without the use of surgery, looks poised to usher in a new era of healthcare. Breakthroughs could include the better management of Parkinson's and Alzheimer's disease, reducing the pain of migraines, or even reversing cognitive disorders caused by brain injury. But what happens if this technique for altering our brainwaves escapes regulation and falls into the wrong hands? Imagine a dictatorial regime with access to the tricks and tools to change the way its citizens think or behave. Sounds like something that I'm sure China is already released. That's the ethical battleground that Antoine Jerusalem, a professor of engineering science at Oxford University, finds himself in as he researches the potential of ultrasound technology to tackle neurological diseases and disorders. And it's something we're going to keep bringing up throughout the rest of the show, is just how, you know, all this tech is, in this case, is being brought in through healthcare. And I think that it's significant to understand this pandemic situation and all these like mandates for all this stuff going on. I think it's like setting the stage for more rollouts. That's the best way I could say it without breaking the YouTube rules. What social good can come of it? The current buzzwords are also okay. This is still from that article. What good can come of it? Now listen to this. And again, there's nothing inherently wrong, I guess, like with this technology. Maybe there is, but I'm not trying to just like say, oh, wow, like they're releasing this technology that can use audio to like maybe help people that have neurological disorders. I said it on the last episode. I mean, I got, as you know, we mention it all the time, we got 5 kids. I love my kids so much. And like, and I love my wife so much. And I love everyone that I love. And like, if anybody that I knew and loved was to have like, some kind of serious disability. I know I have some viewers that are in poor health, and Tinkerbell's not here, but she shared with us that she's had issues and with neurological stuff. My point is, I would be tempted to, utilize this type of technology if it could actually help them. And I'm not even necessarily saying biblically that that's outright wrong. Okay. What I do want to say is that all of when you want to talk about this world that's being built, which I do believe, and it's the nature of this entire channel, will be this the throne of the Antichrist. It's going to be the Antichrist kingdom. Okay. And like the beast system, everything you see in Revelation, like it's clear to me at least, and I can't say it enough that I'm not a prophet. Okay. This is not given to me by God. It's just my opinion. And it's also my spiritual discernment when it comes to reading the Bible and when it comes to these prophecies. When I'm seeing things like metaverse coming out, and when I'm seeing the implementation of worldwide mandates to accept some type of operation that incorporates putting something into your body, right? And I'm seeing people being conditioned for that. I'm seeing this technology coming out where not only is there a new world, right, but there's also, technology coming out that can, again, just like the first example, put stuff in your, so, all this stuff is happening. This technology that's being rolled out is going to be instrumental to it, just like Bitcoin. Like, I don't got a problem. I'm sure a lot of you guys probably have cryptocurrency. I kind of wish I would have got some back when I first looked into it, back when it was cheap, I could have. And like, but on the other hand, I think it's clearly obvious that mark of the beast, when it comes, like crypto will be the currency, So I'm just saying it's all building to something. In this case, it's being built through the necessity of healthcare stuff and of curing diseases. And one last point too is that you want to talk about the Antichrist and miracles and stuff, and what some of Jesus's most beloved miracles regarded like making a blind man see, rubbing dirt in his eyes and making him see, and making the lame to walk and causing the dead to rise, right? And through this technology, that's the type of stuff that they're talking about, is being able to cure blindness, cure deafness, make the paralyzed people be able to walk, and pretty much be able to replicate, the very same miraculous things that, at least in the Bible times, could only be done through a miracle by Jesus, And just like another theme of the show with man playing God, like it's gotten to the point now where like we are literally we've created technology that we can like invade the natural man and like alter his brain. Okay, you already get it. Man, it's just like we talk about some deep stuff on this channel. Very hard to stay on topic when you're getting this far out there into the freaking fog. Okay. What social good can come of it? The current buzzwords are Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, as well as traumatic brain injuries. But scientists are also looking at the spinal cord and peripheral nervous systems. As far as I'm concerned, since the brain is the de facto center of decision for so many processes, any of them could be targeted. Any of them, any brain processes, really just saying any single thing ever in your life. Is it safe? Well, when attempting to control neuronal activity by providing, and again, this is from the World Economic Forum, by providing minute mechanical vibrations to a region of the brain, it's important that the focus of the ultrasound frequency and amplitude are properly tuned, or the brain can potentially be damaged. The point is that we still don't know how to tune all of this. And if I were to exaggerate a bit, I could say that our current approach is not that far off from fiddling around with the settings on a radio until we hear the right station. One of the many difficulties is to know for sure that we are indeed controlling neurons with these sound waves, as opposed to damaging them. Well, that's something you better figure out. The truth is that we still don't know how the process works. And that's so much of science, like it's literally just like messing around. I wonder what would happen if I put this in the microwave, oh, wow, it blew up and then, disintegrated. Now let's do it on a bigger scale, that kind of thing. You just start out messing around. Hypothesis, you get it. On the next one, how dystopian could it get? I like this little chapter of the article. I can see the day coming where a scientist would be able to control what a person sees in their mind's eye by sending the right waves to the right place in their brain. So when you got this expert reporting for the World Economic Forum saying he can see a day coming when a human scientist will be able to control what another human, sees in your brain, well, then we're not in Kansas anymore, and we're not dealing with the world that God left for us. This is New World stuff. My guess is that most objections will be similar to those we hear today about subliminal messages and advertisements, only much more vehement. This technology is not without its risks of misuse, as if it won't be misused. It could be a revolutionary healthcare technology for the sick. It could be, or a perfect controlling tool with which the ruthless control the weak. This time, though, the control would be literal, absolutely literal. Mm-hmm. Let's hope that for the truth is wrong. But I'm following you, man. I know what you mean. Yeah, and Renee makes a good point. Technology will always be used for evil because of the wicked hearts of men and the demonic influence. It's sad but true. I totally agree. It's not like it's not the technology per se. It's not anything that's the sin. Like it's the flawed, fallible, sinful hands that wield it. I mean, but it's also just like it's also prophesied in the Bible. And it's not like the devil's getting one over on God. Like the devil, Satan, is serving an actual office in God's will. Like God. Look at Job. Where God and Satan. We're communicating together, and like Satan is the God of this world. Like that's a title that God's literally allowing him to do that, even though he'll lose in the end. I'm sorry, let's just move on. What can we do to safeguard its potential? I am not going to argue that scientists are all wise and knowledgeable when it comes to what should and should not be done. Some of us will go as far as we can get away with, but that's human nature and not unique to scientists. Either way, our job is to find something that is beneficial to humanity. And if you find a way to make somebody better, then you most likely also know how to do the contrary. Right. The goal is to make sure that regulation prevents the latter, doing something to hurt somebody, without impeding the former, doing something to help somebody. I believe that this is the role of regulators, and I think that, what a dumb, obvious statement. Another role of politicians, okay, so this is what I want to read. Another role of politicians should be to provide a communication platform to explain the long vision of any given area of research. And it can be too early or not a good idea, and the final decision might very well be to stop it, to not progress with this. But in the long term, the public should have the potential benefits of a new technology explained to them in plain words, which is something that scientists are not necessarily good at, right? Politicians, it's the politicians that people respond to. They should remember that if we don't do it, as if we don't create this technology to control your mind, well, then somebody else will do it anyways, and potentially unregulated. And that's probably the excuse for every end time. Well, if we don't, fill up these, silos with missiles and nuclear, arms, then somebody else is going to do it.
We should be the ones.
Yeah, and it's like you just have this race to the bottom, just like all these
But no, people fall in line and they're like, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. And people don't understand what they're helping build. It's just But that's not enough, like, to the MK Ultra, you know, like being able to use media, being able to use influence of celebrities and TV and all that, like to control people's minds. That's not enough, you know. And devices like headsets, and then the most recent one, which we just read about, and all that. We're now like, I mean, people literally have the watches. Again, no hate on you if you are one of those people, you know, but people already have these smart devices that are literally like reading all of their biometrics, you know, and like scanning their face to determine their emotional state and stuff like that. So that's already here, but even that's not enough, you know. And as this show harps and harps on about, you know, they want something in your body. So I just threw up here Elon Musk's Neuralink set to start clinical trials for human brain chip implants. This is from 12522. So we're talking about, this was a week ago, Elon Musk's Neuralink to start clinical trials. Okay. I don't know why I put both of these in there. They are two different articles, but point is that's happening now. I've already commented on it before. Just want to point out that's where we're at in this process now. We're getting into Neuralink. There's something I want to show you guys. Now, to make sure that we're on the same page, to make sure there's no misunderstanding that I'm exaggerating any of this, check out some of this stuff check out the way that Elon Musk described Neuralink to Joe Rogan. Wait, why is it silent? It's totally silent, isn't it? You guys can't hear
Let me
that.
turn the volume up on my phone.
It's totally silent, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Is this? All right. Well, I guess there's just some mistake. You know what I think I could do real quick? I can still pull it up right here really fast. Sorry for the so I'm gonna, once that's done uploading, I'll show you guys, but this is taken right from the Neuralink website. And I just crudely threw it up from my phone. You see my battery up here and all that. Interfacing with the brain. And this is just like, they really simplify it. If you just go right to their website, like they take you through this little like idiot's tour of what it's all about. Interfacing with the brain, innovation, pushing the boundaries of neural engineering. Okay, the link. We're designing the first neural implant that will let you control a computer or mobile device anywhere you go. Micron scale threads are inserted into areas of the brain that control movement. Each thread contains many electrodes and connects them to an implant that they call the link. The link to what, though? Well, the link, and they just admit, you know, it's to the internet, new world, meta world, fake world. Okay, link, sealed, implanted device that processes, stimulates, and transmits neural signals. Neural threads, these are the three parts, you know. Neural threads, each small and flexible thread contains many electrodes for detecting neural signals. Charger, compact inductive charger wirelessly connects to the implant to charge the battery from the outside, which, what a strange thought too, you know, like Dude, charging a battery in your brain.
I know.
And we're going to have to get into it in another show, but I don't know how many of you guys are following the stuff with graphene. If you haven't, just like look up that word and that what graphene is and some of the stuff coming up. It's a really hot and I'm sure censored topic we're going to have to get into, but I think I have an idea of how they're going to charge these things. Precision. Oh, you know what? Watch this real quick. I'll pull it at this.
It's likely that we will merge somehow or another with this sort of technology and it'll augment what we are now, or do you think it will replace us?
Well, that's the scenario. The merge scenario with AI is the one that's likely
that we will merge
like
somehow or another with
like
this sort of technology.
Like if you can't,
it'll augment what we are now, or do you think it will replace us?
Here we go. So I'm sorry, guys.
Well, that's the scenario. The merge scenario with AI is the one that seems like probably the best. Like
for us.
Yes. Like if you can't beat it, join it. That's
yeah.
You know. So from a long-term existential standpoint, that's like the purpose of Neuralink is to create a high bandwidth interface to the brain such that we can be symbiotic with AI. Because we have a bandwidth problem. You just can't communicate through your fingers. It's too slow.
And where's Neuralink at right now?
I think we'll have something interesting to announce in a few months. That the thinking part of themselves is in charge, but it's mostly their limbic system that's in charge.
I want to go ahead with this.
Could be a good outcome. Enable anyone who wants.
Here we go.
So instead of replacing us,
it's talking about
the
AI.
AI extension of yourself, such that the AI doesn't. There's enough bandwidth between the cortex and the AI extension of yourself, such that the AI doesn't de facto separate. Then that could be a good outcome. That could be quite a positive outcome for the future.
so instead of replacing us, it will radically change our capabilities.
Yes, it will enable anyone who wants to have superhuman cognition. Anyone who wants. This is not a matter of earning power, because your earning power would be vastly greater after you do it. So it's just like anyone who wants can just do it, in theory. That's the theory. And if that's the case, then, and let's say billions of people do it, then the outcome for humanity will be the sum of human will, the sum of billions of people's desire for the future.
The sum of billions of people's desire for the future, meaning like, because he's saying it would enable you to be able to do pretty much anything you wanted. And this is the way that we can really create the future, you know, that we want. That's the claim, at least. Hold on.
But that billions of people with enhanced cognitive ability, radically enhanced.
Yes.
And which would be, how much different than people today? Like if you had to explain it to a person who didn't really understand what you were saying, like how much different are you talking about? When you say radically improved, like what do you mean? You mean mind reading?
It would be difficult. It would be difficult to really appreciate the difference. It's kind of like, how much smarter are you with a phone or computer than without? You're vastly smarter, actually. You know, you can answer any question if you're connected to the internet. You can answer any question pretty much instantly. Any calculation. Your phone's memory is essentially perfect. You can remember flawlessly. Your phone can remember videos, pictures, everything perfectly. Your phone is already an extension of you.
That's true, right? All right, I just got to pause it.
Already a cyborg. You don't even. Well, most people don't realize they are already a cyborg. That phone is an extension of yourself. It's just that the data rate, the rate at which, or the communication rate between you and the cybernetic extension of yourself, that is your phone and computer, is slow. It's very slow. And that it's like a tiny straw of information flow between your biological self and your digital self. And we need to make that tiny straw like a giant river, a huge, high bandwidth interface. It's an interface problem, data rate problem. If you solve the data rate problem, then I think we can hang on to human-machine symbiosis through the long term. And then people may decide that they want to retain their biological self or not. I think they'll probably choose to retain their biological self.
Versus some sort of Ray Kurzweil scenario where they download themselves into a computer?
You will be essentially snapshotted into a computer at any time. If your biological self dies, you could probably just upload into a new unit. Literally.
Pass that whiskey. We're getting crazy over here. This is getting ridiculous.
Down the rabbit.
Pass that whiskey. Say what's will about Joe Rogan, but he does make me laugh. But yeah, so everything from like turn into a superhuman, that's something you've been hearing all over the place. These things will be able to really do that. Our last episode, 2 episodes ago, we talked about robots, and they have those robotic like exoskeletons as one random example, right? That's actually a good example for me to bring up because those exoskeletons, actually you sent me that article about it too, about like people that like movers being able to use these like robotic
right
arms or something to help them like carry heavier stuff or feet.
Like a jetpack looking thing that like
it did look like a jetpack.
It like supports your your hips. It like goes around your. It was
crazy. Which that's a reasonable thing. No doubt. If I had a kid that was like a paraplegic and there was like some kind of like device that they could wear that would like move with it. I mean, again, not if it was plugged into their brain, but so I'm not just hating against technology here. I like technology. I'm making this on a computer for crying out loud.
No, but it's like to what extent?
To what extent? That's what I'm saying. Like, so on one hand, you could have the robotic exoskeleton, brought in for health reasons, just like all this brain technology we're talking about, right? But then what I don't want is the exoskeleton to look like the Transformer guy that's like stomping through the city, like knocking, you know what I mean? Like if you can do that, you can obviously also make the giant monster killer Godzilla robot.
It's scary. And it's like, so where do you draw the line? And it's like anything that's used for good could be used for evil. Like, I mean, where do you draw the line?
Steve Stevenson says, a 13-year-old girl told me tonight, my phone is my most prized possession.
Mm-hmm.
Was that one of your granddaughters, Steve? Yeah, those kids these days, that really is their phones. It's almost like my son is Minecraft is like his phone.
Yeah.
Battleborn. Hey, what's up? What's up, Battleborn? Thanks for being here. But it will only be available for the elite. Yeah. Precision automated. So this is where we left off. We're talking about the Neuralink. We just went over. We're getting there, guys. We're almost done. I know we're at 1:30, an hour 30. So these are the stuff. This is the stuff that goes into the Neuralink. All right. The threads on the link are so fine and flexible. Did I read this?
No.
The threads on the link are so fine and flexible that they can't be inserted by the human hand. Instead, we are building a robotic system that the neurosurgeon can use to reliably and efficiently insert these threads exactly where they need to be. You're about to let it suit yourself. I don't want to lay down and let the robot cut a little chunk out of my skull. And I wish I would have went more in details. Like they literally like this like robotic hand. Not only does it insert these threads like one by one. Look this up on YouTube. You guys should see the demonstration that they have of this technology, dude. But it's just like, and it's designed to like miss blood vessels, and man, it's just getting real weird. But this I thought was interesting. Connected through an app, of course, because it's got to be that convenient. It's just like you'd expect. I mean, this is just nuts. The Neuralink app. The Neuralink app would allow you to control your iOS device, keyboard, and mouse directly with the activity of your brain just by thinking about it. But this kind of pulls it more into, we're not talking about the far off future here.
Right.
I mean, this is where you look at this and you're just like, oh, yeah, you can see this happening. I'm sure the app's already designed. I'm sure. And I'm sure, of course it is. We're on the website. It's promoting it. Be in control. And you see right here, it says Neuralink trains to pick up increasingly accurate signals. If you go to the website, they actually have like a little like demo playing right there of what your phone, like how it learns about your brain. It's weird, dude. The Neuralink, be in control. The Neuralink app would guide you through exercises to teach you to control your device with your thoughts. Be autonomous. With a Bluetooth connection, you would control any mouse or keyboard and experience reality unmediated and in high fidelity. I like that. Experience reality unmediated. Really? Like, isn't this like the definition of mediation? Like, aren't you putting this right in the middle of you and reality? A direct link between the brain and everyday technology. This next page on that. Neuralink's official site. The initial goal of our technology will be to help people with paralysis to regain independence through the control of computers and mobile devices, once again, through healthcare. Our devices are designed to give people the ability to communicate more easily via text or speech synthesis, to follow their curiosity on the web, or to express their creativity through photography, art, or writing apps, all telepathically. The future of neural engineering. The link is a starting point for a new kind of brain interface. As our technology develops, we will be able to increase the channels of communication with the brain, accessing more brain areas and new kinds of neural information. This technology has the potential to treat a wide range of neurological disorders and to restore sensory and movement function, and eventually to expand how we interact with each other, with the world, and with ourselves. How we interact with each other, like this is... you guys is talking about, like, you're about to be able to just talk to each other telepathically, but it's not really telepathically, like The Shining. I mean, and when I say you, I hope I'm not actually talking about you, the audience, but the people here in the fallen world. Like this is, and it appeals to them. You know, it's going to seem really fun at first, this Antichrist kingdom, but you guys, to me, I think about that Bible verse. I wish I had the reference where, you know, because another big thing they're talking about is life extension. And as Elon Musk just said in that video we showed at the end, he's like, oh, you know, you can just download your program into another host or whatever he said, you know.
That's a scary thought, though, because it's like people that don't live for anything and are like, you know, you only live once, you do you. That seems like a really tempting thing.
For people that don't have eternal, like,
Right.
hope, you know, that aren't destined for glory. Yeah, like they want to hold on to this life as long as they can. But, you know, I think of like the movie Vanilla Sky. You know, I'm not going to get into the whole plot of that movie or break down any movie, but as somebody that likes playing video games sometimes, I think for any of you gamers out there, you ever have that thing where you, like, you know, let's say you're like running let's say you're running on a mountain, okay, in a video game, and like for some reason your guy gets stuck between a rock and the hill, and your legs suddenly drop down below the graphics, right? And you get stuck in the artificial world, right? And your guy can't move, and you have to reset your last save. I always think about that with, like, you know, the idea of living forever, and particularly with living in like a Matrix kind of world, because frankly, that's what I think it would be. Like, if Elon Musk's thing came true, it's not like you'd be trading out it's not like you'd be uploading your consciousness into a new human body. No, at that point, and that's what happens, I guess, when you don't understand or have any respect for your spirit and soul that God breathed into you, you know, is that you actually think that your essence could even be digitized and uploaded into a computer. Like, what an obnoxious and ridiculous thought in the first place, right? But since they can do it, you know, like since the whole Jurassic Park thing, you know, since they can do it, then they just go ahead and do it. But anyways, man, can I really get off a topic?
Literally.
Dude.
No, y'all don't even know.
I know. But I feel like somehow in all that stuff I just rambled about, like it was all pertinent to I'm trying to share a vision with you guys, and I know that most of you already have that same vision. But I'm really trying to I'm trying to encourage the saints, my brothers and sisters in the Lord out there. This show is about encouraging you guys. I'm trying to inform you about stuff that I happen to have spent a long time in my life researching and learning about, only to be laughed at and sometimes ridiculed for a decade. And finally, it's like now I'm, you know, finally have a platform. I'm also here to use the very limited and few skills I have with things like making videos and being creative and this kind of stuff, to try to reach out to the fallen world, hence the name Fallen World Films. Like, I am trying, and you know, it's hard sometimes to find the balance between keeping my fellow truthers engaged, you know, because I am researching, I do think, and when I say I just know I'm saying we, you know, but in the channel, like there is our own research and my own, you know, stuff that I'm breaking sometimes, but I'm trying to also reach out to the uninitiated, you know, and to these people that like otherwise haven't ever seen or know about any of this kind of stuff. And I think I have the ability to really do that. Like a lot of my favorite YouTubers, pretty much like their videos are just real dry. Like it's literally just, I'm sitting in front of a webcam, just talking, and there isn't any of the music and there isn't any of the this or that. And And I'd assume, it's just because that's really not in their wheelhouse to do. And it just so happens I love doing that kind of stuff. It's fun to me. I'm an artist, but I feel like it creates this opportunity where I can make videos in the kind of way where for my subscribers, and for myself personally, like it's entertaining to watch. It makes it more, it's just enjoyable. It makes it more enjoyable and easier to endure, as you're going through all this information. I can make, put some flourishes in there, make it kind of artistic. But the real appeal to that, I'm hoping, is to reach out to people that otherwise wouldn't watch this kind of stuff. Like I said, that's the reason why I kind of like have the fancy intros and stuff like I do, in case you didn't know. All right, let me get through this darn thing. I'm almost done. Who will the link help? Once again, no, I think we read that. I know I got to read this. So, okay. Something that keeps coming up is, like I said, this is getting introduced through the necessity of, health needs. Earlier, we watched that Brain Initiative announcement by Barack Obama, right? And he mentioned himself how Google was, founded with government money, and, it was started like Facebook. Facebook started, I think, as like just for college students, right? It was just like at the beginning, it was like a social network for college students. You had to have like a .edu email in order to have one. And it was like a college resource kind of thing. And then you have, VR, right? Which now obviously in the metaverse, and then there's a lot of applications being used in all these industries, but that was introduced through video games. It's the kind of same thing here, like these ideas are being introduced through something that the public will easily accept, something like health. And by the way, again, like, plus there are legitimate uses, I guess, for this type of technology if you have this kind of technology. But this might even be the last point in this slideshow, just to drive home that the true intentions for this stuff goes far beyond goes far beyond helping disabled people, and it is very much connected to the new meta matrix beast world that we're about to be thrust into, or possibly eliminated if you don't want to join. Okay, who will the link help? We expect our first application to be computer control for people with spinal cord injury. There are many other potential future applications for the link. These include restoring motor and sensory functions and the treatment of neurological disorders. And this was right under it on the site. Will the link or future systems be available to healthy people? Neuralink is currently focused on making medical devices. These devices have the potential to help people with a wide range of injuries and neurological disorders. And we hope to develop treatments for many of these conditions in the coming years. We expect that as our devices continue scale, and as we learn to communicate with more areas of the brain, we will discover new non-medical applications. We will discover new non-medical, as if they don't already.
Right.
Right. For our BMIs. Yeah. Brain-machine interface. Neuralink's long-term vision is to create BMIs that are sufficiently safe and powerful that healthy individuals would want to have them. Real quick, I want to go through this before we're out. Because listen, you already know about Neuralink, okay? For sure, you already know about MK Ultra. If you watched here it comes once again, if the Chipped documentary, I'm honing in on this thing because I'm telling you guys, this is about to dominate the world in the real near future. We cover all types of stuff on this channel, but I know you might be getting sick of hearing Chip come out of my mouth, but it's like, how could I not go on and on about this topic when this is literally like in the news now? I want you to understand that it's far from just Neuralink. So I just put together, actually found this on some article. It had more listed. It had more than this listed. But this is just 10 other companies, significant companies that are in this space. Real quick. Number one, Kernel. They were in the Chipped movie. Kernel is an early-stage brain-machine interface company formed and funded by Brian Johnson, founder, blah, 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 while originally intending to build memory prosthesis, which would allow for the external storage and subsequent upload of human memories into the hippocampus. Okay, so literally, like, this stuff was like to save your memories on a computer, right? So that's that random technology. Dream. Number 2, Dream, formerly Rhythm, founded in France and now based in San Francisco, is a neurotechnology startup that has developed a sleep monitoring head-mounted wearable. The device uses EEG electrodes to monitor and analyze brain activity during the course of sleep. It then uses bone conduction technology to modulate brain activity by emitting subtle sounds at precise moments that the company claims enhances the overall quality of a deep sleep. The device is linked to an app that displays sleep metrics and personalized recommendations based on the user's sleep habits. Yeah, I've been needing that. I like this one, Think, but it's spelled kind of like thick. You know what I mean?
I hate the misspelling of everything.
Yeah, what's up with the misspell?
We'll get into it next.
We will get into that next one. You're right, because that's part of the dumb down. Next episode is going to be called something like "You Are Stupid" or "We Are Stupid," and we're going to get into just how dumbed down we really are. I'm going to put it right. We're going to put it right in your faces, and we're all going to take a moment and be humbled by accepting how bad it really is and how much we should know that we just don't, myself included. Think has developed a small that's on the next episode, 2 weeks from now. Think, because we're doing it bi-weekly now. Okay. Think has developed a small wearable pod that attaches to the back of the neck and uses neurostimulation to combat stress and promote better sleep. Their lead product, the Think Relax Pro, uses low levels of electrical stimulation to activate nerve pathways in the head and the neck. According to the company, these pathways communicate with areas of the brain to help control stress levels and sleep quality, blah, blah, blah. Halo Neuroscience, not going to read that one. Synchron is developing an implantable device called a stentrode that aims to provide a safe way for paralyzed patients to achieve direct brain control of mobility assistive devices. This is what Obama was referencing all the way back in 2013, saying this is like a potential application. I'm sure Synchron was already around then.
Right.
But here it says Thomas Oxley was named the 2018 Advanced Life Sciences Award winner for his work on this thing. I'm not going to get into the science of it. BrainCo, Harvard-based thing. Students wear this headband for education. Then teachers are able to, give them personalized displays. Neurable is developing a brain-computer interfaces that allow people to control software and devices using only their brain activity. So just another one doing that thing. Again, this is big business, you guys. Get used to this. I mean, I'm telling you, it's I keep saying it's going to get so nuts, but guess what? When it comes to a lot of you guys, it won't even seem nuts because that's how the conditioning works. In fact, you're already seeing it so much that we should all have our jaws dropped. You know what I mean? That is the way I feel. Like, it's so outside of conventional expectation that humanity would actually get to the point that we wanted to pursue this transhumanism and to become cyborgs, like they're saying. But that is the reality. But I've known it was going to be the reality for years now, as a lot of you have. But dude, to really see it rolling out, but to watch the people just treat it like it's just an Xbox or a PlayStation. Neuralink was only the 8th one on this list, man. Far from the top. Neuralink, we talked enough about Neuralink. Flow Neuroscience, Cognition. There's another one with your misspelling. I'm sick of the misspelling too. We'll say that in the last one. That's all, folks. We got sleepy Uncle Joe telling us that that's all. Sounds like the Borg. Put us back. All right, thanks, guys. That's all the content I got for you. Can't wait for our next episode. I'm really excited to see how it goes. For me and Amber, it's going to be good because
we'll have more time. Seriously, this week.
It's been everyone because so far, you guys, we're just winging it. We don't know what we're doing, and this has all just been an organic growth out of this whole this whole channel's in God's hands. But it's watching the way, thinking about one difference between our next show and this show, which by the way, I thought this was a great show. And I'll still hang out with you guys for a little bit, but no, we want to just get more and more professional. So dude, 2 weeks, we already know what the topic's going to be. We're already going to be able to say, I mean, right. I don't know if they care about this, but I'm telling you on our end, this is going to be good. Plus the new computer, you guys, Fallen World Film should not exist. I shouldn't have been able to do any of this on this piece of crap computer, which I love because you got it for me, and I'll continue to use in some regard. But man, I can't wait. I'm so excited for the new computer.
Hey, look, It's my kitten.
God's blessing, man. Gotta go. Oh, look, you guys, that's Meow Meow. Battleborn, thanks for coming. I love you. Take care. Yeah, you guys, some example of work, Greenfield smart cities, such as oh yeah, these smart cities.
You know who Battleborn is?
No.
Kurt.
Oh, I knew that. This is Kurt. Kurt, dude, good night.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
From
no,
the
I think it is. Okay, well, I wasn't reading the comments, so she was. Yeah, Kurt, good to see you, man. Take care, Renee, and you guys will have a gift coming in the mail pretty soon. All right, hey, you know what? We love you guys. I think it's time to just call it. I mean, we're going on an hour, 50 minutes. It was a good show. We're gonna be back in 2 weeks. God bless you guys. Say your prayers. Take care of each other, and we're out.
Bye, guys.
This was Tales.
Thanks
from
for hanging.
This was Tales from the Fallen World with Tim
and Amber.
It is cold outside. What's up, guys? This is Tim from Fallen World Films, and you know what? It's awesome that I have this channel and that I'm able to come on here and share all the, vast knowledge that I've acquired over the years concerning all this conspiracy stuff and all this great reset stuff, and the conspiratainment that we like to discuss. But the most important information that I could ever share, which I think I do a lot, I try to, is the gospel, and it's the good news, that God is able and willing and desires to forgive man. And I think the best way to witness is by example and to share our own testimonies. I've mentioned it before, but all the intellectual debate in the world doesn't really do much to change hearts, because the heart and the mind are often two separate things. Now, don't get me wrong, you got to understand the gospel. But I feel like the best witness of all, is when people see the direct influence and results of the Holy Spirit in somebody that's born again. And so I think the best way to do that is to share your testimony. And I have mentioned a few times on this channel that, maybe I would share my testimony on the channel at some point. And Amber has said the same. And I have figured out a way that we can both share our testimonies as well as our baptisms, because I put this little video together of when Amber and I were baptized this summer. And we both share our testimonies. And so I hope you guys enjoy this little video. And I want to apologize in advance, because during the portion where Amber is being baptized and sharing her testimony, I'm holding the camera as she's holding the camera for my portion. But on all her segments, you just hear me breathing really heavily in the background because I was trying not to cry. And it's kind of cringy listening back, but there's nothing I could do about it. So with that said, enjoy this video. Share your thoughts in the comments, and maybe share your own testimony in the comments. And maybe we can lead to some more discussions in the future. So hope you guys enjoy this and that it's a blessing to you. God bless, and we'll see you next Friday with the next episode of Tales from the Fallen World with Tim and Amber. So here you go. This is my and Amber's baptism.
Hi, I'm Amber, and this is my testimony. This will be my second time getting baptized. The first time, I think I was about 5 or 6, and I really don't remember much of it. I grew up going to church and private schools for part of my life, but I don't think my parents were ever really Christians. I'm grateful that my family did go to church because it planted a seed in me, and even though it took years to grow, it was always there.
I also enrolled in Christian school for most of my childhood, sitting through chapel on Fridays and attending Bible classes throughout the week. At home, my family would pray and study the Bible together. My parents had successfully established a Christ-centered environment for my siblings and I. And as a child, I just kind of assumed that I was naturally saved. After all, I did believe in God and Jesus, and I had prayed the sinner's prayer. I professed to be a Christian from a young age. I was even baptized at 7 years old alongside my brother and my dad. However, as the years passed and I grew into a teenager, I began to question my faith and God's existence.
By the time we stopped going to church in my teens, I was already living a very dangerous and destructive lifestyle full of drugs and alcohol. I let it completely consume me to the point that I dropped out of school and moved out of my parents' house at around 16. From there, my life was terrible. I kept drifting further away from God, and eventually I wanted nothing to do with Him. I struggled so bad for years, and instead of taking comfort and refuge in Jesus, I cursed Him. I became so bitter towards Him because I couldn't understand why He would allow me to suffer like this, and truly felt like He was punishing me. I was so blind and naive to what was really going on.
These doubts were spurred by the realization that despite my profession of faith, I felt no real desire to honor God with my life. I began to acknowledge that the scriptures that we would read at church and school really didn't mean much to me. I felt little conviction for my sin, and my prayer life was either self-serving or non-existent. And my Christian walk felt more like a family tradition and a social expectation than it did a genuine relationship with God. I wrestled with these doubts for a long time, at one point resolving that I should be baptized again, this time as a teenager. Perhaps that would restore my faith or give me a sense of spiritual assurance. At least that's what I hoped would happen, but I was wrong. Instead, my spiritual uncertainty lingered, and even as the pastor lifted me from the waters, I recall feeling disappointed by the looming sense of doubt which was present still. Soon after that day, I came to accept that the reason I didn't feel saved is because, indeed, I was not.
In 2015, when I was pregnant with my second child, I decided to finally get clean. I still insisted that I didn't need God's help, and I could do it all on my own. I made things so much harder than they had to be. But by God's grace, I made it out, and I'm standing here today.
And in the following years, I fell deeper into sin and exponentially further from God. My doubts grew into disbelief and eventually outright denial. For lack of better expression, I had lost my faith. Soon, I was debating with my family about God, and I was discouraging my Christian peers in their faith. I had become a rebel against God, and even an enemy. Over the course of the next 15 years, I lived the life of a hedonistic and selfish reprobate. Enjoyment became my God, and instant gratification my primary desire. And as the frontman of two somewhat popular secular bands in my area, instant gratification was easy to find. I had cultivated a lifestyle to accommodate my appetite for sin. What's worse is that I would use my relative popularity to encourage and influence others into sin. I have blasphemed God from center stage before large crowds. I have publicly endorsed sin. I have publicly endorsed sin and wickedness, and I have promoted these things to audiences of young and impressionable people. And I'm guilty of more sin than I can even remember.
It has been such a journey, and I'm so grateful my husband has been by my side these last 6 years, encouraging me and witnessing the changes in my life. He's been so patient through all these years of me being so scared and reluctant to proclaim Christ. I was so prideful and selfish for way too long. It wasn't until my pastor, Matt Henry, preached a sermon titled How to Be Forgiven of Your Sins when everything just clicked.
I found myself drowning in a sad and pathetic alcohol-infused depression. My music career, my friendships, my living conditions, and my reputation all fell to the wayside as I stumbled around in a drunken stupor, feeling sorry for myself. And I lived in this shameful state for about 3 years. But in the midst of it, something amazing happened. I began to feel convicted by my sin once again. And as I pondered my life and circumstance, I began to recognize the magnitude of my sin, the spiritual damage that I had inflicted on myself and others, and the shame that I had brought to my family. Most importantly, I began to remember what I had been taught from God's word in my youth, things like the wages of sin is death, and Lean not on your own understanding. And of course, whoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. And for the first time in my life, I finally desperately wanted these things.
God had already been working on me for years, and when the message started, I knew God was speaking directly to me through my pastor. I was up just the night before praying for answers, and I got them. One of the verses that spoke to me was Romans 10:13. For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. I know it sounds so simple, but I have been fighting it for years. I do believe Jesus has taken the burden of my sins and paid the debt with his blood. I'm unashamed to call myself a Christian, and I now understand that I was too proud to allow God any credit for all of the blessings in my life. I wanted all the credit for getting clean and getting my life together when he is truly the one who made all of it happen. You can't tell me God isn't real, because I'm truly a walking miracle, and I'm so blessed that God chose to save my life.
It was time for me to get right with God, and because my parents had raised me faithfully, according to God's word, there was nothing about the gospel that I even needed to learn. I already knew the gospel like the back of my hand, but what I needed was to believe, accept, and to confess my faith in it. Now, I don't remember the date or the details, but it was at this point in my life that I finally humbled myself before God. I fell to my knees and I sincerely prayed to him after 20 years of running away. I thanked him for my life. I confessed all of my many sins. I asked him to forgive me for my outright rebellion and foolishness. I proclaimed my faith in the resurrection and finished work of Christ, and then I told him every other little thing that was on my heart. In closing, I asked for God to save me, and he did. Now, the moment that I just described took place about 7 years ago, and since then I'm happy to testify that God has completely rearranged my life.
Since my salvation, I feel changed. I'm no longer afraid to proclaim my Christianity. I'm not ashamed of my past because I know Jesus has paid the price for my sins. I'm not fearful of my future anymore because I know I will have eternal life through Christ. I'm so happy and so blessed with an amazing husband and 5 children. God has changed my life, and I'm eager to continue to grow in Christ and become more faithful and wise toward him.
He has redeemed me. God has united me in marriage with my best friend. He has blessed me with children who bring more joy to me than I can even describe. But above all, he has forgiven me for my sins and of my sins. I'm a new creature in Christ, and I am pleased to announce that I have a peace in my soul. I'm honored to declare my eternal love and allegiance to Jesus Christ. He is my Savior, and he is my God, and it is a privilege to stand here today and to publicly exalt his holy name. The Bible commands that we are baptized after being saved. Therefore, despite being long overdue, I'm being baptized today in obedience to God's word. I believe and testify that Jesus Christ is the Son of God.
I believe and testify that Jesus Christ is the Son of God,
and that he lived a sinless and perfect life in obedience to God's will.
that he took on human flesh and lived a perfect life of obedience to his Father's holy love.
Jesus Christ suffered a torturous and agonizing death on my behalf, bearing the punishment for my own sin. And I believe that on the 3rd day he rose again, thereby defeating death and securing my life in him.
That he died on the cross in my place, paying the full penalty for my sin, and that he rose again on the 3rd day, securing my life in him. This is my confession, and this is my hope.
This is my confession, and this is my hope.
Well, because of your testimony of your faith in Jesus Christ, I baptize you now in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
There is a space between us, it's a right divide. Distance between the depths of your worthiness and mine. Mine is derivative, all my worth comes from thine. I am merely a man, all thy works divine. I abide only as a branch attached to the vine that grows the beautiful fruit that gets crushed into wine. I am the least deserving, made worthy to touch his feet. A servant that did nothing to earn a seat at the wedding feast. I'm a created being, you created everything. You make footstools of fools and galaxies your rings. You are Christ the consummate, my hope and every confidence. Worthy to receive praise from every mouth and every continent. Infinitely worthy of loyalty and my allegiance. Worthy enough to die to self to offer my obedience. Worthy is the Lamb, worthy is the Son of Man. Worthy is the one who takes the scrolls from his holy hand. Where angels and elders and living creatures all fall and worship the highest King, the most worthy of all.
Well, I hope you have a wonderful
Hey,
Christmas.
well, yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas as well. Merry Christmas, and let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree. Hey, by the way, where are you in Oregon? Where's your home? I think we lost him.
Yeah.
Bro, you gotta get mad, bro.
What country did we declare independence from back in the 1770s? You don't know?
No.
It's kind of the reason we celebrate the 4th of July.
I have no idea.
No idea, but you're still going to be celebrating.
I'm still going to celebrate.
Well, you should have your celebration revoked.
Why should your right to freedom of speech trump a trans person's right not to be offended?
How many stars on this flag? 50-something?
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing. We are. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over facts. You have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids.
All right, can everybody hear me? Yeah, the microphone's not on. Hey guys, welcome to Tales from the Fallen World with Tim and Amber. I'm Tim.
I'm Amber.
And so we're going to be getting into dumbness tonight and the dumbing down of society. So this is the first time we're doing the show on the new computer. And so we're going to see how that goes. Already, this blur effect behind us is way stronger than it was before, but it's also kind of messing with me. Can't wait till we get up this green screen. And hopefully, I think every show you guys are going to see small improvements until eventually we're operating at a truly professional looking level. But yeah, we got a really good show planned for you guys tonight. Obviously, the theme it's called freedom, spelt like the word dumb, D-U-M-B. And we're just going to be talking about the obvious dumbing down of society. You know, it's something you hear about all the time, and from everywhere from education to how music is being dumbed down and to how, you know, the things we see on TV, or even the fact of that we only ever watch TV and everyone's on their smartphone all day and no one reads anymore. And, you know, pretty much every angle of life in society these days has been dumbed down, or at least is, you know, that's the allegation, is that we're being dumbed down. And we're gonna really explore that and prove that it is happening. Look into what it means in the bigger picture and what the Bible has to say about it. And it's really a disturbing, kind of crazy, and it's going to be kind of fun and funny to go through what we got planned for you guys tonight. So before I start rambling, Amber, what comes to your mind when I say, you know, like, I'm sure you've heard the expression, you know, like, America's being dumbed down, society is getting so dumb. Like, what are your just general thoughts on that before we get started?
I mean, like a few things. Definitely standardized testing, for one, is huge. And like I went to private school for part of my life and also public school for part of my life. And obviously public schools, they really focus on that more. So when I was experiencing that, like, it was just normal. But like now really looking into it, it's crazy to me that standardized testing is even still a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd think so, especially like since the advent of the internet, you know, and now we're in a time where all these opportunities for, you know, entrepreneurism and, you know, like the concept of standardized testing is you take all these kids, you know, everybody in the community, you set them all in front of the same teacher to learn the same exact curriculum and kind of create these cookie cutters. And it's something that we're definitely going to be getting into depth in tonight. But yeah, so I agree, Amber, that yeah, standardized testing.
Well, I mean, that's just one,
right?
Many.
Yeah.
But
you agree with the notion that, you know, that there's like seems to be a deliberate, intentional dumbing down.
Yes, and like I've been like looking into it, and I don't know. There was like this TED Talk from like 6 years ago that actually it made a lot of good points. It had like less than like 8,000 views or something, but it was one of like the things that I came across that actually was really interesting. It wasn't even that long, but like I did listen to the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no Ted Turner fan, and I know you're not either. But
right.
I've seen a lot of good TED Talks. I gotta say the blurry background is just bothering me on this, but
it's too much. Like,
it's just too much, but I don't know how to deal. But it's just what everyone's gonna have to deal with right now. Let's check these comments real quick before we pop in. Okay, scripted reality. It's my fault. I did too much stuff about the VAX, but thanks. Yeah, so scripted reality. Before we even get into this, you know, I'm glad that you're here, Scripted. And I was gonna mention this actually. I wrote it down as a note, even if you didn't happen to join us. And man, I'm sorry about that blur effect that's going on. But by the way, this computer's working awesome. It's just as good as I was hoping it would be. The work that I've done thus far since using this new computer towards Fallen World Films has been 100 times easier than ever before. So it's been a huge blessing. This is the first time, like I said, we've used it.
My hair looks black.
Yeah, I haven't done anything. I haven't adjusted. Yeah, the camera looks dark. The effects. I haven't done anything to adjust any of that. So sorry, guys. But that's just what we're going to deal with. But for most of the time, you're not going to be staring at our mugs anyways. But yeah, so scripted reality. I was going to mention it anyways before I even saw you joined. I noticed that your channel went down. You guys, scripted reality is kind of a friend of the channel. I consider him a personal friend at this point. He's my buddy that lives out in France, where it's, I think, really early in the morning right now. And anyways, the theme of his channel is pretty much predictive programming. You know, like there's a multitude, there's such a wealth of existing footage, both in like movies as well as like, you know, news and media and stuff, that when a big event happens, you can always look back and find all types of, you know, media and theater and stuff like that seems to predict what's happening. And it becomes clear when you see enough of this compiled together that in reality, it's that there's something going on, that we're being conditioned, and that a lot of these things are actually introduced to the public through these. Well, man, I'm really having a hard time getting my point across. But if you don't know about predictive programming, go check out. Well, now you can't check out Scripted Reality, but Scripted Reality's channel was themed around predictive programming, and you guys, YouTube took his channel away.
Maybe he has a backup.
He does. No, and this is the thing. He does have a backup channel because I subscribed to it. I think it's even just, you can post.
I did too, actually.
Yes. Scripted. You can put that in the links if you want, but I noticed you don't have any videos on there. So I got to get into my show now. I can't just make this whole thing about scripted reality, but it's a blessing to see you here, man. I hope you get stuff worked out on YouTube, and I hope you don't get discouraged and stop doing what you're doing, because I love your channel. You're the type of stuff that you manage to scrape up and put out there is to, like, that's the type of resource that I really consider valuable. So I hope that I hope you keep going with it. Anyways, we also got Renee. We got Battleborn. Yeah. Did you guys get your shirts in the mail yet? They should.
Or Battleborn did.
All right. Okay, and Renee's waiting on hers. Okay. So yeah, as we're gonna be getting into this slideshow right now. But I did have an issue. Here we go. Yeah, freedom. But you know what? I made this little intro video that I wasn't able to do, so we're just gonna play it right. So here we go. Here's yet another intro to our topic tonight, and then we're gonna get into the fun stuff. So
most of y'all parents are dumber than you. I'm gonna say that out loud. My parents are freaking dumb. Okay?
I always tell my class, stand if you feel like it, don't stand if you feel like it, say the words if you want, don't have to say the words. So my class decided to stand but not say the words. Totally fine.
Oh, I could go off on it the whole entire class period if you want me to. But I'm not going to. If you don't believe in climate change, get the hell out.
Except for the fact that my room does not have a flag. It used to be there, but I took it down during COVID because it made me uncomfortable. But my kid today goes, hey, it's kind of weird that we just stand and then, you know, we say it to nothing. And I'm like, oh, well, you know, I gotta find it. Like, I'm working on it. I got you. In the meantime, I tell this kid, we do have a flag in the class that you can pledge your allegiance to. And he like looks around and he goes, oh, that one?
Hi, I'm Nadine, a sex educator.
And I'm Eva, a sex researcher.
I use the pronouns she and her because I'm a woman, and when I was your age, I used to be a girl.
Gender is how you feel on the inside about whether you're a boy or a girl, a man or a woman. If you're non-binary, feel like neither or both. People can also be fluid, feel more like female, more like male, based on a different day or time. It's really individual.
Absolutely.
Everyone born with a vulva is a girl. True or false?
Or identifies as a girl. Well, not everybody is sure, and that makes sense. But our genitals actually don't determine our gender. So some people born with vulvas can be boys.
Gender.
Well, according to NPR, taxpayer-funded National Public Radio, the greatest song of the year, you already know. NPR, it's WAP, it's WAP. Wet. I'm not gonna say the name of the song. WAP is the song of the year by Cardi B. NPR described this because they said that it mocks the insecure, the zealots, the moral grandstanders for having the audacity to push back.
Me from Orange is the New Black, the star of the upcoming film Promising Young Woman. Please welcome Laverne Cox.
And the American Music Award goes to... Get a bucket and a mop. It's some wop, wop, wop. Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion.
Thank you to all the people that support it. Thank you to all the people that support and all the people that show love. We super appreciate it. And just thank you, God.
If we want to defeat capitalism, we are going to need a party that will organize working people to fight for the demands that we want and to win socialism.
And now we're going to move on to the resolutions and
Very brief point of information. If you are using a microphone, talk into it directly like I am right now, and do not wave your face back and forth because people cannot hear you. That is all.
Okay, awesome.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Privilege, point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Hey, Davey.
Yes?
If a person doesn't feel like they're a boy or a girl, what do we call them?
They.
What are your preferred pronouns? They, them. These are not my preferred pronouns. These are my pronouns.
Hi, everybody. Brian Laverne, he, him from Houston. I will begin reading the summary. In the complete report...
Point of personal privilege. There are people at the back who are having problems hearing. Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now, we are going to...
Point of information, could you please let us know how many delegates there are?
Credentials Committee report.
Thank you.
Does that make sense? No. Yes. Could you get to the mic, please?
Hi, I am Andy P. From Los Angeles, they, them pronouns. Could I please ask the chair to, again, there was a previous point of privilege about waving around signs, that it is distracting to other comrades.
Mappa, Nini, Nopa, Nori, Opa, Pere, Pom Pom, Zaza, Zizi.
Trixic, toric, feminomoric, viramoric, allosexual.
They, them, theirs. They're customizable. Anything can be a pronoun, really. Neurodivergent, noun, self, pronouns. Animal, noun, self, pronouns.
Neopronouns.
This is on behalf of a delegate who's currently in the remote room. They say that it is very hard to see the screens.
Quick point of privilege once again. Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, he, him. I have already asked people to be mindful of the chatter of their comrades who are sensitive to sensory overload, and that goes double for the heckling and the hissing. It is also triggering to my anxiety. Like, the be comradely isn't just for, like, you know, let's keep things civil or whatever. It's so that people aren't gonna get triggered and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate, okay?
That has that issue. Oh, there we are. Sorry, everybody. I don't know how to use this stuff. So Amber was just like, why that last dude that was just yelling at everybody in the crowd, like, you're really starting to trigger my anxiety here, people. She's like, why did he go to this crowded event then?
Dude.
Yeah, what's funny is that was some type of National Socialist convention that you were just watching at the end of that. These people can't even communicate. Like, in an effort to be inclusive, they end up, being offended by everything even more and just being more excluded.
Loud or clapping.
I got a huge kick out of that. And what did we just see there in that little video? I mean, like, so the movie Idiocracy is something that me and Amber just watched recently. Again, yeah.
It's been a really long time for both of us.
You know, that movie came out in 2005, and I can't say I endorse it from a Christian level because, you know, it's got its standard inappropriate stuff. Although no nudity, or honestly, like, from a, you know, if you're my type of Christian,
just like cursing.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's fine for adults, honestly, but I'm not going to sit here and say that, you know, it doesn't deserve its R rating. But it's one of my favorite movies. I think it's hilarious, and it's actually one of my favorite, like, post-apocalyptic kind of movies. But there's really no apocalypse in the movie in the traditional sense, and the movie is geared around the theme of a guy. In fact, the main character of the movie is just somebody who was the most normal person you could imagine, and he was chosen by the army based on that he was just, like, completely average and normal in every way. And it was some government, you know, army experiment, and he got frozen, blah blah blah, and some accident happens, and he wakes up in the future, 500 years in the future. But 500 years in the future, everybody, all of society had continued to get so much dumber and dumber that by the time that he, you know, was thawed out, he was now the smartest person in the world, you know, by leaps and bounds. So somebody who in our timeline was just average.
Like, totally average. He didn't have any family.
Right.
Like, he had nothing going for him. He was, like, sitting at this desk job in a basement trying to get his pension.
Right.
But then now he's
the smart, like in the movie, the president of the United States at that time, President Camacho, Mountain Dew Camacho, ends up electing him to kind of do all the president's work. Anyways, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys the plot of the movie, but it's a really funny movie if you haven't seen it. A little bit edgy if you're easily offended, but we just watched it, and, you know, I couldn't help but watch it and just compare it to the reality of what I'm seeing all around me, which I tried to include in that video. And what did we just see there? You know, we saw teachers, you know, literally indoctrinating kids that gender, you know, is just a figment of their own imagination, or it's just relative to their own, you know, idea of identity, or however they feel, you know. So we're these people that you're sending your kids to educate, you know. So we saw that, you know, we saw how WAP, Cardi B's, you know, beautiful song was nominated as Song of the Year. It won all these awards, just as a testament to kind of where our culture's at. Which, if you couldn't catch the vibe I was trying to give off in my Jackass themed intro to this show, you know, that there's always been comedy. People have always been kind of dumb. I'm dumb. My sense of humor is really stupid. And I also really enjoy comedy and being silly. So it's not that there's anything wrong with that. But we're in this culture now where like the things that are most celebrated are like some really low IQ stuff. And I was sort of trying to highlight that. It was also that socialist convention at the end, like, I was thinking of the movie Idiocracy. If you've seen the movie or if you happen to watch it, everybody's so dumbed down.
It's so I know it's supposed to be a comedy, but like it's so relevant today. Like,
yeah,
it came out a while ago, but like
I guess it was 17 years if it was 2005.
As the years go on, it's just like that's the world I'm living in.
Yeah, we've only gotten dumber. And there are points back in 2005, which I'm 36, so I remember 2005 really well. And some of the points that the movie tries to, exaggerate are actually like in the time that the movie came out, just, 17 short years ago. Some of the funniest parts are like way closer to reality now than they were even just then, right. Which wasn't, like I said, all that long ago. So freedom. Okay, and let me get this banner stopped here. Okay, freedom. I named it freedom because in a way, like we're sitting here talking about the dumbing down of society, and in a way, this is the result of the luxury and comfort and that's come with our freedom. Like we're at a time right now in 2022, and speaking specifically of America, but also other civilized nations as well. Our complacency and apathy has arrived at a point of stupidity. Okay, I started it out here. So this is a excerpt from a classic book called Amusing Ourselves to Death by Neil Postman. And this is a book that my brother had back when we were just little kids, when I was probably only like, 12 or so. I don't know why my brother had this book. He's only 2 years older than me, but he did. And I actually read a little bit of it all the way back then, but it's a pretty technical book. It was beyond my level of comprehension kind of, but even back then I remember kind of skimming through it and pondering some of what it talked about. And well, anyways, the book is as the title implies, just about how we are in modern times, distracting, amusing, entertaining. We're spending our short time here on earth to just be distracted and entertained, and to death, to the grave. So let me read. This is his little. I think it's like the introduction to the book, and I just think this is really profound. Okay, we were keeping. Oh, and mind you, this book came out in 1985. Okay, it came out in 85. The year I was born. We were keeping our eye on 1984. When the year came and the prophecy didn't, and he's talking, of course, about George Orwell's book, 1984, thoughtful Americans sang softly in praise of themselves. The roots of liberal democracy had held. Whether else the terror had happened, we, at least, had not been visited by Orwellian nightmares. But we had forgotten that alongside Orwell's dark vision, there was another, slightly older, slightly less well-known, equally chilling, Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Contrary to common belief, even among the educated, Huxley and Orwell did not prophesy the same thing. Orwell warns that we will be overcome by an externally imposed oppression, but in Huxley's vision, no big brother is required to deprive people of their autonomy, maturity, and history. As he saw it, people come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that undo their capacities to think. What Orwell feared were those who would ban books. What Huxley feared was that there would be no reason to ban a book, for there would be no one who wanted to read one. Orwell feared that those who would Orwell feared those who would deprive us of information, which is happening, by the way. But Huxley feared those who would give us so much that we would be reduced to passivity and egoism. Orwell feared that the truth would be concealed from us. Huxley feared that the truth would be drowned in. Orwell feared that we become a captive culture. Huxley feared that we would become a trivial culture, preoccupied with some equivalent of the feelies, the orgy-porgy, and the centrifugal bumble puppy. Don't ask me what that means. As Huxley to oppose tyranny failed to take into account man's almost infinite appetite for distractions. In 1984, Orwell added, "People are controlled by inflicting pain. In Brave New World, they are controlled by inflicting pleasure." In short, Orwell feared that what we fear will ruin us. Huxley feared that what we desire will ruin us. This book is about the possibility that Huxley, not Orwell, was right. Neil Postman, Amusing Ourselves to Death, Public Discourse in the Age of Show Business. And you know what? I've made some videos about 1984. I've read Brave New. Actually, my brother just sent me a YouTube audio book to Brave New World recently, so I just listened to it again on 1.5 speed. I know the cats are going crazy behind me. Something you guys should definitely read. But how about that, right? Kind of a mixture of both is happening. You know, Orwell's censorship and forced tyranny is definitely going down. But you know, like Postman points out here, a Brave New World, it may be closer to what we're actually experiencing, because when you look around you, especially in light of this pandemic, you know, I could say for sure, like as blown away and as disturbed and appalled as I am by what I'm seeing coming out of, you know, the government and institutions like the CDC and WHO and the Faucis and the Bill Gates and all these kinds of people. What really scares me is the world outside, like the general public that is going along with this and like trying to, you know, wake people up. Like, you know, just at work today, Amber, I had this moment, and I'm not calling out either of the other two coworkers that were involved with this. Not that I don't think they watched the show. One of them might. The other guy told me that he didn't. He's kind of liberal, but maybe he does too. But regardless, I'm not calling him out or anything. But we were talking about this guy I was working with, my coworker. This other guy came over, and they started talking about the Super Bowl halftime show and all these rappers, you know, and they started talking about Eminem. And for some reason, I decided to go on my thing that I do, you know, and pretty much just started giving them my whole War on Kids documentary. Like, but as I started trying to defend, I wasn't trying to contest them, and I wasn't trying to be like a contrarian, you know. But
it's like,
as
seriously, there's families sitting around watching these half-naked women prance their bodies around, and like it's just.
And I chased that life, and I was like so passionately
attached. Like that's just a small part of like what is actually happening, and it's like, dude, it's mind blowing to me. Like I can't imagine sitting my kids in front of the TV and like watching this like softcore porn. But that's how it's evolved.
That's pretty much what I said to these guys in a way, because and that's not the point of my quick little side story here, but that's kind of what I said. They were talking about how great Eminem is, and I was like, yeah, you know, but Eminem, I was like, you know, when he goes out on a stage and he's looking out at the crowd, and they're all like, he's seeing that the vast majority of the faces in the crowd he's looking at are adolescent kids,
children,
right? And he's choosing to put a microphone up to his mouth and to amplify his voice as he says these words about like graphic depictions of sex and drugs and all this stuff, but like to say it to kids. And I'm saying this to my coworkers, you know, and I'm like, so he's kind of a molester practically. And I had this weird moment. And Amber, you know, I don't really talk about it, but I'm prone to anxiety. Like I get little panic attacks. Like I don't medicate it, nor do I think, you know, it's just a facet of my personality that I get real anxious sometimes. But I got in one of those modes, like as I'm talking to those guys, and my voice starts getting all shaky, right? And it's because in that moment, like I really like both of these guys, and they're both good guys. And if I'm used to defending my position on these things, but like every once in a while, you know, you find yourself telling the truth, and like you realize that you're outnumbered, and there's other people around.
And you're like, they don't.
And they're just looking at you, and you're like, wow, I'm introducing like this is like a paradigm. We're in different paradigms, you know what I mean? Like, and they're not. Well, and anyways, like, you know, it reminds me of this Aldous Huxley Brave New World. You know, not to accuse my coworkers of being some kind of sheeple or anything like that. but it's just that like something that's so obvious to me and something that like I just see everywhere I look, you know, and I know you do, and I know that most of you do watching right now, and you see that like those around, everybody else around us doesn't see it, you know. And so yeah, so really it's not so much the fear isn't so much that the government is going to oppress everybody. Like they're not going to have to come to everybody's doors and force us into being slaves. Like the vast majority are happily doing it voluntarily, and then, you know, making us feel awkward for wanting freedom. Huge rabbit trail there. So yeah, and then he said, and Neil Postman said in his thing, what we desire will ruin us, you know. Actually, that's what Huxley said, and I just threw in some people on their phones. And you know, I could be a hypocrite because I could just as easily be one of these guys. This is all of us. I came across this interesting article. It was really well written on commonsensegovernment.com. This is from 2009. So what is that? 13 years ago. In 2003, by John Eberhard. In 2003, I became very interested in a theory developed. And by the way, I didn't put in most of this article. What the topic that he's covering is what we're going to get into. But in 2003, I became very interested in a theory developed by Scottish historian Alexander Tytler. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, like Tytler or Tytler. I should have looked it up on Google, but I didn't before we started. But anyways, and wrote an article on it at the time, which ironically enough is now getting a lot of attention due to being linked to from Wikipedia. Tytler's theory set forth a cycle that every democracy goes through, which goes like this. Tytler said that the cycle starts out with a society in bondage, and then it goes in this sequence. Bondage to spiritual faith to courage, courage to liberty, liberty to abundance, abundance to selfishness, selfishness to complacency, complacency to apathy, apathy to dependence, and then after dependence, you start back over with bondage. And I think that this is pretty profound. It's just the natural chain of, you know, cause and effect, but it's true. You know, and I would say, like, you look at society, how it is, and you look at this and you can pretty much take, you know, any nation you can think of. But, you know, I'm an American, and speaking of America, like, you know, you can remember this time of bondage. Maybe in our case, that was before America was founded, you know, like coming from England and King George, and then spiritual faith and the way this country was started, and courage and liberty, you know, and the way that every republic starts, you know, with freedoms. And then comes the abundance, you know, and you think about our industrial revolution and all that, and then selfishness and complacency comes after the wealth is there, and you know, a few generations deep into not having to be a survivalist. After you're complacent, then you start growing apathetic, you know, like, well, you know, I'm just here to getting by. There's nothing I can really do to change anything anyways. Dependence after that point, because now you lose all your skills because you don't need them, because everything's just provided to you. And then once you're dependent, you start back over with bondage, because anybody that would, whoever you're depending on, you know, eventually going to become your master. And as I move on from here, something I wanted to mention before is, you guys will see on this show often Amber looking down at her phone. And this is something really important to Amber. She brings it up. She's brought it up numerous times, and I never mention it on the show, and we never end up just addressing it. And the thing is that Amber, like, our strategy as we do this, we don't have a green screen in the future. We don't have it set up the way, and we're still kind of figuring out how we're going to do this. But what she's doing on her phone is she's talking to you guys in the chats. And like sometimes she's looking up things related to what we're talking about. So she's like still totally involved in the show when she's doing that. And I assumed that you guys understood that, since a lot of you are talking in the chats. But in hindsight, you know, most of you guys watch this after it comes out anyway. So let's just let the record be clear. She's not playing Peggle, you know.
I don't think they have Peggle on mobile.
Oh, they don't? I thought it was a mobile game. I thought that's where it started from.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. We only have it on our Xbox.
Right. We do like Peggle, but no, I think it started mobile. I don't know though. All right, he organized these items in a circle. But yeah, so I wanted to say that about Amber. I don't know. I got to brainstorm on a way that may be moving forward.
No, I'm gonna change my name.
And yes, she's gonna
on YouTube.
She's gonna change her YouTube name, so you guys in the comments. But just know that we got it. There's a whole thing we're doing. You know, we're on. I'm on a laptop right now, sitting on our kitchen table. Amber just got back from work. You know, like so you're not dealing with something. We don't have a studio.
A snow squall.
We had a squall, not squaw. A snow squaw.
I had to drive in a snow squall to get here tonight. Okay.
Programming and conditioning starts with the public education system. Glad you said that. We're getting in here. Oh, here we go. Steve Stevenson. Man, I'm surprised he's still even up this late. This guy should be sleeping. What? How old are you now, Steve? Going on what, 90? Hiya, kids. Glad to see those beautiful faces. It's great to see you too, Steve Stevenson. Steve Stevenson is a friend of the show. I always refer to him as my favorite elderly citizen, my favorite old man, but he really is. Have you seen Fahrenheit 451? Honestly, no, I haven't.
I was just like looking it up. I really don't think I have.
Idiocracy. Okay. Let me sorry guys. Let's keep this going. So he organized these items into a circle: bondage, spiritual faith, courage. Is this as profound to you guys as it is to me? I don't know. I feel like if you really ponder Tyler's sequence here, that I think he's right on. And I think I didn't put it in there. I think we're right here, somewhere between apathy and bondage. You know, we might be right beyond dependence. You know, and again, I think of this great reset that we're undergoing. All this new legislation, and I'm not talking about just in America either. This one is worldwide. You know, they've pushed us to a place of dependence, but it's like a forced dependence, but it's still dependence nonetheless. I think about being forced out of our jobs and all having to accept the stimulus money because we needed to buy our stuff. It does lead to bondage. Might be right there in bondage. What I would like to do is skip past this bondage and go right to the spiritual faith. Anyways, okay. We're getting into school now. John D. Rockefeller, founder of Standard Oil, you know, John Rockefeller, like practically like the real owner of America, you could put it that way. I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers. It's a quote of his. I'm not 100% sure it's a quote, but I tried to fact check it, and a whole lot more things on the internet. A quick search told me that it was.
So did I. Like.
Oh, really? Because it sounds so surreal. Like, who would say that?
When I first found it, remember, like I sent it to you, and like when I first found it, I like really was trying to check it, but like I was pretty confident that it was his quote, so then I sent it to you. But like,
yeah. No, I mean, it's like that with any quotes, you know, but I always try to fact check everything. I'll tell you what, I think he really said this, but if John D. Rockefeller, not to be confused with David Rockefeller, his son, and John Rockefeller also, by the way, you know, there was so many slides that I wanted to get into this show. It's such a broad topic that, as I end up saying on all of our shows, it's just a topic I'm going to have to revisit, that we are going to have to revisit soon, because there's so much I wanted to include I wasn't able to. But one of those things I wanted to include, we're going to get into, if you guys don't know about Charlotte Iserby, she's like a famous whistleblower from the Department of Education, you know, that wrote this book called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. And we get into her a little bit. There was so much I wanted to get in there. And with her that I couldn't even get into.
She's
but
amazing. She's amazing.
Yeah, and she mentions one of the things I wasn't able to include was her pinpointing the UN as the source behind the conspiracy that you're going to see when we get into what she talked about. But anyways, the reason that's interesting looking at John D. Rockefeller here is because John D. Rockefeller, interestingly enough, also is the one that funded the planting of the United Nations, the official United Nations New York Center. I mean, Rockefeller funds the UN. Okay. And Rockefeller funds, you guys know this, right? Bohemian Grove, all of it. Not to be confused with not just David Rockefeller, but also not to be confused with Jay-Z of Rockefeller Records. Different guy. Here's
You just made it way more confusing than it had to be.
Steve Stevenson got back at me and said, "I'm 86. Quit making me feel so old, you millenniums."
I said, "Sorry, Steve. Tim is too privileged to understand."
Good, yeah. Well, you know what? I guess I had that coming, and I am. I mean, what can I say? I'm a millennial.
A millennium.
I'm a millennium. That's right. Thank you, Steve, for being here, man. I hope you took all your medicine today, old man. I love you, buddy. The Naked Communist. This is a book that I have, and I wanted to find for this show, but I couldn't find it. But it's in the garage somewhere. This was written by Cleon Skousen back in, when was it written? Like the 50s or something? Oh, no, 1961. An amazing book that really just, I mean, it's a lot of the information in this book, if you can ever find it. You can find it online. I think you can download a PDF version for free even. But he gets into, in this book, again, in 1961, like some of the information this gets into, which is just laying out, first off, the first part of the book is just laying out like the historical precedents for communist takeovers and kind of breaking down the similarities and the sequence of how they do these things. And then he makes some connections to things he saw going on in America at that time. But again, this is in 1961 of how he thought that was happening here. You read this in 2022 and it's just like, wow. Oh, okay. So like they're just following a blueprint. Here we go. This is just a small excerpt from this book. This is from a chapter called The Origin of Education and Mandatory Schooling. Prior to the late 1800s, education was a private practice that took place in private institutions or through homeschooling. That all changed in 1902 when John D. Rockefeller created the General Education Board in conjunction with Frederick T. Gates. Frederick T. Gates. Now, I know what you're thinking. Bill Gates, is there a relation since all these people are always related? And while who knows, maybe there is. No, according to the internet, they're not actually. He's not actually related to Frederick. Bill Gates and Frederick T. Gates are not related. However, Bill Gates' father was the president of Planned Parenthood, if you didn't know that. Anyways, Frederick T. Gates was a close friend with David Rockefeller, or I'm sorry, John Rockefeller. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. Business and personal advisor to Rockefeller. The General Education Board was responsible for funding the American public school system and provided over $100 million in 1902. $100 million in 1902. How much is $100 million in 2022? Do you know how much money that is? While continuing their support beyond 1902. If we follow the money, the General Education Board was responsible for the creation of the American public school system. Does education not play a large role in manipulating the consciousness of human beings? By consciousness manipulation, I mean trying to influence the way that the human being perceives the environment around them. In order to implement this system, teachers need to teach, and somebody needs to teach the teachers, and somebody needs to teach them too, the people that teach the teachers. It's time that we start questioning the real purpose of education and who exactly is putting human beings through this system and for what purpose. Early age schooling. This is also from The Naked Communist. From an early age, we are forced into a mandatory school system that requires and encourages youth to attend a large portion of their human life for 6 hours a day. And mind you, feel free to cut me off at any point, Amber. I know you got a lot of feelings about this. We homeschool. We only got one kid of school age at home right now that we homeschool. Well, Willow's in school, I'm saying. Well, it's a whole story, but I'm just saying we're
homeschooling one of our kids right now. Yeah. So yeah, I definitely have a lot of feelings about it. Yes. But go on.
Okay, each child is required to learn the accepted version of reality in order to fit into the specific mold desired by the elite. Just like television, a large part of school is simply programming. It's ironic how the same families behind the funding are responsible for many inhumane atrocities that took place throughout history, talking about the Rockefeller family. They are also behind big oil, big pharma, food, and other industries that are becoming more transparent as of late. And again, as of late, when this was written, means 1961. How much more has come to light since then? Kids who do not fit into the system and do not resonate with it are usually labeled and medicated. Essentially, the whole point of school is to shape the reality of the student. We are taken from a very early age and put into the institution. From there, we are shown how the world works and what we need to do to survive in it. School literally paints the perception that we need to do well in order to have a job so that we can make money and pay our bills. It has nothing to do with the type of growth the human being needs. The concept of grades and marks do not signify any level of intelligence, like your standardized testing you're talking about. In school, we are shown the idea of an authority figure and how the world works and what intelligence is. And that's the thing, like to say, school is based off of, before I did this, I showed that old quote that John Rockefeller said, "I need a nation of workers, not thinkers." And I put this little cartoon down here of these kids walking in and coming out little cookie cutters, because school, like Amber said when we started out this whole thing, I'm not being contentious when I say, and I'm not just being mean when I say that, or when I describe school as this place where all the kids get dragged, picked up at their house by the government, dragged to a building, sat down, taught the same state funded curriculum, and like that there's no that's what school is designed to do. School is designed to make workers. There's a reason. Now hear me out. The system of single file line, sit down, like the bell rings, that means it's time to get up, go to this course. Your performance then receives grades, right? Grades like grades of meat, A to F, grades as in, and essentially what you're doing is you're being conditioned, you're being prepared for a life as an employee of a factory or at some other type of institutionalized occupation. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's an ethical problem with having a school system that's designed around the intention of training kids to get realistic jobs they could get. Like that's a reasonable thing, but what's the problem is that, and we're about to get into, is what school's not there to do is to teach you how to open a business, how to start your own business, how to manage your taxes or anything like that. And it all goes all the way back to John D. Rockefeller's General Education Board. Okay. And like it's within the literature, it's of the very founding documents of the beginning of our public schooling system. Like, you know what? I think it's the next slide. Let's let this guy say it. Here you go. General Education Board. This is taken, I actually pulled this part off Wikipedia. But just listen to this. In our dream, we have limitless resources and the people yield themselves with perfect docility. I love how they just say it like that. Like they want a docile people, just a harmless, docile,
no, not
subservient.
Just any. Perfect. Docility.
Perfect. Yeah. They're perfectly docile. Yeah. To our molding hand. This is what they put in their literature. We have limitless resources and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hand. The present educational conventions fade from their minds, and unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill upon a grateful and responsive rural folk. We shall not try to make these people or any of their children into philosophers or men of learning or men of science. We have not to raise up from among them authors, editors, poets, or men of letters. We shall not search for embryo great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen, of whom we have an ample supply. The task we set before ourselves is very simple, as well as a very beautiful one, to train these people as we find them to a perfectly ideal life just where they are. So we will organize our children into a little community and to teach them to do in a perfect way the things their fathers and mothers are doing in an imperfect way, in the homes, in the shops, and on the farm. General Education Board, Occasional Papers, #1, The County Schools of Tomorrow, General Education Board, New York, 1913. Okay, and so, and again, you know what? I'm not saying this is the most darkest and dreary thing. At the time, in 1913, most kids were already working. They were working on the farms that their families owned, and I don't have a problem with that, frankly, either. And school was already somewhat of a luxury, and it was already maybe not a luxury, but it was you were somewhat affluent just to even go to school. A lot of kids were so poor and so needed at home that they didn't even attend school. And it was, I think that at least the way that this is kind of worded, the idea was that, you know, as of at that time, they did have, there'd always been some form of schooling, and there'd always been apprenticeships, and there'd always been the trades and all this and that, you know. But for those higher learnings, as just like this guy mentions, for the politicians and the preachers and the artists and the painters and musicians, there were educational opportunities and stuff, but they were saying like there needs to be a public education system, something to train people to just be suitable for these low end.
Do they even do like woodworking or like home ec classes these days? Because I feel like with how how the public school has been so much lately with like gender roles, like they don't want to step on any toes. But like I know with me in high school, like I did work woodworking, and I did like home ec, like cooking, and like
I don't know if I think
learning to take care of the house or whatever. Kids.
Meaningful actual skills. I don't know.
I don't know. Like I don't know. I'm curious to look into like around our area how the high schools are now. I feel like they've gotten rid of a lot of things in the past years. Like they've just gotten rid of them.
Yeah. I was thinking I'm sorry. All right. So you have them saying here, like, the intention of these schools, like this public schooling system that this general education board, set out to pursue making, that it wasn't to create doctors or lawyers or preachers or politicians, statesmen, blah, blah, blah. It was created for the employees. But he says right here, he says, of whom we have an ample supply. Right. We already have, and it reminds me of like the old caste system, because it's like, well, maybe right now you do, but what about the future? But like, that's the thing. Like you already have this segmented society all the way back here in the early 1900s, and again, this is some associate of John D. Rockefeller's talking here. And they're just setting forth this new system where everybody would inherently adopt this class where they would just be public. They would go to the public school, and in that public school, what they would be trained to do from childhood. Now, mind you, but what if some of those kids getting trained, just to be a good factory worker, or just to be a good newspaper deliverer, or whatever it is?
Fine.
What if
for certain people?
Yeah, but exactly. But what if one of those little poor kids was a philosopher, was a great artist?
What if they failed every standardized test and they're like, nope, you need to be in special ed, and they're not. They're just like they have a different path. Like everybody has a different path, and not everybody is the same. It's just.
Yeah, I like what Fawn says here. Schools are to make a product out of the children. Now the ends of education is to make useless eaters.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty much just to it's kind of like boot camp is to a soldier. You know what I mean? It's so that you can like break down and then redesign the person. But let's move on. This is something that came to mind when I was reading through all the stuff with the General Education Board, and this idea of segregating, public education being limited to this like low IQ stuff, and then keeping like, this higher. It made me think of this old quote that I had already known. But here's a comic version of it. Here you got this teacher sitting in front of all these animals, and he says, "For a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Please climb that tree." And then under here is a quote that a lot of people ascribe to Albert Einstein, but I'm not sure if it was actually Einstein that said it. But everybody is a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. And I think this happens to a lot of people that come through our modern education system. And mind you, the education system's only gotten worse from this modern one that I'm describing thus far. So, I'm not being too hard on it. But yeah, man, this idea that, when every child, think of like the biblical way, you know, like in the old way, like whether it's, you know, whether it's an apprenticeship because like you're actually pursuing some kind of trade, or growing up, like the ideal thing, you know, the Bible sets forth this standard for parenthood that's really hard, if not almost impossible to meet by like the standards of our lifestyle here in 2022 America, you know. But it's like, I'm supposed to be the one raising my kids. I'm supposed to be the one instilling, you know, knowledge and wisdom and this and that into the children, right? And you think back about the old days when that was a feasible thing to do. Even in the early 1900s, as we just read through, you know, most of these kids at that time were needed at home because the families were working together, right? And they weren't sitting around watching TV together. They were actually building together and working together and spending time together and talking together. And
but now it's so bad that it's like I mean, like, okay, let's go back to like when the pandemic like first hit. And you know, I have a Facebook, and like no judgment here, but like I saw all these posts of like all these people saying like, when are these schools going to open? Get these kids out of here. I need you know, I need a break.
Yeah.
I need them out of here.
Yeah, people are so quick. Yeah.
Okay, don't get me wrong. I feel that. I feel that sometimes, you know, being home with my kids. Like, sometimes I really do need a break. I get that. But I'm not entitled to that. They're my children.
Right.
They're my responsibility. They're nobody else's. And it's like, it just like broke my heart. Just seeing that. It was like, everyone just could not wait to get those kids back in those schools with those masks on, standing in a single file line, and just like, it was just
parents
crazy to me, because I'm like, they're not responsible for your kids. You are. They're your kids.
I feel so guilty sometimes as a parent, because it's like, apart from this conspiracy that I'm describing, which I know is true, and I know that I'm, you know, it's not really a conspiracy. It's just another one of those things the Bible prophesies. We're just in these times now. But I'll be gone all day at work because I need to keep, you know, like a hamster on a wheel. I got to make that money so I can like pay the bills and all that, you know. So I'm gone all day. I don't get to spend too much time with the kids and with my wife. And then I get home, and I usually do try to like, I spend some quality time with the kids. But if I'm totally honest, like, it's a common guilt of mine is just recognizing how, like, man, you know, and in contrast with what we're talking about, like in the old days when people used to actually spend time together, and like kids actually would spend time with their parents. I'll finally get some time with my kids, and I'm still just like looking at my phone. My kids on the tablet, and I'm letting them do it. Like, you know, just like these constant distractions of modern.
Yeah, that's life today. It's hard. But do you know what though? No, you're Tim. You're a good dad.
Well, I appreciate it, babe. And
no, seriously, like, they don't roughhouse with me. They roughhouse with you. And like, you do that like every day.
Imagine though, if like I could like, so I think we're doing the best we can, and you're homeschooling, and we do actually raise our kids. But, you know, I said all that to make the point that, just with the school system, at least, you know, I know I've said this before, but it almost seems like the state is really the ones that are doing most of the raising of the kids. And that's not to hurt your feelings if you're a parent that has your kid in school and you can't homeschool. And it's not to diminish the fact that, of course, you're the actual parent. It's not like, you know, it's nothing like that. It's just that by design, what the state wants is they want to have the majority of, you know, it's in your youth that you're developing, and that you're developing into the person that you're going to be. And the adult that you're going to be is going to serve the world in one way or another. I mean, not serve the world, but you're going to be an adult, you know what I mean? So then you're going to have an impact. So it's like, you can understand why the state would have a desire to, you know, condition you and train you in a way.
And honestly, like, that's just what people do. Like, that's just what you do today.
And so, you know, the system was created in such a way that the kids are gone all day, and you're gone all day because you got to be to pay for it all. This is Rockefeller too, his nation of workers, you know, like, dude, I'm not.
And everyone is so exhausted by the end of the day.
Right.
And don't.
It's a whole different.
Not even to mention homework.
Right. And then they send them home with homework. So now the kid is home, you know. Yeah, no. So, and that's got to be a whole different topic for a whole different show.
No, It's
How about that? Yeah.
It's clear.
And Battleborn says, like Hillary said, we cannot raise our kids. Leave it up to the government. That's right. It takes a village. It takes a village is what she said. That is really what that means. You're absolutely right. Then there was that MSNBC host that was like, we need to start accepting and recognizing that they're not really your children. They're everybody's children. Melissa Perry Harris or something like that. This is cool, Amber. So this is from Waking Up Wisconsin magazine.
Yes.
And this is a really cool article. Now, Waking Up Wisconsin magazine, check this out. I actually found, we got to go back to this. So I've mentioned Waking Up Wisconsin magazine before. This is the big,
it's too blurry.
look at the blur. It doesn't work. We got to figure that out.
We will.
Here, maybe, should I literally take off the blur and let them see how dirty the kitchen is? Because look at that, I can't show them the magazine. I wish you guys could see how dope this magazine is.
Just take the blur off. I don't care.
No, I know it's not.
Day. Hey,
let me see if I
whatever
can real
mess
quick.
there is from him.
Oh yeah,
me.
no.
I was gone all day.
She don't make messes, you guys. Me, that's all I do. I don't want to mess with it too much because I'm afraid of, you know what I mean. I don't want to mess with it. None. Okay. All right. At least for now, so you guys can see. I've told you guys about the beginnings of my activism career, and you know what? You know what my very first publication was? I actually made it with you, Amber.
I know.
Years and years and years ago.
It was like 10 years ago?
It was in 2012 that I did the fluoride thing. And I made this pamphlet I came up with this name, Waking Up Wisconsin. Actually, at that time, I didn't even have that name yet. I called it the Galt Report after John Galt from Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand. But anyways, and I wrote out this information about fluoride being put in the drinking water and the whole thing about that. I was really moved to want to get some information out to the public. And so I wrote this thing out. I made it look real nice. I printed up a bunch of copies, and Amber here, she wasn't even my girlfriend at the time, just my good friend. And she came and helped me print it all up, and we stapled them all together.
But remember, we also went to Walgreens to get printouts about for VAXs. Remember,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said because I was looking over at what this person was saying.
No, but before that, we went to Walgreens and CVS, pharmacies to get printouts for the vaxes, right? Yeah. In fact, there's an article in this. We did that first, and then we did the fluoride.
That's right.
Printout.
Oh, that's right. We did too. Right. So this issue of our Waking Up Wisconsin magazine, what was it? Issue 3, September 2014. So you're talking about 7.5 years ago here. And this isn't, I wasn't, I put it in this, the thing I'm going to read you is actually off this slide. But since I'm holding this is the article I'm going to read you. Just let me flex a little bit, you guys. I'm not bragging, but it brings me so much, not pride, but satisfaction, because I think about how much has happened, and where we're at in this world right now. And I look back at the effort.
Well, in the time and effort you spent.
I spent money on all this, never made a dime. It's just cool that the fruition of what's come of it. And here's issue 1 I grabbed too, because it happened to be with it. My sister made that artwork. And my mom made this artwork. My brother helped me design the magazine. And we had a bunch of advertisers and stuff. Anyways, okay. I'll just go to the one I have in the slides, though. No, add to stream. Okay, how do I make this full? Is education comprehensive or selective by Pastor Matt Truella? And you guys, I got the funniest story about this too, but maybe I'll tell you. Should I just tell them real quick or afterwards? Let me tell you this really quick too. Let me tell you this really. Let me say this real quick about this article. So, I reached out to Pastor Matt Truella. Now, Matt Truella is a pastor in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He's the pastor of a church called, I think they're called Mercy Seat. I think. Good pastor. He's actually runs an organization now called Defy Tyrants. They got a website and a YouTube channel that's doing really good. And the Baptist pastor. He also had a lot of really effective campaigns promoting pro-life causes. Something about the preborn ministry. So look up Matt Truella. But anyways, the story is that I saw on his website something that I wanted to put into a magazine. And I reached out to him and I was like, yeah, I would like to publish and publish this thing that you wrote, this article that you have, and put it in my magazine, and talk to him. He was like, okay, yeah, that's all right. And, so I made up the thing. And then my brother and I, who was my partner in Waking Up Wisconsin, a few Sundays after we got that particular issue of the magazine printed, we went out to his church in Milwaukee, since we also live in Wisconsin, and felt like, we'll just get that way. We can give him a stack of magazines to share with his church and like talk to him, and we go there, and now their church just happened to be the type of, Baptist church where people wear the shirts and the ties and tuck in your shirts, which is fine. I mean, that's a good thing. That's okay. But me and Doug, we go to a church that's a little more on the casual side. And then me and Doug, within the casual-ish church that we're in, are already like the black sheep with how, I'm very humble with my dress style, and I come humble to church. But anyways, so we just kind of looked out of place, but that's fine. I mean, we were still amongst brothers, right? But I don't want to give my brother too much crap. Maybe I should tell the story another time if he can defend himself. But the point is, we're sitting there.
Where's Doug? Come on, Doug.
You're right. He should be here in the chat.
Where you at, Dog?
Here we are. We're sitting here.
We're
sitting here in this church, but we come in, and first off, we come in late, and I'm like, oh, this stinks, man. Like,
God.
I wanted to be professional, show up early, talk to the Pastor Truella, give him the magazines, him say, wow, I love this. Thank you so much for doing this. We sit there, go through it. Instead, we show up late, interrupt everybody. All eyes are on us. We go shuffle our way into some seats that are open in a clumsy manner. We sit down. We're making all this noise, right? And I'm sitting there. We don't look right. We both smell like cigarettes. And then there's this person up there that's preaching. So I'm just sitting there. And out of nowhere, I suddenly hear my brother's phone go off, and it's Alex Jones. We were listening to some. Don't ask me why. We were driving all the way to Milwaukee, and we were listening to, just for funniness sake, some dubstep mashup of Alex Jones screaming about reptilians or whatever. Not reptilians,
story
but
never
yeah, and that just came on in the middle of church of this that we're visiting in a professional capacity to share these magazines. So now this is going off. I'm like, dude, and I'm elbowing my brother, and he shuts it off, and I look over, and he's holding a 16-ounce Red Bull too. And I look around, and nobody else has any drinks. And so anyways, yeah, we were just kind of a little bit of culture shock. I couldn't help but share that story.
Honestly though, like Doug. Okay, so when you and Doug tell the story together, it's like, it's hilarious, nonetheless. But like when he cuts in and says his part,
it was funny. You gotta laugh. But I gotta say, no, Matt, but Truella's church was a good church. And he's a good man. I support his ministries. But yeah, that was just such a fun.
Do better.
You know what? We had, my brother and I also went to Tennessee to visit Pastor Charles Lawson. If any of you guys know who Charles Lawson is, which was awesome. I got to, we got to meet him and go to church with his congregation. And anyways, that was also, it wasn't as embarrassing, but we have a hard time fitting in. Let's just put it that way. But you know what? So did the disciples.
Look, Steve says that sounds like a repeat of the visit to Lawson's church.
Yeah, see, Steve already knows about Lawson. Al Bundy, I went to that kind of Baptist church. People are very, very judgy in those northern style churches. Yeah, I know what you mean. I gotta say, even though the way that I just told that story, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and you're kind of right, the legalism and all that. But the way that I just told that story was like specifically from the perspective of my insecurity sitting there. And looking back in hindsight, like everybody was totally nice and welcoming, like we weren't actually like looked down on.
No, but
I was embarrassed because
convicted because you're like, dang, I'm smoking a cig. I reek like cigarettes.
Right. And I might have
a huge Red Bull.
Yeah, right. And I might have also exaggerated too. Like maybe there was a few other people that were in jeans or something. It's just that like, that was the way I felt because there I am trying to present myself in a professional capacity, and also, to this pastor. Kurt and Renee got kicked out of the Baptist church.
I know. So we went to like a Baptist church growing up.
Yeah. We go to a Baptist church now. Missio Day is a Baptist church.
Right. But no, like growing up.
Yeah.
Because me and Tim have actually known each other most of our life.
That's
believe
true.
It or not.
Yes.
Our families went to church together.
That's right.
At a Baptist church.
The thing is with Baptists, just like other denominations, it's just a very broad thing. A lot of them are too radical. There's Baptist churches out there already that are like pro LGBT and like got like women preachers, all the way to Baptist churches that are, there's Baptist churches that think that if you read anything else in the KJV that you're a heretic. And it's like there's a really broad range of, I would call myself a non-denominational Christian, I guess. Frankly, I'm not a member at the church that we go to now, even, to be honest. And I probably will become one. I love the church. I love our pastor. We've gotten really close. He actually subscribes to the channel. And I love the sermons I hear there. But the reason I haven't become a member yet is because, at first it was because I have my own doctrinal differences. Like my church I go to now is kind of a Reformed Baptist, if you had to put them in a category, kind of like a John MacArthur doctrine, right? Well, me personally, I'm like so non-Calvinist, like I'm as far Calvinist as you can go without being Arminian, because I also don't, like, again, I'm just not with the labels. And there's certain doctrines that my pastor preaches and believes in that doesn't necessarily resonate with me. But here's the other truth. There's no better, like the other churches that I've gone to in the area, like every single church will have its issues. And I don't agree with anybody. I don't agree with Amber about everything. I don't agree with any of you people either about everything. And I hope that you don't agree with everything I say, And it's honestly, yes, let God be true and let everyone else be a liar, right? And so I'm saying all that to say this, that I was with the church that I'm currently in. There was a time where I was church hopping around to some other churches, trying to find a place more like a temple, like somewhere like Charles Lawson's church was, or but I couldn't find anywhere in the local area that was anything near my favorite. I also really like anything like my favorite churches and preachers that I listen to on YouTube is what I was going to say. Then I was going to say I really like Pastor Joe Schimmel and Blessed Hope Chapel. And here's another issue that I have. What's funny? A lot of my favorite preachers, like Charles Lawson, for example, like I love Charles Lawson. Okay. I also love my pastor, Matt Henry, in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And then I love Joe Schimmel. And he's like in the charismatic kind of, not denomination. I think he would call himself non-denominationals. My point is, like, some of these mentors that I look up to in the faith disagree with each other, like to a radical level, here, I guess.
Right. So it's like, where does it leave you?
I feel like I just have to be humble enough to, I go to my Bible studies. I try to live a Christ-centered life.
I think it's enough to just like, just know, like, you repent and you believe and like.
Well, yeah, and also the Bible tells us to test every spirit against the word, and also and that's how you know if it's true or not. And I got to say, there for Christians that have different doctrines or to be convinced by different theological concepts. So one thing that bothers me is I see too many Christians. I see too many Christians that I even look up to. Too many of them, even my favorite pastors. I think that when you study the word, and it gets really easy to, in the same way that the world gets cliquey, like Christians tend to do the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's becoming I'm to this point now.
It happens. I mean, and again, like, we're all like human, like it absolutely happens.
I just love Jesus. Like my faith is, while initially, like the
Bible doesn't change.
No, and the Bible also highly, like the Bible convinced me of Jesus being, God, and like it told me the story. But honestly, at this point, like My faith is perpetuated by my experience of a living relationship with God, And so like, and it's easy for me to recognize that in others. Yeah, church is not supposed to be a business. This has been too long of a rabbit trail though, you guys. Let me get back to this article. Thanks for everybody that's commenting in there though. Okay, so again, Amber.
I know.
And I have to take a drink. Is this water?
No.
Yes, it is. All right. That's pure vodka.
It's literally a White Claw.
I know, I was just messing with her. All right. Is education comprehensive or selective? Pay attention to this. I spend much time out on university campuses preaching. I often have some of my children with me when I do so. The question always arises at some point, why aren't your kids in school? I explain that we homeschool our children. This always results in the accusation that my wife and I, because we do not send our children to the government schools, are brainwashing our children. My response to the students when they make this accusation is a question. I say to them, let me ask you, is education comprehensive or selective? Consider that yourself. Is education comprehensive? Does it cover everything, or is it selective? Does it only cover a selected amount of things? Almost always they have a look on their face which reveals that they either cannot comprehend what I'm saying or that this is a thought that they have never pondered before in their lives. I give them about 10 seconds of silence, and then I say to them, I believe education is not comprehensive but selective, and I'll tell you why. Just go to the library here on campus. Walk in, look around, and realize that you could spend the rest of your life in this library and not be able to read all the books in just this one library, not to mention all the libraries of the world. Hence, education is not comprehensive. Rather, it is selective, right? I think that's a great point. You could walk into any library. You could spend your whole life there reading books. And just in one library, you would never be able to actually read all the information that was available to you. So when it comes to school, obviously, school can't exist to teach you everything, right? And they would say, well, no, then it's just going to teach you the things you need to know. But who decides what you need to know? I would say leave that to the parents, and good parents will leave it to the Bible. Many students recognize my statements for what they are, sound reasoning, and they end up shaking my hand. Those committed to statist ideology, however, have no appreciation for sound reasoning, only raw power and control. In a chilling ruling, which should cause every father in America to keep his powder dry, talking about gunpowder, the California Appellate Court in February 2008 ruled that the state, not parents, again, this was along 2008, that the state, not parents in California, by the way, have the right to select what children learn. And they're willing to use the coercive arm of the state to impose their beliefs and criminalize parents. All right, what he's talking about here, well, I think he mentions it. The court ordered a homeschooling family to send their 2 children to attend a state school or a government-sanctioned private school, or be subject to a criminal complaint against them, found guilty of an infraction, and subject to imposition of fines in order to complete a parent education and counseling program. The court further ruled that the courts have authority to limit a parent's control over a dependent child, including a parent's right to make educational decisions for a child. Once again, the courts have a right to limit a parent's control, including their educational decisions. These are fighting words to any man who understands that the state does not have jurisdiction to make his child's educational decisions. It's also just fighting words from a primal, crude human man, just basic human standard. I raise my kids. Stay away from my kids. That's a natural, good feeling.
We're good. We're good here.
Yeah, you leave me alone.
No, thank you.
Right. The truth is, parents educate their children not by privilege given of the state, but by right given of God. The scriptures always give matters of education to the jurisdiction of family government, never to civil government. I can't read what it says up here because of the thing. Something courts taken this action. I can't read.
No, if you move your mouse.
No, that gets rid of that one, but it doesn't get rid of this part.
Oh.
So when I make the slides, I gotta just center it better. but it's fine. There are many removing their children from the state schools in California because of recent laws passed there by the legislature, which requires schools to teach a positive portrayal of homosexuality, bisexuality, and transsexuality to the 6 million children in California's government-controlled schooling system starting at age 5. Again, this is 2008.
Right.
This ruling by the courts is a warning shot to encourage parents not to take their children out of the system. Right. And what they're saying now is like, what he's saying here is like, if you're homeschooling in 2008 in California, you're by law, that's fine. You can still homeschool, but your kid in order to graduate, your kid has to attend at least 1 or 2 courses about how homosexuality and transsexuality is good. This ruling by the courts, because the vast majority of Christians have not held dear their right and responsibility to educate their children and have glibly handed them off to the state for years, unscrupulous men in positions of power feel emboldened to force children to be indoctrinated in their evil thinking. Martin Luther once said, "I am much afraid that schools will prove to be great gates of hell. I advise no one to place his child where the scriptures do not reign paramount." Luther's warning had proved true. May Christians now heed his counsel and remove their children from the Christ-hating public school system.
But they're like placing so many obstacles in front of us to even
do it, to remove it.
It's like, I'm part of so many groups on Facebook with like homeschooling moms from all over the world, and it's like, I mean, it hasn't hit here yet, but like, I do fear for the future, but it's like the obstacles they have to jump through and like.
Yeah, no, it's coming. It has hit here in some places, but yeah, right. I know what you mean.
But like, the mandatory vaccine, like everything. It's just, it's crazy.
That's absolutely.
It's like you're not trusted with your own child, your kid.
Sorry, I forgot for a minute that I'm live to the world right now as I'm licking my mustache. And
I don't think anyone really.
Now you're gonna rewind it and watch it. I don't care.
I'm gonna.
It is what it is. I was licking my mustache. All right, so read this last little sentence that Truella says here, and then play this little 5-minute video that regards what he was saying. But Martin Luther once said, "I am much afraid." Martin Luther, of course, father of the Reformation. "I am much afraid that schools will prove to be great gates of hell. I advise no one to place his child where the scriptures do not reign paramount." Where the scriptures do not reign paramount. So this is a little clip I want to show you guys of Neil Postman. Again, Neil Postman was the author of Amusing Ourselves. Got a way of going full circle with this stuff.
For school to make sense, the young, their parents, and their teachers must have a God to serve, or even better, several gods. If they have none, school is pointless. Nietzsche's famous remark is relevant here. He said once, "He who has a why to live can bear with almost any how." And this applies, I think, as much to learning as to living. To put it as I said it before, there is no surer way to bring an end to schooling than for it to have no end. Now, by a God to serve, I do not necessarily mean the God who is supposed to have created the world and whose moral instructions, as described in sacred books, have given countless people a reason for living and, more to the point, a reason for learning. In the Western world, beginning in the 13th century, and for 500 years afterwards, that God was sufficient justification for the founding of institutions of learning, from grammar schools where children were taught to read the Bible, to great universities where men were trained to be ministers of God. Even today, there are some schools in the West, and most in the Islamic world, whose central purpose is to serve and celebrate the glory of God. Now, wherever this is the case, there is no school problem. Certainly, there is no school crisis. There may be some disputes over what subjects best promote piety, obedience, and faith. There may be students who are skeptical, even teachers who are non-believers. But at the core of such schools, there is a transcendent spiritual idea that gives purpose and clarity to learning. To such schools, the word God is spelled with a capital G. But there are schools that have been animated by a transcendent spiritual idea which may be called a God with a small g. Now, I know it's risky for me to use this word, even with a small g, because the word having an aura of sacredness is not to be used lightly, and also because it calls to mind a fixed figure or image. But it is the purpose of such figures or images to direct one's mind to an idea, and more to the point, to a story. Not any kind of story, but one that tells of origins and envisions a future. A story that constructs ideals, prescribes rules of conduct, provides a source of authority, and gives a sense of continuity and purpose. A God, in the sense I'm using the word, is the name of a great narrative, one that has sufficient credibility, complexity, and symbolic power, so that it's possible to organize one's life and one's learning around it. Without such a transcendent narrative, life has no meaning. Without meaning, learning has no purpose. Without purpose, schools become houses of detention, not attention.
Can you argue with that? I don't think you can. Had to throw that in there. All right, moving on, because there's so much going. We got so much left, and it's already an hour 30, so I just can't keep talking. All right, I threw this. This is going to be interesting, Amber. I threw this in here. All right, you'll understand in a second, but I wanted to point out how Kentucky, of all states, all right, is dumb now. That's what they say. Following is a list of the dumbest states in America. West Virginia, dummies. Okay. Now I don't really believe this, but this is what I found on the internet. Now Nevada, Battleborn and Renee. I'm not going to give away your location, so I already probably said too much. I don't think anyone's looking for you. No, I'm not going to say anymore. But I will say this. You guys came up on the dumb chart. Now, you don't see Wisconsin up here, so that's good.
Shut up.
All right, but I wanted to point out Kentucky.
Who's rating this?
Yeah, I don't even remember. Yeah, it was just something I grabbed. I had a feeling, I wanted to look up Kentucky specifically, and I had a feeling Kentucky would be up there. And they were. Okay, so this is the point. New study says Kentucky is one of the dumbest states in the country, blah, blah, blah. Kentucky ranks in the top 10 dumbest states in America. All these states are dumb. The reason I brought this up was for this. Kentucky, this dumb state. Well, let's see about that. Are you smarter than an 8th grader in Kentucky was back 110 years ago in 1912? So this is a test, an 8th grade test. It's actually more of like not so much a test. It's like what do they call that? When it's not a test. It's like not a syllabus either. There's another word for it, but it's what they were expected to know that they would be tested on. I forget the word for it. You guys might know. It's not a syllabus, but it's something like that. 8th grade examination for Bullitt County Schools, Kentucky, November 1912.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Write in the words the following. Okay. And see, now that puts me in a position where I got to read this all out. But I got you guys. I'm just not going to do it.
Hey, it's kind of blurred.
It's kind of blurred. I can't do it because it's kind of blurred. I would otherwise. Solve this. 35.7 plus 4. Okay, then 5.8 plus 5.14. What is this? It doesn't even make sense. Find cost at 12.5 cents per square yard of calcining the walls of a room 20 feet long, 16 feet wide, and 9 feet high, deducting one door 8 feet by 4 feet 6 inches, and 2 windows 5 feet by 3 feet by 6 inches.
So
an 8th grader.
I've just been teaching Levi word problems, and like
yeah, right. How does this make you feel?
No. That's been like kind of an issue because like obviously like he's in kindergarten, so it's like wording.
Keep talking.
The wording is kind of weird for some of the things, so I have to
keep talking.
So I have to like. No, I don't like that.
Okay, keep talking. Homeschooling. The word problems. I'm sorry.
Really distracted.
Yeah, that would have been distracting.
Go on.
Well, no, I think we all get your point. You're comparing what you're doing to this. 1912, right? Now, mind you, we already got into how Rockefeller started all this, and I understand like the whole thing's been like the dumbing down. In this very time, they were already like, this is 1912. Like this school was probably part of the General Education Board. Okay. But this is a kind of a way to gauge where the average intelligence was at that point. Think of it that way. This is what they were supposed to know in 8th grade. A man bought a farm for $2,400 and sold it for $2,700. What percent did he gain? A man sold a watch for $180 and lost 16 2/3. I can't even read that. What was the cost of the watch? Find the amount of $50.30 for 3 years, 3 months, and 3 days at 8%. A school in, okay, I can keep going through all these. Grammar. How many parts of speech are there? Define each. I can maybe do that. But how about these? What properties have verbs? Adjectives have how many degrees of comparison? Amber, how many degrees of comparison do adjectives have?
Dude, so you are always telling me that, I'm so smart. I was so smart in school. So smart.
Hey, we love you, Scripted Reality. Take care, buddy.
I don't even know.
Hope to see your channel back. I didn't mean to cut you off, but Scripted Reality is going.
He's like 7 hours ahead of us.
I know he is. He's in France.
Dude,
yeah. Bye, buddy.
No, it's awesome that you even.
I'm so happy. I appreciate you every time you pop on, man, and I hope the best for your channel. Hope you come back.
No, for real.
We ought to have him. There's got to be some way I could help.
You didn't even catch the comment that he said his computer was like
stolen. Yeah, I did.
Or
yeah,
something.
His computer got stolen. I did see that. But yeah, man. I know.
Dude, keep going. I'm so glad that you like keep coming here. It's like really nice to see you.
How about man? Under grammar, they say a diagram. The Lord loveth a cheerful giver. There's something you wouldn't see in school now, right? Geography. Define longitude and latitude. I think I could still do that. Name and give boundaries of 5 zones. Maybe. Locate Erie Canal. I could do that, but hold on. I like this. Name and give the capitals of the states touching the Ohio River. The capitals. Locate these cities: Mobile, Quebec, Buenos Aires, Liverpool, Honolulu. I could do that. Either way, you can't. You got. Come on, you guys. This is 8th grade. Define the following forms of government: democracy, limited monarchy, absolute monarchy, republic. I don't know how many adults today that will have the audacity to argue with me about politics could even describe a republic or a democracy or a monarchy. To what four governments are students in school subjected? To what 4 governments are students in schools subjected? Name 5 county. So you guys see in the point here. Who discovered the following places? Florida, Pacific Ocean, Miss River, St. Lawrence River. It's just 1912, 110 years ago. Nowadays, kids can't even write a sentence. We got to talk through hieroglyphics. Did they spell arithmetic wrong? How is arithmetic spelled? Isn't that right? The right way to spell it?
Wait, what?
Isn't that how you spell arithmetic? How do you spell arithmetic? Like that, right? Look up the word.
With an E.
Yeah, that's the right way to spell it. All right, the deliberate dumbing down of America. I was talking about Charlotte Iserby before a little bit ago when we were getting into this. And Charlotte Iserby, and Amber knows quite a bit about her too. And me and her were both looking into some of her stuff. But she wrote this book called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, which kind of serves as like the standard, like the gold standard when it comes to for evidence regarding the intentional, government-funded, designed system to make our kids dumb. Okay, and she would know. Okay, because she worked for the Department of Education under Ronald Reagan. And let's just read what I put here. Charlotte Iserby is the consummate whistleblower. Iserby served as senior policy advisor in the Office of Educational Research and Improvement, U.S. Department of Education, during the first Reagan administration, where she first blew the whistle on a major technology initiative which would control curriculum in America's classrooms. Iserby is a former school board director in Camden, Maine, and was co-founder and research analyst of Guardians of Education for Maine from 1978 to 2000. By the way, she just passed away last week.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so.
Wow.
She has also served in the American Red Cross on Guam and Japan during the Korean War, and in the United States Foreign Service in Belgium and in the Republic of South Africa. Iserby is a speaker and writer, best known for her 1985 booklet, again, the year I was born, Back to Basics Reform, or OBE, Skinnerian International Curriculum, and her 1989 pamphlet, Soviets in the Classroom, blah, blah, blah. So she was this, and
Dude,
this is where a
whole
video was supposed to
change
play.
Agent thing is like, it's so crazy. Obviously they exist, but it's like when you really like think about it, I mean, she just had this position in her career and she was just, going through the ropes, but like her position, like she got training in being this change agent.
Right.
And it's like when you
What do you mean by change agent?
Well, I mean, like, it's people that are literally trained to change people's minds. Basically.
Right. About social and to pretty much propagandists, but at a professional level.
Well, right. And they have actual training.
Yeah, that's what they're called, change agents.
And it could even be a basic teacher. But back when she was doing it, it was it was kind of new or whatever. So she traveled from country to country and really saw, I mean, the UN, everything. She saw everything.
Yeah, so she's this highly esteemed person at the time, in the late 70s or whatever it was. And and then the UN starts rolling out these programs, that the Department of Education is cooperating with. So she ends up, like you said, going out to all these different countries, as well as in America, and start to initiate these, new.
Well, and she honestly didn't know what she was signing up for.
Right.
In the beginning. But the more she saw, the more she felt this is not right. This isn't right. And honestly, no, I've seen so much, of her interviews and stuff. And it's so interesting. You really should check it out.
But we keep talking about change agent, but didn't mention that what Charlotte Iserby claimed, and her the big conspiracy is that there was a program where her and other educators, not all teachers, but specific educators that were literally dispatched from these organizations that were working directly with the UN were called change agents. They didn't identify themselves or introduce themselves as change agents. That's what they were that's what their title was. But they were almost deceive themselves into thinking of that as a good thing. They're making necessary changes, they think, to a flawed schooling system. And then, the whole nature of her book and what she went on about is the actual nature of what was being changed and what they were changing is literally like Amber said, like changing your paradigm and perspective and mind about social issues. And this is, you see it now, in a video that we're going to see a little bit, you're going to see more of it, you know, but you have teachers, like kids are going to school and learning more about social woke culture than they are about math and science, you know. I have this up here. Al Bundy said, look up Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays is the father of propaganda, and wrote a book, literally, I think, called Propaganda, amongst many other books. Even to this day, that was back in, like, when was Bernays? Like the 20s, 30s, back then sometime. But to this day, Edward Bernays is looked up to as like the pretty much like the premier authority when it comes to brainwashing and using propaganda to change people's minds about things. It's used by advertisers, politicians, all the way up to this very day. Right here, this picture of Iserby, this was supposed to be a video, and I explained to you how I had an issue with that. So
it was going to be like a really long.
Yeah, we don't have time for it anyways. Yeah, I want to go more into Iserby, and maybe we will next time we talk about it, but there's just so much here. I do still talk about it more.
But really,
but we don't have time for the video.
Dude, if you've never heard of her or like the change agent thing or anything like that, like look it up. Like really, it's crazy. It's very telling on how the whole public education system is going.
Yeah,
and has gone.
Yeah, you really should look into it. I got a little bit about it here. This is again from Wikipedia. I've had to mention it every time I show Wikipedia stuff that this is for the sake of skeptics that for some reason find more credibility in Wikipedia than they do from the studies of people like you don't know what I'm saying. All right, Charlotte Iserby. I thought this was interesting. Early life and education. She was born in Brooklyn, New York in 1930, died in February 8th, 2022. So yeah, a week or two ago. She attended Dana Hall. I got to make this larger. She attended Dana Hall Preparatory School and Catherine Gibbs College in New York City, where she studied business. I thought this was funny. Iserby's father and grandfather were Yale University graduates and members of the Skull and Bones secret society. And the reason I found that funny is because Charlotte Iserby is like a popular name, I guess, or at least was in truther circles, you know, and the community of people that would watch Fallen World films, you know, or like maybe someone like Alex Jones or something. And in fact, she was like a guest on those kinds of shows. And so like, meanwhile, as you would expect, despite the fact that she worked for the government, despite her astounding credentials, like the media, the national mainstream media kind of snubbed her, as you would expect, right? And so just the fact that, dude, of all the times I've been on Wikipedia, like who else do you see that has a relative in Skull and Bones or in some secret society that Wikipedia goes out of their way to tell you, or that anyone goes out of their way to be like, oh, by the way, they're doing that because they know that the majority of people that would even look up Charlotte Iserby are already somewhat truthers. So they're trying to like put that in our minds, like, right, her grandfather was a member of Skull and Bones, so that, because again, like, dude, what that information to most people is like so irrelevant, or they would,
it means nothing.
Yeah, right. That's just to like dissuade those. So I just thought that was interesting because frankly, I don't care, dude. Who knows? My grandpa was like, I mean, I love my grandparents, but you get the point. I'm not responsible for anything a relative does. Career. Iserby served as a senior policy advisor in the Office of Educational Research and Improvement, U.S. Department of Education during the first term of President Ronald Reagan. I don't want to read through that whole thing. Publication. She is known for writing the book, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. The book describes how the changes gradually brought into American public education system work to eliminate the influences of a child's parents and to mold the child into a member of the proletariat, in preparation for a socialist collectivist world of the future. And tell me that ain't true. She writes this book, dude, that this education system is designed to eliminate the influence of a child's parents, a big theme that we talk about all the time on this channel, and that I've proven in numerous documentaries. Yeah, they would get the parents out of the way so they can mold you in preparation for a socialist collectivist world of the future. I think that socialist collectivist world is here now. I think the Great Reset was to reset us so that we can restart in this socialist collectivist world of the future. Father and grandfather. Yeah. Does it say her father is too? Oh, her father and grandfather. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. Take it what you will. The information in the book is, and even that we're looking at here is irrefutable, you know. Here's a little meme that I found regarding change agent. Change agent, someone who is assigned or directed to intentionally change social attitudes, cultural values, thoughts, attitudes, or morals. Target parent and church inspired morals, values, and attitudes regarding life in general that is taught at home, destroying parental influences. Dude, and again, man, it's kind of surreal for me and probably some of you guys who have been following this for a reasonably long time, because for how long have we been hearing about this coming system that was going to that the schools were actually going to try to replace parents, you know, and like it's just so weird to watch, you know, to see the news and the headlines depicting in reality the very things we used to see as like dystopian predictions. Man. Picture this: your child is beginning a new year of school. What if your child's teacher is what is called a change agent? She or he is not going to inform you of that fact, but their ideals and political leanings are very liberal and global, and they do as they have been instructed to in the beginning of the process of indoctrinating your child. Again, I don't know who wrote this, just something I found, but it rings true to me with the context of what we've been learning. They bring the class into a circle, explaining they are going to create a new school family. And dude, I see this happening. It's scary, man. They're trying to replace you with they're trying to present the teachers are trying to present themselves in the class and the, you know, community.
We're a safe space. You can say anything. But not your parents though.
Right.
Don't tell your parents, tell me.
Right. Did you catch that in like the video I put where that teacher is?
That's just what they
do. What they do. That's what's happening. And maybe not every teacher, of course not every teacher, but you guys, like, one is more than too much. They bring a class into a circle explaining they are going to create a new school family, and what happens at school stays at school. That's happening. I hate this. Yeah. They are also told they are not to tell their parents about their new family. It is a slow, deliberate process. Another thing I wish, oh man, I didn't manage to download this. This is something that should have played as a video. But what it was is that clip that Project Veritas had of that teacher who was like a straight up Marxist saying, I view my job as to scare the S out of those kids so that I can, like, you know, make them hate capitalism. You know, I don't want to paraphrase too much because I'd rather show the stuff, but I bet you guys have seen it back when it was a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I wish.
And that's the very person that we should just trust our kids with 6 to 8 hours a day.
Right. I know. This was just another example of a bad and I wish I could have showed that, but I didn't. We're actually, believe it or not, now that we're heading into 2 hours, we are actually starting to get close to the end-ish of the slideshow here. But I wanted to show these. I didn't have time and wasn't able to really squeeze in a part about Common Core. And so again, we're gonna have another episode about freedom, you guys. Maybe it'll just be called Freedom Part 2. There's so much more to talk about. But don't worry, we will finish what we got here. But my point is, Common Core. You know, I went back again like a decade ago. No, couldn't have been that long, was it? A long time ago, I went and saw a guy named Duke Pesta. Who you could look him up, Duke Pesta, Pesta. I think that was his name. I saw him give a presentation, like a lecture, about Common Core. And he's like an expert in the field of education. And when Common Core first came out, however long ago it was, I think it was about a decade, 2012, 13, 14, around then. Everybody was, it was kind of a real big news story, you know, because like the new standards for education and how they were planning on teaching. This was a curriculum being introduced to schools, and like it was so radically different from the education that we're used to and of the past that it became majorly controversial, right? And the extent, I feel like I could sit here and describe it to you guys, but again, we're just going to have to do a freedom part 2, and because Common Core is such a big thing. But I did want to play these 2 quick videos. And Amber, this is gonna bother you because it's gonna remind you of Willow's schoolwork.
I know.
So all that's done. Now, we are down to our public comment time. I would like to recognize Mrs. Karen Lamoureux, who has 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chairman and the board. My name is Karen. I'm a mother of 3 in the Pulaski County Special School District. I am here today not speaking just on behalf of myself. I'm here representing 1,110 other parents, educators, and taxpayers in our state who have some very serious reservations about the Common Core initiative. We are not alone in this regard. 6 other states have pulled out of their park agreement. 22 other states currently have legislation pending to either get out of Common Core or to make significant changes to it. After listening to what was said this morning, I have come to the conclusion that this board is clearly as uninformed as the parents are or were when these standards were adopted. We were told the same thing that you were told, and that Common Core is a set of rigorous, college-ready, internationally benchmarked standards that prepare our kids to compete in a global economy. This is nothing more than an empty sales pitch for corporations and government agencies to profit from our kids and sell them downriver in the name of saving education. I have a math question for you, board members. Are you ready? Get your pencils out. I'm not kidding. Are you smarter than a Common Core 4th grader? Let's find out. The problem is, Mr. Yamada's class has 18 students. If the class counts around by a number and ends with 90, what number did they count by? I'll restate the problem. Mr. Yamada's class has 18 students. If the class counts around by a number and ends with 90, what number did they count by? Does anyone on the board have an answer? 5. And may I ask, madam, how did you come up with that answer? You know why? Because that's what makes sense, right? That's the way we were taught to do it in the 4th grade level. This, however, is what the Common Core standards expect our 4th graders to do. If they solve it in those 2 steps, they get it marked wrong. They are expected to draw 18 circles with 90 hash marks, solving this problem in exactly 108 steps. Board members, this is not rigorous. This is not college ready. This is not preparing our children to compete in a global economy. Skipping rote memorization of multiplication tables is hindering their ability to master long division and fractions later on in the semester. And now our children who were testing in the 80th or higher percentile in math last year are now coming home with C's, D's, and F's on their report cards. Not because, as Arnie Duncan would put it, that white suburban mothers think their children aren't as brilliant as they thought they were, but because, thank you. I encourage you to listen to us when we send you our emails, despite the comments that were made by our chairperson here today. Our concerns are not based on hysteria or propaganda. They are based on fact, and we are prepared to present those facts. Can you see the trembling in my voice? Parents have not had a voice here, and you need to listen to our concerns. We are moving forward with our legislature to make some very serious changes to this, and all I ask is that you bend your ear and take us seriously. We are college-educated parents. I come to you with 12 years of college education and a former member of the National Honor Society when I tell you this is not working, and it's not what they told you it would be. We will save the privacy concerns and the testing concerns for our legislature. But when it comes to standards, that's your ball court, and we need you to help us with this because this program is dumbing our children down. Thank you.
Thank you.
this big.
Hold on. Tell them. Are they like, could it be that bad? Like beyond just dumbing us down through like what's on TV and, you know, like the fact that kids are now on their smartphones, like while they're in class and stuff, are they literally changing the very curriculum so that you don't, to make education dumber? What were you saying, Amber, before I unmuted it?
Yeah.
Why did that bother you so much?
Yes, they are, because my 10-year-old daughter, she has a different father. Tim is her stepdad, so she's in public school. She's not homeschooled, and her homework, her curriculum is like, I don't even know how to say it.
It's Common Core. She was showing us.
Yes, it's Common Core. It's so frustrating because, like, so she takes this simple little math equation. Like, she doesn't even know how to do it except by making this, like, huge box with all these, like, blocks in it. And, like, I can't even explain it because, like, for one, I was taught a different way. And then I also see how silly it is. She spends so much time with these equations that, like, it doesn't have to be that hard. It's not that hard.
If ever
they're making it that hard.
It's okay to come up with a new process to do stuff. I mean, that's just called innovation. In fact, I love innovation and like invention, you know, necessity is the mother of all invention, and you come up with better ways to do things.
Better ways all the time.
For this system to be introduced that literally complicates, further adds more time to and more effort to a system, and like make something more difficult to accomplish and achieve a simple task, a result, which would have an easy
really
math
hard
equation.
Because when I try to tell her, like, hey, try doing it this way, she's like, no, that's too hard.
It's
because
trying
my
to. It's designed to make her not like school.
She literally says, my teacher tells me to not do it that way.
You're right. I know.
My teacher says don't do it this way.
Her teacher, who she's mostly probably known remotely, you know, it's just all crazy. But it's just that. Well, you know what? Check this out. Check out what this mom says.
Share some information with you that I learned today at my free tutoring session at the library regarding the new math, aka Common Core, all that stuff. I figure, why keep this information to myself? Why not share it with the world? So let me help you guys out there. Okay, we're going to solve 43 minus 13. Now, we would normally solve it. 3 minus 3 gives you 0. 4 minus 1 gives you 3. We've got 30. Now we're going to solve it the other way, the new math way. So we have 43 minus 13. You have to write it horizontally for this way, I was told today. Now we're going to start with this 13. And we're going to try to get this 13 to the next 5. So 5, 10, 15. So 13 plus 2 gives us 15. Now take that 15 plus 5 gives us 20. Okay? Now we're going to take that 20 and get it to the nearest 10, which takes us to 30. Now we're going to take that 30, get it to the next nearest 10, which gives us 40. And we want to get up here to that 43. So we're going to take that 40, add 3, and it's going to give us 43. Now, to solve it, you add up this middle column right here. So 2 plus 5, 7, plus 20, 27, 28, 29, 30. That's how you get it, the 30.
Seems reasonable, right, guys? Got any mathematicians out there?
Did you follow that?
Is that an improvement on the way to do math? Reminds Sarah Lerner of Monarch programming. I see what you mean by that. A better, quicker way, not longer and more time wasting and stress. Exactly right. It's not an. It's what she's saying is like it's an innovation if it's a better, quicker way. But right, yeah, like to literally complicate it like that, like what you just saw, and I can validate and vouch for what that chick just said, because that is that's the type of math that Amber was just describing. We saw Willow do, right?
No, it's like it takes so long, and like instead of one little equation, it's like 5. You do 5 to figure out the answer. And it's like, no wonder why my daughter hates math.
Right.
She hates it.
That's what I'm saying.
She's
right.
struggling.
Okay, and so
in math. No wonder.
You know what? I always thought that I was dumb. Like when I was younger, because I really like when early in school I didn't do too well in school, and I had trouble, like I wouldn't pay very much attention, because you know why? I was always I was the kind of guy that always had my head in the clouds. I was always a daydreamer, you know. And which is, it's good to teach a kid. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I got a bunch of kids myself, and I want my kids to know how to pay attention, and it's a virtue to be able to sit still and focus on something. Okay. It's just, but I can look back in hindsight, and I think about some of the things I struggled with in school, and I'm like, well, man, of course it wasn't that, you know, I can't think of a specific example, you know, but looking back, it's like, well, that's because there's this trait of my personality that now as a grown up, as an adult that works for a living and that's figured out ways to, you know, manage and use my own skill set and talents. It's like, or also know how to avoid my weaknesses. It's like, now I know how to do that, how to navigate my way in this world with my certain skill set. Right. But back in school, before you know those kinds of things, it's like, and it goes back to, again, your standardized testing. And like, you know, I thought it was dumb. I sucked at math.
No, but like it makes sense, because like your anxiety is like tests. You hate it.
Right.
It's not that you weren't smart, Tim.
Right.
You're so smart. Like you retain information. Like
I'm dumb, but I mean,
no, but you're great in certain areas.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm like an idiot savant.
You retain information.
I'm like an idiot savant. I really am. No, but Amber is so much smarter than, like, so Amber's smart in the conventional, traditional way. Like she's actually smart, you know, like she knows the things you're supposed to know. And then for me, like, and like she helps me get just the whatever, but thing you're supposed to know. I'm like I got my areas where I'm honed in, and I'm like an expert in a few things. And
we're a good balance. Whatever.
But the better point is that that system failed me as well. But yeah, we're going to we got into too much of a thing. Trying to stay on top.
Well, you made it like personal.
Okay, so we just got through Charlotte Iserby's change agent, right? Here's our last section of this presentation, because when it comes to dumbing down, you know, we talked about how the education system that we've been subjected to, literally by design, was not to make us any smarter. You know, another quote, I think it's a Mark Twain. Mark Twain has a great quote that says, "I never let my learning get in the way of my education." Or he said, "I never let my schooling." I'm sorry, I never let my schooling get in the way of my education. Right. Because you know, recognizing that the best education was those very like smart, real life actual skills, you know. But we saw how like the schools are actually like dumbing kids down. We've considered how, you know, the media and like the certain things that are being taught, you know, and everything that we've gone over thus far. But then there's a number one big thing that I think everybody can look at and see, which is this new technology, man, that everybody's a zombie to these TVs. This guy with the dog cone over his head saying it keeps me from looking at my phone every 2 seconds. I just posted a bunch of memes here. We're all slaves to technology. Here you got slavery was never abolished. It was only extended to include everyone. Just trying to paint a little picture here for our outro. Just some real life, everyday stuff. Everybody on their phone. I mean, this is me too, you guys. This is me too, right? Zombies to the TV. Zombies to the TV. This guy's a zombie to a TV watching movies about zombies. They live. Right? So here's our reality. I like that one.
Love it.
And you think about now in the old days, before there was television, and before that we had the access like to our smartphones and all that kind of stuff. Like, you know what people would do? I've been reading a lot about this.
Read books.
Yep, they would
get smart.
They would read books and get smart, right? Some of them would write books. They would write poetry. They would read poetry. They would now some
you
of
don't have a screen to stare at, then you have a page to stare at.
Oh, you also have your family members to talk to and your friends. You actually would
or
do
being
stuff.
out there doing things and learning things.
Learn a new thing, build something, create something, draw something. A huge one was just spend time socializing, right? But socializing has become something different now. Now we socialize while in front of a movie. My wife and I included, you know, like, or through playing games and all. Like, so before this time, let's just looking.
Steve just called us out hard.
Yeah, Steve did call us out. That is my son's tablet right there.
No, it's true.
Well, it is true, and you know, but it didn't really call me out because I mean, this is, you know, I've admitted it from the start. You guys, we're all stuck in this world here. And as you go through this, but you think about that, right? And you consider how, like, in times before our current times, yeah, dude, in 2 generations, being smart is now frowned upon. Yeah, exactly.
Seriously.
In fact, like, now we're in a time where
talking about truth, like, even today, it's like people are like, want nothing to do with it.
Have you noticed how kids actually, like, these days are competing regarding, like, who's got the worst mental illness, as they say?
Oh my
gosh. I'm on this antidepressant. Oh, I'm not just depressed, I'm suicidal.
I'm
and
so
it's like
anxious, I cry before I have to leave my car. And it's like a badge that they wear.
Yeah, I know. It's you said it totally right. Hey, oops, I'm on my phone, says Battleborn. I know. and thus is the great paradox.
Hey, I'm staring at my phone right now too, bro.
I'm creating content on YouTube, so I have to comment here. This is great. Sarah Lerner says a television was invented for brainwashing and influence what a viewer watched. By the flickering of the TV, it puts people in a hypnotic state.
Exactly.
Well, we're about to, that was literally like
right
before I was about to go there. So check this out. So here's something I pulled out of, this is a book called 4 Arguments for the Elimination of Television. It's by this dude named Jerry Mander. And this is kind of like a technical book. In the sense that it was like published through the university. I don't know if it was Cambridge or what. It's like a college exclusive book, but not since, you know, it was written back in 1977, and now it's kind of more publicly popular. But anyways, it's a big old book. But I just cut out just these few little excerpts that I got to read to you guys. And it's just like Sarah was saying. Again, 1977. I mean, so TV, you know, I mean, I was born in 85, and I know historically when TV came out and all that, but I wasn't around in this time. So I can't honestly judge like how influential TV really was in the common day of, I'm sorry, maybe some of you guys in the comments can, but, you know, my dad was born in 55, but I know it was a thing. But I'm just saying, this is so long ago. This is so early on in 77, like with compared to how it is now.
My mom wrote an article in college called, what was it called? Oh my gosh, it was about TV. Something about, I hate that I can't remember it. Whatever.
Okay.
Go on.
When you are watching television and believe you are looking at pictures, you are actually looking at the phosphorescent glow of 300,000 tiny dots. There is no picture there. These dots seem to be lit constantly, but in fact they are not. All the dots go off 30 times per second, creating what is called the flicker effect of television, which is similar to strobe or ordinary fluorescent light. For many years, conventional wisdom held that since this flickering happened at a rate beyond the so-called flicker fusion rate of the human eye, we do consciously note it, and we presumably are not affected by it. Now, here, this is getting into what you're talking about, Sarah. However, recent discoveries about the biological effects of very minor stimuli by W. Ross Addy and others, and the growing incidence of television
epilepsy among those particularly sensitive to flicker have shown that whether we consciously note the flicker or not, our bodies react to it. So just saying an epileptic fit would prove that there is, is a physiological response to this flicker rate. But the flicker rate, as you guys, we're about to get into this, but I mean, I don't have all. This has already been a very long slide, so we're already going on 2 hours 15 minutes. So now you see why we have to do a part 2 of this. But I'm going to go more into the flicker rate stuff too, because I mean, there has been so many hours poured into studying this to come up with the exact perfect flicker rate to put man in that ideal suggestive state, that alpha mind state, you compared to beta, where you're most suggestible and you're most cognitively dissident, reading on, I'm sorry. Man, I wish I could get rid of this thing. I really wanted to read this part. A long time ago, I don't know what it says right here, but I remember it from reading it. But it says something to the effect of a long time ago, years ago, something like that. You guys can read it. That's what's funny. There was a big fuss about advertisers. I think it says exploiting the differential in these rates, these flicker rates. There was a big fuss a while ago. This was written in 1977. And if you guys don't know, there was a time where subliminal messaging was being used. It was first being tested. This is absolute fact. They were using things like they would say, enjoy Coca-Cola, eat popcorn, stuff like that. And they would flash it really quick in movies at theaters. And they had the statistics to show that when they started using these subliminal advertisements, popcorn and Coke sales went up so much so. In fact, it was said by some that subliminal advertising was even more effective than outright direct advertising, right. Which is why it had to be, the government had to get involved in subliminal advertisement and literally outlawed it. It became illegal to use subliminal advertisements, even though it happens now more than ever. It's illegal every time you see it. They're not supposed to be doing that. But they do. And that goes back to your Edward Bernays in a way. Somebody brought up Edward Bernays and the propaganda. Well, your subliminal messaging comes from that too, and is based off this idea that, our subconscious mind is always gathering information. And then we have this conscious mind that's got to be more attentive and focused on, applicable things that are happening around us that we need to react to. So that other information gets immediately filed away kind of in the subconscious, because if you wouldn't be able to get anything done if you were literally thinking like, okay, I got to move my right foot a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right so I miss this rock, and all these little micro thoughts and decisions that you're making throughout the day. Like it's happening in a different place than the center of the brain that most of your conscious thoughts are coming from. Well, that's part of the brain is where subliminals are going to, because when you see something just for a split second, right? Just for a split second, your brain if your eyes can see it, then your brain catches it. But it disappears into the subconscious in the same way that you don't sit there and ponder stepping over an anthill. It's just something that happened. You see it in your peripheral. You're doing something else. You just step over it. It's on. You didn't even remember it, but it's there now. I can keep going on. A technique called subliminal advertising places images within the dot scan sequence at a speed which is faster than sight. You get hit with an ad, but you can't process this fast enough, so you don't know the ad is registering. Your seeing processes are plodding along at non-electronic speed, right? Exactly. While the advertisers have to access the electronic speed, your brain gets electronic speed. Your brain gets the message, but your conscious mind doesn't. According to those who have used the technique, it communicates well enough to affect sales. For the entire 4 hours or more per day that the average person is watching television, look up right now how many hours per day the average person watches television. I want to compare that to 1977 where it was 4. Although now they're going to say, well, it's all streaming, but the repetitive process of constructing images out of dots, following scans and vibrating within the beats of the set and the exigencies of electronic rhythm goes on. It was this repetitive nonstop requirement to reconstruct images that are consciously usable that caused McLuhan to call television participatory. Another unfortunate choice of words. I suggest exactly the opposite of what's going on. And this guy goes on to say how you don't participate in the influence television has on you. You're subjected to it. What do you find?
People are, okay, they're saying more than 4 hours of TV each day, or 2 months nonstop per year. So 2 months out of 12 years, or 12 months per year.
It says, if you live to be 65, then you will have spent 9 years glued to your TV.
But there's, oh my gosh,
That's what Google says.
They're saying 4 hours a day.
Well, that's what it was back in 1977. I got to believe it's higher than that now. But maybe they're like, maybe not TV, but if you were to include YouTube,
Okay.
What if you were just to include media consumption? You know what I mean? But hold on. So thanks for looking that up, and you can keep looking if you want. But let me just finish off. He says, I wish he had said overpowering instead of what he's participatory. The word participatory has been passed around at thousands of cocktail parties, misleading people to assume that if only they could have managed to get through McLuhan's books, they'd have discovered that their innate feeling, or their anecdotal evidence, that the experience is passive and that it deadens the mind, was somehow wrong, which it isn't, because it does deaden the mind. But in fact, watching television is participatory only in the way that an assembly line or a hypnotist's blinking flashlight is. Right. Right. Eventually, the conscious mind gives up noting the process and merges with the experience. The body vibrates with the beat of the mind and gives itself over, opening up to whatever imagery is offered. And I know this is some deep, heavy stuff mentally, guys, but try to hang with it. This is important, and if it clicks for you, it's really big. Hypnosis, as the largest category of terms that people use to describe their television viewing, relates to its hypnotic effect. I relate 3 prominent psychologists, famous partly for their work with hypnotism, if they could define. I asked 3 prominent psychologists. Okay, he interviewed 3 different prominent psychologists that were involved in some way in hypnotism. If you actually read through the whole chapter. But anyways, if they could define the TV experience as a hypnotic, and if so, what that meant. I described to each the concrete details of what goes on between viewer and television set. Dark room, eyes still, body quiet, looking at the light that is flickering in various ways, sound contained to narrow ranges, and so on. Dr. Freda Morris said, it sounds like you're giving a course outline in hypnotic trance induction. Again, this is 1977, so it's not, okay, I'm sorry. Morris, who was a former professor of medical psychology at UCLA, so, high credentials for the skeptics, and author of several books on hypnosis, told me that inducing trances was really very easy. The main method is to keep the subject quiet, still, cut down all diversions and outside focuses. She said, and then to create a new focus, to keep their attention, and at a certain point to get them to follow your mind, right? Kind of like if you're directing something, get the audience to follow your mind after you cut down all diversions and give them a new, you know what I'm saying? There are a great variety of trance states. However, common to all is that the subject becomes inattentive to the environment and yet very focused on a particular thing, like a bird watching a snake. Ever notice that when you're looking at your smartphone or a screen, TV show, whatever? These days, it's not so much a TV, but it's more the phone. It's more the computer, more the phone these days. This applies to your phone too. This is screen time. You ever notice that the environment just kind of disappears? You ever look up from your phone? You're like, where was I? You know what I mean? How quick you can just flip on that trance state.
Yeah, we all do. Honestly, yes.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yeah. So you mean, I said, this is what he says to the UCLA psychologist. So you mean that the goal of the hypnotist is to create a totally clear channel, unencumbered by anything from the outside world, so that the patient can be sort of unified with the hypnotist? She agreed with this way of putting it, adding that hypnotism has power implications. It has power implications because obviously now somebody is subjected to your instruction, which she loathes. He says too, the girl he's talking to says she hates this. As a result, she uses her first session with patients to teach them how to self-hypnotize, reducing her power over them. And because as she was describing this, she wanted to really insist that and I'm not calling her a liar or anything. I mean, I don't know anything about it. I'm just saying she's probably a good lady. I don't know.
No, it's really.
But she's making the point that like when you do hypnotize somebody, or when someone's like, then there's this power balance. And
right.
So if TV really hypnotizes you, like our boy here is saying, well then, you understand.
No, it's just like really interesting to see like, you know, different perspectives on it.
Yeah. Television bypasses consciousness. We're almost done, guys. Hang in there. We're almost done. Few people hanging in there still. I do not think of myself as hypnotized while watching television. I prefer another frequently used phrase. When I put on the television, after a while, there's the feeling that images are just pouring into me and there's nothing I'm able to do about them. This liquid quality of television imagery derives from the simple fact that the television sets its own visual pace. One image is always evolving into the next, arriving in a stream of light and proceeding inward into the brain at its own electronic speed. The viewer has no way to slow the flow. Slow the flow. Gotta slow the flow. Gotta give and go. Gotta know that gotta know that you're gonna have to slow your roll. I don't know. Except to turn off the set altogether. If you decide to watch television, then there's no choice but to accept the stream of electronic images as it comes. The first effect of this is to create a passive mental attitude. Since there is no way to stop the images, one merely gives over to them. And again, I think this applies also when you're watching. We don't really watch TV in the same way that we did in 1977. I mean, now it's way more, but anything that this guy, the vast majority of what he's saying applies to our modern devices. Am I right? Yes, I am. The first effect of this is to create. I already said that. Move on. But I want to read this all because it is important. All right, there's a second difficulty. Television information seems to be received more in the unconscious man than in the conscious regions of the mind where it would be possible to think about it. So it hits you when you're in a suspended disbelief. I first felt that this was true based on my own television viewing, he says. I noticed how difficult it was to keep mentally alert while watching television. And dude, I can't even stay awake, right, Amber?
You literally can't anymore.
You can't watch a movie.
No, we used to just like pull all-nighters. Well, not all-nighters, but
partial nighters.
Most of the night.
Most nighters.
Now it's like I'll have to like be super firm and be like, go to bed now. Just go to bed. You're like literally sleeping.
Yeah, but so television viewing. Where was I? Nothing I'd be able to do about them. Liquid quality of blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. I first felt this was true based on my own television viewing. Okay. I noticed how difficult it was to keep mentally alert while watching television. Even so, the images kept flowing into me. I have since received many similar descriptions from correspondents. Television viewing may then qualify as a kind of wakeful dreaming, except that it's a stranger's dream from a faraway place, though it plays against the screen of your mind. The stillness required of your eyes while watching the small television screen is surely an important contributor to this feeling of being bypassed by the images as they proceed merrily into our unconscious minds. Well, don't worry. Soon it won't be staring at a small screen. It'll be your contact lens in the metaverse. But then I suppose you'll be even more hypnotized, right? Then it will be beyond hypnotism. Then it'll be just a direct deception. Not even deception. What do you even call that? Illusion. There are hundreds of studies to show that eye movement and thinking are directly connected. The act of seeking information with the eyes requires and also causes the seeker/viewer to be alert, active, not passively accepting whatever comes. There are corollary, and we're going to get into that when it talks about reading, which is the last part of this. I'm going to skip through what he says. Well, no, I won't. There are corollary studies that show that when the eyes are not moving, but instead are staring zombie-like, thinking is diminished, obviously. Television images are not sought. Again, back to social media, back to the way that this microwave world works. The images you're seeing are not sought. They just arrive in a direct channel, all on their own, from cathode to brain. If indeed this means that television imagery does bypass thinking and discernment, then it would certainly be more difficult to make use of whatever information was delivered into your head that way. if you see a person standing in your living room, you can say, there's a person. How do I feel about this? But if, however, the person is not perceived until she is constructed inside your unconscious mind, then you have to bring the image up and out again, as it were, in order to think about it, right? Construct it in your mind. And then the process is similar to the way we struggle to keep our dream images after waking, which is huge for me. And then I bring up reading because, you know, you compare, we did a recent episode where we showed a clip of Elon Musk talking to Joe Rogan. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
About his Neuralink. And he made the comment, he was like, Joe Rogan was like, well, how much smarter could we really be with this brain chip technology? And Elon was like, well, how much smarter are you with access to your smartphone? And then Elon said, the answer is you're a lot smarter. Because, you know, you have access to Google and to all these fact-checking sites. And I disagree with Elon Musk about that. I think that you're not smarter to have your smartphone, right? If smart is indicative of intelligence, like you might have access to a network or to a source that can provide you. But let me tell you what real smart is. Real smart is, okay, here's person A and person B. Person A, I say, hey, what's the biggest mountain in the world, right? And he knows because he's actually studied it, because he's actually read, he actually knows the answer, right? And he says, well, it's Mount Everest. That's the tallest mountain in the world, right? And then there's another guy that I say, hey, what's the tallest mountain in the world? And he says, and he's never read about it. He doesn't know what the tallest mountain in the world is. In fact, he's never read anything. He doesn't have to. He's always had access to whatever answer to any question that he needs right at his fingertips, you know? So he just Googles it. What's the tallest mountain in the world? Oh, it's Mount Everest. Now, according to Elon Musk's description, that would make this guy smart, right? Smarter than as smart as he could possibly be because he has access to Google. Well, here's my problem with that. And here's the problem that any of my conspiracy brethren, truther people can relate to is, you know how much information and facts and truth that at one point blew my mind and convinced me of things that you can't even find on the internet anymore, that aren't on the internet anymore. Sorry for my slur there. Because now that we're dealing with censorship, right? Now we're dealing with like videos getting cut down all the time and like this full-on Orwellian 1984 style book burning censorship campaign, right? So combine that with this idea of being so-called intelligent because you have your smartphone or access to it. And I'm going on and on only to make the point that this is fake. This is false intelligence. It's not real. Like, and the stuff that you get, you know, from watching shows and watching your YouTube. And mind you, I do the same thing. I can't say that enough. But it's not the same as reading. I made this little cute thing. It's 9 science-backed ways that reading makes you smarter. This is the last little stretch of our show, guys. So just hang in there. You guys that have stuck with us the whole time, you're doing great. Thank you. I hope you're getting something out of this. Okay, here's just now this. I put so much into this slideshow. I was sick of it by this point, and I was because I wanted to make my own points about the difference between like reading a book or watching a show or like surfing the internet. You know, because you know, like I wanted to because when you're reading something,
I didn't know you made this one.
I didn't make this. That's what I'm saying. I skipped out. I took something that I found online and just used theirs. So I can't vouch for it.
Oh.
But I think we can all admit, I mean, I
was like, what? That doesn't even look like your style.
This says 9 science-backed ways that reading makes you smarter. And like, I could have came up with 20 and I think we all could. So that's my point. I figured it's not filler, but it's just to kind of make the point. I'm not going to read everything on here, but according to this thingy, which by the way, I didn't put the website, but it's a website you guys would approve of. I forget which one though. Some science or educational based, you know, notable, reputable website. Anyways, number 1, it improves your theory of mind. Theory of mind refers to a person's ability to see outside of oneself. A person with a great theory of mind is an empathetic person. What's the connection? Studies found that reading fiction can improve empathetic. All right, it goes on to talk more about that, but yeah, because when you're reading, you're forced to like actually ponder, like, you know, the larger implications of like the context of the narratives that you're reading about. Like when you're watching
Right.
something, you got to move at the pace that it's being fed to, you know? So it's like, you see the thing, you can still register it, but
no,
now
you're thinking about all these other different like perspectives. Like there's numerous characters. There's, you know.
yeah, right. And when you're also
Like-
when you're reading, like how often do you just like stop and pause a second and that makes you think about something? And you can't do that when you're watching something or when you're just surfing, you know, because it's like
your mind, you're like
it comes
eyes
to
are
you.
glued to the screen, and you don't even have a second to think before the next scene.
Right. And like when you're reading, it's like you're coming to the book. When you're watching, it's like it's directed at you. I mean, do you know what I understand what I'm saying when I say that?
Yeah.
It's like you're at its pace. And yeah, totally. Like
Yeah, absolutely.
Number 1 and 2 that it puts, they kind of cheated because they're smart. I mean, they're smart. I read that because they're the same. But be more empathetic. Once in a while, readers will experience a deep sense of empathy towards fictional characters. This is because fiction allows the self to imagine other realities, allowing the reader to get in touch with other people's thoughts. Now, I'm not a huge fiction fan. I've only even read so many fiction books, of the books that I've read. But I will say, and I've brought up before, you know, before this time of TV, like in the old days, not even that long ago, like, I mean, just in the early 1900s. And then before that, now, mind you, in earlier history before that, there was a large portion of the population that was illiterate. So don't take that for granted. We might be getting dumbed down, but that's not to say that we haven't ever been dumber as a people. It's just, what it is to say is that, like, we got to this point in life where, like, literally, like, as a society, we got to a literacy rate in America where I think it was like almost 80% of people were literate. And which is like really high historically. You know, I think back when like the schooling system started in the early 1900s, like we were discussing earlier in this slideshow, it was down at like, I don't know, somewhere in like the 30% or something. And the point is, so yeah, so it's always kind of fluctuated with that, you know, but the deliberate dumbing down is what we've really been covering here. And I'm about to make the point coming out of this episode, freedom, just to really drive home, like how much of a dumbing impact has been done to us by screen-based entertainment. Okay. And again, I'm a hypocrite when I say it, but let's keep moving on. Those are the first 2 things about reading. Number 3, supercharges learning and sharpens memory through imagination. Sharpens memory through imagination, of course. Improves decision-making and emotional processing that makes sense. Reading forces you to think, you know, like I can show you a picture of Marilyn Monroe, you know, and you can say, oh, there's Marilyn Monroe. There's this beautiful woman, you know, black and white. She's, you know, standing on the vent, her skirt's flying up, and it's kind of a naughty picture or whatever. Or I could describe it, and then you have to like read the words, you know, the white dress that's flowing with the wind and this and that. Now your mind actually has to construct that image, you know, and it's like it's mentally active. 5 is poetry allows for effective self-reflection. That's true. And again, in the old days, you know, you might even write some poetry. No, I do. Amber, you like it when I write you a pretty poem, don't you?
I love it. Dude, most of your songs are about me.
That is true. Most of my songs are about Amber.
And I love them. Even though, actually, do you know what's crazy? I know we're getting like really off track right now. But when I was driving home, I just wanted to like leave work because it was such a stressful night.
Yeah.
So I didn't even pull up like my Spotify or anything. So I just like pressed my CD button, which is your CD, in my car.
Yeah.
And I was just like listening to a couple of your songs.
My wife's my number 1 fan with my music. I don't do much music anymore, although one of these days I'm going to sing a song for you guys. But
yeah, you really should.
Speaking of, the next thing it mentions is music, which that's a cheat.
Man.
This says 9 ways that reading makes you smarter, and the same thing happens with music. I'm not asking about music. All right, let me just finish this off, you guys. It's getting so late. Novels allow for some serious mind building. And again, I don't read many novels, but any type of reading at all, it's good for the brain. You guys start doing it. And even though I don't read as many books as I used to, I was talking to Amber as well. You know, I used to read so many books. I really loved reading. I still do love to read, and I was like, I feel kind of guilty because, you know, I used to always like read these books and be like, oh, I read. But we were talking about it, and I'll bet you, and this isn't an excuse per se, but I still do read all the time. Like if you were to actually print out everything that I read on the internet, like I'm probably
but it's like
still
on my
clearing
phone. I'm not
2 books a month.
reading books.
Right, exactly. So I'm still
I'm reading on my phone.
So I'm still doing hundreds of pages a week, but you know,
and
I can't sit here and say it's not hypocritical of me to say that.
It
but
is hypocritical, and it is very different than reading on your phone.
It improves your vocabulary and verbal skills. That's definitely true. If you want to be able to articulate what you want to say and have a better vocabulary, you read, because like reading will, and it doesn't just teach you new words. You know, I'm not going to sit here and articulate it because that's not the main point of this show. But yeah, it does that. Slows down mental aging. I think we can all easily understand that. But there's a thing about reading. Here I took this picture of this smart-looking man. See how he's filing through these books? He's researching. He's studying hard. And then I threw in this quote from, you know, French poet Victor Hugo. The learned man knows that he is ignorant. Right? Shakespeare said something similar. Or was it Mark Twain? No, I think it was Shakespeare that said that how did he word it? Yeah, something to the effect of, the fool thinks himself to be wise, but the wise man knows that he's a fool. Actually, the Bible says something similar in Proverbs and says that the fool is wise in his own eyes. His ways are wise in his own eyes. Point is, like, so yeah, but the reason I said this, the reason I put this quote here, the learned man knows that he is ignorant, along with the guy reading the books, is because when you read, when you actually when you take an interest in learning and expanding your understanding and your knowledge, right? You want to grow in wisdom and knowledge. Well, one of the first things you're going to learn is that you're ignorant. The reason you learn that is because a whole new world opens up to you when you start learning, when you start wanting to be educated. You know, I mentioned before how I sucked in school, only to find out that I was actually a little bit of a nerd, you know, and it turned out that I would have been a history buff, and I'm pretty decent in math. And when I am actually choosing the content based on my interest that I'm reading about, I could stay up all night reading. And like I ended up becoming a bit of a bookworm once I was in charge of what I was reading, you know. And it goes back into like the Common Core, making math intentionally uninteresting, and, you know, it turned off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that. I think it was like that even with me with school. Like reading seemed so boring because they had me reading this boring crap. They were punishing me by writing out stuff over and over again and stuff.
Not being challenged and just hating school.
Yeah. But what's the opposite of this? If a learned man knows that he is ignorant, you know, find that the fool is so arrogant and confident, right? You ever notice that? The learned guy learns enough. The smarter you get, the more you understand how foolish you are, because you're reading all this stuff from people that are way smarter than you. And you understand that, like Pastor Matt Truella said, as we read earlier, like your education, your own knowledge can only ever be selective, never comprehensive. None of us can ever be that smart because of that, right? So I can sit here talking to you guys and I can have a comprehensive level of knowledge about a given topic, right? But that's selective. Like I've chosen what it is that I'm taking my time to learn about, to research, and to study. In the end of the day, like I only have one lifetime, and there's so much out there that, like, however much time I'm going to choose to put into any one area of research or study is time that I won't be able to put into another area of research, but somebody else is. Well, anyways, the guy that doesn't read, the guy that's not learned at all, he's the arrogant one. Then I put this one up of Alex Jones. Nothing against Alex Jones. This was supposed to be the video, which means it's my outro video. And I'm about to play it, you guys, because we're at 2 hours, 43 minutes. Wow. What? I knew it was going to be a long episode, you guys. I can't believe so many of you stuck around this whole time. But we're not done yet. Regarding everything we just talked about, man, we've been over a lot, you guys, but you've seen now how, you know, society's been dumbed down through entertainment. Society's been dumbed down by, you know, through not reading, through TV and all that. Society's been dumbed down deliberately and by design through the education system, through like social issues. And we've been through all this, you know, through teachers, like literally woke teachers intentionally indoctrinating their kids, right? And then we got into how technology and TV has been dumbing us down for generations. And then finally we ended off talking about how reading, you know, just one of many things, reading, hanging out with family, doing anything you may have done in pre-New World Order times. How constructive that was, and like everything that's in our new system and our new social norm is so destructive. That's what I made this little video about. So we're gonna play this and then say our goodbye.
So many of us, myself included, keep it real, have spent too much time this past year in the digital space, whether it's Zoom calls for school or work or to catch up with loved ones, or maybe even binging on our favorite shows during lockdowns. We're all watching screens a lot more. But what is all of this screen time doing to our brains? And could the impacts be long lasting, especially for kids?
One of the things that always surprises me is how many people love movies but spend no time reading books. Now, this is especially surprising to me because you stop to consider how many movies are based on popular books. One of the very sharp distinctions between books and movies, and one of the experiences that books offer that movies do not, is that novels allow readers to participate in the telling of the story in ways that moviegoers cannot. Now, allow me to explain. A written story absolutely requires a participation of the reader's imagination. Think about when a new character is introduced in a novel. We immediately create in our minds a visual representation of that character. We see who they are, a character of our own mental creation. We do the same for all kinds of scenes and situations in a novel. We have no choice but to supply the imagery of the story because the author can only do so much. He or she offers that sketch. Now, by contrast, when we go to the movies, all of the visuals are determined and supplied to us by the movie director. In a way, reading is more mentally engaging than watching a movie.
But what happens partly when you're reading a book is that a novel is that the words trigger representations in your imagination, and a lot of the information from which, a lot of what you extract the information from is actually your imagistic representation of the words. And that imagistic representation is richer than the words because it's informed by all of your knowledge about people. And so you know this happens because you go to a movie like the Harry Potter movies and you say, that's not how I imagined it, right? The probability that there'll be a one-to-one correspondence between your internal representation of the book and the movie is zero. And usually the movie is less rich than the book.
So, a rich little man with white hair died. What has that got to do with the price of rice, right? And why is that woe to us? Because you people and 62 million other Americans are listening to me right now. Because less than 3% of you people read books. Because less than 15% of you read newspapers. Because the only truth you know is what you get over this tube. Right now, there is an entire generation that never knew anything that didn't come out of this tube. This tube is the gospel. The ultimate revelation. This tube can make or break presidents, popes, prime ministers. This tube is the most awesome force in the whole godless world. And woe is us if it ever falls into the hands of the wrong people.
It takes about 45 minutes on average, depending on the studies. With old TV, now it's faster. The first time you watch it, to go into a lower dream state. I mean, they hook electrodes on. It's a fact. You go into a dream state, a subconscious level where everything's going through, just the flicker rate alone. It's like the flashing light for hypnotism. Now, when they add in all the other stuff, it just compounds it. So what happens is, after you've watched TV a lot, within a few seconds, you go into that couch potato mode. And it doesn't matter if in the conscious mind you're aware of the New World Order. Now you're being bombarded, you're being acclimated. You can't help but smile back at the info babe who's making all these sexual overtures like she wants to mate with you, but it's really just a television set and a woman in New York or Chicago or DC or LA, and she's and they're all laughing and it's fun, and they've got the cute guy for the women to like him, and it's all crafted and there's messages in the sitcoms and the dramas to condition you. And now they've got all these mainstream shows admitting world government, secret groups, they're bad, the government's going to nuke you and false flag. That's only done to acclimate the subconscious so that when they hear us talking about the real world, people won't be shocked because they've already had that template run through their mind through all these dramas and through all these programs to where, oh, I've heard of government nuking to get total control before, or releasing a bioweapon. That's on TV shows. So you're in a comfortable setting in your home, in your couch, watching TV with a beer, popcorn, or with dinner with your wife and children. And so you're watching horrible things, martial law, the MTV ads where trucks pull up and grab everybody and take them out and throw them in a truck and take them to a camp. That's done to condition you so that when you really see it, you've been subconsciously acclimated because the body has a physical memory of your hormonal level was at a good level, a restful level. You were in a comfortable position with comfortable temperature. So when your mind sees these you're meant, the way humans are designed through our development, that if you see people being grabbed and bashed and killed, that was real. That's people 50 years ago would get upset by that. It wasn't that they were wimps. It was that they were geared that when you're seeing blood and guts, you're supposed to smell it. You're supposed to have high adrenaline levels. It's combat. It's war. But now you're just going through a video game shooting people and zombies all day and raping prostitutes for extra cash in the games. And you're doing it in a comfortable position, so it's mass programming to where when the real thing happens, you're unable to respond because you've been programmed. You understand?
You eat like a tube, you raise your children like a tube, you even think like a tube. This is mass madness, you maniacs. In God's name, you people are the real thing. We are the illusion. So turn off your television sets. Turn them off now. Turn them off right now. Turn them off and leave them off. Turn them off right in the middle of the sentence I'm speaking to you now. Turn them off.
That's all I made for you guys. It's definitely a topic that we're gonna have to come back to. I mean, I said maybe there will be a part 2, dude. We can make a million parts about freedom, right? This could be just like a series. I mean, the world just gets dumber and dumber. So maybe every once in a while we'll just come out with a new episode of freedom.
Yeah,
you know, literally. And just break down more of this. I mean, we got kind of into the history of the dumbing down. I'm gonna keep playing this channel as just like under the way that I'm making it is like, because I never know where to gauge what's going on right now in the news. What I think people that don't, ultimately I want the channel to be an outreach, you know. I know you do too, we've talked about it, but like where like I'm trying to make stuff. So I'm trying to explain things in a way that for somebody that doesn't understand any of this stuff could just like come across this channel and be like, oh, I never heard of that. Like, so that's why I try to like explain everything, but maybe I'm saying too much. It's just that I feel good that we got all this history stuff out of the way is what I'm trying to say, because I'm looking for it now for my own satisfaction. It's like, okay, since I thoroughly covered that, I love the freedom thing. I think that's real clever and cool, you know? Yeah. It's just like, it
is clever.
So yeah, so I want to keep that, you know? So maybe now we can start coming out with like freedom episodes where we just break down all the dumb stuff in the news, which we'll never run short of. Okay. So a few things we got to mention before we hit the comments and make our way out of here. Number one, Amber, would you mind? Well, first, let me show you guys my shirt today. So last time I had on my cool blue hoodie. We got to we got to get, hold on. Let me get rid of this stupid thing, which by the way, you guys, I know I already said it once, but this computer, I'm loving the computer. But man, not the camera. The webcam was probably better than the last one, to be honest. But that's all right.
No, it was like the effects.
It's just we just got to figure it. Okay. Actually, so I'm wearing my Fallen World.
And I have a matching one, which we actually have like so many matching shirts.
We went on a little bit of a Fallen World Films shopping spree over at fallenworldfilms.com.
But even before that, we just have a bunch of matching shirts, which is so cute.
Well, we are kind of corny.
But check out my shirt. Actually,
here we go. Hey-o.
Take back the power.
Now, for those of you that don't know, and I wish, here, hold on.
You're going to do, no, that's the fan.
No, that's the light. All right, stand up. So for those of you that don't know, and then like, let's really show.
Okay.
That one of my favorite videos. It's just one of the music videos. You guys know how like I make music videos, like sometimes we make these, but it's fun for me. I love just like taking a song and adding a bunch of footage to it. Well, one of the designs that you can get at fallenworldfilms.com, where you can buy our t-shirts, and as it says right on the website, all proceeds go towards whatever my wife says we need for the family.
Which is probably like food or
it's just food. So we got 5 kids, and
gas.
I make $20 an hour. You know, Amber works the weekend, so that's the type of life we have. But she the shirt that she's rocking is. First off, I'm really happy she's wearing it.
Like, I wish the lighting was better because like the camera reel is like the image. I don't know. I love it.
Yeah, and check out the Take Back the Power video. But I just also wanted to plug, and mind you guys, like, it's through Teespring. I don't really, the prices are kind of expensive. It is what it is. Like, ultimately, in the end, like, if I ever had enough people that actually wanted to buy shirts, then maybe we would do it the more organic way and just get them. But we're not really selling. Like, we don't need you to buy them. I'm hardly making any money.
People don't really buy them.
I don't care if you buy it or not. The reason I want you to buy it is I want people to wear it out in public. I do want to spread the word. I want the channel. Listen, you guys, did you know that I'm now just recently got an email from YouTube being like, why don't you monetize? You should monetize. Your channel is cleared for monetization. And the reason I haven't is because I feel like, well, if I monetize my channel, like, apart from everyone having to, I think they see the ads anyways. I don't know. But if I monetize my channel, then I feel like somebody at YouTube is going to, like, I could be wrong about this, but I'm like, they're just going to look through all my stuff and be like, not only are we not going to monetize. Yeah, right. So it's like, I'm happy as my channel grows, but I'm also aware that, like, the bigger my channel grows, the more likely it is to get, again, our buddy Scripted Reality, who had to leave. He's in France. It's like 5 a.m. over there right now. But his channel just got axed, and, you know, half of my favorite channels have.
Dude,
and I'm
it's
trying
not
to,
about like the shirt. Like, we don't make anything off the shirt.
We do, but it's like literally like $5 to $10, which doesn't mean much to us, honestly. But the sale means a lot because it means, wow, someone's going to be wearing that around.
But dude,
like,
honestly, like, we have a ton of business cards that if you want some sent to you, we'd be more than happy to spread the word.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I'd love to have more people like.
And we put up some different designs. I wonder if let me try something that I haven't done before. We are getting out of here, but shoot, I mean, come on, we're already going on 3 hours anyways. At this point, it's become a party. But if I can do this share screen, because I think I have an option here, and this is where I gotta just ask you guys to bear with me. You know what? I think I can do it, Amber. I think if I go here, so check this out. I'll go to Fallen World Films. You know, can I do this live? Maybe I can do this live. Where's my thing? All right, let's try it. No, I will.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying, like, don't ask.
All right, I'm sharing this.
I don't know.
All right, you can see the Google thing right there, Amber? Yeah, you see my Google up there? All right, now you can look at it.
Yeah.
Now what are you looking at? Did it go to the regular screen? I want to see if this works, or is it just still...
Well, mine's a little behind.
All right, I just went to fallenworldfilms.com. You tell me if it comes up. No. See, this is the thing I was confused about. All right, it don't matter. I don't listen.
Sarah Lerner says Scripted Reality is gone.
I know he's gone. He was here.
Mark.
Yeah, no, yes, he's gone. He left the stream. His channel got deleted.
I think she means about
his channel.
Yeah,
Scripted Reality's channel got nuked by YouTube. He said tonight that he thinks it's because he was talking too much about the VAX.
Right.
When you get your channel axed, like he was still able to watch the show tonight, and he's still able to use his YouTube account. But yeah, his channel, his videos were all taken down.
Right, because like when I went to go look him up the other day, it was like the entire channel was gone. So, yeah.
Okay. Now, when this pulls up, tell me what you can see, because I just want to see if I can actually, if you see when I scroll through it or not.
Okay.
What are you seeing? All right, so you can see when I scroll through it. Oh, you can.
I'm seeing it.
All right. So let me show you guys some of these other shirts. And again, no, I'm not telling you to buy it, but as you see here, I got this like greetings from 1984. I just started making shirts based off of some of my favorite videos, documentaries that we've made. Welcome, no clown knows no service. Here's Amber's
Wait.
Take Back the Power shirt.
Did you ever order me the Don't Shed on Me?
I haven't ordered your Don't Shed on Me yet, but don't worry, we're gonna show them in a minute.
You guys, this was the only shirt that I like. Well, I wanted them all, but this was the number one.
I get, yeah, I really like it too.
And I still
here's
don't have it.
So the war on kids. So I got like Who Will Raise Your Kids. I made a whole series of these abolish abortion ones. Babies are people too, it says. Here's the one Amber's wearing, the Take Back Your Power. Here I've made one that says follow the science. No, follow the money. Yeah. I made these vax-free shirts in all types of colors and patterns. And again, as you can see, there's nothing too fancy about these. I gave it that cartoony look intentionally. I thought that just was kind of cool. This is just one style. I just started, I really did think about all of these designs, but there's going to be a lot more. But I'm starting where I'm starting. Classic Fallen World Films. Make 1984 fiction again. Stole that from somewhere else. Here's just something you guys have seen before that just a classic meme, but I know it to be true. They did kind of actually intensify the colors in this picture. But the colors are legitimate, though. That really is the pattern. And so I just thought, that's just a regular picture. But I was like, dude, I could see that going cool onto a T-shirt. And I think it does look cool, personally. I love this one. I actually spent a long time on this, taking this World Health Organization logo and putting the snake. I had to, edit out the sword that the snake is usually on. No, he's not on a sword. What is he usually on? Is it a sword? What is he usually on? I'm having a brain fart. I turn it into a syringe, for the vax. And then it says, who put them in charge? Who put them in charge?
No, I remember when you were making that. Oh.
I was real. Yeah, right. I was proud of that. Here's the one that Amber
here
really.
We go.
So this one, I need to get to. You got to love it.
You guys.
Don't shed on me. And I like it because it has a double meaning. Don't shed on me. The obvious, snarky, anti-magic potion type of person that's just saying, hey, you got the potion, don't shed on me.
Hey, I'm going to take my Epsom salt bath the second I get home.
But also, you could also take it in a totally innocent, just like a snake sheds its skin. So it's since the actual don't tread on me is a snake.
But then also the don't tread on me flag. No, it's like a triple meaning. It's a triple dog.
There's a lot of truther guys out there that at one point were selling masks, and then they were like Call for an Uprising being a big one, and a bunch of guys, high impact vlogs, all these guys that are saying, no, I will not sell masks. And I started at the same time as them, then they all pulled them down, and it's become this point where all these truthers are shaming one another if they sell masks. But I never took mine down because I work at a place, dude. I gotta feed my kids and my wife. Trust me, dude. You guys, if you watch this show, if you know me, you know what I believe. I'm not gonna sit. Everybody knows. I tell my beliefs. So I never took down my masks. I still think it's a good thing, dude. I gotta wear a mask to work.
I don't even think most people know that you have to wear a mask.
I gotta wear a mask every day at work. Yeah, and if you got a problem with it, screw you. I got a family to feed, you guys. But trust me, they know how I feel about it. But you know what? If I'm gonna wear a mask, I came up with some stuff like this. Hey, Research Event 201. Okay, Does this sound like a guy? Is this a sheeple to you? Somebody wearing this? Huh? Is a sheeple wearing this? Today it's the mask. Tomorrow it's the mark. I'm not trying to get off on a thing, and I don't have a problem with the guys that have a huge problem with it either. I support it and agree with it.
Don't ever move to Illinois. Literally. Don't even think about it. We live 10 minutes from the border. So it's we live in Wisconsin, but
You telling me this is me being a sheeple? I am being forced to wear this thing against my will. Oh, let me guess. Tim, quit your job. Now, listen, I'm not talking about taking the thing. If you wear something like this, okay, do you think my boss is going to look at me wearing this? Check this out. Repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. I think he's going to look at me and say, oh, here's a guy at Research Agenda 21. He's going to look at that. He's going to look it up and be like, wow, good thing Tim is so compliant and docile.
Stop it.
Good thing he had what was the thing we were saying about the docility? More vax-free stuff. I got some more designs here. Oh, here's the most recent one I made. Okay. I'm going to do more, but this world is not my home. Y'all know that,
This world is not my home, I'm just a passing through. One day I'll do my something somewhere beyond the blue. The angels beckon me from God's celestial shore, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Don't actually know the song, but
Wait,
and I don't feel at home in this world anymore.
show me the tote bag. What?
Oh, I made a tote bag.
You didn't even tell me.
Yeah, because I felt like I could see ladies really liking this, although I like it too. You know what's cool about it is it's like here's my artistic line.
I like it, but honestly, I don't like that the cross is the T.
You don't?
No.
Why not? You think that's corny?
No, it's not.
That's what I like about it.
No, I know that, but like I'm just saying, like, so I would buy this. At least put the font like bubbly, like the cross.
Make the font more like the cross.
It's too like. Is Know My Home. That's what I see.
Really?
Yes.
Do you guys see
Is Know My Home?
Do you guys see Is Know My Home or Is Not My Home? I don't mind changing it. I won't be offended if you guys agree with Amber on this. I can change these designs. Actually, numerous times already I've had to like pull down designs I didn't like or change my mind about.
Or change the cross.
No, but mind you, 2 people have bought this.
Okay, but
2 people.
So I want to buy it, but not like this. So like
I don't need you to buy it like this. Listen, you already got. Listen, first off, you would probably get something pink anyways. But if you don't like that one, you get the Who one. Yeah, I already told you. I'll tell you what. Amber,
okay, Tim,
I'll get you.
We're like literally.
I won't. I'll give
right
you the
now.
Don't Shed on Me. I'll throw in a sticker.
Yes.
And for just today only, I'm going to give you this.
No.
Take Back the Power mug.
No, we need a glass.
I just threw it on all that stuff.
Just broke one this morning.
All right, so you guys, there's going to be more products coming, more cool designs. It's something that I enjoy doing as an artist.
Said, Amber, I agree. I see the same. I saw it as not. Oh my gosh, Renee said she saw it as not.
Of course, Renee's my girl. Of course,
no.
She saw it as not. That's me. She saw this world is not my home, and she loves it.
Shoot.
Wait. Oh, but wait. She says, but now that it's pointed out, I see no. Come on, Renee. I just said you were my girl.
She's my girl.
I just said you were my girl, and now you're gonna turn on me like this. Well, you know who is my boy? Battleborn. He's gonna wear his shirt tomorrow. Al Bundy says, women see know my home. Men see not my home. Al Bundy's got it right. I love it that his name is Al Bundy too, like the quintessential like male American. No, you're right, Al. Darn right. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna know my home. Wow. Okay, I'm seeing.
Okay, listen. It was just the font for the.
Oh,
Steve,
I wish I didn't
obviously
click that.
minus the T, but like the Not My Home. It was the font mixed with the big cross. I don't like it.
I see your point, and yeah. Now that you mention it, maybe I will redo the design and make it with bubble letters. Yeah, I didn't see it like that. To me, now let me tell you before we end this stream. Let me tell you how I thought of it artistically.
Okay.
And it's so corny and obvious, but to me, I felt like I was looking at this picture of, and I originally, as you know, made that design. It was a different design when I first came up with the idea of doing the cross for the T. But it all started. It all started more similar to the design you just saw, and it was a cross tombstone. Okay, so I'm thinking like a cross tombstone, the cross, right? Like Jesus dies on the cross, you know, as a sacrifice for our sin. You know the thing. And now it's not like Biden. You know the thing from the intro. Okay. And I'm thinking like, you know, and now look at, now I'm doing this. So look at now, they're totally going to make a video, exposed video about me now. But no, listen, I liked it that, okay, so the tombstone cross represents death, but T, you know, it looks like a lowercase t, and this world is not, you get it. I mean, I think it's obvious, isn't it? But I don't know. I just love this so much. But I think I was so focused on like how cool it was that I was doing that I had a triple meaning in there, and including the T as the not that I overlooked.
The cross is too big. And the font is wrong for like the bubbly cross.
What do you guys think? Should I let her stay as my co-host?
No, I want a tote bag, but like I wouldn't ever buy that.
All right. So I got to fix that, you guys, so I can get my wife a suitable bag, and I will. But if any of you guys like the original design, get it quick, because I'm going to be putting it down pretty soon. But yeah, so that's fallenworldfilms.com. We're going to be putting up more designs. Okay, Sarah. Geez, you girls are teaming up against me, man. I feel like, what is that? I get it. And I actually told Kurt about the bag. See, dude, Renee.
What is
she is my girl, but she is still siding with you a lot. But
okay, listen.
You know the thing. Come on, I know, right?
If you think I'm gonna roll up into Aldi with that bag, you're wrong, right, girls?
Dude, girls, listen. Let me make that font a little bolder, okay? I'm gonna get you girls. This world's not my home. I got more designs coming. And let me say this too. I am not opposed. At this point, I got 13 people watching or whatever YouTube says, but a lot of people are gonna watch this as we've seen the trend. These lives are doing pretty well for our little channel. I mean, for us, we're getting tons of views and on these live streams. So more people are gonna watch this. Let me put this out there. I feel free to ever send me, if you ever want to send me any personal emails about things you need like prayer for or just want to talk about or whatever. If you have artwork that maybe I could put onto a shirt, or you just want, or I can put into a thumbnail, or I make all our thumbnails too, by the way, but like I'd be willing to, if you're an artist or if you do anything, if you ever want to give us anything, from an email, from a note to a thought, to a prayer request, to content, to a show tip, to anything like that, send it to fallenworldfilms@protonmail.com. fallenworldfilms@protonmail.com. Well, Amber, we've hit 3 hours, 10 minutes and 52 seconds. What do you think? Is this enough?
Dude, it's a lot.
How exhausted are you? How ready are you for this to be over? For me to be able to just to go smoke a cigarette and drink some water and look back and think about everything that just happened over the last 3 hours and be like, wow, what a show. Do the whole thing we do at the end,
No,
we got our own ritual at the end of these.
So much fun. Honestly,
it's been a good show, you guys. I hope you learned something. We're going to revisit the freedom topic, but I am satisfied with how much we were able to go over. I hope you guys had a good time, but again, I hope that some of that information did sink in, because it's an important topic, and coming from a guy that's got 5 young kids, I'm motivated, when it comes to this topic, and that's why I'm passionate about it. But for you guys, for everybody's sake, like, there's a difference, like I said before, and is it Mark Twain or is it Albert Einstein? Should you look it up? Should I look it up? But I think it was Mark Twain. I think it was Mark Twain that said, he says, I never let my schooling get in front of my education, or whatever. I never let my schooling interfere. Oh, it is Mark Twain. And not that it matters. I just didn't want to be wrong and without correcting.
No, I think you've like brought it up like twice now.
I know. I think it's such a great quote.
No, you had to know.
And I had to know. Listen, guys, I don't know. I could name a bunch of quotes, and I didn't even come up with an official sign off. Thanks, Fawn. Thank you, all these guys. Renee's I know. She's helping us in the notes.
Twain, obviously.
I hope you guys were vibing with what we were trying to convey here. It's not about intelligence. It's not about IQ. Frankly, it's not about knowing your history or science, like that was kind of like dumb. It's not a relative term, but it's multi-dimensional term, stupid, all these kinds of things, like I hope that coming into it, we looked at that 8th grade test and we kind of had to all acknowledge how dumbed down we've been in those conventional. But then again, we also looked at and considered the school system in and of itself. And what importance is it to my life, how much I know about Napoleon Bonaparte and all this stuff anyways, when it comes to history and the things you were taught in school. So like, I know I'm kind of rambling here, but you know, when you consider everything we just discussed in its broadest form, like the fact that even literacy is a relatively modern thing, right? And then that, you know, education has gone through so many changes and all that. And, you know, so at the end, like, we're currently being, when I say we're being dumbed down, and I hope that what we come away learning from all this, from the Charlotte Iserby to the John Rockefeller, you know, General Education Board, and everything else that we went over. Okay. So I hope that there's somebody out there that happens to watch this that's going to happen to go in the living room tomorrow when their kid is watching something on TV and just be like, and just see it a little bit differently, you know,
It's going to be us.
and just be like, it's going to be us.
Literally.
Right. Because we're all living in this fallen world, you guys. But, check this out. But listen, but it's been a joy. It's been a privilege. It's a privilege to come on here to be as.
You're literally.
No, I do that intentionally. I put my hand right here. So there we go.
Why does your hand look so black?
Because I work hard. Amy just popped in right here at the end. Said, glad I watched. Not far from you guys. Live in Illinois, border of Iowa, Quad Cities. I'll be watching again. God bless. God bless you, Amy. Thank you for joining us. Guess what? My dad was born and raised in Bettendorf, Iowa. In Davenport for a while.
We were supposed to go see Brian
Samuel
T.
Clemens, yeah, Mark Twain.
In the Quad
yes,
Cities, remember?
I like going with Mark Twain. Yeah. Wait, what did you say? Oh, Brian T. You know what, Amber? I put a slide in there of the Photoshopped picture. I put a view with the crab leg with Brian T. But it didn't come through. So we're gonna do that in the next.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I tried to prank my wife on this episode, but it didn't work. All right.
Now I'm not going to be pranked. Anyways.
All right. We got it. We got to end this thing, you guys. What a fun time we've had. I can't believe it. 3 hours, 15 minutes. Fine by me. We haven't come up yet with our next episode, but one thing I learned this week, you know, we continue learning and figuring out how we're going to do this. This was the first episode we had since deciding that we were going to go 2 weeks. That was a great decision, I think.
Yeah, it was. I bet Canada is probably gonna be a topic.
Oh yeah, I could definitely.
You know,
I was considering maybe next week, dude. We've been beasts, like seriously, and this channel, like seriously, like I'm coming, and I shouldn't say that, but like not since our channel's been us, but even before that, it's just like this channel has just been like. Bam, just dropping truth bombs, just full on. Like we are giving you guys like whether
I've
like documentaries,
saving like a bunch of articles and like.
You got these other news shows that are like, oh, here's a headline. Oh, here's my little thought about it. No, we are like, okay, here's a topic. Bam, here's where it started. Origins, history, this, that. Here's my thoughts. What are your thoughts? Share your thoughts. And we are doing this thing like hardcore. We're doing it so hardcore, and we're not going to run out of there. It's not, I don't need ideas for the show. Get that? Like, we are going to continue breaking this down.
And terrible.
No, right. No,
I hate that we don't run out of ideas.
Yeah, right. That would be a good problem to have, right? No, we're going to continue documenting the fall of this fallen world as it falls further. But I was thinking for the next week, I don't know for sure, and that's open to us. And, there's things I want to talk about that I guess I'll just keep between me and my wife. But I was thinking, I think we maybe should just have just some like, you know, bouquet, you know what I mean? Just like cover the news, like actually like instead of like focusing on like one central topic to.
So the thing with that, obviously you decide you have to like talk with me about, but then.
Yeah. We're going to need to do that thing where we send each other links throughout the week and like.
Yeah, we just both need to.
And then verbally decide, yeah, that's something we'll talk about. But, you know, we'll decide this off.
No, be like on the same page. Send stuff back and forth.
Such a fun Friday. Thank you, guys. Oh, look at this. I'm in Davenport at the moment. We had snow squall come through. She had the snow squall.
Amy.
We had the snow squall. We both got.
There's no we. I had to drive.
Well, she had to drive in it, but I got the alert.
Safe and sound.
I got the alert.
The squall, dude.
Yeah, we got hit by the squall. There's a movie called White Squall.
Are you
good
serious?
Movie, long time ago. Yeah.
Wait. Okay. I've never heard of a snow squall warning.
Me neither. Tonight was the first time.
Okay. So like a bunch of my coworkers too were like, what does this mean? And they were all scared. But guess what?
What?
I made it home. I have a good truck. My truck does good in the snow.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah.
But it might help that every single night at like clockwork, when I tuck the kids in that you're working, they all pray. You know, I've always prayed for you to get home safe, and that's just something that's like stuck in their heads. So when they say now that they all say their own prayers, they're always like, Elliot's is literally just, as you know, just what does he say? Mama home.
No, he says, Mama bye bye.
Yeah, mommy bye bye, daddy bye bye.
Amen.
Amen. Which is his way of saying, you know, mom and dad, when they go, they can come back safe. And you'd understand that's what it was.
No, it's cute because like when you do Bible studies, like we pray for you to like get home safe too.
Yeah, so
because like you don't tuck them in for bed. It's so funny.
Every night you're gone. Yeah.
Anyways,
every night you're gone, you have the whole family praying for you. Man, we cannot end this dang thing. All right, you guys, leave us alone. I can't believe you have to work till 1 a.m. Kurt's got to work till 1 a.m. Kurt, hey man, listen, bro. I love you, dude. It's been such a privilege to get to know you and your wife, man. I'm glad that you got your shirt. She's gonna have to wait for hers, but I'm sure she's gonna look great in it.
Tomorrow's Saturday though, like
I know you're supposed to get it by tomorrow at the latest, Renee.
she should.
So listen, I love all you guys. Thank you so much for being part of this little thing we're trying to do. Please help share this video. If you got social media, just please try to help us share it out there. I hope you know that YouTube doesn't help us at all, and they actually restrict our views. And they actually, like, unless you're subscribed to us, it's very hard to find our content, if you didn't know. And anybody like us, you know. So, like, people that are out there giving this kind of information, it's important that you try to help share and do what you can to help promote it. Just if you truly support it, just for the fact, understand that
especially
the system
like
is working against
reality
us.
If he's lost all of
like
his
scripted
content,
reality. Yeah.
Like, which he has good content, but like I don't know, it's a shame. What?
And others. I know, Al Bundy, thank you. Yes, we're leaving. Dude, Amber, you shut your mouth. I'm doing the thing. Hey, we love you guys. Say your prayers. Good night.